Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Thursday, Radio Row. Getting closer, brother. Getting closer. You ready?
It's a baby Friday on the Strip, Murph. Happy Thursday morning. How the hell we doing?
KNBR, your smidge leader, because young Tony has been telling us for the last 5 minutes, move your camera a smidge.
A smidge.
Move it a smidge. Move it a smidge. And right before we come on, he's moved down a smidge. How's the smidges looking? Are we looking good?
I'll say hopefully we're looking good live on air. Tony says it's a thumbs up, Murph.
Brother, they hit the practice field yesterday, the controversial practice field yesterday in Vegas. We hit the steakhouse last night, the non-controversial steakhouse last night. We're having a ball. Everybody's doing great, and I hope everybody back in the Bay is doing good too. Who's coming down, by the way? Who's paying the money to come on down? See these ticket prices, brother.
Oh, for the Super Bowl on
Yes.
Sunday.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, good luck. Shout out to the real one percenters, Murph.
Well, that's maybe if guys like you make key bets at MGM Sportsbook on the Warriors money line. Taking the Sixers
you never
last night?
know. Well, hey, Murph, maybe if I would have took the Warriors in the spread, I can afford a ticket. Not as good as odds on the money line, but Dubs getting the job done last night. 127-104 against the 76ers.
Got to get this out. 6:01 in the morning on Super Bowl 58 Radio Row. Great stat. Steph scores 9 points last night. They win by 23? Was that it? Something like that?
Yeah, 23 points, Murph.
The biggest win the Warriors have had with Steph scoring less than 10 points since 2009. 2009, dude, when he was wearing the big baggy shorts and it was all skinny and different Steph and the Oakland jerseys and the Thunder Arrow Warriors jerseys and all that bad stuff.
So what you're saying is the Warriors are back, Murph.
The Warriors are back.
February 8th on NBA trade deadline day, the Warriors are back.
Maybe what's his face? Mike Dunleavy will trade for a couple of tickets to the game on Saturday.
Maybe Mike Dunleavy can trade for a couple of bats, Murph, if I can give a shout out to Robbie Ray.
Oh, dude, the guys behind us, brother. Guys that can't see, are talking baseball.
Dude, it's 6 in the morning. We got guys talking baseball right behind us, Murph.
Did you hear the guys who've been giving us our marching orders? They're about to pull an FBI raid and arrest these guys.
They're about to get thrown out of Radio Row right now.
The SWAT team's coming in
from talking baseball
from our cumulus higher ups. They're going to throw the cuffs on them. So anyway, brother, we are happy to be here. And by the way, I just want to keep this like sort of big picture stuff going. Did you see the meme going around about the 13 on how the Niners are going to win because of the whole? You've been on this 13 thing, right?
Well,
Taylor Swift.
That's the Taylor Swift lucky number. It's the day she was born. Also the same birthday as my sister, December 13th. Shout out to my sister Amy. But she talks about how when she sits in like row 13 at award shows, when she's in seat 13, she always wins. So 13's the lucky number out here in Las Vegas. And, of course, that's Brock Purdy's number.
Okay, so here it is. 49ers, 4 plus 9 equals.
Oh, do you want me to do math at 6 in the morning,
doing
Murph?
it, baby.
That's 13.
13.
Thank you.
Super Bowl 58.
Ooh.
5 plus 8.
Oh, hold on, Murph. Hold on. That's 13.
The date of the game is February 11th, 2/11.
Ooh, that one's tough.
2 plus 11.
13.
The guy walking by is impressed by our math. 2 plus 11 is 13.
He's like, look at these geniuses over here.
Brock Purdy's jersey?
13, Murph.
It's a W, baby. It's a W. By the way, KNBR's table at Radio Row, 58.
Add those two numbers together, Murph. What do you get? 13.
We just got you the win. I don't know. Does that get the win?
That's it, Murph. It's in the script. The NFL put us at this table. They put it on that date. Everything leads up to Brock Purdy, number 13. Balling out maybe on Sunday. We'll see if he ends up maybe taking home some hardware tonight. NFL Honors Award Show. He's a finalist for MVP, of course, alongside Christian McCaffrey. So, hey, who knows? Maybe Brock will be in the headlines tonight and also on Sunday.
You know, you said that last night, and I didn't go double check on that. It is tonight, huh?
It is tonight, Murph.
So
Trust me. I've been counting down the days ever since I put in that preseason MVP ticket on Lamar Jackson.
Tell us about that. When did that happen? What was the history on that? What was the deal there?
This one, I was out here for Raiders and 49ers training camp all the way at the start of the season, and I went in, and after cashing in on Nick Bosa as Defensive Player of the Year last year, I wanted a future bet before the season started. Logically, I said, all right, it could be a big year for Lamar Jackson after his offseason, after he represented himself as his own agent, kind of came in with a chip on his shoulder. We talk a lot about the Todd Monken offense. Lamar put up big numbers, and that all led up to that Christmas Day game, where it was a big topic that week of whoever was going to come out on top between the Ravens and the 49ers would take the lead in the MVP polls. And we've seen since then, Lamar's been the odds-on favorite, and I would assume that he's going to take home the award tonight.
What were the numbers in August? What was the odds?
Plus 1,500.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Murph.
Marcus.
Dinner on me tonight.
Now, why did we buy you dinner last night?
That's a great question. Shout out to you and Marky Mark taking care of me.
And Tanel,
Yeah,
by the way.
and Tanel, the legend.
Yeah. I hope you guys handled the old head stories okay?
Oh, it was phenomenal.
All right.
Like, if we want to get into the details of Marky Mark picking up phone calls
sure.
mid-dinner, you just see the face of Steve Young
it's a
pop
pretty
up
funny
on the
story.
phone.
We should probably tell the story
Yeah.
because Steve is obviously an honorary KNBR host, right? Steve's been on with us forever and ever and ever. He's a KNBR guy. It's in his blood.
Steve might be up listening right now, Murph.
Probably.
What's up, Steve?
On the Peloton. What's up, number 8? And so he, Steve's so great with the media. He has relationships with guys through the years. And Marky Mark's been covering the NFL for 30-plus years, since Steve was a player. Also, they have a Connecticut connection. Steve grew up in Connecticut, went to high school in Connecticut. That's where Marky Mark's from.
Okay.
So they have that little bond, you know what I mean? They start talking about their favorite pizza places or whatever. So he's known Steve forever, and they have a relationship, and Steve's great, and blah, blah, blah. So he wants to talk to Steve about Brock Purdy and everything. But he said so it was the first time we saw Mark, and this is the great Mark Cannizzaro of the New York Post, who will be on with us tomorrow morning.
It's Marky Mark,
sometime
baby.
in the 6 a.m. hour. And he goes, I got to tell you, he walked into the Irish pub here at the shops at Mandalay Bay and said, I got to tell you, it's great to see you guys, but I got to tell you, your boy Young, he's dragging me. He's dragging me, man.
Yeah, Steve Young is elusive, Murph.
He goes, he goes, he and I have a thing. We have a friendship. We have a relationship. He goes, but we made an agreement last week to talk. And I called him and he didn't answer. Then he called me back and he gave me a specific time to call. And I called him the next day. At that time, he didn't answer. He goes, it got to a point where he said, Friday, 5 o'clock. He goes, which is 8 o'clock New York time. He goes, my wife had a dinner situation in New York, Friday night in New York at 8 o'clock. He goes back to his apartment in Manhattan to call Steve at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. Rings for an hour. Steve doesn't answer. He's like, I'm at the end of my. He goes, I'm gonna rip the guy. You know, he's joking because he loves Steve. And so he says, once again today, he told me to call at a certain time. He wasn't available, and he's like, I'm at the end of my rope. He's like, what do you guys do? We said, listen, with Steve, you got to let Steve be Steve. You know what I mean? You got to let Steve be Steve. So we're sitting at the Michael Mina strip steak restaurant. Shout out Bay Area's own Michael Mina. And, dude, right in the middle of his, what was he having, like a little filet or a...
Oh, he went with actually the prime rib last night.
The prime rib.
That was like aged in duck fat for 28 days.
He holds up his phone to the table. And you know nowadays when you get a picture on the dude, it's a big gigantic close up of Steve Young's eyes, nose, and mouth.
It's a zoom in of the face of Steve Young.
It just says, he goes, look at this, MFers. That's what he drops a lot of MFers.
Yeah.
And he goes, what do I do? We go, take it. And so he went out, and I told him to go right out of the restaurant, but Tonelli goes, no, left. There's a hallway. So he goes left down a hallway, down a service hallway.
Yeah, almost ends up in the kitchen.
Where they're serving trays, winds up knocking out, about a 20-minute interview with Steve Young.
Yeah.
Says he has a burner phone that he holds to record the call while he's talking. He comes back triumphant. Steve is in the books. Read your nypost.com.
Yeah, phenomenal. And Marky Mark should be stopping by the program tomorrow. But, yeah, the whole dining experience with you and Tanel and Marky Mark getting the call from Steve Young. I'm taking bites of my Wagyu rib cap that I had yesterday.
Yeah.
Then I get up and I go to the bathroom and I see my guy Charles Woodson at the same steakhouse.
And for you, that's
huge, Murph.
That's the dude, right?
That's the guy to me. That's my all-time favorite Raider. So
like your Will Clark, Joe Montana?
Yeah, exactly. So just bouncing back and forth between seeing the face of Steve Young on Marky Mark's phone and seeing the face of Charles Woodson as I'm going to the little boys' room.
And the
Phenomenal.
lesson, kids, is do the work. Steve, he's in the middle of his dinner, and he didn't take no for an answer, chased Steve for a week, went home on a Friday night in New York at 8 o'clock, called for an hour, didn't take no for an answer, and then finally got the interview. And when you do it, go down the service tunnel. Go down the tunnel with the trays and the carts and get the interview.
Yeah, no days off for Marky Mark.
Marky Mark. That's why he is who he is.
That's why he's a legend, yeah.
Maybe he'll be at the NFL Honors Show, which you are correct, is tonight at the Resorts World Theater. I don't know where that is. In Vegas. Keegan-Michael Key will host. Third time he's done it. He did it in 2022. Presenters include Drew Brees. That's the Purdy comp, right?
There it is.
Kirk Cousins. Is he still on the docket?
Oh, Murph,
next year?
don't bring up that Kirk Cousins curse. It's over, I swear.
Tony Gonzalez, go Bears, Cal Bears, DeMar Hamlin, of course, Justin Jefferson, Cam Jordan, Ray Lewis, Micah Parsons, Deion Sanders, and others. So everybody be sure to check that out to see if, we expect Lamar to win it, right?
Correct.
Maybe McCaffrey can win Offensive Player of the Year.
True, and also Kyle Shanahan is nominated for Coach of the Year.
Okay, we'll see. Why not? Can I holster my vote until Sunday?
Yeah, how much is that going to affect the vote?
Man. So anyway, yeah. Listen, it's exciting as heck. The Niners practiced yesterday. Unfortunately, they still had a quote about the practice fields in Vegas.
Practice. We're talking about practice.
So now you get to the point where, just a little Super Bowl trivia for you, the beat writers are now cut off from the team, and the NFL assigns one pool reporter for each team. And what you do is you kind of wait breathlessly for this basically uneventful account written by the pool reporter. And what they do is, because it's the Super Bowl and because we freak out about this as a nation, they write these one-page reports that are so detailed. They'll be like, at 2:37 p.m., Patrick Mahomes emerged. The one guy described, like, Travis Kelce was wearing red shorts with a gold practice jersey and, red cleats. It's like
that's pretty descriptive for a guy that's talking on camera.
No, this is the pool report is typed up.
Oh, okay.
And then it's distributed in the press room, and so I was reading it. It's so funny. Peter King is doing the Chiefs, and a young man from the Washington Post, I forget his name, is doing the Niners. But the quote from Kyle Shanahan, "We're here, we're practicing on it. Everyone has their preferences. I wish things were better, but we'll deal with the field how it is."
Yeah.
I hate that this is a story.
Yeah, that's the thing. The fact that it's even a storyline. And shout out to Mike Silver, who we had on the program yesterday, in his great article in the San Francisco Chronicle, talking about Roger Goodell and how maybe this information was leaked to, I don't know, maybe paint the 49ers as the West Coast whiners once again. But it is a terrible situation. I mean, I don't think anybody could have projected that there was going to be rain in Las Vegas in the beginning of February, Super Bowl weekend, but here we are. One team's got outdoor facilities, the other team's got indoor facilities.
The Chiefs are practicing outdoors, though. NFLPA President J.C. Tretter said the league should have higher standards, quote, because Roger Goodell said it's playable. Playable is not the same standard as high quality, Tretter said. That's not what we should be doing. We want high quality surfaces to play on and practice on, and we don't have that down here.
Wow, but you said it was confirmed that the Chiefs are still practicing outside, because the Raiders do have an indoor facility right next to the practice field.
I think they've used both, but I think he had them outside.
Okay.
Let me double check on that pool report there, buddy.
And it dried
I know
up a
they
little
at
bit
least use
yesterday,
it
too.
at least once, but
Yeah.
maybe they're back indoors. And the point is, you'd want to practice indoors because you can be playing indoors, right?
But you're still playing on natural grass regardless. Yeah.
But I mean, you don't want. There's no wind inside the Allegiant, right?
You're true.
So
that is correct, Murph.
So anyway, well, listen, we'll follow this.
There's only the autumn wind, Murph.
I just hate that. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it is one of those angles. Oh, the Niners are crying, Niners are whining, Niners are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Careful.
I almost.
Yeah, dude.
I almost let slip.
Murph, we're in Vegas, but
6:12.
I know the Pat McAfee set's over there, but Murph, we still can't cuss on air.
The heck with that. Okay, let's say that.
Tell them.
All right, guys, we got a fun guest list on the other side.
It's gonna be a spicy show.
I know, right? Well, this is what happens now. Date night 2, we've had a little more wine. You know what I mean? NBA trade deadline today at noon. We'll see if the Warriors do anything, and of course, we got the zesty West Coast guest list. On the other side, it is Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, the Murph and Marcus Show, with Big Walt producing our show, or being our engineer today. We've never had this guy, have we?
My guy Wall Easy, bright and early.
I'd love to turn the camera on him, but I don't want Tony to be on me about the smidges.
Yeah, I was going to say, move it a smidge towards Walt, Murph.
Yeah. So anyway, guest list on the other side. It's Super Bowl 58. Everything adds up to 13, and that's Brock Purdy's number on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We're talking about practice, man. I mean, how silly is that?
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Listen, the Mad Dog, Chris Russo, stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk a little off-season baseball, but of course to break down the Super Bowl matchup this weekend between the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now back to Murph and Marcus live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance. Proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On the Sports Leader.
I'm usually at the back of that line, but I do enjoy it. I see all the videos, and like when you have Trent Williams and Debo kind of coming out and like with the music and their swagger, their energy, it's very infectious. And like when you are following like behind those two guys who play at a very high level and like bring it every single play, it just kind of encourages everyone around them to step it up. It also like kind of gives you this sense of confidence when you see that. And so that's kind of my thing with it. I love it. I don't partake in the front very often, but like I can feel the energy move through the entire team, and that's why I appreciate about it.
There it is. George Kittle talking about. Is this the new track, Marcus?
Murph, NBA young boy, never going broke again, young boy. This is going to be the walkout song on Sunday. Green Dot coming live from the boombox on the shoulders. Actually, who is the guy now walking out the boombox? Because they had to replace him.
Not sure.
All right, well, he'll be next to Debo and Trent Williams, and this is what you're going to hear on Sunday, Murph. Green Dot.
Green Dot in honor of Fred Warner?
Green Dot in honor of Brock Purdy, number 13?
No, the green dot is the helmet that gets the defensive calls, right?
Correct, but Brock Purdy,
he also gets the offensive calls, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two guys got the green dot.
But that's a big G-pop thing. He's wearing the green. Fred Warner with the green dot will be getting those calls from Steve Wilkes. How many blitzes will they call? Okay, well, I don't know. Do you approve of this changing of the tune? And
Well, see, they've been using a lot of NBA YoungBoy all season long, and that goes back to Big D, Declan Murphy, with the inside scoop last week that it might be possible that NBA YoungBoy would be walking out.
Yeah, one of those reliable sites that he goes on said that, that'd be so tough. The NBA YoungBoy might be walking out. He goes, and then he's reading along. He goes, wait, there might be a problem with his house arrest. And then he reads further. He goes, wait, Nevada might be one of the states he can go out in. It's like incredible.
Did he hit you with the bro's going to be walking out?
He
to
did.
NBA YoungBoy?
He did do that. Yes, he did, bro. Yes, he did. By the way, NBA. And I say this with respect. But if you call yourself never going broke again, I'm going to put 50-50 odds you might go broke again.
There's a good chance. If you have to remind yourself with your name that you're never going broke again, there's probably good odds that you could go broke.
So anyway, thank you for finding the pool report. Somehow it disappeared in my email. Things will disappear in my email. I got no clue. They're gone. Where's the junk mail? Deleted mail?
Where's
spam mail? No, I can't find it. I couldn't find it. I was like, I literally read this yesterday. Where did it go? You found it for me. Thank you.
I got you, Murph.
You got to help. Did you tell me to plug in my computer? Make sure my computer was plugged in.
That's it. Did you try turning it off and turning it back on, Murph?
So anyway, Andy Reid and the Chiefs did practice outside.
Wow.
On the grass field. I don't know why. I mean, just be on grass, I guess, right?
I guess. I mean, it was a dry day yesterday, so I'm guessing their field conditions weren't that bad. But they definitely had the option of going indoors.
Windy, mostly sunny, 55-degree day. Dude, the Raiders got, by the way, Peter King lavishing praise at the Raiders' pristine facility.
Oh, Murph, I told you. I went there earlier this year for training camp, and they basically own like half of Henderson. Like, they have a whole like Raiderette studio that takes up a couple blocks. Yeah, Raiderettes have their own building, Murph, out in Henderson. Then you get to the Raiders complex, and it's absolutely phenomenal. They have the old torch that has an actual real flame, the Al Davis original torch from Oakland right out front. And then the practice facilities are huge. There's 3 different fields outside. Then they have a hangar that looks kind of like this, like Moffitt Field. And they have 2 more fields inside. State-of-the-art weight room. I mean, it's fantastic.
The whole thing probably costs $50,000.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's
cheap as hell.
So here's some more stuff here in the Peter King report about, well, first of all, that Joe Tooney is probably going to miss the game, the left guard.
That's big.
And they're going to play Nick Allegretti. Will be playing. Reed said it's a pec thing. He's just not strong enough to play. But it says in the Peter King report, Reed acknowledged how odd it is to be practicing at the facility of Kansas City's arch rival. But he lavished praise on the 135,000 square foot facility.
I'm not joking, Murph. It's huge.
With a huge adjoining field house. Quote, they did this the right way, Reed said. It's roomy. They're not going to outgrow it in a year or two. I never thought I'd be practicing here. I'm sure that they're not the happiest about it.
No, Murph. I can tell you personally, I'm not happy about them using facilities. The fact that they're going to be in the Raiders' home locker room where my guy Max Crosby's out here smoking cigars.
So if you're the Chiefs, like, what do you do to blank with the Raiders? Like, what do you leave behind? Like, little, I mean, just you got to, like, leave little salty reminders around, you know?
That's my worst nightmare, Murph, is hearing Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce next season talking about the smell of champagne still being in the Raiders' locker room, which is why the 49ers need to win this Sunday.
I'm just saying, like, you got to leave like little heckling things that they won't find for years. You know what I mean? Like that. Like, didn't somebody bury in the building of the stadium? Didn't some guy put a Chiefs flag in the foundation of Allegiant Stadium?
There was a story about that. Somebody did some research lately and said it was a hoax. I don't know the actual background, but yeah, there's been stories like that before, Murph.
Okay, well, so that's the prank. Anyway,
what do you want to put, like rotten eggs in the back of Max Crosby's
just
locker
stuff like
room?
that. Maybe a whoopee cushion on Mark Davis' chair here.
Throw a couple stink bombs in there.
But here's more Reed. He goes, we're trying to take as good a care of it as we possibly can. We respect what they have here. This is beautiful.
Hurry up and just get the hell out of there, Andy Reid. I don't want to hear it.
Nance and Romo were on hand to watch the workout.
The gentleman himself.
Yeah, so I imagine that goes to the Niners. So they will be again today at 1:30. Meanwhile, from the Niners side, it's Nikki. I'm sorry, it must be a woman. Nikki Jabvala is her name. I'm sorry, I apologize. I said a dude. But the Niners did the 90 minutes at UNLV. We did UNLV. And yesterday, after the practice, Kyle's comment was not as... He didn't rip the field after the practice. He said, we were all right, is what he said. We were all right.
This is a storyline that I'm sure Kyle Shanahan does not want to be discussing on a daily basis. So hopefully with the weather clearing up now, Walt, I know, has been giving me weather updates all week. He told me it's not going to rain again, so I'll take his word for it.
It says the wind reached 0 to 15 miles an hour, but he said usually you deal with the wind because you're going to play with it Sunday. He goes, but we're not going to play with the wind on Sunday. So they made sure that the quarterbacks had the wind with them so that they weren't simulating something that they're not going to face on Sunday.
Okay, now which direction was Jake Moody kicking? I need to know how the wind's going to affect Jake Moody because we haven't talked about that.
We
this
have
week at
not,
all, Murph.
dude. We have not.
A rookie kicker in the Super Bowl.
George Kittle, Eric Armstead, Ambry Thomas, and Oren Burks were all limited. Kalia Davis's practice window was open 2 weeks ago. He was a full participant. Was he going to make a big sack? Are we calling Kalia Davis with a big sack now?
I don't care about the sacks. Can he help out in the run game,
Dude,
Murph?
yeah,
Can we get a five-man front? Can we put him up there?
Did you read the piece in The Athletic? Ted Wynn, who does a great job on Film Breakdown, saying he called for what Belichick did to the Rams and Jared Goff was a six-man front, a 6-1 alignment, basically telling the Rams, hey, Jared Goff, beat us. You can't run on us, beat us. And, obviously it worked. They beat him. And Ted Wynn in The Athletic suggests, why wouldn't Steve Spagnuolo do the same thing to a rookie quarterback who has shown a little bit of shakiness of late? And you have Christian McCaffrey, who's shown zero shakiness of late, and you'd say, okay, you guys think you can run on us? No, we'll take that away. Brock beat us. That could be a way they go.
That should be the Chiefs' game plan, especially when you talk about
you
guys
go with the
like
6-1, huh?
Yeah, when you talk about their defensive backfield, whether it's L'Jarius Sneed or whether it's Trent McDuffie, who was first-team All-Pro, Justin Reed in the backfield, they can handle one-on-one matchups, so they can afford to stack the box or maybe put 6 men up front. Now, I'm curious about what the actual alignment is, if it's an extra linebacker in the A-gap or something like that.
So it's a linebacker in zone coverage behind that.
Okay, but then again, if they're going to have more guys up towards the line of scrimmage, we know how much Kyle Shanahan loves to attack the middle of the field. So that opens it up a little bit more for Kittle and Debo across the middle.
So we shall see if they do that. Other just details from this, Trent Williams had a rest day. He always rests on a Wednesday.
Rest up, Trent.
It says here they put in their game plan last week and made some adjustments over the weekend before traveling to Vegas.
Ooh, a couple extra wrinkles, huh?
2 more, maybe putting in the Jake Moody play. 2 more practices left in the week. Today's is supposed to be the most intense. Friday, essentially a walkthrough. Just want to, quote, keep sharpening our axe, says Shanahan. So there you go. You guys are all up to speed. Let's get the guest list going on a Thursday, February 8th. Baby Friday, baby. Baby Friday. Super Bowl 58. Cam Newton talking on Dan Patrick. Here's some good stuff we got to get into on the other side.
Cam Newton live at Radio Row. Saw him yesterday.
What'd you think of that? The size of a Cam Newton.
Cam Newton is a big man.
Remember Jim Harbaugh said when he was coming out of Auburn, he said that's raw-grade plutonium, what he described it as.
Raw-grade plutonium?
Because you want to talk about materials to work with, Cam Newton. He said that's raw grade plutonium.
I mean, Cam Newton
Shannon
always.
Oppenheimer will.
Yeah, I know Cam Newton would do the Superman kind of celebration. Like, he looks like Superman. He's a big dude, but even for a guy that was his size, you talk about mobile quarterbacks, he got hurt a lot throughout his career. So even the biggest, strongest guys can get hurt, and we've seen that over the last couple of years from mobile quarterbacks.
And did not jump on that fumble at the bowl, right? All right, what do we got, bud?
All right, starting off 7:35 in about an hour or so. Mike Krukow on a Thursday morning talking 49ers and talking pitchers and catchers. Reporting in a week, Murph? Is that how far? How
A
close we
week
are?
from today, brother.
Wow.
Who are these pitchers and catchers? Tom Murphy. Dude, we haven't talked Tom Murphy at all.
I know.
I've read multiple people who are just less cynical than us saying, Tom Murphy's kind of a big pickup.
I thought Tom Murphy was her cousin, Murph, to be honest.
Well, hey, all Murphys are welcome.
That's it.
Always, yes.
So we'll talk Tom Murphy, we'll talk Giants baseball, and some Super Bowl preview with Mike Krukow, 7:35, and then it's all Super Bowl talk after that. 7:50, Kurt Warner talking a little Brock Purdy
He's
this
just
morning.
great. I mean, what are you going to do? Gold jacket. He's the original Brock Purdy.
That's it.
Even more unlikely, though. Undrafted and stocking shelves.
Yeah,
at least Purdy got drafted.
I know. At least Purdy was out here bagging groceries.
Purdy looks like a freaking aristocrat compared to Kurt Warner, dude.
Hell yeah. We'll talk to Kurt this morning, 7:50, and then live in person, 8:15. Me and you get to go eye to eye with the man we talk to every single Thursday morning. It's the one and only Greg Cosell.
Should we, because it's always about classic rock, should we actually migrate 2 tables over and do it with Lamont and Tonelli and have them play some Bachman-Turner Overdrive taking care of business or something?
A Bone and KNBR crossover?
Yeah, and just cut out the middleman, because we're always talking classic rock with them, and then we got the classic rock table 2 tables away. Let's just do one big party.
I'm in, Murph.
All right, so there you go.
I'm in. Greg Cosell, 8:15 this morning. And then another friend of the program stopping by Radio Row, Matt Mayoko, 8:35 today.
Maddie, I just collected our credit cards, by the way, finally. The Giants have been threatening us. Giants said to us, if you don't pay, we will release your seats to the public.
Oh, that's a threat.
And once again, Walt, I said, oh, really? How's that going to go? How's that going to go? Really? It's called leverage, buddy. I'll get you the credit cards when I get you the credit cards.
Oh, Murph, if you want to go see Tom Murphy, you better fork over that credit card.
Oh, you're going to release it to the public? Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll try to handle the stampede. Okay, you know what I mean? So, all right.
Matt Mayoko, 8:35 today. And then the father of Christian McCaffrey, Ed McCaffrey, stopping
he's
by
awesome.
the program, 9 a.m.
So he
today.
was the 5th wide receiver on that 94 team, my very first year on the beat. I mean, he really was a scrub. I'm not kidding. He was like Chris Conley. Basically is what he was.
Okay.
That's, if I had to give you the comp. A guy you're like, oh, he's on the team. Oh, yeah. Like, oh, who's 84? That kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Step up and make a big play when needed.
Yes. I think McCaffrey were 84 with the Niners. I knew we were 87 with the Broncos. But anyway, he's great. He's a great talker, and that'll be a fun one.
And obviously, we'll talk his relationship with Mike Shanahan, Christian McCaffrey, and, of course, Kyle Shanahan. We'll break that all down. Ed McCaffrey, 9 a.m. Then Ross Tucker at 9:15 this morning.
Princeton
great
man.
football voice.
Good talker, yes.
He's really good. We'll talk to Tucker 9:15, and then Trey Wingo 9:45 to wrap it all over.
Trey Wingo. Great name, right? Trey, I always enjoyed Trey. Eddie wore 81 with the Niners. 81 with the Niners. All right. I told you guys Cam Newton was talking. He went on Dan Patrick, said some really interesting stuff. We're going to have to kind of move the cooler of content up early today because of the stacked guest list from 7:35 on. So why don't we do that before 7:30? Why don't we give away a Nick Bosa jersey in the 7 a.m. hour?
Okay.
Stay tuned for that. Nick, is he going to have a big game Sunday?
Nick's got to have a big game, especially if the Chiefs are dealing with injuries on that offensive line.
They got to tackle a running back is what they got to do.
Yeah,
on KNBR 104.5, live from Radio Row, Super Bowl 58 Las Vegas style. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah. Why don't they walk out to this? Why don't the Niners walk out to this? And have Trent and Debo eating the Daisy, sour cream, French onion, and ranch dip, although maybe not game player snacks, more for those who are watching the game. That'll be you on Sunday. Chips, wings, pizza, dip it in the Daisy Sour Cream, French onion ranch dip. Game-changing flavor. Come on, baby. Eat that Daisy Sour Cream, French onion ranch dip. Go grab it before Sunday, everybody. No MSG, no junk. Tastes so amazing, so addictive, you can't stop eating it.
Faithful, we take you back to Vegas, where Murph and Marcus are among legends on Radio Row. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680.
You know, we went on a roll, we were 5-0, and then honestly when we went on a streak of losing some games, that's, I feel like, when you start, questioning and seeing how guys respond to you. And my team had my back, even through those 3 games that we lost in a row. You had guys on defense, Dre Greenlaw, Fred, Eric Armstead, like all those guys continue to come up to me and say, dude, we got your back. This is the NFL. It's not easy. And so it was in those moments that I knew I was all right, these guys got my back and we can go.
Brock Purdy, earning that trust, man, as we just continue to – this guy, honest to goodness, is probably a bigger talking point than Pat Mahomes and Kelsey. The way I've sensed this week on the – it seems like if you want to get people going, you start talking Purdy.
Murph, it's been like that throughout the entire playoffs, whether it was the first matchup against the Packers and how Amy Trask came out and said there's 6 good quarterbacks remaining in the playoffs, and then there's Brock Purdy. Then we had like Dan Orlovsky throwing out tweets. We had a bunch of people throughout the entire postseason, whether it was the divisional round, the NFC Championship game, or even here, week of the Super Bowl. People are still finding ways to criticize Brock Purdy.
And one of the most prominent was Cam Newton, of course, former NFL MVP and obviously Heisman Trophy winner. So he comes with some degree of pedigree, but also a guy whose career kind of spun out. It didn't go well, so people see him as maybe. I don't want to use the word bitter, but maybe bitter or whatever, that he didn't achieve what he wanted to achieve in his career, and Brock's young and has all this talent around him. So, I've always known Cam to be a pretty interesting dude, pretty thoughtful dude. He's a curious dude. Just look at the way he dresses.
High fashion, Murph. He's always got those top hats.
It's a heck of a look. And
then
he sends out
like the Mad Hatter.
And when he sends out his social stuff, it has that strange font.
That's right. He tweets in hieroglyphics.
Yeah, is that what that is?
Yeah, something like that.
How do I get that font?
That's a great question. I don't know. And remember earlier this year when there was a story about Debo falling to a fake Cam Newton because some college kids had got Debo's number and they were texting him in hieroglyphics.
Yes, correct.
Which made Debo thought he was talking to Cam Newton.
Because only one man texted hieroglyphics. Here we are at the Luxor, by the way, sleeping in hieroglyphics.
Nice.
So, Young Tone, let's get one of these out here. So, you went on Dan Patrick, who obviously is still getting it done after all these years. Props to Dan Patrick. And he's a reasonable man. He had a civilized conversation with Cam Newton yesterday on the Dan Patrick Show. And it produced some pretty good nuances,
Murph.
On what. So it starts with, he says, what advice would you give Brock Purdy?
Silence the noise and just do what he's been doing. I think we have to stop this narrative that I do not like Brock Purdy. That's not the case. I'm a fan of Brock Purdy, right? And what he's been able to do has been wowing from a fan as well as a person who's played this game. But I just call it how I see it, and I think what he's been able to do with getting guys the football has been something that we've seen a lot of people do, but not at this level.
Okay, number one, he calls him Brock Purdy.
Who the hell is Brock Purdy, Murph?
He's got a little slip up on
what
the name.
What is there, like a Weird Al Yankovic version of Brock Purdy?
I
do not like Brock Purdy. I do not like Brock Purdy.
No, he says, now you're manipulating his sound there. He says he does like Brock Purdy.
We got to make it seem like we got to stop the narrative,
We're
Murph.
going to change the narrative.
Well, it's funny. Like, his advice is, you got to silence the noise. Don't listen to the critics. So Cam's saying, don't listen to me. Don't listen to my podcast, Brock.
So there's more stuff here. He goes on to say, and then Dan Patrick jumps in and says, well, you called him the 10th best player on the team, Young Tony.
He is.
Okay.
That's just the truth. We have to normalize the truth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think that's where we're having a problem with digesting in sports, in media, and everything. It's the truth.
Okay. We have to normalize the truth.
Stop running from the truth. Stop running from the people, Murph.
Exactly, brother. Exactly.
Normalize it.
By the way, speaking of which, just a quick digression before we get back to this 10th one. Marky Mark, the great Mark Cannizzaro of the New York Post, who we know takes Steve Young's calls in service tunnels at restaurants, he's part of a Spike Lee documentary on Colin Kaepernick.
Wow.
That you mentioned, stop running from the truth, stop running from the people. One of our favorite bites from when Kaepernick did that tryout down there. Spike Lee is sinking his teeth into the Kaepernick story, and he interviewed Mark a bunch of times. Like Mark says, he sits in a chair, he goes into New York City, he sits at Spike's studio, and the camera's here and then Spike's there. And you're supposed to talk to Spike, angled, you know what I mean? So one of the things he gave him was a list of all the quarterbacks who have played in the NFL since Kaepernick last played. And Mark said it's just an outrageous list of just absolute nobodies, And Mark said he winds up just chucking the paper. He's like, this guy, this guy, this guy. And he was, Mark, for dramatic effect, is chucking the papers into the air.
I was going to say, that must be a pretty long list.
Yeah. I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
Think about some of the names. So anyway.
Think about Cam Newton getting a shot with the New England Patriots and Bill Belichick.
Yeah, right, exactly. So anyway, let's be fair. He says normalize the truth.
Let's normalize it, Murph.
So is Brock Purdy the 10th best player? So start naming players that are probably better. Nick Bosa,
Trent
Williams,
Christian
McCaffrey. That's 3 right away.
There's your big 3.
Do you go to Fred Warner?
Fred Warner I put on the list.
Do you go to Debo?
Debo, I'd say, is harder to replace than Brock Purdy, so I'd put Debo ahead of him.
Would you go to Kittle?
George Kittle? He's on the list also.
Okay. Would you say Eric Armstead or no?
Oh, no. I think if I was doing a draft, I'd take Purdy ahead of Armstead.
Would you say Charvarius Ward?
No. I mean, Charvarius is a great corner, all-pro this year, but I'd probably go Purdy.
We're saying a no on Mooney, and we're saying a no on Armstead. What about Brandon
Ayuk?
Brandon Ayuk, duh.
That's a tough one for me. If I had to pick, gun to my head, I'd probably go Brandon Ayuk.
Okay, I like it. So we got Bosa, Trent, CMC, Warner, Debo, Kittle, Ayuk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So when he says 10th, he might throw in Mooney and Armstead. That gets to 9, and that makes Brock the 10th. Is that a crime to be quote unquote worse than those guys?
I'm just wondering when we're going to get the true serum from John Lynch taking some responsibility for the criticism of Brock Purdy, because he's built such a great roster around him.
That's right.
John Lynch is the guilty one out of all of these.
Whereas, so you look at the Chiefs, who's the best player on the Chiefs?
Patrick Mahomes.
Well, there it is.
And it's Travis Kelce.
So that's
and
the
it's Chris
difference,
Jones.
is that it's easy to look at the other team and say that guy's the best player.
Yeah, but also going back to Cam's original comments about Brock being the 10th player on the team, I can tell you that Brock Purdy is not the 10th highest player on the team. I can guarantee you that when you look at who's getting paid what. But also the second part of his argument is Brock Purdy's not a game changer.
Right. We get into that a little bit later, too.
Oh, well, good. Well, his whole argument was he's not a game changer because he's not the best player on his team. And when asked about it, he said the best player is Christian McCaffrey. Well, then my question for Cam Newton would be, were you a game changer? Because you had Christian McCaffrey on your team.
He addresses it. We have it.
Sorry, I'm jumping the gun.
You are, though, but it's good. You're asking the questions that needed to be asked. 415 with a pretty good text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, yes, 10th best player, but also the most important player. Would you say?
Brock Purdy.
Yeah. I mean, it all starts with the quarterback.
Yes, of course. So, I mean, yeah, he's the 10th best, but he's also the most important.
Yeah, and guess what? The 49ers have 10 really good players on the team and even more guys after that.
510 says without Purdy, they lose the NFC, or without Purdy, they lost in the NFC Championship last year. All those other guys were playing.
That is true. That's
Warner,
a good point.
CMC, Bosa, all those guys were playing.
They also didn't have a quarterback who could throw a ball. Josh Johnson got the concussion that knocked him out, so that changed a lot of things too. But yeah, Brock was a huge part of that game.
Yeah. 415 says, it was a raw grade plutonium on Cam's body. Too bad he has silly putty for his brain. Oh, actually, his comments on the show are very rational. We'll get into more of them. Why don't we do more on the other side?
Let's normalize that truth some more.
Normalize, baby. Stop running from the truth. Stop running from the people. And stop running from Super Bowl Radio Row. Because we're here, baby. Nick Bosa jersey in the 7 a.m. hour. Obviously, the guest list really gets going at 7:50 with Kurt Warner, Greg Cosell, Matt Mayoko, Ed McCaffrey, Ross Tucker, Trey Wingo. A lot of fun stuff. So more of that Cam stuff just to rile you guys up early in the morning. And, of course, actually maybe an early cooler of content coming your way,
Stop running from the cooler, Murph.
And shout out to Walt for bringing this just oceans of water when we needed it.
Oh, the water boy just needed some water.
The water boy needed water. What is the water boy without water? He's parched. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I do not like Brock Purdy. That's not the case. I'm a fan of Brock Purdy, right?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
You're not sending me to the cooler.
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, we are on Super Bowl Radio Row. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. We got Big Walt alongside us, engineering this sweet sound. You can see us on YouTube and on Twitch. 209 texted in and said, you both look very handsome this morning.
Ooh, shout out to 209.
I don't know if 209 is a man, a woman. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't, Murph.
We'll take all the compliments.
In the words of Kevin Durant, doesn't really matter. I'll take any compliments I can
So
get.
209, we think you look handsome or beautiful this morning, 209. Anyway, guys, so yeah, you can watch us, of course, on the app on KNBR. If you download the KNBR app, it's right there. Boom, it's right. You just go to the app and kaboom. There we are.
Then you can go face to face like me and you are doing, staring eye to eye for 4 hours
That's
a day.
been unusual, isn't it?
It's a different setup than the home studio for
Once
sure.
again, I want to say, just for the old heads, Jane, you ignorant slut. All right,
Thank you,
okay,
Murph.
so there you
I'm
go.
glad you got that in today.
Because we are going to that 60 minutes face-off here that Dan Curtin and Dan Aykroyd and Jane Curtin did. Okay, so the cooler content is pretty much a one-note thing. It's Cam Newton on Dan Patrick yesterday. He was fantastic in terms of content. He really was. So we opened yesterday. We had played last segment the part where he said, we need to stop with the narrative that I don't like Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Oddly, he calls him Brock Purdy.
He's
Brock
making
Purdy.
a joke out of Brock.
Do you think some people on the text line think he's purposely mispronouncing his name to disrespect him?
It is a little disrespectful.
Brock
I know
Purdy.
Cam has his own flavor. We were just talking about his hieroglyphics, his tweets, his texts, and all that stuff. But come on, you can pronounce Brock Purdy. It's not that hard.
Purdy versus Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
That's ridiculous.
Great cut, Tone. Anyway, guys, so yeah, and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is none too pleased with him right now. But he does try to, and I want to just preface this by trying to smoke the peace pipe here. He tries to be nice to Brock in this interview with a degree of nuance. You have to listen. So he's already said he likes him, and he also says he is the 10th best player on the team, which we discussed. We think there might be some merit to that.
Well, here's the thing. The
in terms of just his
49ers
football skill, right?
Yeah, but arguably the 49ers have the best roster in the NFL. I mean, they ended up with, 9 all-pro players, I think it was? And then you look at all the Pro Bowlers and everything, like, this is a roster that's littered with talent. To say Brock Purdy is not the best player on the roster, it's not an insult.
Is Lamar Jackson the best player on the Ravens?
See, I think you go yes.
Is Josh Allen the best player on the Bills?
Yes.
Is Joe Burrow the best player on the Bengals?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what we're getting at here, right?
True, but also,
Okay.
it's the same argument. Like, Jamar Chase is a hell of a player. Patrick Mahomes is the best player on the Chiefs, but he's got Travis Kelce around him, too. Like,
Yeah.
these guys also have players on a team. The 49ers just have more of them. Cry me a river.
Two things. One, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And two, we got more Cam Newton on Brock Purdy. So here he is elaborating on him being the 10th best player on the team. Cut K.
I'm not criticizing him.
But it can come across that way.
It could from an untamed ear.
Okay.
Like you would hear that and you'd be like, oh, Cam's bitter. No, it's not. When you look at the 49ers rosters, that assessment was garnered from people saying Cam can't be serious. Brock Purdy is a game changer. And that's what I'm saying to myself. I'm like, yo, to be successful, you don't always have to be a game changer, right? So that kind of transitioned into another stint where I said, hey, in order to be a game changer, you have to be the top tier of your team. right? Now, when I analyze the roster and I'm saying to myself, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, Fred Warner, Trent Wood, Debo, George Kittle, C-Mac, that's a lot of guys, but that's not to discredit what Brock has been able to do.
Okay, so there he is listing the guys with
Brock
little whistles, too, right? He goes on to talk about the fact that Dan Patrick asks him, and by the way, shout out to Dan Patrick Show for providing this content. It's really good. He goes on to ask him, was Tom Brady a game manager? And he said, yeah, elite. He says, that's what you got to do. And he goes on to talk to about his performance. So let's get to the next cut here. And this would be another one, the next one on the viral content for Crazy Quotes here, Tony.
And I think having platforms, people take sound bites, and this is a whole media is full of sound bites. Yes. And the narrative has always been Cam's just mad that Brock is doing something. I want Brock to win. Like I said on my show, I don't think the world is ready for Taylor Swift to garner a Super Bowl. What would that look like, right? Man. And even still then, it's like, yo, I love Travis Kelce. This is good for sports. This matchup is great for sports, right? So I'm going to have my popcorn ready.
All right. He does bring up the point. Is the world ready for Taylor Swift to win a Super Bowl? It would be a little much, wouldn't it?
Oh,
just
Murph.
Adding to this this mania.
And then the whole prop bet that's out there about whether or not Travis Kelce would propose on the field, like, it's going to be an S-storm if this stuff does go down with the Swift fix.
Shout out that Fiesta Bowl where that kid from Boise State did propose to the cheerleader. You guys remember that?
Ooh, that's right.
That incredible Boise State. I think they played Oklahoma,
right? Yeah.
That, like, double OT wild game. And I read it recently. Somebody wrote a follow-up story on them. They're still married.
Wow.
Yeah. That's like they have a couple kids. They're like living up in like Boise. They're doing great.
That's a great love story,
It's
Murph.
a love story. It's like Taylor Swift sings
There
about
it is.
Romeo.
But then getting back to Taylor Swift's favorite number 13, Brock Purdy, my problem is with Cam Newton's comments about how he's not a quote-unquote game changer. Well, I can tell you he's a system changer because the Kyle Shanahan system has changed since Brock Purdy has taken over. And the result, the proof is in the pudding. Whether we're talking about George Kittle having a career high in touchdowns last year, Brandon Ayuk, second-team All-Pro. George Kittle led the NFL in receiving yards this year on a team that had the least amount of pass attempts in the entire NFL. So it's not like Brock Purdy is dropping back, throwing 40, 50 times in garbage time, putting up these numbers. And oh, by the way, these numbers that he was first in the NFL in yards per attempt, yards per completion, it led him to being an MVP finalist tonight at the NFL Awards.
And you can just talk about straight, you're going through those players, just straight points on the board.
Yeah.
And you're talking about your guy, Jimmy G, how many points he scored in the system.
My guy.
With the same guys, although he didn't have McCaffrey. That's a big if. Versus, or he had, wait,
He had
Jimmy
McCaffrey for a game before he got hurt. I believe it was the first game he played against the Chiefs.
Anyway, the point is that we say Purdy for 30. We weren't saying Jimmy for 30 here. Okay, now let's get into the game manager stuff here that Cam talks about, that there's tiers to game managing. Cut L, Tony.
You see, it's like tiers, right? And I think this game has only has only seen 4 to potentially 5 game changers in the 2023-2024 season, right? Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen.
Okay.
Right? That's 5.
All right.
So let's look at it through this lens. Game changer is at the top sphere of talent. Are you saying Brock Purdy is in that realm?
No.
Okay. So
he got him to say, is he a top 5 quarterback
I was
in
going
the
to say,
NFL?
so that to me sounds like Cam is now making the argument about whether or not Brock Purdy is considered an elite quarterback.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree because I'm kind of like Cam. I have a small group of elite quarterbacks. It's your Patrick Mahomes, your Joe Burrows, your Josh Allens, and a Lamar Jackson. Those are basically my big 4 right there.
Pause on Lamar real quick, man. I mean, I know he's going to win the MVP and everything, but, man, that performance in the AFC Championship, bro.
It wasn't
I mean, the
good.
rushing is obviously amazing. He rushed for over 800 yards. He's a ridiculous threat
Well, it's like even
they left him in the pocket.
Yeah.
He did not get
well, it's
it
like
done
even
against
in
the
that
Chiefs.
category that I just gave off, I feel like there's almost tiers to the elite quarterbacks. Like it's Mahomes and Burrow, in my opinion, out on an island, and then there's Josh Allen and Lamar still trying to get over the playoff hump.
Unfortunate year, Joe Burrow. We didn't get to see a lot of him this year. That guy's. I mean, we saw him in Levi's.
We saw him in San Francisco.
He
Santa
probably
Clara.
peaked that day, when he was healthy and he was ready to go, and it was like, man, this guy's unstoppable.
Joe
really.
Burrow's a dude, but yeah, that's my point. I think there's only 2, 3, maybe 4 elite quarterbacks in the entire NFL. Last year, people were talking about Jalen Hurts being elite. He lost his OC and had a career high in interceptions this year. People want to throw in Justin Herbert and these other quarterbacks. Look, I get it. It's a small class, but look at Brock Purdy's number this year. He was one of the best quarterbacks.
I will say flat out, Brock Purdy is a game changer. He is, because we watched him change the games against the Packers and the Lions. Is he a game changer who, like Burrow, who can just slice and dice you all that, or Mahomes who creates like that? No, but he's a game changer in the sense that he can do in Kyle's system enough to lift them to places they haven't gone and make them better than Jimmy. So is he the best game changer around? No, but is he a game changer? I say yes.
Yeah, and Murph, I'll ask you 2 questions. Did he change the game in the fourth quarter against the Green Bay Packers? The answer is yes. Did he change the game in the second half in the NFC Championship game against the Detroit Lions? The answer is yes.
Yeah, we'll see what happens obviously on Sunday. But anyway, finally Cam knocks himself a little bit about being game manager, and the final cut here from the Dan Patrick Show, Cam Newton.
Going back to my first thought was like we have to normalize the truth. This is not coming from malice. This is not coming from hatred.
Yeah.
This is not coming from, there's times where I've held myself to that same standard. I did not play my best football when I was forced to try to just be a game changer. No, Cam, just be a game manager. C-Mac is wide open. Hey, Greg Olsen is wide open. DJ Moore, Steve Smith, these guys are wide. Just get them the ball. I was not able to do that. So the great ones have that ability to say, okay, the game is dictating me to manage the game. Okay, now when everything is covered, now I have to take it upon myself to impact the game, and that's what the game changers do too.
And he did with his legs.
Correct.
Against the Lions. Yeah, and also slithering out of that sack and hitting Kyle Juszczyk, and man, oh man.
And ripping off those 21-yard chunks he had, running into Deebo Samuel, stopping him from maybe scoring a touchdown in those moments.
415 wonders, is he saying Brock parody?
See, that's where I thought, like he's
Brock
calling him
parody.
a parody of Brock.
Is he? Do you think he's going that? Is he that devious?
Are we going conspiracy theories? Like he doesn't believe it's the real Brock Purdy?
He's trying to put little seeds of doubt into Brock parody?
Does he think it's Lee Harvey Oswald playing quarterback for the 49ers?
Oh, dude, now that's too soon, buddy, too soon. Out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 510. I just looked at the first text I see, blank Lamar Jackson. Okay, all right, fine. All right.
That's fine, not bad for a running back.
Vinny from Gilroy, one of our best, he says, I would like to know at what point would any other quarterback in the NFL not be the best player on the Niners? Is Jalen Hurts worse than Trent? Is Lamar worse? Like if these guys, if Joe Burrow was on all those guys we mentioned, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, would they be the best player on this stacked roster?
I mean, that's the question, because Trent Williams is the best left tackle in football.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey is the best running back in football.
Yes.
George Kittle, you can make the argument this year, even as a receiving tight end, best tight end in football, had the most yards, and you throw in the blocking factor.
Yeah.
To me, that puts him over the edge of a guy like
So
Travis
you put
Kelce.
Josh Allen on the Niners, he's not the best player on the team, maybe.
That means he's not a game changer, Murph.
All right.
That's it. But like you hear Cam say, like, oh, even the greats knew when they had to deliver the mail. Going back to Joe Montana just a couple weeks ago, talking about how he was the mailman for that 49er offense. That's what you want your quarterback to do.
623 says, if he's going to call him Brock Parody, I'm going to call him Sham Newton.
Ooh.
415 says, I'm going to call him Scam Newton. 510 says, I'm just going to call him a blanking clown.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
916 says, who is Brock Parody? All right. 559 says, from Fresno, Brock Purdy may not be the best athlete on the team, but isn't quarterback the hardest position to play on the team? Like you guys said earlier, look what happened in Philly last year. Here we go. 42 says, I just can't take hearing him pronounce Parody. He's just a keyboard Twitter tough guy. He tried to come with, you guys are coming on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line with a lot of anger. I get it. You're defending your QB.
Hey.
But he was trying to be more rational. Go to the opening cut, Tony, where he said, I'm a fan and I want him to win, right? The opening one, Tony? When you find it here. And 209 says, I'll tell you what Brock is. He's the best value in the NFL.
Oh.
$900,000 salary with the best team in the league on his shoulders.
Murph, I've been making that argument all year, whether it was last season. He is 100% the best bargain deal in the NFL. When you look at teams and the strategy now to try to win with a rookie quarterback, We're talking about Mr. Irrelevant who's making less than $1 million per year. He's not a first-round rookie where they're making $20 million per year. He's by far the best value in the NFL.
You got that opening cut, Tone? Yeah.
Silence the noise.
Yeah, go ahead.
Silence the noise. And just do what he's been doing. I think we have to stop this narrative that I do not like Brock Purdy. That's not the case. I'm a fan of Brock Purdy, right? And what he's been able to do has been wowing from a fan as well as a person who's played this game. But I just call it how I see it. And I think what he's been able to do with getting guys the football has been something that we've seen a lot of people do, but not at this level.
All right, Brock Purdy. 925 finally just puts the capper on it. He says, guys, this is when the gym teacher in Seinfeld purposely mispronounced George Costanza. Can't stand ya. Can't stand ya. That's pretty funny.
Let's stop the narrative, Murph. Let's stop the narrative.
Oh, my
the narrative
God.
of Brock Purdy putting up 28.9 points per game.
707.
10 different games this year where they scored more than 30 points.
707 says, Cam's just looking for clicks. You two are spending so much time on this. That proves that point. Actually, he wasn't clicking. He was on the Dan Patrick Show, so this was not his own podcast. But the reason why we're spending most time on this is A, it's Super Bowl Radio Row, and this is what we do, right? And B, it was interesting to hear a guy who was a former NFL MVP try to go deeper into his comments about Brock. And also, just to me, being boots on the ground here in Vegas, to me, Brock is like, every day that goes by, it's like Brock, to me, is a bigger story than Mahomes. At least, I don't know, maybe it's just my lens, but I just feel like he's more intriguing. We know what Mahomes is. He's chasing greatness, right?
Mm-hmm.
I told you that stat yesterday. If he wins the Super Bowl, he could become the first NFL player ever to win 3 championships and 2 MVPs before the age of 30. No NFL player's ever done this. Not Tom Brady, not Joe Montana, not nobody. And he joins a list of like Larry Bird, Bill Russell, Stan Musial, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle.
Let's keep him off the list, Murph.
Guy Lafleur, right? So to me, and Brock is more intriguing. At least that's how I feel. I mean, how do you feel? Since you've been here, you know, it's funny, like storylines kind of gather. You talk to a lot of people, and it's kind of interesting because the teams aren't even in this hotel. They're somewhere else. But all of us here in Radio Row are talking about this thing and creating these storylines. I feel like Brock is the biggest story of the week, at least right now.
And it's felt like that throughout the entire postseason and, of course, leading up to the Super Bowl. Now, I will say opening night, when you had 49er fans taking over Allegiant Stadium and booing the bejesus out of Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, it felt like the storyline was, oh, the Chiefs are finally turning heel and they're becoming the villains. But I feel like that storyline has kind of died down through the week. But Murph, you know what I think it is? Everybody knows what Patrick Mahomes is. There's no arguments about whether or not Patrick Mahomes is a game manager or a system quarterback, even though I do think he benefits a lot from the Andy Reid system. But you look at the Brock Purdy argument, you can have a take. You can either believe it or you can say, no, I'm not a believer, despite what we've seen all season long from Brock Purdy.
Yeah, by the way, 916 says, how come Dan Patrick doesn't correct him on the pronunciation of Brock Purdy?
That was nobody corrected him, yeah.
Yeah, another one, 707 says, why doesn't Dan Patrick correct him? 707. And somebody else says, no, Cam now is trying to sound nice, but he gloated on Christmas night. Brock had a terrible game. And he did have a terrible game. That was a tough night. That was a tough night for Niner fans and for Brock Purdy fans.
It's a night that a lot of people are saying is going to cost him that MVP trophy tonight.
Well, you know, would he have won it with a scintillating performance, do you think?
I think so. I think if he would have balled out against Lamar Jackson, had the bigger night, again, just because it was Christmas night, the whole entire world was watching, I think it would have definitely boosted his resume. But again, we're talking about a guy that was 23 at the time when that game was played, 24 in his second season, and now he's a finalist for the MVP. Brock's on a pretty good track.
Tonight's the night, too. They give out the NFL honors. So an MVP likely to go to Lamar Jackson. And if so, you cash.
If so, we're going back to
Michael Mina Strip Steak.
We're going back to Michael Mina tonight.
This time it's on Waterboy. All right, guys. Well, there you go. It turns out the cooler of content was all Cam Newton on Brock Purdy. But we do have other stuff we can get into.
I was going to say, that was the cooler of Cam right there.
The cooler of Cam. Very good. The Cam of content. But on the other side, we have some other fun stuff to get into before we do the parade of guests. Mike Krukow, 7:35. Kurt Warner, 7:50. Greg Cosell, 8:15. Matt Mayoko, 8:35. Eddie McCaffrey, 9 a.m. Ross Tucker, 9:15. Trey Wingo, 9:45. So let's get into some more of the fun, cooler content stuff on the other side. And let's do it live from Radio Row in Las Vegas, Super Bowl 58. Brian Murphy, Marcus Pichet, the Murph and Marcus Show with Big Walt on the Wheels of Steel on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Brock Purdy.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Menlo Park's sports leader.
All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union. Let's earn money on our checking account. Don't pay to use your own money. Earn money on your checking account. Big fan of Provident Credit Union's dividend earning super reward checking account, where you can earn a competitive 1.26% annual percentage yield on your account balance. Yes, that's 1.26% on a checking account. And it gets better. Provident's super reward checking comes with no monthly or annual fees and free access to ATMs nationwide. So why not start earning on your checking account today? Visit providentcu.org or stop by any of their 21 Bay Area branches. That rate is effective January 1st, 2024. 1.26% APY on balances up to $25,000. 0.08% APY on balances beyond the first $25,000. And 0% APY when requirements are not met. No minimum balance required. Federally insured by the NCUA. Other terms and conditions apply.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Radio Row's rockin' Sin City. So let's get you back to Murph and Marcus, who have a front row seat. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on the sports leader.
Bosa will sack him as Goff pumped a throw. Looked like he wanted the choice route. And the in-break to Jahmyr Gibbs, it was taken away.
Do your job.
And Bosa picks up the first sack of his postseason.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Here's Goff back and chased and sacked by Nick Bosa. His second sack of the first half of the championship game. Throws him back on the 49er 43-yard line, a loss of 9 yards.
Bosa! I'm so happy he's on my team. Sign him to a 20-year deal now.
Hola, yo soy Nick Bosa. Vamos Niners.
There it is. Young Tony created that little tribute to Nick Bosa, a perfect excuse to say now is the time to call for your Nick Bosa jersey. Call number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Talk to California Kyle Parr in the golf community. By the way, how about just the underrated steadiness of a California Kyle during this we've had this little bit of transition, and we may have some news coming up pretty soon about a new member of our family. Mm-hmm. Maybe, eventually. Yeah. But Kyle's just been showing up every day, and now he's fielding the call, and now he's going to give out a Nick Bosa jersey to someone.
What are you trying to say? Kyle's a system producer, Murph?
I was going to say he's more consistent than Mike Holler.
Oh, yeah.
Who staggered in here a little late. And by the way, somebody wrote in and said, what are the odds of you guys getting Holler 2 days in a row? The odds are 0 because we got Walt today.
That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Mike ditched us, gave us the Michael Jordan shrug this morning, went over to the bone.
By the way, how about just the presence of a Greg Cosell here at Media Row?
Legendary.
Just walked in, just absolutely fantastic. And we did discuss doing it over at the Bone just to get right to the Molly Hatchet right away. But anyway, so Greg will be joining us at 8:15 today. He said he's on that East Coast time, woke up at 4, just staring at the ceiling, saying, well, I'm up now. What do I do?
Yeah.
So, all right.
That's how my body clock's been, too. Even with some of these late night Murphs, I'm still waking up 3:30 San Jose time.
By the way, how is the trudge from the Excalibur over here? How is it?
We really haven't even dove into this.
Yeah, no, I want to hear some. Do you go outside at any point?
You're in the Pyramid, which is now the big Dorito at the Luxor.
Yeah.
I'm the king of the castle over at the Excalibur. But it's an extra 5 to 10 minute commute every morning. Surprise, surprise, I got the long commute again.
Are you the master of your domain over in the castle? That's the question.
I am the king of the castle, Murph.
But do you have to go outside at any point?
No, because everything here is connected. There's like the tunnel system for everything. There's like a walkway that actually connects Excalibur and Luxor, and then the Luxor connects to Mandalay Bay, which is how we got here this morning.
Can we get to Allegiant without going outside?
You have to walk over the freeway over. So that's the only thing.
Outside?
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh, fresh air, Murph.
Oh, my God.
I haven't smelt it in days.
By the way, hey, Marcus, what time is it?
Good question.
Where's the clock? Where is it? So, it's incredible, guys. If, obviously, you've all been to Vegas. If you haven't, I haven't taken the kids yet. Like I said, I got to do it. They'll be tripping out, man. Because I was thinking about that through the kids' eyes, what they would think. It's just this assault, everywhere you look. So, anyway, fun stuff. By the way, 415 says, hey, guys, tying it together, is Cam throwing subliminals?
Oh,
Cam throwing
stop throwing subliminals, Cam. Nice. Good text.
Very,
good text.
very good. Okay, like I said, the Mike Krukow stuff gets going pretty hot and heavy, or the guest list gets going hot and heavy with Mike Krukow, Kurt Warner, Greg Cosell coming up. So we do want to get to some of the cooler stuff that we said was not the Cam Newton stuff. So E40, I guess, went on Good Morning Football on NFL Network.
Nice.
All right.
Good booking.
Bang, bang, Niner Gang. The anthem for a generation, my friend, yes. So?
Now, here's my question before we play this. Do you feel like the Do It for the Bass song by P-Lo and Sweetie that our guy Tony came back with is stealing some shine from Bang Bang 49er Gang?
With all due respect to P-Lo and Sweetie, it's tough to top Bang Bang Niner Gang.
Yeah, we're talking front row 40 right
Listen, when you got a hook, you got a hook. You know what I mean? It's like freaking Paul McCartney. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? That's a hit.
And it felt like E40 was a little bit more organic, whereas the Do It for the Bay felt like the 49ers had a playoff slogan, and they're like, hey, make a song for us.
See, once again, with one of my generational references, I'll refer to the when the UK artists did Feed the World, Do They Know It's Christmas Time at All? It swept the world. It was an incredible. And then we tried to answer with We Are the World, and felt a little, felt a little.
The world.
Yeah, and it felt a little like secondary. Like, you guys are trying to do what Sting and Bono were doing. You can't do it. You got to go with the original. That's how I would say. I'd say Bang Bang Niner Game is the Bog Geldof, Do They Know It's Christmas? And Pilo and Sweetie are the We Are the World.
Great breakdown, Murph. Great breakdown.
So here's E40 on Good Morning Football here.
Every time I would post Niners, man, I've been doing that for years, right? Whether it's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. So people hit me back with a hashtag that say Bang Bang Niner Gang. It's all 49er fans. So I'm like, man, everybody hit me with Bang Bang Niner Gang. So I got it from a hashtag. So when I seen it, it was like maybe 6,000 hashtags. Now it's like almost 200,000 hashtags. You feel me? So I was like, I had my son, I said, man, we need to make a song called Bang Bang Niner Gang. So I had my son, Droopy, he's a great producer. He produced a lot of great music. And he sent it to me about 2 o'clock in the morning. He sent me the beat. And then I just got on that thing and started gassing. It was immediately, the hook just came in my mind. It was so simple. It's like anybody could have did the hook. It's like Bang Bang Niner Gang. It's that simple, you know what I'm saying? So I made it into an anthem. And I made it where I didn't name the current players, but I named all the classic players, and so they can last forever. So just because people get traded all the time and all this, so I wanted it to last forever.
There it is. Now it's interesting. He says that the hashtag Bang Bang Niner Gang came before the song.
I guess I got to walk back my statement about how E40 sounded more organic. I had no idea he got it from a hashtag.
But I don't know. Does that make sense?
Who was hashtagging it?
Yeah. And he says there were so many of them that he decided I have to make a song like that.
6,000
that is organic.
hashtags.
I mean, it was organic. But who was doing? I don't know. Was it you?
No, it wasn't me. Was it you? I wasn't running around yelling bang bang.
Was it Holler?
Was it Jimmy Garoppolo?
Was it Greg Cosell?
I think so. Yeah.
Was it Jimmy? I don't know. Hey, Young Tone, let me know. I haven't heard Bang Bang Niner Gang in a while. You know what I mean? It's everybody says it, but nobody talks about the song. He has that line, Levi Stadium is starting to feel like Candlestick Park. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, that's a bold statement, especially when he released that song a couple of years ago. But Murph, it has started to feel. Now, you can speak to this more than I can, obviously, but Candlestick had the legendary playoff moments, and we've seen them over the past couple of years now at Levi's back-to-back seasons.
They're getting there, man. They're getting there, and it is loud there. It is. It's different. Candlestick was obviously enclosed, whereas Levi's has those open areas. But I think Levi's gets pretty loud. I heard Bill Simmons on his whole podcast saying the Niners have no home field advantage. I was like, I think they do.
That's incorrect.
I think they do.
There's definitely a home field advantage. But, I mean, we were talking about this last week with Peter Hartlaub, and he was talking about the gold satin jackets, but how there is still a different vibe from Candlestick versus Levi's.
I would imagine, and I wasn't old enough to know, I would imagine Kezar people would tell you that. Like, Candlestick wasn't as good as Kezar.
So I was talking with Tonelli yesterday. He was telling me that back in the day at Kezar, you could, clip off something off of
Christopher
Milk. And you could get a free ticket off of Milk Carton.
The Christopher Milk section, kids could clip out. Well, dude, they used to have something called the 49er Minor Club, okay? MINOR. 49er Minor, and there's a play on the gold miner. So they would come to towns around the Bay, and they did this. I'll never forget when they came to Mill Valley, and then they would have a movie projector where you load like an old fashioned, and they would show an NFL Films highlight of a game, and then they would just hand you tickets to the game. And so they were so picture Candlestick, the south end zone where the players came out of the dugout, dude, obstructed view. Okay, obstructed. You could only so the rolling out bleachers that came on the east side of the stadium, that were kind of the sunny side of the stadium, that would always be the visitors' sideline. They blocked your view but that's why they gave away free tickets.
That's why they
so my very first game was I was young, buddy. I always go back to this box score. It was the 49ers and the Cincinnati Bengals, and it was 1973. I was 6, and I went there on junior 49er minor tickets with my older brother. I always remember a guy named Booby Clark, not Booby Miles.
Oh, I'm a big Booby guy.
Booby Clark. And so I was part of that junior 49er minor club. So that was the Christopher Milk Club in Kezar. If you hadn't bought a milk carton, George Christopher was the mayor of San Francisco. Guy who played a huge role in the Giants coming west. The guy was a big figure in San Francisco history. And he had a milk company. If you bought his milk and then you drank all the milk, then you cut up the carton and you had that little wax coupon, you walk into Kezar.
That's fantastic. And Murph, now I'm kind of mad because I just bought a pair of Levi's jeans the other week, but there wasn't a free ticket in the pocket.
No. Where is today's Christopher Milk section at Levi's?
Right?
Yeah.
I need the 501 section or something.
Or maybe the Bang Bang Niner Gang section.
There it is.
All right. Which is, by the way, Young Tone, you found it? I haven't heard this in a while. All right. It's been a while. And I had forgotten some of those lyrics. Shout out Merton Hanks, Ricky Waters, The Pour Out for Dwight, which was beautiful. Rice and Lott said they were his neighbors in 96. Giving us the mailing address of his home.
Murph, there's been so much Taylor Swift talk this week. I need more E40 in my life. I need more representation of the Bay. Hell, go out there and do it for Mac Dre, for the people who know that he actually lost his life in Kansas City. Go win this one for Mac Dre.
Yeah, that was good, and I enjoyed a lot of that there. By the way, 707 said, this track is getting me hyped for the game, whereas those on the stream say, guys, you understand on the stream we can't hear that. Sorry, I was nodding my head, though. All right, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we got copyright issues, all right?
Why not just get in your car and listen to us on the car radio?
That's it. Why not put on both, Murph? Get the best of both
By
worlds.
the way, I want to make a slight correction. I went and found the box score. It was 1974 was my first game, not 73. September 29, 1974, they lost to the Bengals 21-3. Dude, they were 6-8 that year. Bang, bang, Niner game. And indeed, 14-game season, Waterboy.
Ugh.
Bengals 21, Niners 3. And the Bengals had the helmets that just said Bengals on the side.
Wow.
No tiger stripe, bro. It just said Bengals in big black
Loud
print.
and proud. But, Murph, you're telling me even as a 6-year-old, you were still cooler back then for the 49ers.
I was. And here's the Kenny Anderson in that game. Booby Clark, 14 carries, 63 yards. And I just remember, because I think when I was a kid, I thought the name was funny. Booby Clark, you know what I mean?
It's a good name.
So anyway, guys, well, there you go. A little cooler content there. We wound up on to get. Can we get that Andy Reid one in there about the? Because this is nuts. This is bonkers. Some German guy asked Andy Reid about a conspiracy theory. What do we got?
Question from Germany. As you said before, times have changed a lot. The internet, mobile phones. What do you say about the conspiracies that have popped up concerning Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, like some kind of Republican conspiracies that you guys made it into the Super Bowl to actually secretly re-elect or help re-elect President Biden?
That's way out of my league.
Dude, we lived long enough for that question to be asked. Lee Harvey Oswald.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? We're got to get to the game,
This
bro.
is Radio Row.
Got to get to the game.
Maybe they shouldn't have a bye week in between.
You know what Andy Reid should have said at that point? He goes, why don't we just table that question and listen to E40's Bang Bang Niner game?
There it is, dude. I think we're going to
Sorry about you who are streaming.
I didn't know we were going through a rabbit hole going down in that
So
direction.
there is actually a theory out there that they are Pentagon psyops. I don't know, bro. I don't know. That Andy Reid when he goes, huh? That right at the start of that, Tony? Huh? Give me that. Pretty good, by the way.
That's crowd reaction, yeah.
Give me that laugh. Give me that huh and the laugh again there, Tony. That's a good laugh.
That's way out of my league.
That's a solid
Yeah,
laugh.
that's out of my league, too.
All right, guys. Well, that was fun, cooler content there. A little E40, Bang Bang Niner Gang, a little German reporter conspiracy theory, and a lot of Cam Newton, too, that we played earlier in the show. Okay, Mike Krukow, Kurt Warner, Greg Cosell, Radio Row, baby. You realize with every segment we get closer to kickoff. All right?
Thank God.
Every segment we get closer to kickoff. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And then I just got on that thing and started gassing. It was immediately.
Oh, Amici's, yes. You know, I'm walking around here and I see these pizza places in the shops at Mandalay Bay. I'm like, where's Amici's? We need to expand to Vegas. But in the meantime, let's get talking about Sunday. You are getting your Amici's delivered. My man Butch Berry called me. He's getting the wings delivered. Do it now. The pizzas, right? Cheese pizza. Go half-bake. Sometimes half-bake's the way to go. Because then you can time it for like halftime or something for your usher. Pastas, salads, flame roasted chicken wings direct to your door. Place your order in advance to guarantee your ideal delivery time. Let's plan together, everybody. The catering menu gives you those options. If you're having people over, get the bigger tray of pasta, the bigger bucket of chicken wings. It's all good, baby. Find your closest Amici's location and order your favorites direct using the app. Download the app, the Amici's app, or go to amicis.com, AMICIS.com. Get your order delivered faster, less money. Do not do the mega delivery company. Straight from Amici's. Perfect football food for Sunday. Amici's delivers.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty, we do have time for Mike Krukow on Radio Row at Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. It is 1 week from pitchers and catchers reporting, and Scott Boras continues to hold the industry hostage. No movement, Mike, since we last talked to you, except we got closer to the kickoff of the Super Bowl, and hopefully you've planned out your pizza and your wings and all that for Sunday. Good morning, Mike. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Still frustrated, but we at least have a distraction for being able to have the privilege to watch the Niners in the Super Bowl. So we're all very stoked here, and we are going to have a nice gathering, and there'll be lots of food and, a few games. But, it's kind of weird because 3:30 is kind of an odd time for a game. You don't get it but one time a year, and it's kind of the exclusive time for the Super Bowl, and it kind of screws up the meal. Like, what do you have, like a late lunch, or do you have like a late dinner, or what do you do? But we're really looking forward to it. It's such a great tradition, and to me, it's the last day of the off season. Whenever the Super Bowl is over, the next day starts baseball season, and so this is an exciting time.
It's true, and listen, you're a great Niner fan. You go back to the 80s. You got here in 1983. You coexisted with Joe and Dwight and everybody in the locker room, so I need the Mike prediction. Let's be realistic, right? This is a daunting task. Mahomes and Kelsey and Andy Reid have done this before. Brock Purdy's never been here before. What's going to happen, Mike?
I think the Niners are going to win. I think they're going to win at 31-28. I think it's going to be a nail-biter. I think it's going to go down to the last play. And it's just kind of how the Niners roll. I always loved that when Kipe used to talk about torture with the Giants. Well, there's lots of torture with the Niners, and which is great. And in my experience, having played for the Cubs, and I got to know a lot of the Bears and their culture. And when I got to Philadelphia, we shared a stadium with the Eagles. And there was a guy on the Eagles, John Shara, who I'd played Little League ball with, and I'd known him forever.
Yeah.
UCLA guy,
yeah,
and
right.
Vermeil was the coach and whatnot. But we shared, they had their locker room, we had our clubhouse, we shared the showers and the bathrooms and the steam room and whatnot. But you got to be really close to the players, and you got to know their culture. And then when I got to San Francisco, it was the heyday of the Niners. They were just so incredible during the 80s, and having been raised in Southern California, we've always talked about when the Giants and the Dodgers played on TV, those were the only TV games we got. John Miller and I talk about it all the time. We were raised with that. Not only did you know the team you rooted for, John obviously rooted for the Giants, I rooted for the Dodgers, but we knew about the other team, and you knew about their histories. And one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me is, I got to meet most of those guys that I got to root for and watch as a kid on both teams, and they were so much alike. But the Rams and the Niners were the same thing. You never missed those games. You knew the Niners and as well as you knew the Rams, and for the same thing with John. It was just, and it's fun to talk about that. One of my biggest thrills was getting to meet John Brody. I got to meet him at a golf course one day, and I got to play with him. He was unbelievable. He was a manly man on a ship of men, as Bruce Jenkins would say. But I love the cultures, and I do think, in my experience with other professional football teams, there is no greater brotherhood of men than the Niners. The way that they take care of one another when they pass through and they play, and then they go on to life after football. The way that they stay together, it's one of the strongest things I've ever seen. And I'm in total awe and admiration of their franchise.
So great for you going from the Bears to the Eagles to the Niners, and now that's your squad for the last 40 years. It's so much fun, and obviously we'll see what happens on Sunday. By the way, we should always tell you guys that Mike Krukow is brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Okay, we could talk football the whole time. But there was a little smidge of baseball news, and that was that Waterboy Baseball Prospectus released their projected standings for 2024. Now, Mike, this is something that 30 years ago we would never even mention because I don't think it existed. If it did, it was in the deep reaches of the internet or whatever. But now it's come to become a thing where they run. People say, "Oh, projections," but they run a simulation 1,000 times. So they try to create what they think will be a realistic view. And do you know what they have the Giants at?
Where?
81 and 81. That said, Mike, it has them in the mix for the wild card spot because of that 81 and 81 record. It has the wild card winner would be the Arizona Diamondbacks at 85, Philadelphia Phillies at 84, and the New York Mets at 83, which means the Giants would only be 2 games out of the wild card in that scenario. I don't know. Your reaction?
Well, I never really paid any attention to preseason prognostications. I just never did. I never saw too much into it. The only thing I think they are good for is if they just say you're going to be horrible. Then you have something to prove. Then, there is no distraction coming to spring. I mean, you have to prove these people wrong. And I think it's a good mindset for a team to have. And I think that the Giants, given what they did in 2021 when they won 107 games, they have fallen short of expectation the 2 years after. They finished 500 for the first time in franchise history in 2022. And then last year, 4 games under 500. So I think that they can do much, much more. But guys have to have good years. I mean, they finished 4 games under 500 last year, and their defense was horrible. And they didn't hit. They struck out a lot. Well, how do you do that? Well, you've got a good pitching staff. They didn't get a lot of breaks health-wise. So if they get a couple breaks health-wise and guys have good years, well, yeah, they can improve themselves by, 10 games, which means they're winning, close to 90 games, which puts them in the playoffs. So I just think that, this is a team that has a quiet confidence coming into the season. They have something to prove. They have to justify the 2021 year. And they have to do it with better baseball playing. They have to catch the ball better. They have to be better on the base pass. They have to be better in 2-strike situations. And that's all doable. So, I'm very optimistic about, what they've done so far, what they're going to do still. I mean, I'm going to go to my grave saying they're going to make a deal or maybe 2 before, well, who the hell knows? I mean, what is Boris's timeline? Is it May 1st now? Who knows? Whatever it is, it ticks me off. But I do think the Giants are a team that can, do better than even 500, how they're being projected to be.
Yeah, Mike Krukow live on the UMA guest line as we are live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. And, Mike, I wanted to circle back to the Super Bowl matchup this weekend because it's an angle that we haven't addressed yet with you, that Patrick Mahomes' father is a former MLB player. You look at Brock Purdy's dad, Sean Purdy, who was in the minor league system with the San Jose Giants. How much of an influence do you see in Brock Purdy, Patrick Mahomes, the sidearm throws that can maybe be traced back to their fathers playing baseball and them playing baseball growing up?
That's a really interesting question, and I never really paid a whole lot of thought to it. But that those kids played a lot of baseball in the backyard with their old man. They played a lot of catch. And, when you play catch is the greatest game ever invented. I mean, that's all baseball really is. It's a game of catch. And whoever is the best players at playing catch, those are the guys that rise above. Oh, yeah, you got to hit, too. But playing catch is the backbone. When you play catch, you can only play catch for so long before you start to wander into a game of some sort. And, the game we used to play when I was a kid, David Munson and myself, every day, back and forth, and we would throw pop flies. We'd throw line drives. We'd have a whole game. We would do commentary in Vince Scully's voice. We'd throw ground balls. I mean, it was just a great game. Well, from every angle you receive a ground ball, when you're playing catch, you're going to come up with a different angle. And that angle, I think, for both quarterbacks has carried over to their big league experience. In football, they can throw high 3-quarter, obviously. I mean, that's the slot for football. But they have no problem throwing low 3-quarter. And I do think that has everything to do with their dads and how much catch they played in the backyard.
It's a great call, Marcus. It's true. And there's a story by John Shea in the Chronicle today about Sean Purdy, who was a AAA pitcher for the Giants. And, Mike, it says he thought he was going to get the call up, but you know what blocked him was the white flag White Sox trade in '97 when the Giants got Roberto Hernandez and Wilson Alvarez. And Purdy said, darn it. I think they just got a couple arms, and then he went on to another organization after that. So he got close. Isn't that funny?
Well, yeah. I mean, you get to professional baseball. I mean, let's face it. You make a varsity team in high school, you're a player, and you say the same thing about college experience and whatever level you get to professional baseball. You're a good player. You have to have breaks to get to the big leagues. You really do. I mean, when you get to AAA, I mean, you're a hangnail away from a slot. Somebody goes down with a hamstring, boom, you're there. And it never happened for him. And but he was there in position. He did all the work. He knew the culture. I tip my cap to those guys that got to that point. I mean, they almost apologized to people about their professional experience, but they never should do that. They had a great career. They had a great baseball career. They were a great baseball player, and both of those guys' dads. I mean, they were good. They were athletic, and their kids are good, and we get to appreciate them on Sunday.
Hey, Mike, I know we got to let you go, but I got to get a little sappy here because that's what I do. One of the best moments in the movie Field of Dreams for me is, and I'll get a little emotional even telling the story, is at the when Burt Lancaster's going into the cornfield, and Ray Liotta says to him, he goes, "Hey, Rook," and he turns around, he goes, "You were good." I was like, damn. Remember that moment, Mike?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's my favorite movie of all time.
Yeah.
And but I mean, there were so many things like that were just so cool. I like Kevin Costner. I mean, he's so good. I mean, every movie that every baseball movie he's had.
You're a big fan of For Love of the Game, I know, because you feel that's the most realistic pitching movie, right?
I do. I mean, but I love Bull Durham. That was a very realistic depiction of minor league baseball.
Yeah.
We saw him too when we were doing the AT&T pregame when we used to, as Giants, play the Niners and whatnot, and he'd be playing, getting ready for the tournament. And we were there in the bar after the game at Pebble, and he comes walking in, and he's got like a sweater vest, and he's got a tie on. He was playing in a tie, which was cool. And he walked over and said hello, and there was a bunch of players sitting there, and I said to him, I go, we think of you as one of us with those stories you depicted in your films. And he teared up.
Oh, that's
that meant the world to him.
That's so
great. Yeah, it is. I mean, I love that part of the movie, but I watch that movie every year. I watch Ken Burns baseball, and I watch 2 or 3 of Costner's movies, but certainly For the Love of the Game, that's my favorite one.
Well, kill time until Sunday, and then do it, Mike. We got 31-28 last play of the game. You called it. And Sean Purdy wearing a Giants hat in the crowd. Let's do with that. All right, Mike, can't wait for Tuesday. Enjoy the heck out of the Super Bowl. We'll talk to you then. By Kruko, brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. The great Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer, the original Brock Purdy. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Afternoon Boys took a trip down to Main Street yesterday as Kenny Mayne joined Tolbert and Copes live from Radio Row to break down Super Bowl 58. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. All right, we are live from Radio Row on a Thursday morning, getting ready for the big game, and what better way to make some extra cash than with Prize Picks? Because if you love playing fantasy sports, do what I do and take the sports action to the next level with Prize Picks, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. This is the Waterboy Marquise Boucher, and right now, I'm in sports heaven. With the big game coming up and basketball season really heating up, there's no better way to turn all of your money and big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few taps. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of player and stat options. They're even offering a big game special. If Patrick Mahomes throws for more than just a single yard, you win. Right now, over 7 million sports fans have already signed up, and I'm one of them. So join me and watch your favorite players and get paid while doing it. Right now, Prize Pick will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Vegas, you've been warned. The Niner Gang has arrived. Murph and Marcus are live from Radio Row at the Mandalay Bay. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance. Proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680.
At the 27-yard line, Warner to throw. Going deep downfield, adjusting for it is Isaac Bruce. And Isaac Bruce threads his way for a touchdown. 73 yards.
Well, you couldn't have written a better script for the MVP of the league. He throws a beautiful pass in the face of pressure, and Isaac Bruce comes up with a huge play over Denard Walker.
Gets inside him, goes through the maze.
Now that movie continues.
Oh, this is welcome to Radio Row, Marcus, because you get these guys. What a great story, what a great voice, what a great NFL legend, Hall of Famer. I got it all right in front of me. Hall of Famer, NFL, let's go, Super Bowl champ, 4-time Pro Bowl, I will go on and on and on, Super Bowl MVP, Kurt Warner, the man who just threw that pass. Kurt, welcome to the Murph and Marcus Show. How are you, man?
Thank you. Good introduction. That never gets old.
No.
There's some other highlights that they show my Super Bowls that get old, but that one never gets old. So good to be here. Excited to be in Vegas for the first Super Bowl, and let's see how the game plays out.
And I did mention 2-time NFL MVP. By the way, so when you threw that pass, did people say, well, he's just a guy, he has weapons around him? Torrey Holt did all the work, Kurt,
man.
right?
Yes,
Come
yes.
on.
I did have weapons around me. I had good players around me. It's obviously this has been a topic of conversation because there's so many different things that connect Brock and myself.
Yes.
And when people ask me, I think there's a couple things that kind of separate the two of us. I think the first thing was that season, fortunately for me, I was able to win the MVP. I threw 40 touchdown passes, which nobody had ever done except Dan Marino. So I had kind of outperformed all of the quarterbacks there. That helped me to kind of get pushed up the ladder in a different way, I think, than Brock did. I think the other thing is when you looked at me in that time period, all the quarterbacks looked like me. They were drop-back quarterbacks. It wasn't about athleticism. It was about throwing from inside the pocket. So I was grouped into that category. I think the thing with Brock is, okay, first of all, he's not setting the world on fire. Even though, he's playing great football, but there's other guys that are in, that realm. So, if, he's throwing 10 more touchdown passes than somebody else, I think we got to finally go, he's better than everyone else. But when he's in the mix, we can kind of go, oh, he's got weapons, he's got all this. And then I believe the second thing is we're in a different era of quarterback. And so you look at Brock, and Brock doesn't look like Josh Allen, doesn't look like Lamar Jackson, doesn't look like Patrick Mahomes from an athletic standpoint or from an arm talent standpoint. And so we automatically, because of how we're looking at the quarterback position, look at him and go, he has to measure up. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, is that he doesn't measure up from an athletic standpoint. But that's not what the quarterback position is about. Quarterback position is about doing and making the throws and the decisions that you have to make for your team to win. But those are the two reasons I believe that I was looked at a little bit differently, even though I did it in my second year, first year, full year starting. And Brock is in that same mold. But we view the situation differently, and it's unfortunate because Brock will have a time where he can create the narrative for us. We don't have to create the narrative after a year and a half. He's been really good. He's done exactly what he's supposed to do. He's in the Super Bowl in his second year, which I think like 7 quarterbacks have done in their life. And he'll write the rest of it. He will have a chance to not have all these weapons and the ball in his right arm, and he'll be able to show us, are you that guy, or are you just a really good quarterback? And that's okay. Brady had to do it. Roethlisberger had to do it. They weren't those guys their first 3-4 years of their career. Let Brock enjoy the moment. Let's celebrate his story and the moment that he's going to have in the Super Bowl. And then let him write that narrative. I don't know why we want to do it so quickly. I don't understand it.
Far too rational, Marcus.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Kurt. And a lot of those topics that you brought up was a big reason why Brock Purdy obviously slid down the draft board to Mr. Irrelevant. And it's an angle that I've been talking about pretty much all season long of Brock Purdy being the best bargain deal in the entire NFL, maybe in NFL history. Then I looked up your contract in 1999, and I think we got to add you to that conversation also. But how important is that when you can build the roster around him with all these playmakers because of Brock Purdy's contract?
Well, it sounds good right now. It's not going to last long.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. Fortunate, unfortunate part of this business is that, what the price tag is for a really good quarterback or a franchise quarterback is so high that it hamstrings you a little bit to be able to build that team around them. So, you hear so many teams talking about, hey, we want to win and be successful while our quarterback is in that rookie contract, because once you pay him, what does that mean for the rest of the roster? But, I'll look at it the other way, is to say that, well, if you're going to pay that guy, make sure he's that guy. And if he's that guy, Patrick Mahomes, a great example. We lost Tyreek Hill. We had to lose. Well, we're back in the Super Bowl. We've been in the Super Bowl. You got to find that guy. And so you got to make sure he's that guy. I'll use New York as a great example, is that Daniel Jones has not proven to us he's that guy. And they went out and paid him anyways, and it hurts their team because because he hasn't shown that. And he may not be that guy, and now you're really in trouble. So that becomes the key to me, is that you got to find that guy. He's got to be a guy that can carry you when you need him to carry you. And that, to me, is going to be the question when Brock and they decide to do this is, yes, he's a good quarterback in this system, and he's played great over the year and a half. But there's probably going to come a time where he doesn't have all of this around him, and you've got to believe, okay, when I've got a lesser team around him, he can still elevate us, or he can still make the plays that we need him to make to get to this level. And that, to me, becomes the question for all of these teams, because it's like, well, if we don't have Brock, let's just say, for sake, and I'm not saying this, let's say you don't think Brock is that franchise guy that can carry you. But then you ask the question, well, who else can we get? Like, if we don't have Brock, then who do we have? Because we don't want to have nobody, because you can't win with nobody. But if he's not that guy, are we willing to pay him that top dollar, which is what happens in this league, is if that guy's available, you got to pay him top dollar. And so those, to me, are the dilemmas that they're going to have when it comes to that. But like I said, he hasn't had to do that. He hasn't had to carry this team on his right arm. And so there may take a little bit more time for us to realize, where is he going to be slotted? How good is he? Now, maybe they know that because they see him every day and they've seen it in practice. And, they hear the story that Jed York comes out and says, hey, Kyle said this after the first week of training camp. This guy's – so maybe they know something even more. Like, I watch him play, and I think he's doing some special things that other people don't recognize. But maybe they know a little bit more than we do to go, yep, what we're seeing every single day or Sunday is exactly what we see every day and what we believe, we can build around. And they've already made that decision. But that, to me, at the end of the day, will be the conversations that you have with any quarterback, but they'll have it with Brock as well.
So great talking football with Kurt Warner. We got to get the plug in here for sure. By the way, we always talk about Brock's story as a movie. Literally, his story was a movie. American Underdog 2021 with great Rotten Tomato scores, by the way, too. I'm checking it out. Okay, let's get into the Blitzies Big Game Bingo.
Okay.
Come on, man. We're in Vegas. We got to play some sort of game, right?
We do. Did you guys grow up playing bingo?
Oh, absolutely.
I did, too. I used to go on Wednesday nights to the church, and the best part was that my mom would buy the cards, and then I got to keep whatever I won. And so there was nothing better than when you hit that last spot and you're raising your bingo. And so really this week we're just kind of celebrating those bingo moments. To me, that's what Super Bowl is all about. You played my bingo moment earlier in the introduction, right? That touchdown pass to win the Super Bowl. I tell people I helped some other guys have their bingo moment in the Super Bowl too. I wish I could forget those. But Bingo Blitz, free app. Download the app, sign up for an account, and the idea is that we're looking for some bingo moments this Sunday in the Super Bowl. If one of these defenses sets a Super Bowl record with 8 sacks, one of those account winners from Bingo Blitz will win $1 million and have their bingo moment. So that's really what it's all about. It's going to be a fun week. We're waiting to see who those players are that have those bingo moments. But I'm hoping one account winner, Bingo Blitz, free app, download it, sign up for an account, and you've got a chance to win $1 million if one of these teams can get after the quarterback.
Sounds like a lot of fun. I have the card right here. I know you have a couple minutes. Just the last one for you is you said there's going to be a time when he has to show us. He's going to, and I'm wondering, you were at Levi's last Sunday.
Yep.
Was that time halftime? Because Peter King had an anecdote that he went to the bathroom and some wag said, so who's week 1 starter in 2024, Kirk Cousins or Brock Purdy? I mean, that's what people were saying at halftime. So take me to halftime and what you were thinking then and then what happened.
Well, I think the biggest thing is the first thing that I continue to look at with Brock is that, I don't think Brock's played any bad football games. I know a lot of people pointed to the losses they had this year and some of the games where he had interceptions. I still think he played good football in those games, made some mistakes. In the playoffs, I don't think he's played great football, but you find ways to bring your best in the biggest moments. That's exactly what he's done in the last 2 playoff games. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm fully convinced because, last week was more about his legs. The week before in the playoff game, if you watch the last drive, it was a great drive, but they had a lot of time, so it was all checkdowns except for one throw down the field. So you have to take it all in context. And the bottom line is, again, with Brock is, at some point, I've got to see you carry this team with your right arm, meaning you got to go out and throw the ball 40, 45 times, and you got to do it efficiently, and you got to make every throw, and you show us that, hey, if we have to play that way, we can win that way. And so, again, I don't need to know right now. Like, he hasn't had to prove it, and I don't care if he's proven it at this point. But that is what I need to know at some point if I'm going to sign this contract, if I'm going to build around him for the future, is I just want to know that, what he is from a complete standpoint as a quarterback. But I love the story. I love the kid. Very much like me, it's beautiful to have. I've got a son that plays college football, and he's 6 foot tall, and he's built more like a Brock Purdy. The way he plays, he's cerebral. He's really, really good. But he doesn't get the recognition he deserves. He was an All-American and he top 5 in the country last year, and he doesn't get the recognition he deserves because they look at the physical part of it. And so I love that Brock's doing this and saying, hey, not all of us can run like Lamar Jackson. Not all of us are built like, Josh Allen. It's not that way. But you can win and play great football different ways. And so I've loved this story from Brock. He's handled it with nothing but class. He shakes his head and say, hey, whatever you want about me. I'm in the Super Bowl and I'm playing ball, and that's what it's all about. And so it's been a great story. I'm going to continue to lift him up and celebrate it, because I think the coolest thing is when you realize the toughest position in sports, the greatest position in sports, you can have success different ways. We've seen it throughout the history of time. We're seeing it right now, and that's what gives hope to that next generation. No matter what skills they have or don't have, hey, I believe I can be successful because maybe it's Kurt Warner, maybe it's Brock Purdy, maybe it's Lamar Jackson, because you built and you play like that. But that's the beautiful thing of where our game is right now.
American Underdog 2.
There you go.
Kurt,
I love it.
So good.
Thanks,
so
guys.
Good.
Enjoy
Thanks
the
so
week.
Much.
Awesome.
Oh, by the way, you have an NFL Network interview with him Sunday morning. Is that right? So we want to promote that too.
Perfect.
Isn't an Iowa thing, right? Northern Iowa, Iowa State. Is it Kittle?
There it
Yeah.
is.
You guys have a cornfield out there
Perfect.
too. Yeah.
Thank you, Kurt.
This guy's unbelievable,
Dude.
He's unbelievable.
They're just chopping up with the Hall of Famer.
Well, not every guy has the ability to spit like bars, as you would say in your generation. You know what I mean? Like, listen, nobody loves Joe Montana more than me. Joe's a quiet guy, and he'll say things. But dude, this guy's he's like a pro broad. He's like Kevin Harlan.
Dude, he's out here spitting hot fire. I see why he's got a job with NFL Network, and I'm looking forward to that Brock Purdy interview Sunday morning.
And listen, continue. The story. Most everybody, there must be somebody out there, kids out there, go look up Kurt Warner's story. Undrafted out of Northern Iowa, which is not a football school at all. Dude goes to the Arena Football League, Iowa Barnstormers. He's literally working in a grocery store and playing for the Barnstormers. And gets an invite to camp. He had been invited to the Packers camp. He was like their 4th or 5th quarterback. That was his one shot. They cut him. Then he did the Arena League. Then he gets that invite to Rams camp just to show up. Trent Green, he has a dazzling summer camp, and Dick Vermeil is crafting the greatest show on turf. With weapons. Marshall Faulk, Torrey Holt,
again,
Isaac Bruce.
You talk about those similarities. That's why I asked him about Brock Purdy being the best bargain deal in the entire NFL. And then I looked up Kurt Warner's contract, and I didn't want to put him on the spot. But, dude, the year he won MVP in 1999 had a $250,000 base salary, $500,000 roster bonus, but he was an MVP making $750,000 per year.
Damn.
Yeah.
So then he winds up, of course, Trent Green gets hurt. He makes the team. Trent Green's supposed to be their guy. Trent Green gets hurt, and in steps Kurt Warner, kind of like Brady stepping in for Drew Bledsoe.
Or like Brock stepping in for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, man, it's exciting stuff. So, anyway, thanks to Kurt Warner, and play that the little bingo blitz.
Oh, I'll be hitting the blitzy bingo.
Yeah. You guys hit the tables last night.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, good stuff. Feel the felt under the fingernails.
The felt underneath the fingernails.
Yes, I told you one of my buddies has got a problem. He goes. There's something about the felt under the fingernails.
1-800-GAMBLER is the number to call.
Seriously, when you start talking about the felt under the fingernails,
dude, come on.
Like that's the rush.
I like feeling the cash in my hand, Murph.
Okay, Greg Blanken Cosell. All right, like I said, we should do it at the Bone Table. Put in some Molly Hatchet, some Allman Brothers. What do we got here? Maybe some Bachman Turner Overdrive. What do you think, Young Tone? Should we bring him Journey? Bring him back with Journey, just to make it Super Bowl 58-ish. Let's do it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Bingo.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Alex Smith stopped by the Murph and Marcus show yesterday to preview Super Bowl 58 and to talk about Brock Purdy's journey to the NFL and Patrick Mahomes playing underneath Andy Reid. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
We've been doing these, come on, baby, kick that daisy. And Greg Cosell's sitting here listening to this. He's like, wait a minute, where's Fleetwood Mac? No, it's time for Deuce and Daisy Duke. Daisy, sour cream, French onion, and Rand dip. The time's running out to stock up for Sunday. You're going to dip your chips. You're going to dip your wings. You're going to dip your pizza into Daisy, sour cream, French onion, and ranch dip. Game-changing flavor. Come on, baby. Eat that Daisy. No MSG, no other junk. Tastes so amazing, so addictive. Come on, baby. You can't stop eating it.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful. Time for Murph and Marcus to talk game tape with Greg Cosell of NFL Films. And streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Oh. Marcus just vetoed me. I said we got to bring him back with some Journey for San Francisco and all that, but you went ahead and sent a text saying Dazed and Confused Led Zeppelin, Marcus.
Well, Murph, I pulled my best Brock Purdy impersonation. I went up to the line of scrimmage. I called an audible because just like Brock Purdy has talent surrounding him, I have Greg Cosell to my right, so I let Greg Cosell handpick his own entrance pieces today.
All right.
There you go.
Now I'm feeling good.
There you go.
Dazed and Confused. Let's turn that up. Marcus, or young Tony, turn that up. It's a hell of a tune.
It is.
Hell of a tune.
It's one of the best. It's one of the best.
It really is. What do you like about it? Just the plaintive wail, the plaintive blues riffs?
And I like the total change in music after each of the first three verses. Like the music is totally different.
Yeah. Let's just let this thing roll the entire interview.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's the way I am on Radio Row after a few days. I'm totally dazed and confused.
We're all in that club.
I know.
Greg. We're all there.
Are people dazed? We're hoping Brock is not dazed and confused.
He won't be.
I
mean, no one can say, it's so funny because Super Bowls, obviously, you never know how someone's going to play. You never know the answer to that. I mean, we've seen guys play great. We've seen guys not play so well. So no one knows the answer to that. But, this whole Brock Purdy conversation I find so fascinatingly ridiculous.
And so what's ridiculous?
Where do you want to start, Greg?
Right. First of all, the guy's in his second season. He hasn't even played 2 full seasons in the NFL. He's played at a really high level. I think we so get caught up now in this idea, and by the way, he's done some of this, but we get caught up now, and I do a ton of college evaluation, as you guys know, so I evaluate college quarterbacks going to the NFL and talk to a ton of coaches, and they call me and ask me for, how I see guys, so, I'm sort of in that loop of doing all this, and we get so caught up in guys who can make plays beyond the X's and O's, as they like to say, off script, run around, those plays that just look special. And, obviously Purdy made a few of those last week, but overall, while he's capable of that, you wouldn't say that's foundational to his game. That's not the way he really plays, even though he's capable of it. And he's a better athlete than probably he's given credit for. But because he plays in a system that defines the throws really well, but also asks him to make a lot of difficult throws within that definition. He's asked to make a lot of throws between the numbers and between the hashes, and those are hard throws. There's a lot of bodies between the numbers and between the hashes, and keep in mind, in college football, the hash marks are wider. So quarterbacks who come into the league are not used at all to making those kinds of throws. I remember conversation I had years ago with Kevin O'Connell, now the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. He came to our broadcast boot camp at NFL Films when he initially thought he wanted to get into the broadcasting business before he changed, and decided to become a coach. And he was a third-round pick out of San Diego State with the New England Patriots. And I remember him telling me, I've never forgotten this. He said when he got to the NFL, because he ran a spread offense in college, and he said, now I had to make all these throws in the middle of the field because the NFL is a different game. He said, it looked to me like there were 15 defenders out there.
Right.
And I don't think people realize the degree of difficulty of a lot of those throws. Everybody just assumes, he's a system player. Shanahan sets him up. And by the way, usually teams that win a lot and get to a Super Bowl, normally it's good coaching and good players. You don't see a lot of teams in Super Bowls that have bad players.
Right.
So to me that argument is ridiculous. So what, we should take, Joe Montana's Hall of Fame, away because he had Jerry Rice and John Taylor and, any number of really good players, or we should take Kurt Warner's Hall of Fame away because he had, Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt and Ricky Prohl and Isaac Hakeem and Marshall Faulk. Normally good teams have good players. So to me, that's also a ridiculous argument.
Yeah. Magic Johnson had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and James Worthy and Michael Cooper. Here you go.
God, we're completing each other's sentence. This is really bad, Murph.
Look at this.
This is really bad.
Greg, you complete me. You had me at Brock Purdy.
Oh, my
and it feels like now Brock Purdy has completed the Kyle Shanahan system. And we've talked before about the explosive plays and what they're doing differently differently. I thought there was a great article earlier this week breaking down the evolution of Kyle Shanahan's offense and how he uses bunch formation and how that creates problems for defensive backs with all the open space they have to deal with.
Well, you know what they do really, really well are a couple of things. Number one, motion. They're one of the top 3 teams that deploy motion in the league. Number 2, a lot of stack and bunch, which is very hard to play for the defense. The defense sort of has to figure out how they want to play that. And you know from film study how they're likely to play it. Now, could they change in a game when they have 2 weeks to prepare? Sure. But you'll find out early how they're going to do that. And the other thing they do a lot of, and this helps their run game a lot, by the way, is what we call reduced splits with their wide receivers. They're tighter to the formation. They're closer to the formation.
Yeah.
You know, and that helps with the run game a lot. But it also makes it very hard to press receivers off the line of scrimmage because they're closer to the formation. And then the receivers get free access into their routes, which does not disrupt the timing of the pass game.
Yeah, that's Wall Street Journal piece you referred to said that statistically he runs tighter formations than any other team in the league. And the only ones close are the Dolphins and the Rams.
Yeah, well, on the Dolphins, of course, it's Mike McDaniel. And the Rams, McVay and Shanahan, obviously have been together through the years. They're close. You know, I'm sure they talk ball a lot.
I want to ask a million questions. It's great to have Greg live. He's just, it's awesome. We got the Led Zeppelin rejoin, and of course, it's Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Walt's here, engineering, and we're live at Radio Row Super Bowl 58.
Of course, we can end the show too with 10 years gone from
because
I've been with you guys. I've been with you for at least a decade.
Oh, I think longer
if
because
not more.
When was the Niners Super Bowl in New Orleans? Was the January of 2013?
I was with you guys
and
then.
we were doing live hits then. That was 11 years ago.
Yeah,
so we were doing.
It's been more than
Greg, we've seen a lot.
We've seen a lot.
But anyway, I want to get you were talking about McVay and McDaniel and Shanahan, and something we haven't talked to you a lot about is the Mike Shanahan influence.
Oh yeah,
and I almost feel like he's kind of low-key the shadow coach of the 49ers. You know, he's around a lot, and Kyle admits that he talks to him a lot.
Well, of course.
So what was the Mike Shanahan like? How much do you see?
The run game, I would say, is the number one thing. You know, that zone run game for people who go back, a few years. Obviously, with Mike, that he had Gibbs as the Alex Gibbs is the O-line coach, and he was considered a master in the zone run game. And obviously, the 49ers, zone run game had been their foundation. They've expanded because you have to. You can't keep doing the same thing. Now, again, you can do a lot of the same stuff and just present it to the defense differently. A great quote that I heard from John Gruden years ago when I talked to him, he said, as an offense, you're trying to present the illusion of complexity, even though it's not necessarily, to your players, it's not complex, but you're trying to present that illusion to the defense so they see it differently. So, look, in the run game, there's not 1,000 runs. So it's not like, you're running 1,000 different run plays. You're running 4 or 5. How you block them is often dependent on the defensive look, but they're foundationally a zone run game, but they do more gap scheme where they'll pull a guard. They do that pin pull now a lot more. The outside zone has really been critical. I believe they run to the left more than any team in the league, which makes sense given that Trent Williams, when he moves, looks like a running back. And then Banks has turned out to be a really nice player. So I think it's the run game influence probably more than anything.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Ted Wynn on The Athletic put a piece out this morning talking about this 6-1.
And he's really good, yeah.
The 6-1 defense that Belichick ran against Jared Goff and the Rams.
Yes.
Saying, Jared, you beat us. He suggested that might be Spagnuolo's move.
Could be.
I mean, is that something that sounds plausible?
Yes, because keep in mind that I would think Spags will play a lot of base defense, meaning he'll have 4 defensive linemen and 3 linebackers on the field, because the Niners obviously play a lot out of 21 personnel, 2 backs with Kyle Juszczyk. So is it possible that he could take, Leo Chenal and line him up on the ball on one side, and Willie Gay and line him up on the ball on the other side, and have a 6-1 look with Bolton as the stacked backer? That is absolutely possible.
Now, how do you think that affects the defensive back end there when we're talking about L'Jarius Sneed, who is known to travel with the number 1 wide receiver? And
which raises the question, who does he travel with if they do that?
That was going to be my question. Does he follow Ayuk or Debo?
I think he, again, I could be wrong, just my opinion. I think he would go with Ayuk, because I think Debo is too much of a movable chess piece within the context of their offense to say we have one guy who's just going to be on him, because Debo's going to move around a lot. But if you play a 6-1 front, that does pose some problems in zone coverage concepts because those edge defenders, they're on the ball. And if you're playing zone, they've got to get back into zones. And it's just harder for them to do that when they're on the ball as opposed to when they're 4 or 5 yards off the ball. So, again, there's pluses and minuses to this stuff. That's why, people always say to me, what's the one thing in this game? I can't give you one thing in this game. I could give you 10 things, but I can't give you one thing.
Great stuff with Greg Cosell. So flip to the other side. We talked about Spagnuolo's options, Steve Wilkes' options.
Right.
Obviously, it starts with Kelsey. Maybe it doesn't start with Kelsey. Maybe it starts with Pacheco. But the Niner D-line has been getting – we talked about this with you.
And it showed up again in the NFC Championship game, particularly the first 2 or 3 possessions. The interior of that line, the D tackles, they were getting moved. The bottom line is – you can line up in any front you want on defense, and there's multiple fronts. That's what coaches do. But when all's said and done, your interior D tackles have to either stalemate or defeat blocks. It doesn't matter what front they're in. How they're lined up. 1 gap, 2 gap, over front, under front. At some point, they've got to defeat or stalemate blocks and hold the point of attack. In those first 2 or 3 possessions against the Lions, Hargrave was getting just driven right back. And then your linebackers can't play because what happens is your D tackles get driven into the lap of your linebackers, and they don't really have the freedom of movement that they need to have.
Now, with Kansas City expected to come out running the ball against the 49ers defense, we know how creative Andy Reid is and how much he likes to utilize the screen games, whether that's to the running backs, the wide receivers, the tight ends. The Kansas City Chiefs actually led the NFL in yards after the catch this year when there's been a lot of talk about Patrick Mahomes not having the best weapons.
Right.
So how much do you think the screen game is going to be a factor this weekend?
I think it will be a factor for sure. And I think Pacheco will be a factor. Again, they still have Patrick Mahomes, and we can't lose sight of the fact that he's a great player. And we don't know how the game will play out. We don't know how Andy Reid will start the game and approach the game. But Pacheco has been a foundational piece, more so than in many Andy Reid teams over his career. Particularly over the last month or so. They like to run with him a lot of what we call gap scheme, where they pull the guard. It's a man blocking scheme, not a zone blocking scheme. And because Pacheco is a straight downhill, north-south, urgent, competitive runner. Pacheco's one of those guys that if it's blocked for 3, he gets 7. And, you need to get a lot of bodies to him, and you need to get him on the ground, because otherwise, you don't even realize it. Obviously watching the games on TV, sometimes you'd see him run, and, there'll be a lot of bodies, and he'd get tackled, and you think, oh, they stopped him for 3, and then you look up, and it's 2nd and 3. And, he's that kind of runner. And you really, you got to bring bodies to him, and you got to get him on the ground.
They're going to have to play a maniacal physical game that they did not play against the Detroit Lions.
No.
Yes, for sure. So something's going to have to change dramatically. Winding it up here with Greg Cosell. It's great to have him live here in Vegas. I just keep going back to McCaffrey. My big joke on the Niners is, say, hey, what do you think about the Niners this weekend? And I always say, is McCaffrey going to make it to the game in time? They say, yeah. They said, then I feel good about the Niners.
Right.
This guy.
And McCaffrey's kind of like that, too. I think one of the things about McCaffrey, we know he's an explosive back, and we know that he gets usually a big run every week, but he's another guy that runs super hard. He's a sustainer. See, those kinds of runs don't look like much, but they sustain offense because coaches and play callers think in terms of their playbook and what they can call in any given situation. When you're 3rd and 9, contrary to what people might believe, there's not 20 plays that they're choosing from. There's 5 plays. I've talked to quarterbacks. They know they're going to get 1 of 5 plays when it's 3rd and long. When it's, 3rd and 3, your playbook is open, and the defense has a lot more they have to consider and deal with. So that's why these kinds of plays, which don't seem like a lot when you're watching the game, when McCaffrey runs for 6, you don't go, oh my God, what an amazing run. But all of a sudden it's 2nd and 4. Or if he runs for 6 on 2nd and 8 and it's 3rd and 2, that changes everything in a positive way for the offense and in a negative way for the defense.
Yeah, now circling back to what we were talking about earlier with Deebo Samuel and the pre-snap motion. Now, obviously, Kyle likes to use Deebo as a runner also, so do you think he's going to be utilized to get to the edge this weekend?
Oh, yeah. All bets are, everything's going to be thrown out there this year. Again, I don't think, I hate to use the term trick plays, and there might be, that could happen this week because, you have 2 coaches who have done that and could well do that.
Yeah.
But and maybe a big play changes the game like that. It's very possible. But I think they'll be looking for an edge. You're looking to see, and I know Kyle does this and Andy, they both do it, is they're looking to see early on how the defense is going to react to what they do so they can bank it. These are two coaches that are old school in the sense that they see the game as a 4-quarter game. They want to see how the defense will respond to certain things that they do. Then they bank it, and ideally it's a close game. And then in the third quarter they go, oh, every time we lined up like this, or every time we put Debo in motion, this is the response we got. Now we know, so we can work off that.
So good.
That's to me, that's great offensive philosophy. Yeah. There's a lot of younger coaches, particularly in college, who think in terms of, oh, let's get a big play. Everybody wants big plays. We know that, but it's how do you get to them?
Man, and the last one for you, Greg, would be is we know this because we've known you forever. Is that you do the film. You do the film.
Right.
That's what you do. But what's interesting is I feel like this game, the Super Bowl, there's a non-film angle, the lights, the moment, the halftime show, the long wait, like heartbeats.
Sure.
And I'm just wondering, do you even have any opinion on, how that could affect Brock Purdy or Patrick Mahomes?
Look, we know that Mahomes has been there.
Yes.
Mahomes is not likely to be affected. Mahomes has evolved into being, to use a ridiculous term, but people will understand it, to be a great game manager as well as being a guy that can make big plays at any time. I don't believe he's thrown an interception in the last 5 games. He doesn't really put the ball in harm's way. He plays the game as it needs to be played. If it requires him to give it to Pacheco, he's going to give it to Pacheco. Don't forget, this is a team that has evolved to where they play a lot out of 2 tight ends and 3 tight ends. This is not, the way maybe people think of Mahomes 2-3 years ago, spread out. When they had Tyreek Hill, we're going to throw it all over the yard. We're going to go vertical. This is not who the Chiefs really are right now. So, I doubt
they
Mahomes
scored 17 points in the AFC Championship.
Yeah, and they pretty much shut it down in the second half. Yeah. Until that Valdez-Scantling 32-yarder, right at the very end, that wrapped it up, they had 66 yards of total offense in the second half.
Were they bleeding clock, or were they just not able to move it?
They were playing relatively conservatively.
Yeah. And that's kind of been a storyline about the Chiefs in the fourth quarter this year. They're actually one of the worst scoring teams in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
How do you explain that?
I don't have a great explanation because I'm not there in their building, but their defense has been phenomenal this year. And Steve Spagnuolo, who I know well, he just does not get the credit that he deserves. He is unbelievable.
Yeah. Three Super Bowl championships.
Yeah, and obviously it could be a 4th, but he's one of the best defensive coaches over the last 20 years for sure, and nobody really talks about him that way.
No, it's incredible. All right, I'm not going to be dumb and ask you to make a pick, am I?
Well, I had to make a pick on my NFL matchup show, which hasn't aired yet. So
do you want to just don't? Everybody
well, no, I don't want to make a pick.
Good. Tune into the matchup show to find out.
We're tuning in, baby.
You got to, We're going to tease it here. We're going to tease it.
What a pro.
Right. We're going to tease it.
Come on, man. This guy's the best. We got to let him go. He's got other stats to do. We're going to see you around the casinos, restaurants.
No, you're not.
The slots.
Maybe see you at a show.
The show and
the Sphere.
Wait. Listen up. Listen up.
This is one of the all-time greats.
10 years gone. 10 years gone since we were sitting with you in New Orleans.
When I sit in my car by myself, I actually think I'm Robert Plant. But
not Jimmy Page.
But it doesn't really work out that way.
You're not Page?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right, so you're the vocalist.
I'm the vocalist.
Right.
Although if I'm with my daughters, they look at me and go, "Dad, I think you need to stop that."
Greg Cosell as Led Zeppelin. He's in another universe would be the front man for Led Zeppelin.
Right.
All right, off you go. Great to see you. Thanks,
awesome.
Greg.
Hey,
as
guys.
always, the best. Greg Cosell.
All right, thanks,
Matt
guys.
Mayoko next. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. James Worthy and Michael Cooper. Yeah. Hey, here you go.
We're completing each other's sentence. This is really bad, Murph.
faithful. Murph and Marcus keep rolling with NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
No, we're just getting ready for this game. I don't think last Super Bowl has anything to do with this game. Just like last week doesn't have anything to do with this game. What's good about guys who have been here before, especially the younger guys who came here, they can talk to the younger guys who are coming now and kind of tell them how they felt at that time and then how you feel after. I mean, it's a cool week. You get caught up in a lot of stuff, but you don't remember all this stuff. You remember the game, and people for the rest of their lives should remember that game if you won that game. And that's really all that matters. And you can say that, but it's cool when people have gone through that, so people tend to listen more. And that is the truth. That's how it goes. And all this stuff's fun and neat, but you forget all this stuff. It all passes. What you remember is who won or lost that.
Kyle Shanahan trying to get that first one. Matty Mayoko, this is not his first one. You gonna wave? You gonna wave it at the camera? Doing your thing? All right, there you go, buddy. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, our great friend. Matty, happy Super Bowl, buddy.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Are you guys having fun?
Yes.
Oh, we're going back-to-back. Greg Cosell and Matt Mayoko. What more could you want?
With Kurt Warner in the leadoff spot before that.
Exactly.
I did see
With
it.
Mike Krukow before that.
Mm-hmm. I could have he got the memo. He had the beard going.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen him with the beard.
Who, me?
No, him.
Kurt Warner.
Oh, Kurt Warner. Yeah. Exactly.
He had the gray beard too, Murph.
Yeah.
Stealing your look.
He and I, we discuss these things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, Matty, how are you, brother?
No, I'm doing great. It's been a busy week, and the team is, today they hit the practice field for the first real time. Yesterday was kind of a, easy day, and that practice field is something that's been
I was going to say,
a lot of conversation.
What's the Clegg test on the carpet at Radio Row?
This one's got to be 127.
The Clegg test.
It's a thing, right? I mean,
it's a thing.
And have you gotten any whispers on the side about are they truly upset about this?
Oh, they're furious. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they lay down sod over artificial turf 10 days before they're getting out there to practice.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. The NFL botched it. The 49ers are not happy at all. And, there's some rumblings that, the Chiefs said, well, you can't practice here. And I don't blame the Chiefs. It's not their problem. Why should they change their schedule to accommodate something that the NFL really, really botched? Mm-hmm. I mean, what a rinky-dink organization to be able to do this. Yeah. I mean, this is a Super Bowl. And you have one team practicing in an NFL facility, state-of-the-art, and the other team's like, hey, let's roll out some grass over an artificial turf field, and let's go practice.
So bad, Mark. It's like, who do they think they are, Major League Baseball?
Oh.
You know what I mean? Screwing this thing up. Wow, dude. But here's the problem is I don't want, as a Niner honk here, I don't want this to be the thing that drags them down or the excuse. Now the nation's like, oh, the Niners are a bunch of criers and whiners.
The whiners, yeah.
Yeah. The
no,
whiners, right?
I was listening to people in Kansas City, and they're saying that, oh my God, they're already making excuses, and I don't know, publicly, nobody has said anything. In fact, Kyle Shanahan yesterday was like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
And generally, when somebody says it is what it is, it means what it is really bad.
Yeah.
And so, they're not happy, but now they've kind of okay, let's get over it. We can't do anything about it, and so let's move forward.
Nobody's ever gone to an unbelievable meal, like this great steak, whatever, 500. How's your steak? It is what it is.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
nobody's ever happy when they drop it is what it is.
And so what I've heard is that, the field isn't great. It is spongy. The NFL or, Roger Goodell said it's playable. Is playable really the standard for the Super Bowl teams?
No. And the NFLPA president said that, right?
Yeah.
He said this is the Super Bowl. Playable's not good enough.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. And so, I know that there were some injury concerns initially because I think, last week when they first started checking this out, is this is really bad. Yeah. And last week, from what I understand, at the time when they first started checking out the field, it was, what is on the table? Doing media night here, opening night, Monday night, going back to Santa Clara, practicing during the week and coming back for the game. That was definitely on the table for the 49ers. But I think they felt like the field was good enough, playable, that it made more sense just to stay.
Well, that's the question, because we've seen a few photos going around on Twitter, but I don't know if any of them have actually been confirmed of what the actual field looked like. So what were the conditions if it was that bad that they were thinking about going to Santa Clara?
Well, it's an AstroTurf field. UNLV, as I understand it, they practice on AstroTurf. NFL teams do not practice, not AstroTurf, I should say, artificial surface. I don't know what brand it is, probably Field Turf. So NFL teams always practice on grass. Even if you're a dome team, you practice on grass because it's less wear and tear on the body. 49ers got into some issues, what was it, the D Ford year, when they practiced at Youngstown State, did not have grass fields. D Ford is just the wear and tear, gets injured and ends up an injury that lasts the entire season. So just for wear and tear, teams will always practice on grass. So for this, they decided, well, UNLV has facilities for practice, so let's lay sod over the artificial turf without any base or anything over it. So it's basically, you can lift up the grass, and there's the artificial turf.
It's like a bad toupee, right?
So just imagine how, spongy is the word that I was told, how spongy that surface is.
Man,
But I talked to a couple of guys yesterday. I said, hey, I'm not going to hang you out to dry. What's it like? And they're like, it's soft, but we can make this work.
Dude, they had problems in the field during the Super Bowl last year, during the game. So, I mean, the turf it was the Arizona surface.
Yeah.
Remember the name George Toma? That's been around forever. Has he gotten involved in this at all?
George is 137 years old.
He was involved last year, though.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Well, he was involved at Levi Stadium. Remember that? I mean, he was
in 2014. You mean?
Yeah, the Super Bowl 50. And he was. I talked to him afterward, and he was really proud of the job they did there. I don't know that he's gotten involved. I don't know how much experience people have laying grass over artificial turf.
The Sod Father. He's 95
years old.
The Sod Father?
The Sod Father, yes. He was out in when the catch game was marred by heavy rains and mud and slop, and he was the guy in charge of making that thing barely playable.
Barely.
It became famous. And they would come back from commercial, and they would show Thomas minions were out during the commercial break, stomping on
with
muddy
buckets and stuff. And
Wow.
Stomping on muddy, like fixing divots on the golf course.
That's insane. And obviously people correlate it to running ability on these playing surfaces. But, Matt, I want to ask you about the kicking surface. And that's my transition to asking you about Jake Moody and asking you where your confidence level is with a rookie quarterback, or rookie kicker in the Super Bowl.
My confidence or the team's confidence? No, I mean, he was okay. He did a good job by and large as a kicker in the regular season. The one kick everybody will remember cost him that game week 6 in Cleveland. And then in the postseason, it was a mixed bag, or it's been a mixed bag. I mean, he missed, the kick blocked at the end of halftime, or at the end of the first half against the Packers, but then he hit a really important 52-yarder. I believe that was at the start of the fourth quarter of that game that put them in position where a touchdown then gives them the win. And the same thing against the Lions. He missed the one kick early, and then he hit 2 others. So, it's the Super Bowl. I don't think anybody knows how anybody's going to perform with this kind of pressure, these kinds of stakes. So, you look across the way. Well, I'll say this about Jake Moody. In the first 2 playoff games, he was the best kicker on the field.
Yeah.
I mean, the Packers had their issues. Their guy missed a big kick that gave the 49ers that opening. And then last week, or 2 weeks ago, the Lions had such little confidence in their kicker that they just said, nah, we don't want to extend our lead to 17. We're just going to do what we do, which is cost themselves the game by not putting their kicker out there. So Harrison Butker has been in these games before. I think it's 4 Super Bowl. He's pretty solid. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Jake Moody. There was from the moment he stepped into training camp. I mean, he was being scrutinized in the preseason. When an extra point barely made
when
it.
Josh McDaniels was icing him in the second quarter of the preseason game. Yeah,
so he seems to be pretty even keel, but you just never know.
Well, think about this, guys. We know the names: Scott Norwood, Adam Vinatieri, and then for the old heads, Garo Yepremian. I mean, we know these names because they played large roles in Super Bowl history. And Jake Moody might be one of those names. By the way, I just found this story on.
Yeah, well, you said positive and negative.
Right,
So, yeah,
exactly.
so,
Vinatieri. I mean, I always, being the ultimate Montana defender, I was always like, Tom Brady. You mean Adam Vinatieri's the caddy? You know what I mean? Like Vinatieri made unbelievable kicks for Brady all throughout the first few Super Bowls that he was.
Murph, it's your line. Kickers write history.
Kickers do write history. That's my big line, Matt. That's it's going to be on my tombstone. Kickers write history. By the way, I just found this NPR story from Kansas City. Great interview with George Toma. He's alive and kicking at age 95.
Speaking of kick, what another transition.
How about that?
What a segue.
He said that last year the practice fields were bad too. He's pissed. And he's told the NFL he's done. And he said, listen to this. He goes, he takes issue with Goodell and the lack of a conversation before his own departure from the Super Bowl grounds crew because Toma says, I'm done. He goes, I still love Roger Goodell, but he hasn't given me 30 seconds. That's all I want.
Wow.
Dude, get Goodell out. Just $63 million for that?
And at 95 years old, 30 seconds is huge.
Yeah.
Like, you need that 30 seconds.
Every second matters.
Absolutely.
Every second counts. Shout out the brand. Hey, before we let you go, buddy, Ed McCaffrey's coming in. He's great, right? Then here's
you covered him, right?
Yes. I compared him to? I said he'd be like the Chris Conley. Because he was like the fifth receiver who, when he caught however many balls he caught that year, and there's very few, you're like, whoa, wait, who's that? Who's 81? Oh, Ed McCaffrey. Yeah. It's like when Chris Conley caught that ball in was it the Packer game?
Yeah.
The out route. I actually had to say, wait, who's 84?
Okay, you bring up Chris Conley, and I'm thinking, what was one of the knocks on Brock Purdy? Oh, my God, he has all these weapons. He won the game with Chris freaking Conley and Juwan Jennings, catching the big passes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, so just the negative question, and that is that the Niners are not playing their best.
They're not. Absolutely not.
And
no.
Did they peak in that Seattle run? That was when they were playing their best, right?
They were playing really good. Yeah, I mean,
is it just rhythms, it's ebbs and flows?
Yeah, I think
and the counter argument is the Chiefs are playing their best. Right?
Hey, if you look at this, here's what I'd say. I'd say if both teams play their A game, 49ers are walking out here with their 6th Lombardi. If they play like they've been playing in the playoffs, Kansas City's taking that sucker back there.
Yeah.
Because Kansas City's playing its best football of the year. The 49ers are not. At least, if you look at the postseason. So, one of these, whatever it is, B minus, B plus games for the 49ers isn't going to cut it. So they need to play better than they played in those two games.
And that was a big topic after the NFC Championship game, was the lack of effort on defense. And Steve Wilkes kind of called out the defense last week. What has been the talk kind of around the team in the locker room after watching that game footage and some of that lack of effort?
Yeah, you know what? I found that really refreshing, did you? I mean, not obviously not the lack of effort, but the fact that I've been around so many teams where you see something with your own eyes, and then they try to tell you, no, what you saw really didn't happen. Oh, no, it wasn't a lack of effort. It's just the way but everybody came up and said, that was unacceptable. Like, that's not
Steve Wilkes said embarrassing.
Embarrassing. Yeah. So I love the accountability there, and, it's Fred Warner was great too. He's like, I can't really call out Chase Young because there were plays that I'm not happy with either. So, maybe this is kind of the, not that they need a jolt in the Super Bowl, but, I mean, the effort will be out there on display. It'll be seen. It'll be critiqued. It's just odd, don't you think, that we're talking about that after the NFC Championship?
It's kind of insane. Tim Ryan was suggesting stamina was a factor, like that it was a long drive and they were tired.
There was a play with Bosa. Well, although that was the fourth play of the game, I think it was on the Jameson Williams play where Bosa, it doesn't look like he's going all out.
What the hell? Play hard, kids. Play hard.
It's the Super Bowl. Come on.
The two most fundamental words in life. But to your point about which team will show up, if it's the team from December or the team from January, or if it's the Chiefs team from the regular season or the Chiefs team from January. Maddie, I'll end it with this. You can use this, too, by the way.
Here we go. Hold on. Should I be taking notes?
That's why they play the games.
Wow. Okay.
That's original, Murph.
Every now and then, Ira Miller would just shout that out in the press room, and somebody would just get a little too heated with their analysis. He'd just be typing away. That's why they play the games. Yes.
Great breakdown.
All right, Matt, you look good. The Blazer
All
game
right,
is strong.
gentlemen, thank you. I appreciate it.
I like it. The hair looks good.
Thank you.
Everything's looking tight. You're a TV guy.
Yeah.
You're looking good, bud.
Only thing he's missing is a beard, Murph.
I know, right?
I know.
Hang out with me and Warner. You get one.
What year was it? 2017. I rocked the beard the whole year. Yeah, and then I shaved it off at the end of the season, and it looked like I had lost 7 years. I had the great thing going. And,
yeah. All right, buddy.
All right, gentlemen.
Here's the deal. That was Matt Mayoko. Eddie McCaffrey is next. The Chris Conley of the 94 Niners. Matty, thank you, buddy.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Matt.
you, kid. By the way, Sean Merriman going to join Tobin to Coast at 3:15 today. Ed McCaffrey, Tom Pellis, pardon me, I have yesterday's guest list. Ed McCaffrey, Ross Tucker, and Trey Wingo all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, our great friend Steve Moskowitz is on the line. We're down here in Vegas Radio Row, but Steve's keeping his eye on the tax situation. Steve, you want to tell us about what happens when you can't pay your taxes?
Call us, let us take care of you. You know, all the time clients give us bills and say, oh my God, the IRS says I owe $1 zillion. You know, a lot of times those bills are wrong. We don't just say, well, if the IRS says you owe it, must be, they're the IRS. The first thing we do, and you know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. The first thing we see is, do we agree with the number or not? We actually calculate it ourselves. Do you really owe this amount? And you know what? A lot of times you don't. And if you don't, we go to the IRS and say, hi guys, you made a mistake. You have to bring your bill down from X to Y. But you know what? My client still can't even pay Y. Let's make a deal. And there's so many good deals. And we want to do everything for you, so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. But don't let these new IRS agents come in, contact your customers, say, don't pay you, pay them. That can put you out of business. Don't let them ruin your life. Just come to us, let us take care of you, and give you back your life.
All right, Steve, that sounds great. And for more information, the phone number call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Before Purdy and Mahomes square off right here on The Sports Leader, Murph and Marcus are getting you hyped from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on The Sports Leader.
Touchdown Niners! Ed McCaffrey, his first of the season. Ed McCaffrey, who attended nearby Stanford, his first touchdown as a San Francisco 49er.
Hey, look at that. Overnight Dave found that. That was Ed McCaffrey's first touchdown as a Niner. Set to, of course, the sweet sounds of Aerosmith. The only problem is Ed didn't hear that because he's not here yet. We heard it.
Where in the world is EMC?
We heard it. And, yeah, in 1994, that was my first year on the beat, and he was sort of just this dude. He had come from the New York Giants where he had started 4 games in 3 years. And he came basically to be sort of the 4th or 5th receiver. I mean, it was Jerry and John, obviously, Jerry and John, and why am I blanking on the 3rd receiver? Come on, buddy. I got to be better than that. But anyway, Ricky Waters and Brent Jones caught a lot of balls, too. And that year, he only caught 11 balls, but 2 touchdowns. And Kyle Shanahan was, I believe, a high school senior at the time. And, he emulated and idolized Ed McCaffrey.
He talked about Ed being one of his favorite players.
No, his favorite player. And he wore his pads like him, and he wore his number for him. Because then when he got to Denver, he wore 87. And then it really unlocked him. Dude, ready for this? I told you he caught 11 balls for the Niners in 94. Dude, in 2000, he caught 101 balls, okay? And when they won the Super Bowls in 97 and 98, he was a big part of it. He caught 10 touchdowns in 98. So he's the dude. And dude, this family, I mean, all 4 of them play football.
Where do you want to start? You want to go with his mom? You want to go with his grandpa? Like, you're talking about lineage of just great athletes.
Yeah, and so I can't wait for him to sit on down here and get us some stuff going here because this McCaffrey-Shanahan connection is nuts, right? Because Ed played for Mike, right, as a Niner when Mike was the Niner offensive coordinator. I actually have a vivid memory that back then it was my first year on the beat, so I wasn't like totally dialed in. I was sort of overwhelmed by everything. And everybody was like, oh, Mike Shanahan's going to leave the Niners and go get the head job at the Broncos. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess, okay. I mean, that's what the smart people are reporting. So I remember distinctly being in the locker room after that Super Bowl win and seeing Mike Shanahan just with like the champagne or whatever and the beers and the trophy and the big smile on his face. And I remember thinking, oh, that guy's going to be the head coach of the Broncos. I'm like, this is his last moment as a Niner. And sure enough, he took over and obviously won 2 bowls.
Did you have the scoop on that story too?
I did not have the scoop on that story. I was 3 years away from stuff like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so then obviously, we talk about McCaffrey. Then he goes to Denver and plays for Shanahan. They win the 2 Super Bowls. And now Kyle is now growing up and becoming a little older, and he's following his dad and he's following Ed. Now you go all the way up to Kyle taking over the Niners with Mike still in his ear, and now he brings Christian, Ed's son, right? I mean, this is kind of nutty, this McCaffrey-Shanahan thing.
Full circle moment.
It's kind of hard to think of 2 families more linked than, father-son, like levels here, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a good call. And it's interesting to think about that. And obviously, if Ed stops by the table, we can ask him about the Shanahan system, whether it's Mike, whether it's Kyle, and whether or not Kyle has maybe changed his opinion on whether or not Christian McCaffrey might be his favorite player now.
Yeah, seriously. Well, listen, what are you going to say? I mean, we talked about this. I joke all the time.
What else do you want?
People say, how are the Niners going to do this weekend? I don't know. Is Christian McCaffrey going to make the game? They go, yeah. I go, well, then I feel good.
Yeah, and Murph, we've been talking for weeks about Christian McCaffrey plus 450 MVP
I still haven't done it.
odds.
Is it still going?
It's still out there. You can get it all the way live up until Sunday.
By the way, I want to do a little business. Tell you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And I want to say, has the spread changed at all? Did you check?
So I saw it go back up to 2, but that's the latest I've seen. I don't know if that number's going to move back in the Niners' direction at all, though, Murph.
Did you read? It's 1.5 on ESPN app today.
Okay.
Did you read Mike Silver's column this morning in the Chronicle?
About why the 49ers should not be favored?
That's what he wrote. He said the Niners should not be favored. I have to say I agree with him.
Well, Murph, we've been breaking down the spread all week long since it opened with the 49ers as a favorite. I mean, especially when you look at how the 49ers have got here. We've addressed the elephant in the room that they're not playing their best football right now.
Yeah.
And you look at the Kansas City Chiefs, who are playing their best football right now. Patrick Mahomes has not turned the ball over, and that defense underneath Spags is playing phenomenal.
Well, Mike Lombardi, we have all these great guests to mine, but Lombardi said he does the VSIN, which is the Vegas Sports Information, whatever, and he goes, I've been around these guys. He goes, these guys know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So they did this for a reason, and it's what Matt Mayoko said. If the Niners play, if both teams, did you agree with what Matt said? If both teams play their best, Niners win?
I agree, but that's the key. Can the 49ers execute? Can they show up with effort, what we were just talking about with Matt Mayoko? The 49ers, in my opinion, have the better roster. Go back to Cam Newton's comments about Brock Purdy being the 10th best guy on the team. Well, that's because you got 9 other all-pro players. So you look top to bottom, I think the 49ers have the better roster. It all just comes down to execution. And then, of course, the big moments playing against guys who have been there and done it before.
It's so unusual to see them, I don't want to say lay an egg, but have such weird playoff performances against the Packers and Lions at home, rested, with no major injuries.
After the bye week, when they worked the entire season to get that number 1 seed, the home field advantage, and then, the first half of both of those games, that's why I know this is a curious storyline and angle I've been kind of talking about with guys like Wall off air. Now, I don't think Kyle Shanahan is going to do this, but when you're playing against a team like the Chiefs, where it's hard to play from behind, I wouldn't think it's a bad idea to do what the Packers or Lions do, win the toss and take the ball, so maybe you could play from ahead and establish the run game.
You want to talk about going against his religion.
See, that's the thing, because Kyle's Mr. 2 for 1 at halftime, wants to score and get the ball back. Again, I don't think Kyle would do it, but I don't think it's a bad thing to think about.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think I'll do it.
I agree.
Young Tony says, NFL Network says, you want a little CMC stat? When Kyle Shanahan has Christian McCaffrey in his lineup, he's 26-6.
Ooh.
When he doesn't, he's 46-48.
It's the McCaffrey effect.
Well, I mean, some of that 46-48 was before they had a quarterback, obviously, and before they had Trent Williams.
But I mean, look what CMC has done since joining the 49ers midseason last year. 650 touches, 2,631 rushing yards, 1,161 receiving yards, and 38 total touchdowns over the last just a season and a half, really.
I could see this guy going off. I really could. He's such a big game performer. Like, I go back to the Rose Bowl when they played, I think it was Iowa, and the first play of the game was a little dump down from Andrew Luck and that beautiful Rose Bowl turf, and the sun was out, and he just, like a frickin' rocket. Just, now, granted, Iowa secondary is not the Chiefs secondary, but I'm just saying he's a big game guy.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, have we talked about the idea that he might throw a pass on Sunday?
Dude, I'm looking for a prop bet on that. See if maybe they have odds out there when we're talking about MVP odds and all the props we can go with.
He's a lights-out quarterback. I mean, I would. I'm sure Spags is prepared for it, right?
I mean, we were just talking with Greg Cosell about teams getting into their bag of tricks. It wouldn't surprise me, but again, I think the 49ers have to stick to the script. They have to stick to their game plan. They're a run-first team. Of course, Brock Purdy has elevated this offense in the passing game, but when Christian McCaffrey rushes for 75 yards, the 49ers are 12-1 this season.
Okay, brother.
There's the magic number.
Give me 75. And you still have that Elijah Mitchell prop bet at 3.5?
That blows my mind. I know McCaffrey's dominating the snap rates right now, but I would assume
all he has to do is take one series where he's gassed a little bit and he goes to the sideline for a breather, and Mitchell comes in and gets a 4-yard run.
There could be a situation where like Christian McCaffrey has to tie his shoe, and Elijah Mitchell comes in and covers that prop. It's ridiculous, only 3.5
And by the way, shout out coaching youth sports where kids still don't tie their shoes, even in 6th grade, where the ref's got to call timeout for everybody to tie their shoes, brother. So anyway, well, listen, Eddie Mack is missing. Okay, he's missing.
Where is he?
Wherever he is, we'll take him when he comes, and we'll talk to him about the whole McCaffrey-Shanahan connection. But
where is he?
Did anything Cosell had to say stick with you there? I mean, it was talking about possibly running that 6-man line to stop the run.
Yeah, and that's why I followed up with how that affects the back end of a defense, because we've been talking so much about L'Jarius Sneed and whether or not he's going to fall around Ayuk or Debo. Now, I actually agree with him. I think probably the plan of attack would be to shadow Brandon Ayuk and let Debo be the free man in the backfield, But it's an interesting approach, and to be honest with you, Murph, I feel smarter every single time I talk to Greg Cosell. So, yeah, I definitely learned some things there.
Yeah, and he also, of course, talked about Brock Purdy having all those weapons, and his point being every great team. Kurt Warner sat here, and he had Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce and Marshall Faulk.
He went to the Super Bowl with the Cardinals, had Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Bolden.
Right, exactly. So, fun stuff. Okay, so here's the deal. I believe Ross Tucker is due to hit us at 9:15.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe so that means it's almost time to get out. Well, by the way, I want to shout out our jersey winner, who was, his name was Taylor Savanon down in Salinas,
gonna get a new Nick Bosa jersey.
Yeah, he got the Bosa jersey. Tomorrow we give away the Polynesian special Talanoa Hufanga.
The Hufanga, the hit piece of
Who, by the
jersey.
way, they could use.
Yeah, that's another angle in these two playoff games is the safety play of Gibson and of obviously Jair Brown, who's another rookie playing in this game. Shout out to Ronnie Lott, starting in a Super Bowl as a rookie. But
And Eric Wright and Carlton Williams.
Yeah, say they had three of them in that backfield. Yeah, so obviously that's a big storyline too, because the Chiefs, for as much as our wide receiver drop passes, they will take the deep shots downfield with Rashid Rice.
By the way, speaking of passing, I said Christian McCaffrey throw a pass. Don't forget, Kelsey's got that in this game too. Remember the backwards pass to, what's his face, Kadarius Stoney.
Oh, I mean, you talk about Travis Kelce. He might be the best backyard football player in the league. Like him going off script. We know what he does with this route
I don't even know
running.
if he runs routes.
No,
I think he just goes out.
I think he just tells like Patrick, I'm going to go maybe this way. Just find me in the open
The
field.
old-fashioned palm.
Yeah, they're drawing the plays to the huddle.
Go like that, and then back that way.
Yeah, and then you see him tossing balls, lateraling him across the field. He's something
and
else.
as you asked Kruko about the baseball background of Mahomes with that sidearm and being I think he was a pretty good pitcher himself, not just his dad.
I think he played at Texas Tech.
Did he play baseball?
I think he might have.
I know he played at a high level in college.
I remember seeing highlights of him playing for Team USA, I believe.
Playing baseball?
Playing baseball.
As
He
like
had
an
a rocket as an
under-17
arm.
kid or something?
Yeah, like Kyle Harrison, 16U Team USA team, something like that.
Shout out Colin Kaepernick throwing like 82 on the gun.
Throwing cheese.
Eddie Mack is here. We got him.
Oh, perfect.
All right, what do you want to do?
Let's hop on in. Let's do 5, and then we have Ross Tucker right after.
All right, Ed, right over here. We'll take you for a few minutes here. Ed McCaffrey sliding on in. We've had you.
Uh-oh.
Break. What about Ross on the other side? We got a situation. Situation.
Let's break and do a full interview with Ed.
Okay, Ed, take some coffee and water. We're going to break. Ed
Perfect.
McCaffrey back on Radio Row, live from Vegas, next on The Sports Leader.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Listen, the Mad Dog, Chris Russo, stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk a little offseason baseball, but of course to break down the Super Bowl matchup this weekend between the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now back to Murph and Marcus live from Radio Row in Vegas, sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on the sports leader.
2nd down and 9, Denver. Blitz is on, Elway rolling left. Sets up, dumps it out of the backfield, complete to Howard Griffith, inside the 15, inside the 10-yard line. What a great block by Ed McCaffrey on Brian Williams. Sets the whole thing up. They go with a little play action, take Howard Griffith and just dump him out in the left flat. As he squares his shoulder, McCaffrey comes back and just takes out Brian Williams. It's allowed to get the big first down.
Take that, Brian Williams. Eddie McCaffrey laying him out, and here you are. Glory days, Ed. Glory days.
Yep, I hear Bruce Springsteen singing in the background.
Do you remember the block?
I do. Hard to forget. Yeah, interestingly enough, I haven't ever watched that game from the All-22 view ever.
So is that something you used to do? Or?
No, you win a Super Bowl, you're at the parade.
Yeah.
I don't need to watch that film. We won. It's over, man. It's time to celebrate.
Yeah,
right?
you don't got to break down the game footage when you got the victory.
There's no meeting the next day.
That's fantastic. And I love that our producer came back with a highlight of you blocking, because obviously we're going to talk a lot about Christian McCaffrey, and it's all about those guys up front, whether we're talking Trent Williams, Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk. But how about on the outside when you see Juwan Jennings, you see Debo and Brandon Ayuk, and the wide receivers buying into blocking?
Hey, look, the run game starts with the receivers.
Yeah.
You don't hear many people say that, right? Rod Smith and I, Ring of Famer Rod Smith, hopefully future Hall of Famer, we cut our teeth in the run game. We got on the field because we were willing to block. Linemen are paid to block. Fullbacks, tight ends, you got to block. A lot of receivers, sometimes they elect to block, and maybe they elect to make a business decision. But if you want to have a great run game, you've got guys like Debo, Brandon Ayuk, Jennings coming off the bench as the third receiver blocking down the field. Those guys take it seriously, and it makes a big, big difference in the run game. The last defender is typically a safety or a corner. That's the receiver's job. You got to be a lineman in the run game.
No block, no rock.
There it is. There you go.
There it is. Ed's here representing SiriusXM's NFL channel, SiriusXM NFL Radio, all day, Media Row, Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Guys like Tim Brown, Rich Gannon, Torrey Holt, all these good guys going. All right, how's the boy? How's Christian?
Dude, he's locked in. Since last Tuesday, he's been locked in.
Okay.
Yeah, he told us last Tuesday, hey, you know what? I want you guys to have a wonderful experience. Here's the tickets, whatever I can do, but I'm out of the ticket business on Tuesday. Here's my credit card. Here's the tickets. Do what you got to do. I'm dialed in. I don't want you staying at our team hotel. You go find a place to stay. I got a game to play.
Okay, and you know him well, so
Yeah.
the rhythms or the focus or this means, is it different or is that him every
No,
game?
it's the same. He's got a whole routine, and it's something I learned from future Hall of Fame coach Mike Shanahan. It's something Kyle Shanahan preaches. If you practice and prepare the same way all the time, you watch your film, you study your playbook, you go through your routine, you take care of your body. If you do it the same way all the time, you get to a game like the Super Bowl, you don't change a thing.
Yeah,
and that's why we talk a lot about the Shanahan system. Now, obviously, you're very well experienced with it, with Kyle Shanahan and, of course, Mike Shanahan. What are the similarities in the run game for Christian McCaffrey under Mike Shanahan versus Kyle Shanahan?
Well, a lot of the schemes are the same in terms of outside zone, inside zone. They'll change up counter power, etc. But the thing that's changed the most, and we used to shift in motion a lot, but not to the extent I think that this 49ers team does under Kyle Shanahan. They use way more reduced splits The whole NFL does. And they do a little bit more shifting and motioning with their receivers. So we were a big 21 personnel team. They're a big 21 personnel team. We use, our fullback. They got use check and their base personnel. We used to not split our running backs out to play wide receiver. So the really interesting thing about this offense, they have Christian and Debo, who they can interchange at running back and receiver, which just gives a completely different look to the defense. Because it's base personnel, when they come off the sideline, leave our base defense in. Now, are we guarding Debo? Is he getting a handoff? Is Christian split out? Who's going to guard him? How are we going to defend that? So Kyle can be a little more creative than what we used to do. But a lot of the actual footwork and technique used to execute the zone scheme are the same.
3-time Super Bowl champ Ed McCaffrey joining us, dad of Christian and Dylan and Luke and Max, right? Oh, you got 4 football playing boys.
Yeah.
And Luke's the next one who wants to play in the league, right?
We came right from Mobile to Las Vegas. He played in the Senior Bowl last week.
Rice University,
Had a great time.
Yeah.
Played at Rice University. Yeah, he was a quarterback his whole life, switched to receiver last year. And had a great year. Had a great year at Rice. They went to a bowl game again, and he got to go and play in the Senior Bowl. He's getting ready for the Combine, but he's going to take a little break from his training to support his big brother.
Nice. Hey, and forget about it. Ed and Christian and all. We need to talk about the real McCaffrey, Lisa. Okay, I mean, she's like Lisa. She's electric, man. She's electric. Her podcasts, her takes, her energy, her riffs, her social media game.
Yeah,
how's she doing?
She is a talent, to say the least, and she's doing great. She's out here. She's a mom, right? She's out here. She actually does a Your Mom podcast with her friend Ashley. They interview a lot of incredible moms of some of the Super Bowl players we'll see play on Sunday. And but she was a heck of an athlete too. Played soccer in college. Played with Julie Foudy and against Mia Hamm, and that was before they had women's soccer in the Olympics, if you can believe it. Wow. She was a couple years younger than Julie, but a phenomenal athlete. She at one point tried out for the Valkyries. I think she ran like a 4.840. And she found out she was pregnant. So she was going to play for this women's football team. And she found out she was pregnant like a week later. I guess I won't be playing. But she reminds us of that. But no, she's an incredible athlete. And thank goodness for me, she loves football.
Yeah.
Because we have 4 boys that play football. I joke that she was their first coach. She coached them in soccer when they're like 3 and 4. And she was so tough on them. Like, we're going to switch sports and play football because we can't take these rigorous practices you're putting us through at 3 and 4 years old. But, she jokes around, and it probably is. It's hard to be a mom of 4 boys, no other girls in the house. But I'll come home, I swear to you, on a day where I'm footballed out. Like, I've watched a ton of film, watched games. So I was coaching for a long time. I come home, and she's got a game on by herself, watching it while she's cooking something up. And she just loves the sport. So thank goodness. It makes my life incredible.
She also has the quote of the week. She said, Taylor Swift, she's dead to me. That's what she said.
Yeah.
She's dead to me.
Well,
but
that's the clickbait quote. But
there's an asterisk to that.
Well,
right?
if anyone who listened to the podcast was like, "Oh my gosh, I love Taylor Swift. She's on my playlist. She runs to Taylor Swift every day." I promise you, there's not been anyone that defended the relationship between Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce more than Lisa. And as a matter of fact, even after they started dating and she was rooting for the Chiefs. And remember, I played for the Broncos too, so we weren't really Chiefs fans. I got her this Steven Wilson piece of art that is a Taylor Swift piece of art that's hanging in our piano room in our house. But her intent was, hey, look, I love her, but just like with Lil Wayne, we have a piece of his artwork too hanging in the house. Nice. He's a Packers fan. We're gonna for 1 week. We can put the kibosh on it for a week.
Change up the feng shui a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? For just 1 week, and then hey, we're right back at it.
Eddie McCaffrey, 3-time Super Bowl champion. The first one came with the Niners with Mike Shanahan as your O-coordinator, and obviously then 2 later with Denver. I've kind of compared, and I mean this as a compliment now. You were sort of the Chris Conley of that 94 team.
No.
What do you think?
No, yeah, Conley. How big of a catch did he have, by the way?
Yes,
in the playoff game. Yeah. That's the kind of player that John Lynch brings in. That's the type of player that Kyle Shanahan wants on this team.
Yeah,
and it just reminds you. Every time you touch the field, you can make a difference in the game. You could argue they might not have won that game without Conley.
Yeah.
Right, made a big-time catch, helped them win, and continued. And one of the reasons they're in the Super Bowl. So, I backed up Jerry Rice. We kept 4 receivers, and I was one of the 2 backups, me and Nate Singleton. We backed up Jerry Rice and John Taylor, they'd won a couple Super Bowls by then, right? And I did end up with 1 catch in the Super Bowl for 5 yards. I thought I was going to Disney World because Jerry dinged his shoulder, and he left.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to Disney World. I got one quick catch, and I'm just getting loose. Okay, got one out of the way, and then Jerry comes back, of course.
He did.
He crushed it.
With like a bend.
Yeah,
People don't talk about that a lot.
That dude's one of the toughest dudes. I mean, you have to drag him off the field. He will not stay off the field. He's in great shape. He's still in great shape, but back then, I mean, he had the best conditioning of anybody, and no injury was going to keep him out of the Super Bowl. I think Steve Young threw for like 6 touchdowns in that game.
Yeah.
He ended up being the MVP, but it was such a fun game, and that was such a wonderful team. The coaches, my teammates, it was such a great memory.
They were on a mission, and Dion and everything. And the voice you hear, of course, is Ed McCaffrey, dad of Christian and of Max and Dylan and Luke, and husband of Lisa, and SiriusXM NFL Radio, SiriusXM 88, which we listen to Media Row at Mandalay Bay. All right, well, it's a law now. We got to ask you about Brock Purdy. And it's not just about what you think of him as a player, but what you think about how sort of the national discourse has treated him. And if you would have any opinion or advice on how he should filter that out or use it as fuel.
Yeah, I'd say go do your thing, man, because whatever he's doing is working, right? And I got to hit a Brock early because when Christian got traded from Carolina, his first game as a 49er was against the Chiefs. And he didn't even practice, a full practice. What he did was get together with Brock Purdy and go through every single play in the offense. And at the end of a workout or two, he called me and said, this dude knows what he's doing. He knows our whole entire offense inside and out. He threw him the ball a little bit to get him loose and run through the routes, and he's like, he's really good. And so that's the first time I heard of him. And then, talking with Kyle, and now we've heard from Kyle publicly, he thought he was the best quarterback on the roster his rookie season. And as fate would have it, he got in the game and has done nothing but perform. So I thought Kyle Shanahan on opening night did a phenomenal job of explaining this narrative surrounding a game manager, a system quarterback, and an elite quarterback. And Brock has done all three. You don't luck your way into leading in statistical categories at the end of the year, especially average yardage per reception, which he leads the league in, right? And so, yes, he manages the game. You have to. You're a quarterback. You're the coach on the field. Every quarterback plays in a system. Lamar Jackson plays in a system. Not every quarterback plays in that system, right? You highlight your quarterback skill set. Then the elite quarterbacks, like we saw in the second half versus Detroit, where he led the team down 17. They can make plays that other quarterbacks might not be able to make. And Brock has made every throw. He's come from behind. Every time they have some kind of negative shade they're throwing his way, he just destroys that narrative.
And now Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy are two of the finalists tonight for the NFL MVP award. And that's cool. Christian McCaffrey, obviously Offensive Player of the Year, nominated there as well. I'm guessing with the McCaffrey family in town for the Super Bowl, you guys are going to go to the ceremony tonight.
Yeah, Lisa and I are going to go. We didn't go last year. We wanted to go, but we're in town all week. We're staying for the game, and it's such an incredible event. There's so many wonderful athletes there and families and stars, and they put on a really, really good show. Fingers crossed. I bet it's pretty unusual for two players from the same team to be one of the 5 finalists for MVP. Yeah. I think it's really cool, and they speak so highly of each other. That's what I love about this locker room. Guys are just throwing compliments towards their teammates all day long.
Yeah, and by the way, so just to be sure, they're not Christian not going, Brock's not going. They're at the hotel, right?
I don't think they go. I think they're sequestered.
Yeah, I think you sequester. Okay. You sequester. Yeah. Following up on the Brock thing, sort of the nonsense question, the Radio Row question, which is the noise. Whether it's Cam Newton or Ryan Clark or these people. I don't know. Do you have an opinion on how that stuff affects the modern player? Flipping on ESPN, Ryan Clark says, the hardest thing I had to do was pretend that he belonged with Mahomes. And then Cam Newton saying he's the 10th best player. I mean,
yeah, no, you hear it, right? You're human. If someone tells you, I used to not listen to too much of what was said in the media, but occasionally your friend or someone in your family, did you hear what so-and-so said?
Which is even worse, by the way, when they tell you that way.
I'll say this, sometimes it hurts a little more if there's a guy that played the game makes a comment like that, because it's easy, even though it's not true, to dispel media, well, he didn't play, that's why he said it, even if that's not the case. But when a guy that played the game says something, you hear it. But, when you play the quarterback position, right, one quarterback plays. So from the time you're 6 and you play quarterback, you have to beat out all these other dudes on your team every year for your whole life. And in college, they bring in guys, they sign new recruits. In the NFL, they sign other quarterbacks to compete with you. And so these guys, all these starting quarterbacks in the NFL, they're wired to compete.
Yeah.
And so they block out the noise pretty easily. You're playing in a playoff game against Detroit down 17 in the second half. Like, you have to block out all the noise. And the one thing I like about Brock is he keeps that same demeanor no matter what's going on the field. I think it's the same way off the field.
Yeah, it's true. He's got this serenity about him. And he says he's faith-based. It's that kind of stuff. Whatever it is, he's just got this calm. And we'll see Sunday, though.
Yeah.
You've been on that. When you jog out on that field, and now you know it's the bowl, and the anthem takes longer, and the halftime takes longer, and you feel it.
Yeah, you don't want to get it hyped up too early.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it, right? We were talking earlier about the anthem.
Yeah.
Like, you're in the Super Bowl. You've been dreaming about this since you were 6 or 7. Now you're there, and they start playing the national anthem, and you're like, I'm going to start looking up. Oh, man, I'm welling up with tears here. And then you're just adrenaline, and you start. But you need to calm down. You just, whatever you do to get ready for a game, do the same exact thing.
Yeah, but it's not just the anthem. I think they're singing "America the Beautiful" too,
yeah.
and the "Raise Every Voice" and all that. So it's like you got to kind of budget your adrenaline.
Hey,
right?
well, you know what? You got to block it out. Like, I don't even know who played at halftime of the Super Bowls I played in. I have no idea. One national anthem I remember, because I remember the pyrotechnics had the smoke cloud was over
the one in Miami or
field and the whole. Yeah, which one was the smoke cloud? That might have been. I forget if that was Super Bowl 29 or if that was Super Bowl 32. I think it was 29.
By the way,
but also I probably remembered it because I was a backup. So like when I was a starter, I'm dialed in. I don't even see who's anybody. I don't hear anybody. And that one of the great things about playing, I don't know if everyone's this way. I haven't confirmed this with every player. But like I don't hear anything. They talk about noise. Mm-hmm. Hey, dude, I'm so focused on what I'm doing, I don't even hear the noise.
It's the Kevin Costner clear the mechanism thing.
No,
game?
It's not like you. I never tried to do that. But I think a lot of athletes are the same way. Or you see what was a golf movie where things just started disappearing?
Yeah.
Right, that really does happen. It's like this elite focus where you don't see anything and all you do is focus on your job. So the only thing I would see would be either the guy I'm blocking or the football coming my way. But the crowd might as well not even have been there. There might as well have been no noise.
Wow. That's how you get elite, baby. Yeah. And I remember we had you on a show through the years, and one thing you told me about Christian, and we'll let you go, was this. You said, oh, no. Christian's been doing this since he was 6 or 7. You go, he was one of those 6-7 touchdowns a game kind of kid. Yeah,
he was. Like I would, and you. I mean, people say Pop Warner, and it's a joke, this, that, and the other. But I didn't score 6 or 7 touchdowns a game, Pop Warner. Like you could tell early on, but you never know because you got to grow. You got to go through maturity. How big? How you don't know that stuff. But he was really good as a kid. It's been fun to watch him continue to play at the same level,
like he plays
as he's gotten older.
The NFL, like he plays the way you described those Pop Warner games.
Yeah,
I think about that Rose Bowl against Iowa.
Not quite Pop Warner, because I'm not exaggerating with 6 or 7 touchdowns. So not quite Pop. Mm-hmm. But he's luckily he's blessed with some physical ability. You got to be to play in this league. And
but he's a big game kid too.
But he loves it, man. And I promise you, no one works harder to get ready to play.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's been dreaming about this moment since he was being babysat by the Shanahan family growing up. And of course we got to ask you about that relationship. How is that relationship still with the Shanahan family? Are you and Mike in a group text during the games? What is that like?
Yeah, our families are so close. The Shanahans feel like family to us. But one of the things, and so does the 49ers team. I mean, so many. Brian Griese's the QB coach, Bobby T, Anthony Lynn, the Kubiak brothers, John Lynch. We play college ball together. I mean, this whole organization feels like family to us. But especially the Shanahans. I became really good friends with Mike after he retired. Really, we had a player-coach relationship. We kept in touch. Peggy and Lisa were friends. But then, we developed this stronger friendship after he had retired, and now we have our sons that we get to watch coach and play. But it was interesting because Christian and Kyle, like Christian was 4 doing Super Bowl 33, right? So he knew of the Shanahan family and had met them and liked them and knew we loved them, but he never played for Kyle. So when he got to San Francisco, one of the first things he did was meet with Kyle. And they met for over an hour, and he's like, look, I just want to let you know what I'm all about. I know our families know each other, but man to man, we're meeting each other for the first time. This is how I view the game. And Kyle said, this is how I view the game. This is why we traded for you. This are our expectations. And Christian said, this is what I'm all about. And they just had this incredible, healthy conversation, introducing each other for the first time, because people assume like they know each other.
Yeah.
But Kyle's way older than Christian.
Yeah.
They didn't know each other. But after that call, after that meeting, he gave me a call and said, Dad, I'm in the right place.
Yeah, nice. And Ed knows this.
Yeah, there we go.
That's Christian. So if you can look on the Twitch feed, on the YouTube feed, that's Christian at the one in Miami when you beat the Falcons, right?
That's Super Bowl 33 against Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
And there, that's, what is he, 2 or 3?
Gosh, let's see, that would have been
so in January 98?
No, January 96, so 3-4 years old,
Wow.
Wow.
And Mike was the coach, and Kyle was on the sidelines, right?
He's showing good form. He's dorsiflexing that front foot. You're working him early.
That's all Lisa right there.
It's kind kind of amazing, guys, that here we are now, and he's going to be.
I tell you what, if they take care of their business, that'll be me running around.
Well, Ed, it's not just your family and you're just a great talker, man. We like talking to you, brother. So we appreciate you, and thanks for coming on.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on the show.
Ed McCaffrey, KNBR, back in the Bay. The Stanford man.
Perfect.
The Stanford man back in the Bay. Trey Wingo, to close it out. Nice. Have a good one. Have a good week, Ed. Thanks, Ed. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Faithful, we take you back to Vegas, where Murph and Marcus are among legends on Radio Row. Sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. And by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Man, as Brock goes, he's the leader of this team. Everything starts with him. He's one of the best players I've ever played with. And to be able to do it just in his second year, I think, what he's done, not just if you look at the numbers, and you didn't put his name at it, you would be in awe. And then I think you add the fact that he was the last pick of the draft. You add the fact that I think people forget he rehabbed an elbow the whole entire offseason.
That is Christian McCaffrey talking about the man we've been talking about all week, Brock Purdy. Let's talk about one of the enjoyable personalities. You knew him on ESPN forever doing NFL Live. He did our job. He did morning radio.
I did.
Nice
and now he's doing a podcast, Chasing It, right, with Chase Daniels.
Absolutely.
And, we'll talk about stunt, too, and all that. Trey Wingo, welcome to the Murph and Marcus Show, fellow morning Warriors. How are you, man?
I'm good, man. How are you guys? You guys all right?
I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
So we've seen you on TV a long time, so I've been looking at you. You don't look at us. You look rested now after getting off that morning grind, huh?
Listen, I don't know. God bless Greeny and Golick, how they did it for so long. Like, it was, I don't know how you guys do it. Like, it's
you did it.
And it almost drove me crazy.
And Trey, it's been tough, especially when you're out in Las Vegas, when you have to wake up at 6 in the morning, and then going off the vibes of the opening night on Monday night where Allegiant Stadium was packed with 49er fans.
Yeah, it was electric.
Now,
it felt like a home game.
See, in that moment, though, we saw Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce kind of poke the 49er faithful a little bit. It seems like they're kind of embracing this villain arc.
Yeah, they are. Look, they're the Patriots. It's what they are. They're the Patriots now. I mean, 6 straight AFC Championship game appearances, 4th Super Bowl in 5 years. They've won the division 8 straight years. Only the Patriots run against a much less competitive AFC East. Let's just be honest about that. Is longer in NFL history. So they are the standard. And what's the old line? Once you've won it, you're the hunted. You're no longer the hunter, and everyone's coming for him. And this was supposed to be the year where it all went south. 38 drops. Most in the NFL. Worst numbers for Patrick Mahomes statistically of his career, yet here they are with arguably the better defense in this game and a quarterback that knows how to get it done.
I know. And so how do we – I mean, listen, I'm not a gambler at all, but how are the Niners favored in this game?
Well, top to bottom, they probably have a better roster. I'll tell you a great story. Rematch, obviously, Super Bowl 54. Don't have to tell you guys that. Yeah. So we had Al Guido on the morning show. And it was great, and we had a great conversation. For those that don't know, he's the team president of the 49ers. And so after the interview, I said, what do you think? He goes, we have a better team, top to bottom. He said, that guy, pointed a picture of Mahomes, scares me to death. And, 20-10 with 8 minutes to play. And somehow you lose by 11, 31-20. Now, this is a different team. It's a different dynamic now. They don't have that sort of game-changing, game-breaking ability, but they find different ways to win. And that was the hallmark of the Bill Belichick era. He used to always say with the Patriots, fellas, we can beat teams a lot of different ways. And, as good as the defense has been, has really carried the Chiefs all this season, they got here on a 3rd and 9 to seal the game. Well, let's just throw it 32 yards to Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who suddenly grew hands again. Like, he was terrible. Like, I'm not being, childish. He was awful in the regular season. He was ridiculously awful, yet he comes up with 2 huge catches against the Bills, a huge catch to seal the game, and another one in the game against the Ravens. And you go back to the AFC Championship game a year ago when Tony, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Mecole all got hurt for the Chiefs, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling kept him in the game. That's the reason they won that game. His touchdown and a couple of huge catches kept them going. They just find ways to get it done.
It's daunting. It really is. But as you point out, the Niner roster is daunting too, and Christian McCaffrey. But, of course, now, this has been Brock Purdy, to me, I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah.
He's the story of the week. It feels like being boots on the ground here. Yes, Mahomes. Yes, Kelce. Yes, Taylor Swift. But, God, everybody's got to take on Brock Purdy. Everybody.
And it's kind of ridiculous, right? Like, what more do you want? You talked about the Cam Newton stuff, game changer, game manager. Like, get out of here. Go look at that second half. 13-16, 190-plus yards, 60-plus on the ground. 99.1 QBR out of 100? That's not a game manager. That's a game changer. Mm-hmm. Okay? And you can have your qualifiers and you can have all that kind of stuff, and that's fine. But they're not here without that second half performance by Brock Purdy, with an assist from Dan Campbell. I have to point out, kick the freaking field goals, man. Take points, right? Take points.
He's not here this week, right?
No, he's not. Trey Wingo, of course, is the voice you hear on the Uma guest line, actually live from Radio Row. And Trey, I wanted to ask you about the biggest differences between this 49er team in Super Bowl 54. Obviously, we could talk Christian McCaffrey, McCaffrey, but the big difference is, of course, Brock Purdy.
Without question.
He's 21-5 in his career. Now, I know you have in your Twitter bio that wins are not a QB stat.
Correct.
But you can obviously see the difference and the level that he's taken the Kyle Shanahan system since taking over.
Yeah, look, to me, one of Brock's best games this year was a game they lost. It was a game against the Cleveland Browns. And Brock did not play well in that game until he had to. On the road against, at that time, and I think it ended up being the number one defense in the NFL statistically, the Cleveland Browns, bad weather, rain. He drove them down the field with the game on the line, with no Trent Williams, with no Deebo Samuel, and gave them an opportunity to win that game with a field goal. Like, this is why I don't think wins and losses are a quarterback stat. Brock did his job. Mooney just mixed, which was essentially an elongated extra point. Was it 41 yards in that game? 41 yards. So it's basically, it's like a holding penalty on an extra point. Okay? 41-yarders are like standard operating procedure these days in the NFL. So he did his job. All quarterback can do is put his team in a position to win the game. That's why all the takes about Josh Allen, he can't get it done. Well, what did he do wrong in a divisional round against the Chiefs? Did he drop those passes? Did he call for a fake punt on his own 30-yard line, which, by the way, if Mecole hasn't fumbled that out of the end zone, Chiefs win that one by double digits, okay? So we need to get off this idea that the quarterback is the only reason you win or the only reason you lose. You pay your quarterback, in my opinion, for three things: to win on third down, to win in the red zone, and to win in the 2-minute drill. And to that point, no team in the NFL scored more points at the end of the first half this season than the Kansas City Chiefs. They were better at the end of the first half than anybody putting up points. That's what you want your quarterback to do. That's what Brock did in that game against Cleveland. That's where I thought he actually was. I was convinced after the Cleveland game. Because the hardest thing to do in a game, to me, is course correct, right? You're going bad, it's not great, but you find a way to get it done when you need to. He did that in the Cleveland game. He did it against Green Bay. He was not good in the Green Bay game until he needed to be. And that was a character drive. That was a statement drive for Brock Purdy that carried him again in the NFC Championship game when they got down early.
Trey Wingo, the voice you hear, he's doing the podcast Chasing It with Chase Daniels, 33rd team.
Yeah.
Doing some good content. We got something going with Stunt.
Yeah. Basically, you know the word doom scrolling?
Yes.
On your social media
do it nightly.
feeds? Yes.
Yes.
Not allowed on the Stunt app, okay? It's basically only a platform for sports fans to talk about sports. If you have political opinions or whatever you want or food recipes, fine, take them somewhere else. Think of it as a heavy weighted blanket to wrap yourself around where you can talk sports with other sports fans, launch your own shows, create your own platforms. We do trivia every Tuesday and Thursday night. It's play for free. You win 12 questions. You can win big bucks. Mark Schlereth, who I worked with for years at ESPN, he and I have a show on Monday nights on the Stunt app. It's basically a safe space to just talk about sports, and all the other crap that invades every one of your social media platforms does not exist at the Stunt. Download it at the Google Play on Android or the App Store for your iPhone.
So when I want to talk 24 presidential election, I'm going to Stunt.
No, you are not. You are not. You're not allowed. Flamethrower, baby.
Yeah. No, you're not going to get the German reporter who asked Andy Reid about the conspiracies yesterday.
Yeah, correct. Or the logos. Yes, we're not doing that. It's just sports opinions, sports chatter, sports takes, a chance for you to build your own platform and create your own brand.
The app is Stunt. Download it. Would Taylor Swift be allowed to be discussed?
Technically, if you count in how she helps the Chiefs or doesn't help the Chiefs, we will allow the Swifties. In general, it's a good rule. Allow the Swifties. Yeah. And for all the people that are upset about the 20 seconds she's on TV, get over yourselves.
Yeah.
All right? Oh, Jason Kelsey, Bears shirt, that doesn't have anything to do with football. Nobody seemed to complain about that. Get over yourselves.
I mean, she's the biggest pop star in the world.
By a mile.
I'd like to see.
By a mile.
That's kind of part of the fun, isn't it? I mean, it's like part of the fun.
It's entertainment.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's entertainment.
Yeah. And, man, oh, man. Have you heard all this 13? See, we're focused on this 13. She says 13 is her lucky number, and she's trying to seize that in the games being played on 2-11. That's 13. It's Super Bowl 58, 5 plus 8.
13.
But Brock Purdy's jersey number. So we're taking the 13.
So did Steve Bono. So, you know.
Hey,
who played for both the Chiefs and the 49ers. Just want to point that out.
Yeah. By the way, did you go? Is this factoid correct? Did you go to high school with Steve Young?
Yeah, he was my high school quarterback.
That's our guy.
Yeah, Steve's awesome. Great dude.
You know, he's our part of our family.
Yeah. Steve was such a bad thrower in high school. I can't even he completed 40% of his passes.
How did he get to BYU? Other than the fact that he was great grandson.
That helps.
Young.
Yeah. That helps. He was direct descendant.
But he was just a glorified running back. Huh?
We ran a veer offense.
Ooh,
a veer, and Steve talks about this. He doesn't know how he completed 47% or whatever it was, and when he got to BYU, the quarterback coach said, well, I don't like left-handers. Okay, that seems odd, but whatever.
Yeah.
And then, you guys know the story.
Yeah,
he was
like
third stringer.
the seventh stringer.
Yeah, and then they lost him for Mormon Mission, so he got on there. And the first game of the season, one guy got hurt. Second game, another guy got hurt. Third game of the year, throws for 300, runs for 100, and boom, takes off from there.
You know this because you've known him since high school, but I don't know if there's in any pro sport, basketball, baseball, or football, a player of his caliber who has such a great personality with the media and
He's a great guy.
I mean, just
I always said to him, Steve, you're killing it for the rest of us. Can you just get arrested for something?
I know.
Get a speeding ticket.
He's too good. Girls think he's good. He's handsome.
Do you know who he dated in high school? This is a great story.
Miss something. Right?
Yeah, her name was Christy Fitchner. In 1986, she beat out, among other women, Halle Berry for the Miss USA title. So the power couple at our high school was Steve Young, Hall of Fame quarterback, and Miss USA. The rest of us didn't have a chance, man. We didn't have a chance.
He was so humble, too. He's like, no, guys, no. It's like, guys, it's okay. I'll hang out with you.
I grill him on this
By the way,
all the time.
The hot girl has to be named Christy Fitchner.
Yeah,
she has to be,
fits.
right?
Yeah. Halle Berry. Halle Berry. She beat out Halle Berry. I'll just leave it there.
Yeah.
He is amazing.
That's
man.
why he's a Hall of Famer.
All right,
on so many levels.
Yes.
All right, we got to let you go, but come on. It's legal. It's a legal obligation. I'm taking them right. Who's the pick?
Tell me why I should bet against 15.
Okay. I mean, I can't.
I mean, look, the 49ers are probably a better team.
Yeah.
But the Bills were supposed to be a better team. Ravens supposed to be a better team.
This is Jeter. This is Brady. This is...
Okay, do you have a second? Are we all
Yeah, no, we have like 2 minutes.
Okay. The Jeter thing is perfect. Derek Jeter played 158 postseason games in his baseball career, which is an insane thing. So he basically played a full season.
158 postseason games.
Yeah, 158 postseason games with the Yankees. In those 158 games, he hit 308, 20 home runs, 61 RBIs, 111 runs scored. So basically, he had an MVP season against the top two pitchers on every rotation, right? No spot starters, no hacks. Mahomes has played 17 postseason games, full season. In those 17 games, the Chiefs are 14-3. He has 45 total touchdowns against 8 total giveaways. Completion percentage of 67, which is higher than his regular season completion percentage. And here's the killer for me. His passer rating is 107. His pass rating in the regular season is 92.
Oh,
He's much better in the playoffs against the best teams.
This is daunting. This is very daunting. I mean, I want every I'm a lifelong. I'm born and raised Niners for life, and it's going to be hard.
They could win. They could
win. That's why they play the games.
But
they're favored. Doesn't the script want Taylor Swift and the confetti, though?
Absolutely. Well, the logo conspiracy, though, we got rid of that one. So
the only one, one of the only odd factoids is they walk out the Lombardi with that processional music playing. It's only recent. They just announced this morning. The guy posted. Who's walking it out? Because I've had this vision that Joe or Ronnie was going to walk it out.
Yeah.
It's Larry Zonka. I mean, listen, I love Larry Zonka, but it's kind of random, isn't it?
That is a little random.
So, Larry Zonka and Taylor Swift walking it out, right?
Yeah, from his days in the WFL.
Nice. Well, Trey, great stuff.
Yeah,
we'll follow you on the podcast.
Appreciate
Stunt
it.
app.
Fantastic, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you guys.
No presidential election debates on the Stunt app.
Thank God. Thank God. Oh, there's plenty of conspiracies just about the NFL being screwed.
Just Jeter Mahomes arguments. All right, so there you go. Man. All right, Trey. Well, thank you guys. That wraps up a great day on Radio Row, everybody. Off we go. We'll hand it over to the boys, Papa and Lund. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change student and brake experts. Papa, Lund, Radio Row, next on the sports leader. When I want to talk 24 presidential election, I'm going to Stunt.
No, you are not. You are not. You're not allowed. Flamethrower, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Beginning of the week, it's always fun and stuff to get out here and everything, but I've always been pretty well aware, even before I got into coaching, what the Super Bowl was, and you're so locked in and ready for that moment. I've learned it going to them before, but I do think the players, the biggest thing is for them to realize, because I don't take as many pictures anymore. You don't film everything, thinking this is so special and stuff, because you've never seen stuff like that. I think those are the things you start to realize, like, all that matters is that game. You're not going to come back and watch that stuff unless you win that game, and that's really, I think it gets clearer and clearer the more you go to them.
My entire life growing up, I was taught to speak things into existence, because if you don't speak them into existence, if you don't tell yourself them, if you don't, say them out loud, like, how are they ever going to happen? Like, things don't just come to chance. Like, you have to work for, what you get, and you get lucky sometimes, but you have to work for it. And so I know just me stating it, and then I'm not going to say, like, I didn't look back at that video I didn't do that by any means. Saying that I would be back, and, like, has that influenced me a little bit? Yeah, sure. Like, I attack it every single day. I work really hard every single day. Like, football's my job. That's what I do. I just kind of try to take every single day and be my best at it every single day, and now look at, I have an opportunity to play again.
Yes, thanks for joining us. A Thursday edition. Man, this is going fast. We're live in Las Vegas at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Papa and Lund, a great guest list as always. You heard a little George Kittle, Kyle Shanahan there. We're getting closer and closer. Good morning, my friend.
What time are you on Sunday morning?
Ooh, what's it, 3:30 is the game?
3:30. Right? We 72 hours away.
3:30.
10 a.m.
About 11, I think. 11 to
73 hours
11?
away
11.
From your pregame show.
Yeah.
Starting getting towards the end.
I'm starting to feel it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the end of the week and be done with Radio Row.
I'm proud of you,
Wearing me out.
I'm proud of you. You know why?
Why?
Because a few members of
You
our
bailed
staff...
on me. You bailed on me.
No, I didn't bail on you last night. I had
I had a text chain. Where's Will Gavin?
I just saw him.
So after I left you, I went to Debbie Spander's party.
Yeah.
The young lady in the red dress, Annie, that everybody's just so enamored with, was there, and she was holding court. Brandon Marshall, the Bronco linebacker, one of the first to take a knee.
Not the receiver, huh?
No, the other guy. The other guy's a little bit not there. This guy, what a smart guy he is. We talked football for 3 hours. It was amazing. Got to get him on there. Anyway, and then after her party, I assembled an all-star cast. Shane Salazar's in time. The old Warrior equipment manager, I knew him when he was 18 years old. He's 51 now, and he still acts like he's 18. Michael Burns was there.
We have that in common.
We had David Lombardi.
Oh, come on.
I had Will Will was saying he was hanging with you.
I was.
I thought if I can get John Lund, Will Gavin, Shane Salazar, and Michael Burns together,
I haven't seen
every
Burns
bar
forever.
in the planet Earth will shut down simultaneously if we can do that.
You got to go away.
Will, he tapped out last night.
Well, I think you scared him. I think you scared him. So you can sit down here.
Sorry, man. Totally crashed last night. Everything caught up tonight and tomorrow, though.
Well, you know what?
Lockdown Saturday. Before that, where are you at, bro? Let's go drink. I'm with Lund, hanging with Lund. And then you went out and had dinner with somebody.
Yeah.
That would have been the Mount Rushmore
Okay, can you do it
of
again?
drinkers.
I'll do it again.
Well, Shane's flying home today.
What?
Shane was the guy because he's never around.
Yeah.
Shane he and Chris Webber and Spreewell were tied. Saintly had to fire Shane because Shane got in a little trouble. Anyway, I love Shane. And he's 50. He's the best-looking 51-year-old. He looks like he's 18. So I thought, this is the group. This is the Mount Rushmore. Lund, Gavin,
need water?
Burns. So I got everything. Okay. I need liquids. And Shane Salazar. They were all there. You two guys, where were you? Gavin, where were you? You shut it down last night?
I didn't shut it down, right? We went for a few after we were done here on Radio Row. We hit the Irish bar and hit some.
Oh, you went back there for the
Guinnesses? Yeah, we did a little bit of that.
You're strong.
And then we headed back and we hit a couple of tables and we grabbed some food. And I think it was I'm not saying that eating's cheating, but there was certainly an element of the moment that I
Depends on what context you're talking about.
You lose your buzz, you mean?
Yeah, I decided, I've been really unhealthy all week. I'm going to have a salad. Forgetting that salads in this country means 3,000 calories of bacon, buffalo chicken, like blue cheese. So, and I honestly crashed.
All right, so
I'm so sorry.
Speaking of game,
right, he's reading out my messages.
I was trying to get the crew. I sent you to a number of different locations.
Yeah. So it's Mandalay Bay. And then
I was
the today.
It's Will Gavin,
Aurora. Right,
yeah.
Will Gavin Creek Scamboda. Flight.
Yeah, because the switched. Because Burns was getting there earlier and he was setting up where to go and he switched. Right. They were all the same. They're all
indication.
Just
casino. Single words.
The other day, though, when he said,
I did go and search for you at first.
I think we talked.
And
then you bailed.
Yeah.
But I forget these conversations, whether we have them on or off the air, but I think this was an off-air conversation. And Papa was, I'm not going to say berating you, but he was telling you, like, well, how are you going to save your voice for Sunday? What are you going to do? When are you going to cut it off? When are you going to stop? And
Gavin was giving that to me?
No, you gave it to him.
Oh.
And I think
he's calling the game.
I think he scared you, and then you went home early last night for that.
Do you know how many
can't party
people,
like a rock star all week and then call the Super Bowl?
How many people came up to me
Not at my
yesterday?
age, maybe your age.
Yeah, how many people came up to me yesterday after I did your call here, having heard me do it, because I would...
Everybody here, I got throat drops.
Trust me,
That's all you got.
I've
what
got
flavor you got?
I've got
Cola.
These are good ones.
Like, seriously,
Yeah.
I
Citrus.
went way too hard on that. Like, so much louder than I intended
you blew it
to.
out. Yeah, sometimes you get a little
so you got hurt.
So you were talking about, hitting a few tables. In your country, I remember going there when the Raiders played a game
Dolphins.
at Wembley against Miami. I went over the bridge in Cambridge and saw, watched this. And there, I thought I was getting a beer in a concession, and the people are actually betting on who's going to score the next goal in the match. I'm like, what's going on? So there's live betting where we're not quite that sophisticated. We can do it on our phone, but you can't go into Allegiant Stadium and bet that McCaffrey's going to pick up 4 yards on the next run.
Yeah, but you're not going to have those kind of traditional sports books in stadiums. Probably don't really exist as much anymore. That was definitely a thing in like the 80s, 90s, etc.
Right.
But now you're right. Everyone does have a phone, and I tell you what's amazing, and this is. I found this out while we were doing some work at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium this year for one of the NFL games. We're sponsored by a betting partner who are the official NFL sponsor, and so we do like an odds update at beginning before the game and half time, let people know what the lines are, etc.
Right.
The stadium Wi-Fi has it shut down, so you can't access any betting website or app other than the one that sponsors them.
Smart.
So I couldn't get on my own thing that I needed to get on. So it's so sophisticated nowadays, man. Like it's got to a level, and I think America's catching up in a big way. Did you see how much money they're talking about being put on the Super Bowl this weekend?
Most ever.
Yeah, they're talking about $23 billion.
Wow.
23, being spent in gambling this weekend. That is, from a league which...
$23 billion?
When the Raiders were first...
It's almost as much as Goodell makes.
As you'll know better than anyone else. Not that you have any previous affiliations or anything. We don't talk about that, right?
No.
When they moved in 2017, or it was announced they were going to move, gambling hadn't been actually ratified at that point, right? So Goodell was still going, we're moving a team to Vegas, but we still disassociate from, they put it through the court of law right now, everything, just bring it in. Let's do it.
Let's legalize it. It's 38 states. So are you allowed to gamble on the game? In your capacity? I'm not. I can't even play blackjack here. I can't
until
gamble
after the
at
game,
all.
right? I read an
I don't
article.
know. Is it after the game or is it?
Yeah.
Just during season?
They said players could.
But you, in your capacity, you get inside information talking to people.
I'm allowed to, as a journalist and somebody covering the sport. Whether I'm allowed to as a husband and a soon-to-be father.
As long as you win.
Come on, you wear the pants. Let's go.
I'm not so sure that's true, but she won't be listening, so
we got a guest at 10:15. I'm going to ask you this, and maybe you can't do it.
Is it Ed McCaffrey? Because I still
Steve Largent, greatest pair of hands outside of Bolitnikoff.
earlier.
Love Steve Largent.
You told a story last night that was phenomenal. Can you tell that on the air or not?
Which one?
The one.
Oh,
that
when you guys were hanging without me last night?
No, when you said that you almost called the Super Bowl once before.
Oh, wow.
This is an amazing story. Can you tell it in like 2 minutes?
Yeah, okay.
It's Pop. I don't know if you ever heard this. This is an amazing story.
Yeah, I would have heard it last night if I was invited to hang out. Here's Steve Larger in the gold jacket. All right, 2 minutes, timer, go.
Okay, let's go. Several drinks deep last night. I told this story of when we were in Arizona for the first Super Bowl that I ever covered, 49, the Patriots Seahawks. And my week kind of ended around Thursday, Friday, because we weren't calling the game. We didn't have rights. So I was like, I'd done my Radio Row stuff. I'd done my reporting. We're going to tie one off. Saturday night, we went wild. We went out in Scottsdale, and it went off, like to the point where one of our friends, who is 150 pounds soaking wet and a slender kind of child of a man, almost got arrested for getting too Larry. And Larry's wild.
Yeah. Too Larry.
In one of the,
let's get Larry, baby.
Yeah. In one of the bars. So it was a wild night. We got in at kind of 4 a.m. kind of thing.
Yeah.
I get a phone call at about 6:30 from the guy who is the producer of the coverage on the BBC in the UK, just saying, Darren Fletcher, the current commentator, his flight has been diverted due to fog. I'm like, what do you mean due to fog? We were pulled back the curtains.
You were foggy.
And it's a thick fog outside. He's been diverted to San Francisco. He might not get here in time for the game. Could you call the Super Bowl? I'd never done a scrap of play-by-play in my life. I've been a soccer commentator for years.
You're hanging. You're Larry.
I'm barely hanging. I'm still drunk at this point.
You're Larry and my cousin Larry.
I'm absolutely all over the shop, and I had to do commentary prep in 4 hours, like get everything together, figure it all out to do the Super Bowl. I didn't have charts. I didn't have anything else. I didn't have any of that. I had to do all of that. I had to go to the stadium. I had to meet Rocky Boyer, used to be a linebacker, ginger guy.
Yeah. Ginger guy.
I had to go and meet him for the first time ever, having never met him.
That was going to be your partner?
That was going to be my co-coms. And
amazing.
And about an hour before kickoff, I'm like, I feel like I'm in a good place. I've sobered up. I'm not feeling like I'm going to be sick anymore. I'm like, right, I'm just going to take a trip down to the field, and I'm going to go out, and I'm just going to soak everything in.
How's your voice?
Not great.
Yeah.
And I get back in the lift to come back upstairs, having leveled myself out.
He gets back in the lift being larried.
And Darren Fletcher walks into the lift alongside me.
Right when he's ready to call.
What was your moment then? Did you go
45 minutes?
Or did you go, damn?
It was somewhere in between. The perfect straddle line between those two things.
I could have called it Malcolm Butler.
Instead, I get to do it the first time this weekend when I'm ready to go.
All right.
You're our man.
Will Gavin. Bring Larry tonight.
Can somebody find me Ed McCaffrey?
We'll track
he is the most
Gavin.
elusive man I've ever met in my life.
Let's get going from Radio Row. The great Steve Large, the Hall of Famer and Congressman, is going to join us coming up next from Vegas on the air.
Greatest pair of hands ever.
Almost got arrested for getting too Larry.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Ed McCaffrey, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Christian's routine ahead of Super Bowl 58. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Faithful, Papa and Lunder live from Radio Row in Vegas, getting you set for Sunday Showdown. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's picked off by Harden in the end zone, 3 yards deep, running out, takes it up to the 10, 15, out to the 20, he's on his feet, and boy, Largent, the ball comes loose, the Seahawks may get it back.
I mean, Largent just unloaded on Mike Harden. Holy smoke, what a play.
Steve will want to put that over his mantle, right, on the fireplace.
That's better than any touchdown catch he's ever made, right there.
I don't know about that.
He can block too?
Mike Harden had an interception in Denver, and Steve Largent came back and whacked him. That's not why you're in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, no, and that's not what happened.
Oh, it's not?
What happened was we were playing in Denver, and Mike Harden hit me and knocked me out of the game. And he hit me. He was fined $5,000 for it, for hitting me with his elbow in the face mask. Then we played them because we played them home and home because there's AFC West. We played the Broncos in the Kingdom, and that game Mike Harden intercepted a pass in the end zone and started running out, and that's when I got him back.
Okay, I was a little off.
Yeah,
no block, no rock. The 49ers have a mantra in the wide receiver room: no block, no rock. You were one of the greatest catchers of all time, but you were a good blocker. You were nasty.
I was. I felt like that I owed that to my teammates to be able to block downfield and open up lanes for them.
Let me see your hand size. Wait a minute, John. My hands are bigger. Your small hands, Largent?
Yeah.
Why did you? Fred Biletnikoff to me was the greatest hands catcher, but you're right there. You're in the top 2 or 3 all time. With those small mitts, why were you able to catch the ball the way you did, Steve?
I don't know. I just was. I guess I wanted to catch it more than I wanted to drop the ball. So it was. It was an amazing career. I still pinch myself to make sure it really was me that happened to, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's great to be joined by Steve Largent. He's a Hall of Famer. And so my dad was just telling you this story. So I grew up in Southern California, but for a year my dad moved us up to Seattle, and it was the expansion year that you guys started. And so we would go to the Kingdom, and we would watch games, and it was the loudest place ever. And my mom fell in love with Largent and Zorn and thought they were the cutest guys ever. And so we were there for the first couple of years of your existence, and you guys didn't win a lot of games. But it was so fun to go to those games. I remember Efren Herrera, the kicker, beat the Vikings one year. I was at a Rams game. You guys set the record for the least yards ever. I mean, but you guys were fun. Jack Patera, that whole crew. You guys, right away, people became Seahawks fans, and that place was crazy in a football town, and it's now they're the 12s. And I know we're in San Francisco, and I shouldn't be complimenting you guys like that, but that is a real football city.
It really is, and I don't know how much of a football city it was before we came to town. But it was after, and they have always been very supportive. We used to have fans line up outside of our locker coming out of the game to say congratulations or played a good game or what, just to see you. And it was more like a college feel than a professional athlete or professional feel to it, and it was really endearing.
And John mentioned it was Jim Zorn to Steve Largent, one of the great combinations in history. Now we have Steve Young as a left-handed quarterback, Kenny the Snake Stabler with the Raiders then. There's not a lot of lefties anymore. What was the adjustment for you to catch the spin of a left-hander's throw versus a right-hander's throw?
Well, the only time that I had to adjust to it was on deep throws. So Jim, when he throws the ball, his ball will tail to the left, as opposed to a right-handed quarterback like Dave Craig, his ball would tail to the right. And so that's, once you get that in your head, then you just give a little more room on the left side of the field, and the ball should come right to you. And on Dave's, you just adjust on the right, and that'll be fine. But it wasn't really hard to adjust to a left-handed quarterback. Now, I would say that the adjustment that you have to make for a left-handed quarterback is their personality, not the way they threw the football. And
right-brained, a little off.
Yeah,
what you're saying?
Maybe not off, but different.
Different.
Yeah.
And Snake was like that. Steve Young like that.
And
Zorn was like that.
Zorn was like that. Absolutely.
Steve Largent, Hall of Famer, joining us. We're in Las Vegas, of course, getting ready for Super Bowl 58, Niners and Chiefs. When you left the game, 819 receptions, 13,089, and 100 touchdowns. Those were all the records.
Right.
And now it's exploded. It's a totally different game. What do you think of it from the time where you're like, you leave the game, you're like, I'm the greatest ever. Look at that.
Yeah,
and
well, Jerry Rice retired about 3 or 4 years after I did. So
took your number, too.
Yes,
Not only all your numbers, he literally took your 80 in Seattle.
He
for
did.
bad about.
For a minute. Yeah.
I think Jerry actually felt bad about that, and I did too. But the general manager wanted to do that, and so that was kind of one of the oddities of my NFL career and post career. But Jerry is a great person. Number one, number two, he's a great receiver, and so I love to watch him play. We would play the 49ers every year in the preseason before our season started because we were in the AFC West. But Jerry is just one of those great guys that I think really deserves the admiration that he gets. And
yeah, as John mentioned, the game you played entirely different with the rules.
Yes.
How much they throw the ball, the numbers have exploded. The other element is equipment. These gloves, these wide receivers wear.
Man.
Have you ever put
yes, I have.
Literally, the glove catches the ball.
Yeah,
your fingers don't have to. And you were a hands catcher. You didn't wear gloves.
You could wear gloves, but you didn't want to wear the gloves that they had because they were more like for cold weather than for catching a football. And I have a pair of gloves that they wear now, and you're right. They really make a difference in a receiver being able to catch a football or not. And it's the game. And you can say, well, I wish we could go back to the olden days, but that's history, and so that's.
Do you ever use Stickum like Freddie?
I used Stickum a couple of times just to see what it was like in practice, but I didn't use Stickum in a game.
Wasn't your thing? I know you were a pick 117 and Purdy was 262, but you were drafted by the Oilers and immediately you went to the Seahawks. Do you relate to Brock Purdy's story a little bit in that people looked at you and said, well, this guy can't do what he does. He doesn't look like it. He doesn't run like it. He doesn't. But you did.
Yeah.
And here's a Brock Purdy, and people can't get over the fact that he just doesn't look it, or doesn't have the arm, or doesn't have the pedigree, or whatever the case. It is deemed what a great quarterback's supposed to be. Do you relate to that?
I do a little bit. I think that he deserves a lot more credit for his play and for his leadership. And so I think he's a very good player. I wouldn't say he's a great player yet, but he's got a lot of years left to play, and I think he can be. But yeah, he's a very good player, and he's in the Super Bowl. I mean, you can't ask for more than that. And I think it's going to be a good game between him and the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll see what happens.
So what's the story? You're a fourth-round pick and of the Oilers. Phillips brings you in the office and says, you're not going to make our team. They traded you for an eighth-round pick to Seattle?
That's what happened. And what happened was Jerry Rome was my offensive coordinator and quarterback receiver coach at the University of Tulsa. He had gone to the Seahawks and was their quarterback receiver coach my first year. And he had wanted the Seahawks to draft me in the draft, and they said, no, we don't think he could make the team. And so they didn't draft me, but when I came available on the cut list from the Oilers, they said, well, we'll give him a chance. We'll give him an eighth-round draft choice and see what he can do. And so I came up and really had a second opportunity to second bite of the apple, so to speak, and knew that my playing ability was on the line, and I was able to make the team because Jerry was there.
Right.
And the reason that was so important was he had implemented our entire passing game that we had in college at the University of Tulsa into the Seahawks game plan. So when he said, I write 79, I knew exactly where to line up when the quarterback was going to throw it, and how to get in front of that ball. So that was a real advantage for me.
That's awesome. Steve Largent, the Hall of Famer, joining us, former Seahawk, in Las Vegas, getting ready for the Super Bowl. Pop.
Yes.
We had Mark on last year.
Mark
Singleton is the
Good to see
VP
you,
of Sales and Marketing for Southern Batch, Southern Recipe, small batch.
The pork rinds?
Pork rinds.
Oh, these are good.
And remember Mark last year in Arizona, and he is back here again. And we were just talking before you came on. It's a crazy scene in Las Vegas, right?
Wow. How can you find a better place to throw a Super Bowl than Vegas? I mean, this is amazing. amazing energy, and it's going to be a great game.
Yeah.
Great game.
And people have to enjoy it with your pork rinds.
Gluten-free.
Yeah.
7 grams of collagen. What goes better on the biggest pigskin holiday of the year than pigskins? I mean, come on.
First time you've used that line, huh?
Very first
I don't remember that from last year. I think that's new material.
You know,
were you Steve's speechwriter?
That was good.
You know, we knew each other way back when he was in Congress, and we're so happy to have him as our spokesman. And as y'all know, the Gridiron Greats is really one of the best parties in Vegas. Our cigar under the stars.
When is this?
Oh,
have you already had it?
Oh, tonight.
All right.
Can you do a cigar tonight? Save
Invitation. I'm ready to roll. Let's do it.
We can handle that.
I'm going to try one of these pork rinds.
Oh, they're so good. What do you think?
Delicious.
Outstanding.
I miss breakfast.
What
They have
better?
a big taste, I would say.
You know, we've been doing this since 1955, and so we're about to figure it out.
That'll get you going in the morning.
Go.
Yeah.
I think you figured it out because I mean I remember talking to you last year. I mean you guys are number one, right? You guys are the best.
Yeah, you know we still use Mary Rudolph's secret recipe from 1955.
What's
We're
that?
still a family-owned company.
What's that?
Oh, we can't tell you.
don't
It's
have
in
the
a
secret
plain
recipe?
paper. Yes.
You know what's great about this is immediately you are thirsty. So when you're watching a football game, this is like the Super Bowl. You have a bag of this.
Oh,
you're ready to rock.
The beer guys should pay
Beer
us.
guy.
And they really
Forget
should.
about beer and
Humble that
peanuts. It's beer and pork rinds.
Oh, that's
No,
beautiful.
wait. If you go on our website at southernrecipe.com, we've got hundreds of recipes. People are going to be cooking, tailgating. We can turn anything into low carb.
You know, the color of these match
I
your
do
Hall
that
of
all the
Fame
time.
Yeah,
jacket.
there you go. How about
Look at
My
this.
wife is big on it. I'm big on it. You can put it. You can do like chicken strips. You can do anything.
John, look at
with
this.
these
Look at this
things, man.
color. It's the same
Oh
color
my gosh.
as his Hall of Fame
That's
jacket.
darn close. Did you do that by design?
Hall
of Fame jacket color?
As a matter of fact, you think I'm kidding? I was just at Disney World with the grandkids. I'm in the Star Wars area, and I smell pork rinds. I mean, I've been doing this all my life, and I would look around there, and they're serving pork rinds in Disney with some wild galactic
everywhere.
flavor. It's been a hoot, and what's really a hoot is how many people we're going to help.
Yeah.
With the money we're going to raise tonight at the party. Cigar Under the Stars.
What are you
We'll
going to
get
do?
you some tickets.
Where's the money going?
What Mike Ditka started a fund for players that have fallen on hard times, and it's called the Gridiron Greats Assistance Fund. And Mike champions that, and so that money goes wisely to players that have fallen on hard times, and I'm all for that. I mean, you know, when you're in the NFL, it really is kind of like a brotherhood and like a fraternity, and so in that vein, I'm helping Mike in his efforts to raise money for these guys that really need it.
Well, obviously on the football field you accomplished everything. Your political career after. I mean, I grew up in Buffalo watching Jack Kemp play quarterback, and then what he did politically. You're right there, but I would think one of the honors, and they're going to hand it out tonight, back in '88 when you won the NFL Man of the Year award.
Yeah, it really is a big honor. It was an honor for me, and it still is. And so I think that, and I don't know who won, but we'll find out tonight.
Maybe Eric
it
Armstead
is a
of the
big honor.
Niners.
Yeah.
He's been nominated 4 straight years. Maybe this is the year for him.
Yeah. Good.
GridironGreats.org on that. Can people get into your party? Or is
Yeah,
it?
absolutely. Tickets are still available online.
Very nice.
Can I bring John? Can he be my +1?
Yeah.
We'll talk about that right after this.
Let's go. I want to go. Can I smoke cigars with Steve Largent?
Absolutely. And not just him. Everybody's there. This is one of the best parties in Vegas. We raise a lot of money for a great cause. And it really is a place where you can meet your heroes.
Very nice. How do they get? Do you have a website or? Can they
www.gridirongreats.org.
And that's it. We
so
can show
easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know Largent.
And what about the pork rinds?
Oh, well, we're doing a great giveaway right now at southernrecipe.com. They can win $5,000 and 15 months supply of pork rinds because this is our 15th
15
year.
months?
15 months.
Well, how much is that? What if I have like a case a day?
Only 3 pounds a case, man. I mean, it'll be all right. We'll take care of you.
Take me through next year's Super Bowl.
Mark Singleton is with us. Mark Singleton, Steve Largent. Again, make sure that you hit him up on their website. website as well, southernrecipe.com. For tickets tonight, gridirongreats.org. Gentlemen,
Nice
our
seeing you
pleasure.
again, my friend. Thank you.
Thank
y'all
you
so
sir.
much.
Mark, our pleasure.
Thank
Great
you,
to be
Mark.
joined.
The great
And
Steve Largent.
Yeah, what a great
I got bigger hands than him. Look at this.
Yeah, man, he would make some catches where you're
I'm
like,
Big Hands Papa.
Wow. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
More guests, more. We'll set everything up. Coming up next, we're live in Vegas. Pop and Lund on the East 4-seater.
It's Greg Papa here from Media Row, Radio Row. So excited, fired up that the Red and Gold have returned to the big game. And I am seeing a little Tony's Pizza down here in Las Vegas, a little bit different than Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. Both great, but Tony's Pizza in the North Beach is the best I've ever had. And they even ranked #1 in the world. It's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York style, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas, and they're spicy. Bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. So don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style, cracker-thin, and deep-dish pizzas. One of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are gigantic, but they are mouth-wateringly good. Don't forget to finish off your meal with the correct way. That is with a cannoli or a tiramisu. Wake up early in the morning and stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his Bakery Toscano Brothers. And also, when you go to the Bay Area sporting venues, check out Tony's Slice House for the fast casual restaurants where they serve up delicious slices. When you go to Chase Center, Oracle Park, or at the home of the 49ers, Levi Stadium. It's NFL football season, playoff season. It's a big game Sunday. Nothing goes better than Tony's Pizza and playoff football. It's a match made in heaven.
Your voice of the NFC champion 49ers, Greg Papa, and our game day host, John Lund, are live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, the sports leader.
Man, Brock goes, he's the leader of this team. Everything starts with him. He's one of the best players I've ever played with, and to be able to do it just in his second year, I think, what he's done, not just, if you look at the numbers, and you didn't put his name at it, you would be in awe. And then I think you add the fact that he was the last pick of the draft. You add the fact that I think people forget he rehabbed an elbow the whole entire offseason. He didn't get to throw till training camp, and now he's quarterback in the Super Bowl in his second year in the NFL. I look back to my second year in the NFL, and man, if I had the success that he had, that's special, and I think it's only up from here, and I'm just happy, and we're lucky he's on our team.
That, of course, is Christian McCaffrey yesterday. Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, live in Vegas. We're just catching our breath. Jeez, Will Gavin joined us off the bat and told us a great story about he almost called the first Super Bowl in Arizona, and then we just had Steve Largent on, who was absolutely great, and then the fireworks start. At 10:45, your good friend Warren Sapp is going to join us.
Oh, man. So we're going from one gold jacket to the other. Steve Largent.
They couldn't be more different.
To Warren Sapp. They could not be more different, certainly in their post-playing career, or even the way they conducted themselves. Last time we had Warren on was in Arizona.
You drove him to.
And then I think that very night, there was money on the table, and I don't know. Didn't go well. I haven't seen Warren in about 4 years. But he is.
Day we're like, whoa.
And honestly, he's bombastic. He never stops talking. But he has reason to talk. He's arguably the greatest three technique to ever play in the NFL. If you were to come up with an all-NFL first team, he would be the three tech. There's no doubt. And he was on that legendary Tampa Bay Buccaneer 2002 defense with John Lynch and Sluggo Seam and what they did to the Raiders. And I don't know. We'll see what he says about it. I see just a little commonality, John, between that defense and Sapp, who had great players around him. Simeon Rice could have been the MVP of that Super Bowl. He just buried Rich time after time. They had Booger McFarland. They had guys around him, and obviously they had Derek Brooks, they had Ronde Barber, they had John Lynch, they had all the safeties. But the one thing you could do is run on them. And it all changed when Barrett Robbins went AWOL. We were going to run a play, was called 14 Blast when John Gruden was the coach. And Zach Crockett goes into the back position, halfback, and John Ritchie's the lead blocker. They ran that play 3 times in a row, just randomly in the second quarter after they got way behind, and it gained like 8 yards, and he had to punt the ball. So without Barrett Robbins, he was a great, blocking center in addition to being a mobile guy and going to Adam True. But anyway, that defense, that if they had a weakness going into the game, John, it was you could run on them. And I think the more you start Christian McCaffrey talking about Brock, and I wasn't any good in my second year. Christian McCaffrey ran for over 1,000 yards in his second year in the NFL. He caught 107 passes that year. He wasn't any good. What's he talking about? So,
he must misremember.
I don't know. No, he's just he's so deflecting of praise. Like, Brock's second year good. I sucked my second year. Did you? Wow. Anyway, so, if they win this game, does McCaffrey have to have a huge game? And I would say overall, not just in rushing yards, but what do you think the over-under, if the 49ers win the game, the recipe, does McCaffrey need to have 150 scrimmage yards?
Yes. Yeah, I think the minimum, not that I would know this, but I've heard, the minimum over-under on his rushing yards is 80, and I think you're right, even without looking.
But the receiving's not that high.
No, but
like 40,
you could take
50?
it even higher. But I think combined, and to me, it's more touches, right?
Right.
I want him to touch the ball
time
25,
of possession,
if not 30 times,
top,
right?
T.O.P.
Yeah, I want him
time
to touch it a ton.
Like 150 million Americans on Sunday. Let Patrick Mahomes watch the Super Bowl.
Well, and that's the thing is that we've talked about this a million times. When Kyle's 30-plus, that's the number, regardless of how many he
gets.
How
about 35,
now,
40?
When Kansas City loses, I got something that will impress everybody's friends. When Kansas City has lost 6 times this year, the average totes per game is 31, and the average yards is 131.5. So to beat Kansas City, you got to be over 30 runs.
And Buffalo ran it on them and still lost.
Yeah.
In the divisional playoff game.
It can happen.
Where's Sapp? This is going to get ugly.
We just had Steve Largent on the show. Warren Sapp's joining us at 10:45. Don't miss those fireworks. Dan Graziano is going to join us. ESPN NFL Insider 11:30. Our good friend Jeffrey Chadia from NFL Network straight up at noon. Tim Ryan, is going to join us at 12:15. Jeff Schwartz at 12:45. Oh, your
Babs
crew
is here.
Your crew is here.
Babs is here.
Your studio crew. Jeff Schwartz is going to join us at 12:45.
May the Schwartz be with you.
We'll talk offensive line
Is he bringing
play.
cigars?
And Kellen Winslow
Senior. Junior's not available.
Yeah, no kidding. Senior is going to join us.
Was he the first? Todd Christensen was really good. I mean, back then, John Mackey, Ray Chester, Mike Ditka. But Kellen Winslow, he was the original Travis Kelce.
He was awesome.
But they detached him. He was not. Well, he lined up in line, but he was a route running. He was Kelce, right?
Was so big.
He was the
fast.
original Kelce.
He was awesome.
For Eric Coryell and San Diego's offense with Fouts.
Man,
Greatest game
was
ever.
Awesome.
That game was incredible.
So he's going to join us.
Ralph Bernerska.
Yeah. The
With
host
game
of Wheel
winner.
of Fortune.
Wheel of Fortune.
All right, let's talk to Warren Sapp. The fireworks will be fun. The last time we had him on was in Arizona, and then that night he was so shaken by the interview with you, he went out and
I
did some illegal
guarantee Ahmad Rashad's name will come up. It always does with me.
Let's talk
Always
to Warren Sapp next. It's Papa and Lund live from Las Vegas at the Mandalay Bay on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR from Radio Row at the Super Bowl, and I can see miles and miles in this expansive ballroom here, this convention center. A couple of summers ago, I had the custom lens replacement surgery, CLR, from the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. A game changer for me, could be for you as well. Do you struggle with distance vision and need reading glasses or wear bifocals? CLR is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you will never develop a cataract. Lund, did you know that when you had the CLR procedure? No cataracts for a lifetime? I had no idea. So don't wait until you're an old guy like Lund to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your time for CLR. Find out now with a free consultation. It is lasereyeclr.com. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Sunday, you'll hear Greg Papa's call right here on The Sports Leader. But till then, he's with John Lund live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR, The Sports Leader.
I watched it from down on the field. The NFL security came and got me and just kind of went down. You know, that's what they told you they needed you down there. So, you know, not a good memory, you know, one that got away. So.
Thanks for joining us, Bob and Lund. We're live, Mandalay Bay Convention Center, getting ready for Super Bowl 58, the Niners and the Chiefs. And whenever he sits down, this is going to be a lot of fun. We haven't had Warren Sapp on the show in a while, but it's always great to catch up to one of the best of all time, the Hall of Famer with the Bucks, and of course the Raiders.
Greatest three-tech ever.
And your good friend, Warren Sapp.
Ahmad Rashad.
Hey, it's so good to see my old friend right here,
What's
my
up,
man.
How
It's
you
been
been?
too long.
How
It's
you
been
been?
too long.
Yeah,
I got to start going to the Raider reunions. I got to. I talked to Kelly. I say,
once a Raider, always a Raider.
Always a Raider.
Except if you're me, then you're not a Raider. I'm a Niner now. Long story.
Yeah.
Long story.
Making sure
you know what?
your
You
check
go
was
in.
better. Don't worry about it.
You go in.
You know how it goes.
Keep
You go
going.
in
It's
first.
your business.
Yeah, you know how it goes.
So, you know, obviously, when we think of you and we think the Raiders, we think of Super Bowl 37. And how much was it John Gruden's intel into Rich Gannon, the offense, Sluggo Seam, and everything that Lynch was calling out, the running game? How much were you guys just mentally, you were physically dominant in the game, but you also, not only did you outfight the Raiders, outfought them, you outthought them as well. How much was it John Gruden in that game?
20 years later, we're still having this conversation.
When I see you.
All right, I'm good. I'm
it
glad.
was a
No,
Super Bowl.
No, I
It was
understand. I understand.
21
where we're
years
at.
later.
And I 21, yeah.
21 years.
21, but it's just starting. It ain't
Right.
Yeah. So the thing about it is, I have a question for Raider Nation because I was a Raider, but you know I get that. Oh no, you're one of us now. Trust me, I used to get that when I was out and about, and I always ask them, if there was 12 brothers in a house, and one left and started going against that other 11, who knows more, that 11 about that one,
Right.
or that one about all 11?
Okay, that's interesting.
And then I ask people this: Warren Sapp, Simeon Rice was on the defensive front.
Yeah.
Can you name me anybody that's on yours? I know Reagan Upshaw was because I love Reagan. That's my guy. Can you name anybody that was on the defensive front
Richard
for the Raiders?
Richard Seymour
Who?
was there.
No, that was after Warren Sapp.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about the
later.
Super Bowl,
Yeah,
37.
Right.
Yeah, 21 years ago.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you name anybody on the defensive front?
Brad Culpepper.
I called those games.
Not Brad Culpepper. Brad Culpepper played with me in Tampa.
That's right. Yeah.
Brad Culpepper was in the University of Florida Hall of Fame.
exactly.
Brad Culpepper was never a Raider.
And then you had the linebacking.
Hold
level,
on.
and your
I ain't even done.
I did those games. I should remember.
No, it's 20 years ago, but
I
people
know.
want to talk this. You know, we had a sabotage, you know, because the last 3 years, the colors matched the team.
Yeah.
So I just asked people, all right, I got a better one for you. This is an easy one.
All right.
There's 2 Hall of Famers in the secondary.
Rondé and Lynch.
No. In the Raiders. We're talking about the Raiders. This team that was so great that Barrett Robbins crossing the Tijuana border was the reason they lost.
The Woodsons.
Can you name anybody else that was like that?
Torrey James.
Well, you
Torrey
only because you
James.
did it.
Torrey James.
Who? And Tony
He had
Dorsett's
the pick
son.
six against
and
John.
Tony,
Yeah,
and Tony Dorsett's
Anthony
son.
Dorset.
That was saying.
Marquez Pope.
Don't
Don't
bring
bring up
No,
Dorset.
he went there. He went there later.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
And then I have Derek Brooks in the linebacker core.
Right.
You had Napoleon Harris. And I have no problem with Napo.
Yeah.
I love Napo.
Yeah.
But these aren't
Personnel.
these aren't guys you
Yeah.
you're going to do what with them? It was the offense that powered it. And then it met the unmovable force that is legendary.
Right.
Because when you have 5 sacks, 5 interceptions, and 3 touchdowns as a defensive unit, you got to be on your game.
Right.
We all have guesses about what the play is because a team has tendencies. No doubt about it.
Right.
And they love the Sluggo seam.
Right.
And I don't know why they mic'd up John Lynch or John Lynch was so that excited. If John Lynch knew what to play, why didn't John Lynch get the 2 picks? Anybody want to explain that to me?
He was on the other half.
John Lynch ain't make one of these 3 interceptions or the 3. No, not one of these 5 interceptions or one of the 3 or one of the 3 pick sixes we had.
Right,
but he knew all the plays.
Right. Saps in rare form.
I love it.
What do you see from this Kansas City defense that Spags has?
I love Spags. Spags has an answer for everything. But the thing that surprised me most was Tranquil, number 23.
Yeah, is he good?
Oh, my goodness. He looks like a Troy Polamalu, Ed Reed kind of in the box, John Lynch guy, you know?
Right.
Just showing up around the ball. And I remember we were talking about Kansas City's secondary as young guys who really didn't get it, and the safety number 6 and the different guys, Ross or whoever. You know, I was looking at it, and all of a sudden, I like it. And George Kafalofis, my kid from Purdue, anchored down. I've been talking to him since all year long, and I told him, I said, you don't need Chris Jones, you don't need Gay, you don't need anybody to start the party, son. You can. And he's been working.
He's going to play more snaps in this game with Amenahue.
He's a starter.
Yeah, but Amenahue was mixing in a lot.
Man, please.
Yeah.
They was wasting their time. Put George in.
Right.
Go with George.
Right. Yeah. Tranquil's a hell of a player.
Oh.
Nick Bolton's a good player. Willie
Is Gay back? Is Gay back this week?
That's going to be key.
Doesn't look like it?
Yeah, he's fast.
No.
He's fast.
But that ain't what powers Kansas City. We're talking about Kansas City's offense. I mean, defense.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, as a $500 million quarterback that started doing no-look passes like Magic Johnson. I thought we only saw that at the Great Western Forum.
How do you at least slow him down? You're not going to stop him. What can you do?
Hope that his receivers drop the ball.
Which they might.
Like I said, hope that their receivers are going to drop. You remember the Super Bowl in Tampa where he didn't have an offensive line, and that was in my house.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a touchdown in that Super Bowl. Bucks were all over him. Shaq was rushing him. Vita Vega, the boys was all over him. JPP was rushing him. Do you remember him slipping and Houdini in that thing?
Yeah, throwing sideways.
Threw one and hit Tariq Hill right between the eyes.
That's unbelievable.
Hey, listen, if you don't know what this young man is, you're going to have to rip his heart out. I relate him to Brady. You got to go in and surgically remove his heart to beat them. Because if they have a snap, an ounce, any life,
how do you rush him, Sap? Do you pressure him? You can't blitz him, right? You got to go with 4.
Why would you blitz him and then put those speedy guys and then Kelsey one-on-one?
Right.
We watched one of the best safeties in the game, Hamilton, get 8 alive, 11 for 11. If that's your plan, that's a bad plan.
Right.
That's
so rush 4.
Rush 4. And, you know, he's not a real threat to run unless you're out of your lanes, and then he's going to take off because he's that smart of a quarterback and he has the wheels to do so. But just condense yourself to, you know, but you got to go get him. You got to get him off the spot. You got to go get him because he's that guy. He's just that guy.
When you say you got to go get him, can you get him with 4? Do you got to blitz guys? Because when you blitz him, he's going to tear you apart, isn't he?
Their right guard is out. I don't understand the plan. They had to rebuild this whole offensive line since that 2020 Super Bowl we're talking about.
Right.
So these aren't world beaters. The dude was in Tampa.
Well, the tackles aren't good.
His left tackle was in Tampa. Throwing flag after flag after flag in Raymond James. Shit, I'm like, oh, they got him in Kansas City now, a place where you can't even hear yourself think, and now he don't jump off sides anymore? No. You just have to apply something to him that reminds him that I'm a little jittery. I'm not that good. And that's what I would do for an offensive lineman for myself.
What do you think of Chris Jones inside?
I love him. There's no stopping him when he wants to play the game. That play he made in Buffalo against Josh Allen when he ran him down and got the fumble, I sent him a text message. I said, son, that's a gold jacket play right there. That's a play that will etch you in people's memory when you're the only game on there. Because I know where mine came from. It was Brett Favre up there, that 1998 divisional playoff game. I mean, the world knows who I am because I was all over the quarterback because everybody comes to see the quarterback. And I tell every defensive lineman that I run across, son, do you know the prize is right in front of you? Act accordingly, please.
Didn't the thing that changed it for you guys, was that Niners game, right?
Which one?
When Jerry got hurt, you guys beat up on
No.
Mooch's first game.
No. What turned it for us was we were 1-7 the first 8 games of the year. And I told Tampa Press, I said, it's the best 1-7 team I ever been on. Mind you, I went to Miami and lost only 5 games in 4 years.
It's the only one.
I've never been on a 1-7 team, so it's kind of poetic that I say that. But our last 8, we go 5-3, and then we start 97 season 5-0. So we was 10-3 in 13 games. But it was the San Diego Charger game. Me and my roommate Derek Brooks was laying there because we normally play on the East Coast, so we never got a chance to watch ESPN Countdown in the morning. Chris Berman comes on the TV and says, today the Superchargers, that's what he used to call the San Diego, Superchargers play the Yucks. Yeah, Trent Dilfer has one of the worst quarterback ratings in the history of the world. I could throw 2 passes, complete them, and then throw one off the cameraman, bounce one off your head, do something else, and still have a higher quarterback rating than him.
Damn.
I think smoke came out of my ears. I looked over at Brooks. I grabbed my stuff. I went downstairs. I went in that damn breakfast room, and I say, I don't know about y'all, but today this shit stops. I'm telling you, it stops today.
Because of Boomer? Chris Berman motivated you?
No,
That's great.
There's a world watching that.
Yeah, I know.
If that's
The
Tony
yucks.
Dungy was teaching us then, and I had heard his words. Perception is reality. They perceived us as the yucks, and Warren Sapp was on the front line of the yucks. So you're gonna have some respect for that label.
So what happened that day?
We was down 14-0 before we even broke a sweat.
Did you come back and win?
Yeah, 25-14. We came back.
Did? Oh, yeah,
We was down 14-0 before we broke a sweat. I swear to God. I looked at Brooks. I said, "Yo," I said, "Hey, long game, man, long game." So Dilfer goes 30 for 40.
Right.
You know, and then we come back 25-14. We win the game.
That's a great story.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Oh, classic.
Warren Savage. So real quick, what do you think of the job that John is doing with the Niners? John Lynch doing with the Niners?
Luckiest GM in the history of the world. Solomon Thomas and Trey Lance.
Yeah, that
my
would
bad.
Be,
My bad. You don't talk about the top 5 picks. You only talk about the last one.
Nick Bosa was a 2.
Okay, Nick Bosa. So what? He 1 for 2 in the top 5.
All right.
Yeah, they do good in the mid rounds.
How about the very last pick?
First rounds have been tough.
How about the very last pick in the draft?
When Brian Griese was at this All-Star game before he got the job and he saw this kid, yeah, it's a beautiful thing to have first-hand knowledge of the last pick of the draft. But I love Brock. I love quarterbacks that play the game the way it's supposed to be played and play it for the field position and the defense and the betterment of the whole football team. Thank you. But you're going to have to come out of your shell this week, my young fella. You're going to have to come out your shell. And Debo, you're not going to be able to keep running it to the left all the time because your shoulder. You got to go right.
Right, good point.
You got to go right. Right. Yeah.
What do you see from Nick Bosa? Gold jacket material there? Or is it
no, we got to wait. We got to wait. Come on. Well, let's not. Does he have a defensive player of the year yet?
He got one last year.
You got one?
All
right, okay, yeah. That's one.
Rookie of
that's
the year.
One chip. Tony Dungy told me you got to put chips on the table. So my resume is 7 straight Pro Bowls, a defensive player of the year, and a world championship. Right. There's only 6 men in the history of the game that have that. And that's Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White, Joe Green, myself, Derek Brooks.
That's a list.
And one more,
two
LT.
Were on that same defense.
Yeah, hey, man, them two got, but we went in 280 and 281. Back-to-back, Ben Brooks.
Unbelievable.
Just like we was drafted.
Warren Sapp is here. Edge 3, a platform for athletes and coaches created by former and current pro athletes. What's that about?
You know what we're doing is we're creating a system that is going to condense all this data. Because the one thing we have now is so much data, 707, this, that, whatever, who's rating them, whatever. What we're going to do is give the parents a way to read this data in a comprehensive way, the way they understand it, and make a decision for the kid. Because that's the biggest thing, is making an informed decision. Because when you got so much information, what's real, what's not, right? What's verified? Who's the source of that? You know what I'm saying? We want to give people something that you can count on, because these are ex-athletes that have gone through it, understand what it is. Me, Brian Jones, and Gary Payton, and some of the other guys that are in the Horace. We understand what this is, and for a guy that used to get $32 a weekend at the University of Miami, to have an opportunity when I would have had my mother. Oh, come on, and let's guide the kids. Because the worst thing you can do is go out there and make moves without the correct knowledge. And that's all we want to do, is get all this data, condense it down for the parents so they can make an informed decision with their child, because it is a big time in your life. I call it the best time of your life. The best 4 years of my life is at Miami. Holy smokes.
People don't remember that.
I found the beach. And say, what? You can wake up and walk on the beach every morning? I'm a country boy, man. There wasn't even a stoplight in my town. I was raised on a dirt road. The beach? There's a stream over there.
That's amazing. It's called Edge 3, again, a platform for athletes and coaches created by former and current pro athletes. And you gave out the list, not only yourself, guys like we know, like Gary Payton in there, Brian Jones.
The glove.
Horace Grant. That's a great
we
list.
We play a little D over there, Will Anderson Jr. We play a little D over here in Edge 3.
Wow.
We line you up. They used to say defense win championships. Well, they still do in their line. Defense gives you a chance, and your $100 million quarterback got to go win it for you.
Yep. Sounds like you like the Chiefs in this game.
I like the Chiefs because I just don't see an answer for 15. 15 and 87 present an issue that's right up.
How about 97 over Donovan Smith? Can he dominate the game, Bosa from the edge over the left tackle?
Help, right?
What's that? Yeah, you
know
got
you can
to bring help on that
You ain't-
side.
you ain't gonna- you ain't
How
gonna
about
just
the
lie.
other guy?
You know, when Warren
74?
Sapp showed up, people used to point. He's right there.
Yeah.
I'm like, you got to point at me? is that tough
No,
to
we can-
find me?
we know where you are. I got a number.
Exactly.
We know where you are.
And that's normally 2 aside. In a
Right.
game like this, you cannot allow the defensive line to take over.
Right.
If you allow the defensive line to take over, the offensive coordinator just bit his tongue. The quarterback coach wants to slit his wrist, and the head coach is thinking, "Oh my God, the world is watching. What are we doing?"
You're the best, man. Thank you for your time,
Thank you.
bro.
Anytime,
Great
baby.
to see
Smile
you
in
again.
sports, man.
That is the
Outside of
best.
Man,
magic.
they
Keep
say
smiling.
they say they like Happy Sap, so I figured
You
I'd
are
give
happy sap. I've seen all sides of sap.
But you like Happy Sap. That's what they say. They like Happy Sap. So
Happy sap
I'm
is
going
fun.
with that one there.
That is our guy.
Real Sapp.
He's the Hall of Famer, Warren Sapp. That is awesome. All right. We'll tell you what we got coming up next. Dan Graziano up next from ESPN NFL Insider in about 20 minutes. We'll get into the game a little bit more. Thursday, it's starting to get crazy down here. We're live, Mandalay Bay, Pop and Lund on the Sports Theater.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
We're live, Radio Row at the Super Bowl. That should be enough. That's trending now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa at Radio Row. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, when you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk, of course you would. Or even going to be able to live the lavish lifestyle in retirement you've always envisioned. So for more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell, who, by the way, is here in Vegas, and he loves Bay Area sports. He's been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. So if you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give him a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. There's no cost or obligation. Call them today, 866-496-2300, or visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That number again, 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product.
Faithful, before John hosts the pregame on Sunday and before Greg calls every super snap, they're revving you up from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, the sports leader.
Oh, I was going to say with the Niners defense now, you know, they have a skill. They got some skills out there, and they're playing. They're bringing it together. Obviously, I had said them not having a defensive coordinator, and they've had there who was an in-house guy who was there with a lot of those guys when they came in as rookies. So they built a rapport that was. I feel like that's unmatched. It's going to take time. It takes time to really build a nice nucleus or whatnot. And though they have very special individual players, they still got to learn their defense and learn it in the sense of where they're not overthinking or worried about, you know, the different things that they do worry about. So.
That is Patrick Willis. We had him on the show last week. Pop and Lund, as we're live at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center as we continue our Super Bowl 58 coverage, Niners and Chiefs, and it is awesome to be joined by Takeo Spikes. Of course, he was a Niner from 2008 to 2010, and we're going to talk about Patrick Willis possibly getting into the Hall of Fame. I remember we had you this year on the pre- and post-game, man. It's good to see you again. How are you?
It's always good to come back with you guys, man.
Yeah, you too,
like,
man.
Straight up. I was talking with Fred Taylor.
Yeah.
He just walked by.
Jacksonville Jaguar running back?
Yeah, Jacksonville Jaguars. And he be trolling me on social media. I say anything good about the 49ers. Oh, Spikes, why are you claiming the 49ers? What about Cincinnati? I say this is the difference, Fred. You have to go to where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated.
Whoa.
And my time
I need that.
Whoa.
I need that.
in the Bay Area has been nothing less than outstanding.
You're a great
and
Niner.
I appreciate it, man.
You're a
And
great
I
Niner.
enjoy working with you guys, too, as well.
So, years ago when he was a player, every Monday after the game, he'd come on a show with me called Chronicle Live.
Yep.
And TKO, he'd come in studio and put on like an all-white suit occasionally. Like, who's this guy? But we did a lot of Zoom, and we just talked ball. He taught me so much football. And now look at you, what you're doing in the media. So while you were playing, you realized that your post-playing career would involve broadcasting in some form?
I knew it. Not to this degree, to what I'm doing now with having my own media company, Behind the Mask Media, which is after my coffee table photography book, Behind the Mask. You can get it on Amazon, too, as well. But I did not know to this level, but I love it. I enjoy it. And for me, it's therapeutic because I love the game more than anybody. And it gives me an opportunity really to uncover some of the things that I typically see while I'm sitting at home watching it and be able to share and teach. Because at the end of the day, that's the reason why people turn on the TV. One, to be entertained, and two, you want to walk away feeling like you've learned something. So for me, I felt like that was the biggest thing that I love coming on your show with Chronicles, was being able to teach and be entertaining as well.
Natural. You were a total natural. Wasn't natural for me. I had to learn how to do it years ago.
Well, you're doing it.
Yeah, I figured it out maybe. But were you just great at it right away?
No, man. No, I you know what I was great at? What I thought really just set me apart from everybody else? I was authentic.
Right.
And going through the years, even all the way up until this point now, you know, it's certain little nuances that you have to learn to be able to articulate yourself, be concise in a short time period, and get your message across. And then understanding, like, for me, the biggest thing that I've learned is messaging is everything. It's everything. I had the opportunity to talk to Eric Reed.
His little brother's playing.
Yeah, his brother's playing in the game, but Eric Reed,
Justin
former
Reed.
safety for the 49ers. And we were just talking about him taking a knee earlier and just how the messaging was just misconstrued.
Right.
And he had to keep going back over and over again, just saying, I don't have anything against anybody. I'm just pointing out the discrepancies that's going on in certain communities than black communities. And so, you know, so that's part of, like, you know, you don't wake up just media ready, but you just learn the power of messaging and how to be concise in a short time period.
Boy, I mean, you can tell it in just listening to you right now. Takeo Spikes is joining us. We're live in Las Vegas. All right, Patrick Willis. So we know the Chicago Tribune has said Steve McMichael, Devin Hester, Julius Peppers getting into the Hall of Fame tonight. Patrick Willis. If you had to make the argument to somebody for Patrick, what would you say?
I don't think it's a hard case, but I'm going to make it. The only negative that you can say about Patrick Willis is, well, he didn't play long enough. All right, maybe he didn't. But if you look at the short time period, and I don't know if you really want to call this short, 8 years, 7-time All-Pro, 8-year Pro Bowler. What did he do in the game with the amount of time that he played? He made not just an impact, he made an everlasting impact. And last time I checked, the average career for an NFL player is 3 years. So I hear what you're saying. He did that, times 3? So when you look at Pat overall, he was a person he did the ordinary things extraordinary. King of the runners and hitters. His ability to have the natural knack of just being instinctive. Even when we were putting the defense on the fly, Pat, he was all about, I need to be comfortable with everything. I need to rep it out. We'll put something in on the sideline. Well, we ain't practicing. I just get it. And boom, he'll just find his way through it and everything.
There's another
man,
Hall
come
of Famer
on,
right
Bobby,
there, Bobby Wagner, man.
Big Wag,
Wow,
I need you over there on
54.
set, B.
He's already in. He is still playing. He's
Bro, if we had you
Bobby
guys in the middle,
Wagner.
those two guys that just hugged in the middle of defense, good night.
Yeah, man, but, just going back to Patrick,
sure.
man, he's my GOAT. He is. And I admire him, and I understand that I looked at his career from a different lens. Two different lenses. 3, actually. One before I actually played with him. And when you're playing on the East Coast, you really don't know what guys are doing on the West Coast other than just seeing highlights. But then when I actually got a chance to have a seat beside him for 3 years, he is all of that as what's advertised. And then you take a step out to see, okay, I know we develop a bond, but to see him take on the bigger leadership role that I had with Navarro coming up after I left, it was amazing, man, and he still was just as productive. So that's my take on whether or not why he should be in the Hall.
The talent is obvious. I mean, he did not have a weakness on the field. He changed the position with his speed.
He did.
But his ability to go everywhere. And he played next to you. What do they call it? You were the buck linebacker in that defense. You kind of took on the lead blocker, let him flow. And it was great. And then with Navarro. But he was never a true Mike in a 4-3. He was one of the inside backers in a 3-4. If he would have been the true Mike, he would have had 250 tackles a year.
He would have, because you still had a chance to run away from him. But I think that's what made him so good, Bob. It made him so good. And because he would come into a game plan, I'll give you a great nugget. He would come into a game plan and really didn't want to buy into the fact that the defense is really built around you. It's designed for you to make the plays. He would always think, man, I got to make every play because, I don't have a guard in front of me, but I know I have a tackle over here, so that means I got to get over here and make the play. I never would tell him anything different. I would always let him be his sense of urgency was on high all the time. But he didn't, a lot of time, this is early in his career, he didn't realize that, hey, we really funneling everything back for you, and it's up for you to make the play. And it wasn't just for anybody. You only do that with certain players. And he was that type of player that you knew he could make the play.
Every time.
Every time.
Takeo Spikes is joining us. It is awesome. We're live in Las Vegas at Media Row. We had Michael Robinson on, the former Seahawks fullback and NFL Network, and he said the best thing about Pat was if his finger got on you, you were down. He didn't miss tackles. And you see nowadays, we talk constantly about missed tackles. Not that you guys didn't miss tackles before, but it sure seems like a lot. But I don't remember you missing a lot, and I don't remember Pat missing hardly any.
That's one of the things to where you got to tackle.
Yeah.
And I don't care about, we ain't practicing tackling and all. Tackling is it's a desire. You have to desire to get somebody down on the ground. How strong is your desire to be able to get that done? And that's something that we never worried about. It was only one time that I looked at Pat and I was like, man, you didn't get it.
Literally one time?
One time.
When was it?
Playing against the Tennessee Titans, and you're going to understand why.
Eddie George?
No. They had
Steve McNair?
No. Fast forward.
What do you got? Who are you? We're going later.
Oh, Chris Johnson?
Chris Johnson.
CJ2K?
CJ2K.
Yeah, that's
too
not
fast.
fair.
He was so
Yeah, he
damn
was so
fast. I remember seeing Pat, and I was like, oh, my God, I finally saw somebody who outran Pat. And I say, Pat, we got back to the sideline, Pop. I say, Pat, what happened? He say, exactly what you saw. He fast, dog. He's fast.
CJ2K.
What a great line. He fast, dog.
He is. He went for 2,000 yards. All right, this matchup Sunday.
Classic, dude.
Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw with the Niners, little Oren Burks. Kansas City's defenders in the middle, Nick Bolton, Drew Tranquil. Those guys wear running back numbers, and they run like running backs. I don't think Willie Gay's going to play in the game. They got Leo Chenal. Just the stacked linebackers, off-the-ball linebackers. Which set do you like better?
Which set of backers I like better out of Kansas City and
Niners.
the Niners? Oh, I'm going with the Niners.
Fred and Dre.
And this is not like the hometown, like I got to jump on. No. What Fred is able to do, complete linebacker, when you talk about the passing game, man is man. But he is one of the better linebackers in pass coverage, understanding route concepts before they develop. That's where I've seen his biggest growth in his game from 2 to 3 years ago all the way up until this point. And then you just got Dre Law. He's just like, I'm going to just slap the shit out of him. Like, that's his attitude. And they feed off of that. I had an opportunity to spend some time with him in the locker room, and, like, Dre is that guy. Dre doesn't –
the enforcer.
Like, Dre was like, look, I don't give a damn about my body. So if I don't care about mine, I damn sure don't give a damn about the person who I'm hitting. So they better get it how they get it. And for me, I think it starts and stops as it's supposed to when you talk about linebacker play. I like the linebackers of the 49ers, and I like them in this game. I just want them to stop the run better early.
What's going on there?
I think a lot of it is bad run fits. You know, one guy trying to do too much. Sometimes they'll catch. I know with Wilkes, Wilkes does a great job of making the adjustments. But sometimes when he gets creative on the back end to take away a passing concept, it hurts them in the running game because you don't have that guy, that extra guy in the box. And so now you got one guy playing two gaps. All the guys are playing two gaps. So that's been the biggest thing that I've seen over the past 2 weeks. But I can sit here before you today and say they make the adjustments and they get it. So that's the reason why I like the Niners in this game.
Takeo Spikes is joining us. Just on top of that, Kansas City doesn't run a ton of outside zone. They'll run right at you. But what they did and what we've talked about is there's a Super Bowl from 2019 that everybody's looking at. But in 2022, when they lost to Kansas City 44-23 at Levi's, McCole Harbin had 3 touchdowns, end arounds, jet sweeps kind of stuff. That's what I expect them to throw at them. How do you stop that?
Well, they haven't really shown that lately. And I'm talking about McCole Harbin.
Right.
He's out. He's in the doghouse.
Yeah,
right.
So he's in the doghouse.
Do you think they'll run it with somebody?
No,
so
they're
going to
run
get outside the tackles?
Pacheco.
Yep.
Pacheco is the guy. And, that's the thing what makes Andy – why I'm so afraid of this matchup for the Niners. Andy Reid has seen it full circle, and he also understands, look, I may be committed to a certain game plan, but where he's changed, I'm going to do what works. And he's very balanced in his play call in this postseason. Patrick Mahomes had one of the worst years as far as throwing interceptions, double digit. How many has he thrown in the postseason? None.
Yep.
14 during
so
the
a lot
season.
of that is due to the play calling. A lot of that is due to Patrick Mahomes understanding I live in the moment of every game, and that's what he's so good at. So, yeah, man, that's my big picture take of looking at the Chiefs.
You played 1 year with the Eagles. Andy was your head coach. What was that like, TKO?
Amazing. It was amazing. He was one of the only few coaches that he wanted you to do it his way. But if you tell him, Coach, this is what I see, and this is what the reason why I'm doing it, okay. Biggest quote, don't let your business interfere with our business. And if you can carry it out, we good. and he gives you the responsibility and lets you own it.
That is awesome, man. Behind the Mask, tell people about it.
Yeah, you can find Behind the Mask, my podcast, myself, former legend, well, once a legend, always a legend, NFL legend, two-time Reyes, and myself, offensive lineman. We came up with the concept. We wanted to take control over the narrative of our own stories and give a platform, or build a platform to allow players to be the author of their own autobiographies. And so we really sit down and chop it up. We go behind the mask and just talk. What is it like just being like in the locker room? You know, had a great conversation today with Deshaun Jackson. And I specifically asked him, listen, man, you came into the league with Michael Vick. You left the league on the back end playing with Lamar Jackson. Like, what are some of the similarities that you see?
Right.
Like, what's different about these guys? Because I look at Lamar Jackson as a 2.0 Michael Vick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he had a very great answer. You know, we just talked about the growth and just how both, you just never do know what they can do, but they excel at everything. They're not stumped when you put something new in front of their face. So that was a pretty cool answer that he gave me.
That's awesome, man. Behind the Mask.
Good to see you,
Make sure
man.
you
Behind the
check it
Mask,
out.
man. Thanks,
TKO.
guys. I appreciate you.
Tonight's the night for 52, right?
Dang right, man.
Patrick
do it.
Rose
Dang
goes
right.
on tonight.
Let's do it.
We crossing the fingers. Tonight is the night.
Awesome. Thanks to KO.
I'm going to get hammered, too, when he get there. I'm telling you right now. They'll be like, you act like you made it. I'm going to make it one day. But I'm going to
No,
celebrate
you're
like
a
I'm
big
like,
piece of his development, brother.
That's, hey,
Big.
man, whatever it takes. It takes a village.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah.
Thank you,
All
bro.
right, guys.
TKO.
It's good to
Thank
see
you,
you.
bro.
TKO Spikes joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports
Thank
Leader
you.
live from Las Vegas. And make sure you check him out Behind the Mask. That is some awesome stuff from TKO Spikes. Dan Graziano is going to join us at the bottom of the hour from ESPN NFL Insider. Not only will we talk about the Super Bowl, but the Niners have some stuff like Brandon Ayuk coming up, so we'll get into that with him as well. We're live in Vegas from Mandalay Bay. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here with heating bills as high as they are. Proper weatherproofing is essential. And I got a message for professional builders working with a client to upgrade or build a new home. And the message is, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardy, and Boral Siding. Owens Corning provides a broad range of insulation, roofing, and fiberglass composite materials that are known for innovation and sustainable solutions. James Hardy provides a durable, lower-maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl. Boral True Exterior Siding and Trim offers phenomenal performance while consisting of 70% recycled materials, an environmental leader. And talk with your client about double or triple pane windows. They offer comfortable environment year-round while delivering lower energy bills. Golden State's respected window and door partners include the very best, Marvin, Anderson, and Milgard. So start online at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
faithful. Papa and Lunder live from Radio Row in Vegas, getting you set for Sunday Showdown. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We're live Mandalay Bay, Las Vegas, getting ready for the Niners and the Chiefs. It's already been great so far. If you haven't been tuning in, Steve Largent, Warren Sapp. We just talked to our good friend Takeo Spikes, and Dan Graziano does a great job with ESPN. Make sure you follow him at Dan Graziano ESPN, NFL insider for ESPN. Live in Las Vegas. How are you?
Great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right. All right. We were just talking about turf. And it seems like every single day there's kind of a new thing. But I know the Niners are trying to get by this turf thing because
there's nothing they could do.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do, and I think they don't want to make it an excuse either. But is it a big issue here?
I think it's a frustrating issue. Like we were talking to the NFLPA had their press conference yesterday, and obviously field surfaces is a big issue for them right now. And so I think they were a little bit frustrated about the how it came together. They were saying that when they do a conversion like that, when they put sod down over turf, there's supposed to be like a hard plastic covering over the turf first, and apparently they missed that step. And apparently they didn't throw this together until like last week when it was supposed to be addressed in December. So a lot of frustration and confusion, honestly, after last year's Super Bowl and the mess that was the field for the game. You would have thought that the league would kind of prioritize this, and it seems like it fell through the cracks. So I know the Niners are frustrated. It's not unsafe, right? Like I think they're just sort of, it's not what they want the field to feel like that they practice on, and so that's frustrating because this week you want everything to be perfect, right? This is the biggest game of your life. You want to be able to prepare the way you want to prepare. So I don't blame them for being frustrated, but it does seem they've reached that point where they're like, there's nothing we can do about it. So one more day of practice and then time to play.
Yeah, the Niners are actually on their buses now. They left at 11:15 this morning from Lake Las Vegas, the Hilton up there. And they're going to dress when they get to UNLV, which means that the facilities there they like, and they're going to lift after practice. Tim Ryan will join us right before practice in the noon hour when they're going through walkthrough. So some of the elements there they like, the weight room and the locker room to dress there. Not, but it's also a longer ride. There's one more question on this.
Yeah.
Had the Chiefs been more cooperative, whether it was at the ownership level, the general manager level, from head coach to head coach? I remember there was an issue in New Orleans with the fields in the same setting with practice field. The difference was the two head coaches are brothers. It's John and Jim Harbaugh, and they got together and they just made a slight adjustment. Baltimore went a little earlier. Kansas City would not
use the same field.
Same field. So in theory, if the Chiefs just would have moved it up an hour, the Niners come in right after they bust and they go to their immediate availability, there wouldn't have been a way to share the Raiders Henderson facility. So now they're going to play the game and try to beat each other's brains in, Dan.
Yeah.
But does that come into any of the edge of getting ready to play these guys on Sunday?
I don't know. I mean, are you saying that I haven't seen anything on that where the Chiefs rejected that idea?
I think they just the league just said we're going to leave it that way.
Right.
It's playable. I think if the Chiefs would have moved their schedule up a little bit, it would have given the Niners, and the Niners were not going to adjust their schedule.
Right.
I think if there would have been a level of cooperation, whether it's the ownership, GM, or head coaching level, this could have been worked out. Where the 49ers are going to have to. Now, today's a hard practice day.
Yes.
They're putting the pads on. They're going to go hard.
Yeah.
You just hope none of the athletes get hurt in the week leading up to the game.
I think that's the key point for people to understand. I don't think there's any concern over the safety of the field. I think it's just a matter of it's a softer surface than the Niners are used to practicing on, and it's softer than they would prefer. But I don't think that there's a field quality issue that puts anyone at risk of injury. If that were the case, I think you'd be hearing a lot more howling. I think the 49ers would be yelling a lot more and considering the kind of schedule changes they didn't want to make. I think the NFLPA would be livid. And in fact, it seems like what everybody is just sort of frustrated, like this is stupid. Why did this have to be like this?
Dan Graziano joining us at Dan Graziano, ESPN NFL insider for ESPN as we're live in Vegas, getting ready for Super Bowl 58, Niners and Chiefs, of course. You were there. We were both standing outside the locker room afterwards where they just brought the family in and we were waiting the whole time. But just the second half of that game, and I know Detroit contributed to it and everything else, but were you like us up in the booth at 24/7 going, Detroit's going to the Super Bowl?
Oh, sure. I mean, they were not just beating them, but beating them up, physically. And that was what was really surprising about what happened that day. Yes, and look, I mean, the Niners are obviously a great team. They're 1 seed for a reason, and they had come back to win the week before, so now we know they could do it, right? Which prior to that, I guess they hadn't. But it was a massive turnaround because, like, again, it was a physical beating, and I think the timing of certain things really worked in San Francisco's favor, right? They got the ball first, and then they had they got it again very quickly after the fourth down. Yep. Missed fourth down conversion, then the turnover. So before you knew it, in like an 8-10 minute span, the 17-point lead is gone, and then momentum, etc. So I definitely did. You were thinking that we'd be sitting here, interviewing Detroit Lions players this week, which was, but they're new at this. Right, and sometimes you have to go through some pain to learn that. I think that team is probably going to continue to be a factor in the playoffs going forward, but the 49ers are a team that's won these games before and knows how.
And in the second half of that game, Brock Purdy came alive, 13-16, the running ability. He had, the 2 big 21-yard scrambles, the 10-yard scramble. So on your network in the morning, and you're on all those shows, it is a great talking point.
Yes, it is.
Is Brock Purdy a weakness to the 49ers? Is he a game manager?
Mm-hmm.
Some people argue he is a game manager. Other people argue that he is an elite quarterback with processing skills.
Yes.
You've been around sports a long time, and football in particular.
Yeah.
How do you view Brock Purdy?
I think he's great. I think he was obviously he's underdrafted. But no, I think what we saw in that game was a guy do what Mahomes and the Chiefs do, right? Like, all right, well, what do we need to do? Now, we're in a bad spot. Like, what do we have to do? Let's not panic, right? We know we can do this, but we're going to have to change some things up on the fly here, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes. If that means run for 20 yards when the play breaks down, I'm going to run for 20 because I bet they don't think I can do it, and that's to our advantage. So he's got this. First of all, I dispute the notion that game manager is an insult. Like, I think especially in Kyle's system, like, managing the game is not easy. So the fact that he's been able to pick up on this so quickly and perform at such a high level is to his credit. But he's also, the ability to go off script and make the play that makes the difference. I think that is something that I don't know why he doesn't get more credit for that. Maybe the fact that they came back and won a couple games where they were being outplayed should help. Right, and if they do that again on Sunday, then there'll be no arguing it. But I know they're thrilled to have. I'm sure you guys know too. The perception inside that building is so radically different from the perception outside that building of Brock Purdy. That, like, not only do they love him and think he's great, but like just big picture, like looking ahead to the offseason and the salary cap and all that. Like, how valuable to have a guy like playing at that level and making whatever $900,000. So he's an asset to them in a number of ways, and I'm sure they're fine if nobody else wants to believe it.
Since you brought us down this road, he's got to play another year.
Yes.
Making what he's making in a couple of years. He's going to make a lot. So I was hearing, and you would know a heck of a lot more than I would, that Baker Mayfield's going to make, $35-40 million in this offseason.
And stay in Tampa, it sounds like.
In 2 years, is Brock making 50 or 60?
Depending on what happens, right? Like, so, we saw Jalen Hurts cash in after making the Super Bowl last year, and if Brock's in that kind of position a year from now, let's say they win Sunday and get back and win again next year, oh my goodness, now you're talking about something that starts with a 6, right? Based on where the quarterback market goes between now and then. So it's right place, right time, but also it's taking advantage of opportunity. So, if he does that, now, if Jalen Hurts was doing a contract this offseason, it probably would look a little different based on the way that season ended. So there's too much. Think about, like you're talking about, he's extension eligible 12 months from now, right? Like, it's only been about 15 or 16 months since he's been playing, right? He's been starting games, right? And you have a guy that he shows up as a rookie, and he's probably 4th on the depth chart, so I don't know what kind of reps he was getting in the offseason and in camp. And then this past year, he's coming off an injury, so he hasn't even really had an offseason yet. And he's playing at this level. So I think there's every reason to be excited. And if you're forecasting that, there's no reason not to forecast continued success, which would lead him to be a top-of-the-market quarterback.
I remember 4 years ago, John, when we were in Miami for the Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes' contract is up, and our friend Lee Steinberg will join us later, negotiated that 12-year deal. They've since renegotiated it. You covered the Yankees for a while in your career. And the morning show today, Get Up, had a great stat that Mike Greenberg was out there with Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
And, Derek Jeter's career was incredible, obviously. And once he showed up, they just started winning World Series in 96, 98, 99, 2000, and later when they got A-Rod. But as far as 3 championships and 2 MVPs, nobody in football in the first 7 years of a career. You see the stat?
I did.
And really, for Mahomes, it's 6.
Yeah.
He didn't play the first year. Alex Smith did.
Mm-hmm.
It's Larry Bird. It's American sports.
Yes.
The 4 major sports. Larry Bird, Bill Russell, Guy Lafleur, Stan the Man Musial, Mickey Mantle, and Joe DiMaggio.
Solid
list. Jeter's not even on it.
No, I know.
You know Yankee
he was
history.
never MVP.
And no one in the NFL has accomplished it, obviously. And, again, it's not 7 to me. It's 6 because he didn't play.
Right.
How great is Patrick Mahomes so quickly in his career?
Prior to the AFC Championship game, somebody said to me, if he loses in regulation, it'll be his worst finish ever. Think about that. He's been to the AFC Championship game every year he's been a starter, and the only 2 times he lost it was in overtime.
Wow.
So
in New England and Cincinnati.
Yeah. So, it's I mean, it's historic. I mean, it's almost inconceivable. We'll tell our grandkids about it. The ability to watch. This is why you do it. Is to watch. And nobody in San Francisco wants to hear about how great Patrick Mahomes is because you want to beat him on Sunday. But
how do you do it?
But I mean, you have to. If you're not rooting for the 49ers. You have to be able to appreciate what you're watching here. It is absolute history in the making. There's absolutely no reason to think that it'll slow down. This was the bad year. Last year was no Tyreek Hill, and then this year was nobody can catch the ball. And they win the Super Bowl, now they're back in it. So that's about the quarterback. The quarterback is the center of everything, and everything builds off of him. And yes, Andy Reid is a great Hall of Fame, Mount Rushmore level head coach, and the organization is tremendous. But the quarterback, he's so good. His tight end is dating Taylor Swift.
Is that why? Because Mahomes is that good?
But think about it.
He's a matchmaker.
He makes people stars. He makes people
his
money.
Wife's in Sports Illustrated in the swimsuit.
His wife is in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit
Couldn't get in there without him.
His head coach is somehow
He's not in the SI swimsuit edition.
Definitely not. But
we don't want Andy there.
He's a highly successful commercial actor in State Farm and whatever. Andy Reid is hilarious in commercial. This is all because
made Tommy Bahama cool again.
Mahomes makes all this possible, and he's making people money. He's making people, he's made people the head coaches. He's going to put people in the Hall of Fame.
All right, so when you close your eyes, so I try to do this, can you visualize the Niners frustrating him and beating him on Sunday?
I can visualize the Niners winning. I think the Chiefs' defense to me is the key aspect of this game. That's a tougher defense than the 49ers have faced so far in the postseason. On all 3 levels. And I think Spagnuolo has shown an ability to game plan defenses at this time of year that are very successful with lesser personnel than what he has this year. So I think that's what would intimidate me if I were the Niners, even more than Mahomes. You gotta get up on him, and you got to keep him from coming back. I mean, we know this from 4 years ago. The Eagles know it from last year. You just cannot. It's like the end of a horror movie where the villain keeps coming back to life. You have to make sure.
Jet Wasp
right?
was that.
You got to get him one more time. So
Jet Jason.
The 49ers know this. I can imagine them winning. I can imagine them winning a shootout. I think
you do. You think the Niners could score that much on Spags' defense?
You're right. Yes.
Good offense. Yeah.
I think we've seen it. I think we've seen Kyle do that against Spagnuolo defenses, and so I could imagine it. I'm not.
Do we have that breakdown? Do you have stats on Shanahan versus Spags?
I'm thinking about last year. Didn't they play in 22? And it was like a 44-38 game or something?
44-23.
Yeah,
so,
that was not good. That was McCole Hardman.
That was times 3 jet passes, thread a jet sweep.
They were pretty good against him in the Super Bowl for 3 quarters a couple years back.
Got to 20.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, Kyle's certainly going to have something up his sleeve. It's just a matter of executing it to the extent they did 4 years ago.
Dan Graziano, NFL Insider, ESPN, at Dan Graziano, ESPN. Thanks, Dan, for making the time.
My pleasure.
We appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
All right, there you go, Dan Graziano.
Hembo killer. always gets the trivia.
There you go. We had to let Dan go because he was talking way too glowingly about Patrick Mahomes, so we have to move on.
Just want to hear his thoughts on it.
All right, top of the hour.
It is what it is.
Our good friend Jeffrey Chadilla is going to join us from the NFL Network, and we'll talk more about that. Jeffrey's going to join us. Tim Ryan, bro. I haven't heard from Tim this week, 12:15. Jeff Swartz, who was just here, he's awesome. He's going to join us. We'll talk a little O-line at 12:45. Kellen Winslow Sr., and there's some other stuff jumping out of the sky because it is really busy here in Vegas on a Thursday. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Center. Hey, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or read, they're not even based in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the state of California. That's ridiculous. That is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's right, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured, you're going to have to sit down for this, more than $1 billion. That's $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Can't do Saturday.
voice of the NFC champion 49ers, Greg Papa, and our game day host, John Lund, are live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. I love Thursdays and Fridays. Everybody's really busy, and we get guys to pop by. The great Greg Cosell, who, of course, joins the morning show and Tolbert and Copes. But
he used to be on our show all the time.
He told us, like, I don't want to go on with those guys. He's very busy. He's got a lot of things to do. NFL Films, he is awesome. The matchup show, which we watch, you and I religiously.
Record it every week.
It is the great Greg Cosell.
How are you, sir?
First of all, how are you?
It's great to be with you guys.
Yeah.
It's been a few years.
It has been.
Yeah.
So we wanted to play something for you, and I know you've been talking about this all year, but this is Tom Brady and Steve Young, and they're talking pre-snap, and not enough people talk about this.
No.
And it's such a great breakdown by Brady, and then Steve jumps in there as well. So let's play this, and we're going to have you break this down. Greg Cosell with us, and this is a podcast that was done yesterday with Steve Young and Tom Brady.
The only problem I see in today's quarterbacking, a lot of it is the coach is trying to play chess, but the quarterbacks aren't. The quarterbacks are snapping the ball, and then they're going, okay, how do I react to what happened? And a lot of the times, there's no perfect play that can be called from the sideline on a consistent basis because they're just calling probabilities. Okay, there's a probability on third down. In short, they're going to play man-to-man coverage. So therefore, on my call sheet, I'm going to call my man-to-man beaters. Oh, they didn't call man-to-man. Looks like, a simple cover 2 zone. This play isn't really working for that. Okay, in my mind, it would be like, okay, let me get to my best cover 2 play against this look, as opposed to now we get the ball. Okay, we've got a bunch of crossing routes into cover 2. That's not good. Let me hold the ball and go run it. And then people on TV go, oh, great play, way to run. And in my mind, I'm going, why did you snap the ball? I mean, you clearly knew no one's going to be open because, I don't know, in all my years of playing, in 20 years, that wasn't going to be open. But how do we continue to say, all right, quarterbacks, you got to see the whole picture?
It's in front of the data or behind it.
Exactly.
If you're in front of it, you own it. It's reflexive. What you just described, all the things you have to handle, you handle reflexively because the data's inside of you. And the only way you can get in there is you got to go to school.
All right, so that was such a great way to put that. And essentially they're just saying, look, pre-snap, you got to read it. Once it happens, you can't react at that point.
Who's that Brady guy? He's pretty good.
Joe Brady?
He might know what he's doing.
Offensive coordinator?
It's funny because starting from really last year, but then this year, because as you guys know, I watch the 49ers every week in detail. And I started talking probably week 3 or 4 this year, about the fact that one of the main things I noticed with Purdy, and it's a hard thing to really evaluate in college because you don't see a lot of picture changing in college pre-snap to post-snap. That's not the college game. Maybe a few schools do that, obviously a Georgia, a Saban, certain schools, but you don't see that. The Big 12 does not.
Defense,
Well, they play that 3-3-5 stuff. Yeah, they don't really do that. So you didn't really know that about Brock Purdy. But as I kept watching the tape, I kept saying to myself, he is so good at so quickly understanding intuitively, because it has to be intuitive. I sit with a clicker, I can watch the play 10 times and feel like, hey, I'm pretty smart. He's got to see this in 0.5 seconds or one second, as you guys know, and he's a master at being able to see late coverage rotation and know exactly where to go with the football.
Jamal Adams play. Remember when Jamal Adams settled his feet and Debo ran the oval route on the clear out route?
The design of that play
right there and hit him over the top.
The design of that play was to hit Jennings on the curl for the first down at the sticks.
Right.
And he saw Adams settle.
Right.
And he said, and another great example of that was against Cincinnati, and I know they lost that game, right?
Yes,
Cincinnati.
they did. Yes,
but he was deep in his own territory, and and he hit Kittle for about 30 yards. I don't know if you remember that play.
I do.
Yes.
They showed single high, and then they immediately rotated at the snap to a 2-shell coverage, which became essentially cover 2. And they had a play called dagger, which is an inside vertical and an outside dig. Yep. And you almost never throw the inside vertical. That's a clear out for the dig. Well, because they went to what we call middle open, all of a sudden the inside vertical came into play, and he threw the inside vertical to Kittle for 30 yards. He recognized it immediately. And what The way Brady framed it, I thought was, I mean, again, he's way smarter than I am when it comes to quarterback play, but I thought the way Brady framed it was so good because you're not going to get the perfect play call. And what happens when the defense changes?
Yep.
You know,
you got to change.
Yeah, you got to change, or otherwise you're just wasting plays.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So, and Brock does have a mechanism at the line. If he sees something, we don't kill calls, they can them and Oscar them.
Right.
But more importantly, it's when pre-snap, now the ball's snapped, you got to figure it out post-snap. And the real chess game is going to be what Spags calls with his safeties, I think. They play more man, as you know, than any team in football, press man. But to me, it seems like, and you give me the breakdown, they run a lot of two-man, where they play two safeties high, man under. Now, can Spags shut down Kyle Shanahan's running game with two safeties high and play a seven-man box? Will he rotate out of that, bring safeties down? How's that chess match when Brock sees two safety high? Is that immediately a run play then?
But I think there's a lot to unpack there because I think you're dealing now with situations in down and distance. Because I think on 1st and 10 and normal down and distance, when the 49ers are in their 21 personnel with Juszczyk, I'm very curious what Spags does from a personnel standpoint.
Nickel or base?
Yeah, because if he goes 4-3 base with the three linebackers, then you're in a little different situation. Then, you know, part of me thinks you might even see a 6-1 front where he puts the two outside backers on the ball to play the run game.
Right.
And then that impacts coverage. So, you know, where Spags, on 3rd down is where you get with Spags, you get two-man, you get cover 2, and you get
cover 4, don't you?
Yeah. You get not a lot of that. You'll get cover 1. So you get two-man, cover 1, and cover 2. That's what he predominantly does on 3rd down. Now, 1st down will be really interesting. As you guys know, Purdy does not call the protections unless he wants to override something. The center calls the protections.
Brendel
right.
does that.
So, but the quarterback always has the ability to override if he sees something. Because, you know, obviously the center's down here. There are certain things he's not going to see, particularly since Spags is so good with corners and safeties as pressure players.
Yes.
Good stuff. We got to let you go. We got to jump, but we missed you. We missed you.
I miss you guys.
You know what? Ever since you left us, the Niners haven't been back to the Super Bowl. When you were on our show,
that's
the
right.
last time they went to the Super Bowl.
That's right.
I remember you in
we
Miami.
win one
that's
without
right.
Cosell.
That's right.
That's
well,
right, I know.
I'm just hoping that we have a great game. To me, there's so many wonderful variables. You know, for someone like me getting into the weeds, there's this game, and I think you would agree.
Without a doubt.
So many unbelievable parts to this game.
So many great matchups.
Well, it's great to be with you guys.
Greg.
Thanks,
sir.
You're the best.
All right.
Great Cosell.
That is the great. Yeah, absolutely. Make sure that you're watching the matchup show. He is absolutely awesome, and I know you've missed him greatly. I
still watch him. I record that show on Saturday mornings. I do.
He is the best.
Sal Pal.
He is the best. That is great, Cosell. Give us what a cool breakdown by Brady. By the way, I mean, look, people may not like Brady, whatever the case may be, but the way he just explained how it works. Look, by the time a lot of times the ball snapped, too late. It's too late.
Well,
you
just
have to make those adjustments.
Like he was saying, young quarterbacks just aren't raised to handle the post-snap adjustment. They can see it pre-snap, you can coach it, but when it's moving parts, and that's the thing about Patrick Mahomes. Obviously, the skill level is at the highest it's ever been. From the moment he started playing, he went 5,000 yards and 50 touchdown passes. But now, John, he is managing the game better. He has a firm idea of when it goes from pre-snap to post-snap. He looks like, you know, Dan Marino at the height of his powers, or Joe Willie Namath, but then he's Johnny Unitas also, the way he's running the game. So, the guy knows the Chiefs pretty well.
That's right.
Now.
Jeffrey Judea is joining us. He's one of our good friends at Jeffrey Judea, NFL.com senior columnist. Make sure you check all his stuff out. And it's always our honor. It's good to see you in person. How are you?
Oh, I'm
What's
honored.
up, man?
Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure to be with you guys.
Yeah, it's great to talk to you. Yeah, like Pop said, you're in Kansas City, and I don't know the sense you get. You're a great person to ask this question to. Is the 49ers are favored as we sit in Vegas, but everybody we talk to in the sense we get is Chiefs.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're around this. What's your sense of the game?
My sense is that the Niners are the better team, but I think the Chiefs are the hotter team. And so how does that really play out in the end? Because, look, I live in Kansas City. I've watched the Chiefs pretty much every game this year, and as great as they've played, look, you can argue the Ravens didn't have a great game plan. Lamar Jackson didn't play great in that game. People forget that the Bills missed a game-time field goal at the end of that game, and Josh Allen probably could have managed to clock better at the end. And so I wonder, do we see the Chiefs show some of those flaws that we saw back in the regular season? And do we see the Niners not, have some of those setbacks they had in the postseason, early in the postseason, where they were falling back with these big leads? But I certainly feel like the Niners are the better team because they've shown that throughout the course of the year.
Patrick Mahomes, and you were eavesdropping when I was talking about his maturation, and when you look at it statistically, he's not going to win the MVP tonight. That's obvious. It's the numbers aren't there. I mean, he threw 14 interceptions this year and 27 touchdown passes. He's thrown 50 in a year. He's had years where he's thrown 5 interceptions, 6 interceptions. Now, is it the people around him? Why is that happening? And then he flipped a switch after the Raiders went into Arrowhead and smoked him on the field on Christmas Day and then smoked cigars in the locker room. He's managing the game better. The Bengal game was a masterpiece.
Yeah.
The 3 playoff games in gnarly weather, just not even a turnover-worthy play. He's not close. Is he better in some areas? Why are the numbers down? But when I still see him, I think he's playing the best football individually of his career, Jeff.
I think if you go back to the AFC Championship game in 2021, which is a bitter loss for them, maybe the toughest loss they've had in this era when they lost to Cincinnati.
Into that 21-3.
Yeah, exactly. Up 21-3. He throws a pick in overtime, trying to force the ball to Tyreek Hill that ends up leading to the game-winning field goal for the Bengals. And after that game, he said, I was trying to give my guy a chance. I thought he could make a play. I would do it again. He said it twice. When he said that, I thought, man, he's got to learn that was the wrong play to make in that moment. And what's happened since then? 6 postseason games, no interceptions, no sacks. And he recognized that this time of year especially, the big mistakes are what get you. Not so much the game, defining plays, the big highlight plays. And so that's part of it. But also when they were in the throes of this, drops, receivers, offsides, all these issues, that they recognize that this isn't the same offense we've had in the past, the same personnel. We have a great defense. We have Kelsey. We have Pacheco. This Rashee Rice kid is coming up. Let's rely on these guys. Let's play a little more conservatively. Let's have this defense do its thing, and we can win more games that way.
Jeffrey Judea joining us, NFL.com, NFL Network, and he lives in Kansas City. So, like you said, they're not the explosive team we saw in the Super Bowl. People forget that 2 years ago, when it was Christian McCaffrey's first game, but it really wasn't, and the Rams the next week, they got beat 44-23, did the 49ers at Levi's Stadium. And the fear that I have in this game is, even though the Chiefs aren't a big outside zone run team, that they went and they did all the jet sweep and all that stuff. And I know McCole Hardman is not that player, even though he's back with the Chiefs, but I'm sure Andy Reid can figure out who to have make those runs. And we've seen in the playoffs against the 49ers, the Packers, and the Lions, those big outside run lanes. So how is that going to be defended by the Niners, and is Andy Reid just going to run that till they stop it?
Oh, he's going to run it. I guarantee you. You'll be a lot of Isaiah Pacheco in this game because Isaiah Pacheco's, I think, averaging 21 carries a game in the postseason, which is a huge departure from what Andy Reid likes to do, period. Not postseason, regular season, whatever. And so they're starting to lean on that run game a lot, and you're right. Like the way the Niners have been exposed in that area, it is a little bit disconcerting. But I also feel as if the way the Niners can win this game is by looking at what the Green Bay Packers did against the Chiefs. And the Green Bay Packers were able to move Jordan Love around, a lot of different weapons like this team has. They ran the ball effectively. They're going to have to take control of the game early and control it throughout. Because I think the biggest mistake the Ravens made, and even the Niners when they played that game last year, they wanted to beat up on the Chiefs. They wanted to show them, hey, we're better than you are now. Your time's over. It's our time. And you got to just win the game. Style points don't matter, right? It's about, at the end of the day, who's ahead. And so I think that the Niners hopefully learned a big lesson in that game. It's not about coming out here and trying to dominate the Chiefs. It's about doing whatever you have to do to win this game.
McCole Hardman. He's in the doghouse, it looks like to me, after he fumbled twice against Buffalo. They got the one back. The second one went through the end zone for a touchback. He hasn't touched the ball since. Give me your thoughts on his role. Sky Moore, what are they doing with him?
Yeah.
Designated to return. I didn't think he would play in this game.
Yeah.
Kadarius Toney. Is he going to play? I mean, going back to last year's Super Bowl, those China routes they ran against Jonathan Gannon, that's what won him the game, with Kadarius Toney and Sky Moore. And then tell me about McCole. Is he in those three guys? What impact will they have on Sunday, if any?
I think it's minimal. And I go back to what I said earlier. I think the Chiefs decided that this offense was going to be better served by going with who they trust. And they trust Rashee Rice, they trust Travis Kelce, they trust Isaiah Pacheco. And when you see how they run offense, a lot of it's kind of almost basic. It's like, we're going to throw you a quick hitch, we're going to throw you, a quick cross, we're going to hand the ball to you. They'll take Pacheco and split him out wide and throw him a screen. But it's not a lot of creativity in what they're doing. It's, here's the ball, run with it. And so I do believe that the Kadarius Tonys, the Sky Moores, the McCole Hardman, anybody who's shown a propensity in the last few weeks to do something stupid is not going to be in that position in this game, because they know, look, again, it's everybody loves the Chiefs in Kansas City and thinks they're the greatest thing going. One less turnover by that defense against the Ravens, one turnover by the Chiefs in that game, they're not here. That's the reality of it.
Well, and I think you hit on something which I was amazed in watching back, because we were getting ready for the NFC Championship game. But what was it, 6 runs by the running back, something like that for the Ravens? I mean, all season long, they had the most runs in the league. They were the best running team in the league, and I know Lamar is a big part of that. But their philosophy is to run it, and Todd Monken got away from all of that. So the 49ers with Christian McCaffrey, I think in their 6 losses, it's something like 31 runs for 135 yards against the Chiefs. And if Spagnuolo's defense has a weakness, at least on paper, it's running. So the 49ers have to stay with the run.
I think Isaiah Pacheco, Christian McCaffrey, and Nick Bosa, to a certain extent, decide this game. And I would be shocked if you did not see Christian McCaffrey having 30 touches somehow in this game, because I think he's a huge weapon. I think being able to play out of 2-back, 1 tight end formations, being able to move players around and offset what Spagnuolo can do, create favorable matchups for you. I think that's a big part of what they will do. But I'll go back again to what I said about that Green Bay game with Jordan Love. The Chiefs' kryptonite, aside from the run, has been mobile quarterbacks. The games they've lost this year, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Russell Wilson, Jordan Love, those guys moved around a lot, and they created problems for that defense. And so Brock Purdy's scrambling ability, the ability to move out of the pocket, I would be shocked if he's sitting in the pocket throwing drop-back passes throughout this game. I think they're going to move him around a lot.
Yeah, he ran well, obviously, against the Lions in that second half. The linebacking core with the Chiefs underrated. Drew Tranquill, I didn't know he was this good of a player with the Chargers. Nick Bolton appears faster than his 40 time. To me, Leo Chenal's a good player. When they have Willie Gay on the field, those linebackers are fast. Is he playing on Sunday, Jeff?
I think that's what it's trending towards. I know he had this neck problem that kept him out of the AFC Championship game, and we'll see if it flares up. That's one thing that's happened, I think, in Buffalo. He was going to play, and then he got in the game, and then it started to be a problem again. And I guess it's a situation where he just can't move his head side to side, so you don't know if that's going to get tweaked. But, yeah, I think they've definitely been a big part of this team's success. And look, I think the Niners want to attack the middle of the field. That's their MO. And so that's where we're going to see the biggest matchup here, because they're not going to – maybe they might want to challenge Trent McDuffie or L'Jarius Sneed, but that's the strength of the Chiefs' defense. I certainly think the Niners, McCaffrey, Juszczyk, Kittle against that crew of linebackers is going to be a big factor in this game.
Let's go back to something you said there, because this is something we've been talking about for the 2 games that they struggle against in the playoffs, and I think that's part of the reason why everyone kind of is flowing to the Chiefs, because of recency bias. But this is a highly paid defensive line. In 2019, when they got to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, it was why they were there. Bosa's been great, but Hargrave hasn't been great. Chase Young has not been really good at all. Armstead's been dealing with an injury. They have not been that defensive line of a few years ago, and when they lost a Super Bowl was because Tampa Bay got after them on that D-line. So can they somehow, even though we haven't seen it in the playoffs, resurrect that defensive line and really the front 7 to play well against this offense?
Hey, that's what I'm saying. I think Nick Bosa against Jawan Taylor was a big matchup here, and Jawan Taylor's had his issues, the right tackle for the Chiefs, throughout the course of the year. And you look at that, you mentioned that Raiders game. I look at what Max Crosby did in that game, and the way he played. He just from the jump was all over Jawan Taylor, and I imagine Nick Bosa will have a similar opportunity, which will determine, okay, are the Chiefs going to chip him now? Are they going to double team him? What are they going to do that could open up some opportunities there? But you're right. I think that so much of this game plan for the Niners comes down to that defensive line living up to their price tag.
All right, Niners are getting on the practice field shortly. We'll visit with Tim Ryan right before practice, and this whole UNLV turf gate. And give me the Chief perspective. Could there have been more of a level of cooperation between ownership, general manager, head coaches, something to accommodate a slight change in practice time so both teams could have used the Raiders' Henderson facility? And we'll see what the Niners say, because today's going to be a padded practice. They're going to go a little harder. You don't want anybody getting hurt in the practices leading up to the Super Bowl.
No, I agree with that. I actually was talking to some people on the Kansas City radio about this a couple days ago, and they were saying, oh, the Niners are complaining about the field, they're complaining about the holding calls, the last game they played, and all this stuff. I'm like, look, the field's a big deal. I mean, the officiating is in the past, but the field's a big deal for the same reason you just said. Someone goes out there and pulls a hamstring or sprains an ankle or worse, that's not right. So I do think that the league probably should have stepped in and done more to probably make it more equitable. But I don't think it went on the Chiefs to make that happen. If it was on the league to kind of push that agenda. But at this stage, I imagine it's in a weird way. You mentioned the favorite underdog thing. In a weird way, I think the Niners may be benefiting from this come game day. Where there's enough challenges, enough things happening to you where you start getting galvanized and you start thinking, you know what, everything's going against us. Let's just go out here and play football and win the game, right? Let's stop complaining about all this stuff and just worry about what we can do. I think it could be a big advantage for them.
I think that's what Kyle's trying to do. I think he's just trying to downplay it now because he doesn't want to see it as an excuse. Jeffrey Judea, make sure you check him out, NFL.com. I always read you weekly. You got a great column, always summarizing everything that happens each week. NFL Network, see with the insiders and other places too. So really appreciate it, man. All season and now.
Hey, I love you guys. Appreciate
the hoodie looks good on you.
Yeah, you look good, man.
Yeah,
you are stylish.
You look real good.
Hey, let's come back to Bay
We
Area.
knew this guy before he was a star.
Yeah.
You are the
we
best.
made him.
That's right.
Jeffrey Judea.
All right,
Make sure you
guys.
check him
Be
out.
good,
NFL Network, NFL.com. All right, our good friend Tim Ryan's going to join us next.
Who?
You know him.
I haven't seen
Tim
him
Ryan,
in days.
You know that guy. Ball out! That guy. You know,
boy.
ball out. The guy that yells ball out when you're doing a game. That guy. He's going to join us next. We're live in Vegas, getting ready for Super Bowl 58. Niners, Chiefs on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Ed McCaffrey was on this morning with The Morning Show. It was awesome. You need to check that out. It's at KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, Vegas. Sleep when you're dead in this town. I'm not getting a lot of great sleep, obviously, with the Super Bowl. That's part of it also. I don't have my Sleep Number bed on the road. Do you have one at home? Adjustable firmness on each side. Only Sleep Number smart beds let you choose your ideal comfort, your Sleep Number setting, and feature cooling layers for more comfortable sleep. You get to the hotel room, you can't get the heat right. So 80% of the NFL has a Sleep Number bed. Do you have one at home? If not, now is the time to take advantage during Sleep Number's President Day sale. You'll save 50% of the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed for a limited time. Only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. On Sunday, you'll hear Greg Papa's call right here on The Sports Leader. But till then, he's with John Lund live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR, The Sports Leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We're live, Mandalay Bay Convention Center, Radio Media Row, as we're getting ready for the Chiefs and the 49ers Sunday at Allegiant Stadium. Real quick, the big move for the Warriors, Corey Joseph to the Indiana Pacers. That's the only move they made
for a second-round draft pick.
Exactly.
No Chris Paul trade, standing pat.
So that's what they're doing. All right, it's all Super Bowl all the time, and our good friend, Ball Out! Tim Ryan is joining us.
My long-lost partner. I haven't seen him in days.
You miss him, don't you?
T-Rock, I miss you.
Yeah, where you been, dog? Mandalay Bay,
Here,
Radio
there,
Row.
Here, there. You know what? I saw you come into Allegiant on Monday night for opening night with your crew and taking pictures. You're rolling video. So you were soaking it all up. What was that like to come in with a team and be a part of the Super Bowl hype?
Oh, it was awesome. The 49er faithful were loaded and packed into Allegiant, and you could hear them. It was great, man. The team was fired up. It was the reason I was videoing. I've already gotten a few of my family members going. My brother's like, dude, I saw you with your phone out. You never have your phone out.
No, exactly. That's what we're all saying.
I was walking out, and I looked at one of the guys next to me. I said, if I don't video this, my wife will kill me. She is stuck.
I was shocked you knew how to video, I got to say. I was very impressed.
Well, I knew, listen, all right, it stops there because I knew how to do the video, but I don't know how to send it. So you could have to wait till she gets there. I get this strange little message that says, video is too big to send. And I go, I'm not even
file too large. Have your ops people in video take care of you. They'll be able to help you out.
No, I'm not letting anybody touch my phone.
No, it's your phone. It's your phone.
That's a good call, bro.
So can we get right to the field? Because I know you're at everything. You're at UNLV now. You watched practice yesterday. The condition of the field, Tim, is it practicable? Yeah. Is it good enough?
Yeah, it's practicable. It's practicable. They're going to be in pads today, so it'll be interesting. Yesterday was high tempo, normal. Wednesday practice, got through it. Thank God, fingers crossed. But I know. I heard Roger Goodell the other day at his press conference and rebutting some of the narratives that were coming out about the field here, that it's absolutely playable, and all the experts that have been out there. I get all that, whatever. But there's no question it is soft. It is a sponge. And when you lay, sod over already a soft field turf, put a sheet of plastic down and then lay sod down on top of it for 2 weeks and then dump like 1,500 yards of sand in there to level it all out. It looks great. I mean, you'd be proud of it in your front yard. but there's no doubt it is soft. And there's a lot of scientific data that talks about what soft fields do to muscles. They're easier on the ligaments and the tendons, but there's no rebound. It's almost kind of like training in sand, and so your muscles get loaded up. And then you get the delayed muscle soreness and all the things that come with it. So I think it was certainly they're not happy with it, and I think I could say I certainly wouldn't be. But I give it to the players, I give it to the coaches. They've made it a non-story, and really after the first day of the walkthrough, and it was worse because of the rain and the saturation. Yesterday was not as bad. Hopefully today it's a little bit better. If it dried out, I'm sitting just inside of it right now, right next to the weight room, so I haven't gone out there yet today. But there is absolutely no doubt it's the softest field I've walked on all year, and we've been to all of them.
T-Rock, can they go hard? Can they GTFO? Can they explode? Can they give you a simulated
They
game
can,
speed?
yeah, they can, but it's a lot more effort to get the rebound off the push, right? And there was actually times where you could put your foot in it and cut hard, and I got tennis shoes on and I could see seams pulling away. So, it's just more effort to get out of the hole, if you will. But yesterday again, it was good tempo and pads on today, and we'll see how it comes out. But they're going to make it a non-story, and hopefully on Sunday when they get on that fast track at Allegiant, it is a non-story.
Yeah. Tim Ryan joined us. As an aging man, I can tell you soft is not good.
Wow.
Wow.
They got something for that, Johnny. They got something for that stuff.
I don't know if they have blue pills you can put on the field, but I don't think so.
Hi, John Lund here.
They got the 3/4-inch stud. Put 7 of them in. You'll be all right.
Good line.
I knew you'd come back with something good. Tim Ryan is out with the Niners. We are at the chaos.
Screw him in tight, Johnny. Screw him in tight.
Moving on. We are at the madness of Media Row at Mandalay Bay. Tim is out with the team with the 49ers as they're getting ready to practice. So just give us a sense, because you do this so well every single week. You're around the team all week. How they feeling ahead of the Super Bowl? Can you keep things relatively normal despite the fact that there's media on them every day? How's the team feeling?
Yeah, I think this team's always done good with these extended trips, and you go back to the history and how we've they've stayed on the East Coast with 2 East Coast games, and a big part of that is it is a close knit, tight, family style football team, and they know how to work and they know how to make it all about business. I think a good thing was, after the thing Monday night, which was cool, and the league does a great job getting all the players and coaches in and out. And then the Tuesday normal off day, I know Kansas City had changed their schedule up a little bit, but jumping back in Wednesday with the meetings in the morning and keeping all the times pretty much the same, I think guys are in their routine. So I wouldn't expect anything different in terms of preparation and being ready for this game and being able to get out there and click on all cylinders. Now, I must tell you that the more I watch tape on this Kansas City team, and I've broken down 3 or 4 games here in the last couple of days, man, this is going to be a freaking challenge, boys. I mean, it is a chess match like you can't believe. And I get it that, the Super Bowl, and it's the 3 hours on Sunday and on game day, and it's all about the players, and it's all about the players and the execution. And both teams have really good players. From a schematic standpoint, from a grease board game in terms of scheme and some of the wrinkles that will be brought to the table on both sides of the ball from the Kansas City Chiefs, they are really, really well coached on both sides of the ball. And everybody knows about Andy Reid and, all the things. And you got to defend that scheme first. And there's creative, the shifts, the motions, the variety of screens and gadgets and throwback plays and deception plays and plays with eye candy, and then you got to deal with that, and then you got to defend the playground with Mahomes and all the stuff that he does once the play extends past 4 or 5 seconds. I mean, there's a high volume of plays when you turn on the tape of Mahomes playing hero ball on 6 to 10 second plays. And now you got to plaster the playground, and what makes it so hard versus a guy like Jalen Hurts, okay? And some of the rush, I think, principles are going to be the same, although I think they're going to do it a little bit different in trying to keep Mahomes in the pocket. But once and ideally, if he's out of the pocket, you want him retreating and fading to get out. You don't want to step up and then get out the side doors, step out and go vertical. But the thing that makes him a challenge versus these other cats, and in particular Hurts, is you get Hurts to run one way, and so many times the field's just, it's cut in half now. And how many times have you seen him, not just against the 49ers, but against other teams, feather it, throw it away or run out of bounds? Well, the challenge with Mahomes, because of his arm talent, is he can freaking throw it anywhere to any guy. And a lot has been made of their drops, and they've had a lot of key drops this season, even Kelsey. I think so many of those times when you go back and look at them, guys aren't expecting the ball. And next thing you know, it's on them because Mahomes can put it anywhere and everywhere. So it's going to be a huge challenge to stop him. But to me, and that's the well-known story as they try to create this dynasty. The story that's not getting told enough is how much better they've gotten on defense and how well they play schematically and how good they do. And it's almost like a position, the variety of positions guys can play and the way they play with so many of three safeties. They'll put a lot of dime on the field with 6 defensive backs. And now a safety's the nickel and a safety's the linebacker. And now, the corner is in there on the inside, not on the outside, or they got McDuffie back playing deep half safety. I mean, it's almost a positionless defense, and they come at you at so many different ways. And then when you add the element of how well they can press and how much they do it, and I think it's maybe the second or third most press in pro football when you look at the teams that press with the corners. And again, and it's not just McDuffie or Snead. Joshua Williams can press. Jalen Watson can press. These cats are all good at it out on the perimeter, and then that allows Spagnuolo to do what all he does with the 9 guys on the inside. So that story's not told enough, and that matchup to me is the one that decides this game. Defensively, look, I think Kansas City's going to move the ball. It's just Mahomes is that good. Pacheco's a good running back. We know the challenges they've had to run defense. They're going to have to do what they've done well all year, which is play opportunistic, get takeaways at key times, and play terrific in the red zone. And that's where Kansas City's kind of middle of the road is in the scoring position, down in the red zone. Now, they've kicked a lot of field goals, and they're good at it, but you take field goals over touchdowns all day. And then I think offensively, this game, if the 49ers walk away with the Lombardi Trophy, I think number 23 will be the MVP because and there's so many options, and we can go in so many different directions with how they play, how they stunt the run game. They're going to try to get on the trail of the 49ers and stunt the motions with their linebackers and bringing extra safety up. Everyone seems to think they're going to run a lot of 2-shell. I think it's a wait and see, and trying to protect those safeties because they want them in a big part of their blitz packages and their run defense, stunting the run game and all the misdirection runs and stuff that I think Deebo Samuel can provide off of that. But at the end of the day, it's the offensive line and Christian McCaffrey in particular with running, receiving, and how he blocks in pass protection is going to have the game of his life, in my opinion.
Great breakdown as usual, Timmy. Just going back to Kansas City and the running game, Pacheco's an angry, violent runner.
Oh, yeah.
But they run their scheme a little different than Green Bay and Detroit, or even when we saw Cleveland. And obviously the pin and the pull and the toss crack has gotten the 49ers the last few weeks and periodically throughout the year. What I go back to is McCole Hardman in that game last year in October with the jet sweeps, the jet passes. He had 3 touchdowns in the game on that same action. They specifically wanted Bosa, as Nick said. They game planned me. Andy Reid game planned him. You broke it down so expertly with a influence block where they didn't even block him. Now, McCole Hardman, I think, is in the doghouse after his 2 fumbles in Buffalo. He's not touched the ball since. But they're going to run that action.
No doubt.
Whether it's a pin or a crack, whatever it is, or just a jet
or
sweep.
Or an influence, a no block.
Influence block. You don't even block the guy. So what are they doing to prepare both on the grease board, in the meeting rooms there in Henderson, and then in practice to fortify the edges?
Well, I think one thing when you talk about those gadgets, and there are some tendencies to when they're running them, and I have heard, and this was, I don't know, maybe maybe 4 or 5 games ago, and I was talking to some of the guys about it. I'm like, where's the crack alert? Just in case. I mean, just to get you on alert, or the jet alert, here it comes. Because now if you don't get blocked and you at least get an alert when the jet motion is coming, and you can see when it's coming, and if the linebackers ID it and can yell it out, jet, 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 well, now the defensive end, at least in his anticipation mind, is going to think, okay, maybe it's a jet. So you don't take all the candy on the influence block, and you just fly upfield and you knock that guy out. And you do that one time, and they're not running that jet sweep again. And even if he doesn't get it, hit him, tattoo him anyway, as he's coming across the formation. So I know that's been talked about, so I hope there will be a jet alert when they see it in terms of that tendency. You know, Sky Moore now, I think, getting designated for return is another guy that can do all that stuff. He's another receiver that's really a running back. When you look at that second-year player, who I think scored a touchdown in last year's game in the Super Bowl.
He did.
If I remember
on the double
correctly.
move. Remember, so did Tony on that same action. Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, look, the run game to me is, and the same with the pin and the pull. If that wing is lined up to Chase Young's side, and I know this defense is, and here's where a couple things I think need to change for the defense. And it's hard now, you know, the last game of the year. But there needs to be some awareness. This defense is coached to jet up the field and try to blow up and wreck everything. Get your eyes, you know, tilted into the football, so you're able to get a great anticipation to roll off the snap count and get in the backfield and wreck it. Well, if you're not even aware that the wing is there and you're not even anticipating, that's an easy block for a wide receiver, believe it or not, to be able to crack. You only got to crack him and screen him off just for a second. So I hope there's some awareness there when they get into those formations. It's like, okay, alert, crack, and instead of flying up the field trying to wreck it, maybe you play into that block a little bit. That will help shut it down. That's one thing I think that they can do. Another thing I think they can do in terms of trying to slow down Kelsey in this defense, Pop, we've talked about it a lot. There's not a lot of, and this goes back to Robert Saleh and D'Amico, and now with Wilkes, you know, running the same stuff. There's not a lot of rerouting that goes on in this defense. This defense is more coached to get to your landmarks and then choke off, squeeze, and tackle the kill zone, right? Keep it all in front of you and then just rally up and tackle, and anticipating that's got a shelf life on it. But I think you got to reroute Kelsey. You have to get hands on him when possible, depending on his alignment, of course, to throw off his timing, because his chemistry with Patrick Mahomes is so damn good, and he's such a freelancer in knowing his route tempo to get to his destination. He knows where he needs to be, and he will adjust his speed on how long it takes him to get there, and just timing it up perfect with Pat Mahomes. So I think they've got to get hands on him and try to disrupt the timing. And what makes him so good, Pop, and you know this, we've talked about it, that guy is an absolute you know, he understands defense in terms of what they're doing, and I'm talking down to the fine details. And, you know, for example, and we talked about this the other day, if Fred Warner's mugging up at the line and he's got his left foot back, and this is just hypothetical, he's dropping to the hook. If he's got his right foot back, he's blitzing.
Okay.
And Kelsey knows how to pick up on those little cues and those little indicators, and then run the right route where he knows they can't get to him. He knows the leverages. He knows the geometry of the coverages, and he knows how to just kind of freelance right to the open spot, which makes him so hard to deal with. So I think whenever possible, and again, it's a wrinkle that the 49ers have not done a lot of since Kyle's been here, is disrupting those weapons at the line of scrimmage whenever possible to disrupt some of that timing.
All right, bro. We'll see you at the stadium on Sunday, and I'm feeling a party with Lombardi, man. Let's go. Let's go, bro. Let's go.
Gonna change all of our lives, man. Let's freaking go.
Are they ready for practice? What's the schedule?
These players are hungry. Look, Kansas City's trying to get a dynasty. This team's just trying to get the Lombardi Trophy, man, and they're hungry.
They'll still give us 6, Timmy. Still give us 6.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's true.
All right, fellas, enjoy
All right,
the rest
man,
of your
we'll talk.
time. Pop back.
See
We'll
you
see you
later.
if you need anything. Give me a call.
Hey, I'm coming back to you.
You're the best. All right, that is Tim Ryan, of course, 49ers analyst with you on all the 49ers games. And, of course, we'll have everything for you. And we're starting out early on Sunday, and we'll have the pregame for you with me and Copes and Dennis Brown. You guys will take over. You guys will have the entire call, and then we'll be on all night long, man. I anticipate a party with Lombardi, and we will be on late. So make sure that you are here on Sunday and listening to all of it as we're live from Las Vegas. Great stuff from Tim. We got some open time, so we talked to some guys on Monday like John Feliciano. We'll play that for you. And Kellen Winslow Sr., author of one of the best games of all time, Chargers and the Miami Dolphins in 1982. He's going to join us at 1:15. We're live in Vegas, getting ready for the Super Bowl. Pop in London on the Sports Theater.
Begin laser ignition sequence.
Oh, yes. We're talking lasers, like the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And we were just talking about, Tim was just saying, hey, winning a ring would change your life, the 49ers' life. Well, Laser Eye changed my life, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, because I had laser procedures before, years before, with another company, and it didn't work quite out. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't as good as what I had expected. And so I talked to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and Dr. Craig Bindi after Papa had raved and ranted and said how great his eyes now were because of the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And they told me about CLR. We talked about it. They've done thousands of procedures. Trust was a big thing with me, and I'm sure it is with you as well. We're talking about your eyes. And it did change my life. I can see great. There's no more readers. There's no more hunting around the house. No bifocals. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop cataract. So that is absolutely awesome. So ask them in your free consultation at lasericlr.com or call 877-GET-2020 about CLR. Now, they do all sorts of other procedures as well. A LASIK might work best for you. Everybody is different. So whatever it is, they do a number of different procedures, and maybe one is going to work best for you. CLR work best for Papa and I, so it could be something else works better for you. But again, I go back to the trust every single time. Tens of thousands of vision correction procedures with Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. So you can absolutely trust him. Free consultation. Talk to him about it today. LaserEyeCLR.com or 877-GET-2020.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and there's something about Sunday, and this Sunday, the biggest game of all. You got to take a morning walk when you get up early on Super Sunday morning to the store for burgers and beers. You tidy up the house to make room for 10 fellow football fans, and your biggest chore on Super Sunday is loading a case of Bud Light into the fridge. Or if you get ready for a full day, and Super Sunday's a full day with the quote-unquote family, which is anyone wearing the same team colors. The hard work pays off because nothing is as easy to enjoy as a Sunday full of football and beer, and that beer would be Bud Light, of course. It's easy to get excited for Super Sunday because when you got your beers and your buddies or your family, nothing is hard until the other team scores. So enjoy Bud Light throughout Super Sunday with Bud Light. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy.
Faithful. Before John hosts the pregame on Sunday and before Greg calls every super snap, they're revving you up from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, the sports leader.
It was only one time that I looked at Pat and I was like, man, you didn't get it?
Literally one time?
One time.
When was it?
playing against the Tennessee Titans, and you're going to understand why.
Eddie George?
No. They had
Steve McNair?
No. Fast forward.
What do you got? Who are you? Who are you going later?
Oh, Chris Johnson?
Chris Johnson.
CJ2K?
CJ2K.
Fast, right?
Yeah, that's
too
not fair.
fast.
He was so
Yeah, he
damn
was so
fast. I remember seeing Pat, and I was like, oh, my God, I finally saw somebody who outran Pat. And I say, Pat, we got back to the sideline, Pop. I say, Pat, what happened? He say, exactly what you saw. He fast, dog. He fast.
CJ2K.
How great was that? That was
Takeo Spikes.
We've had a great list of guests today. We'll do the same tomorrow. We're live in Las Vegas at Media Row. It's in the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Just to remind everybody, they don't let fans anymore around, but they do have the NFL experience. If you're around the Mandalay Bay and you're coming down, they have all sorts of, the NFL experience, all this different stuff, and there's players and media guys and stuff milling around. So it's pretty cool. So make sure you check everything out. But that's what he's saying. Patrick Willis, who might go into the Hall of Fame tonight. I hope he does. I think he will. But he's saying, Chris Johnson, he fast, dog. That's what Patrick Willis said to Takeo Spikes. That's pretty good. Pretty good. By the way, Chicago Tribune reporting Steve McMichael, Devin Hester, Julius Peppers, all with Bears connections, are getting into the Hall of Fame. So we don't know who else.
Dwight Freeney, I think, is a good possibility. I mean, that guy with the Freeney spin, and you're seeing players duplicate it. Nick's trying to perfect it. He doesn't have it down like Aiden Hutchinson has got the Dwight Freeney spin down. Former Syracuse guy, I'm hoping he gets in. And I think one of the most underrated receivers in football history, and I know Kyle Shanahan wants him to get in. What a great player Andre Johnson was. So I think Freeney, Andre Johnson, the three you mentioned. And I just feel good about Patrick Willis tonight. I think it's almost a lock. I think it's going to be him tonight and Luke Kuechly next year.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And, the thing is that we've done this a ton of times, and we talk about who's going to get in, who's not. And people are honest. They'll sit down and say, I don't think your guy's a chance or whatever. I remember years ago we were talking about Roger Craig getting in any certain ways, and these guys who have the vibes on it. No, everybody we've talked to and everybody that sat down, and I'm not putting Takeo Spikes in there because Takeo played with him. But has said, Pat's going to get in, and they've thrown away the only thing you can hold against him, right? He played 8 years in the league. That doesn't seem to be held against him.
No, I think when Terrell Davis got in, Gale Sayers years ago, but Gale was so great.
Yeah.
He was OJ, and maybe better. I mean, that guy was insane. No, I think because of that, you're seeing guys with shorter careers get in. And then beyond that, and from the Niner perspective, I think Patrick Willis, tonight's the night. And then Christian McCaffrey tonight at Honors, and none of those guys are going to go tonight, but will he be the offensive player of the year tonight? Kyle's not going to win Coach of the Year. The MVP is going to go to Lamar.
Yep.
But we'll find out where they rank and how they finish. But I think Christian for Offensive Player of the Year tonight, and Patrick Willis for Hall of Fame. And then night. Eric Armstead for the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award. 4 years in a row he's been the Niner nominee. Yeah. Wouldn't that be something if he won it tonight and then wins the Super Bowl a couple of days later, 3 days later?
Absolutely. All right, on Monday night, you may have heard some of these already as we've been down here in Vegas since Sunday night. Monday night was the crazy night of opening night, and what happens is there's a bunch of guys, the big names are up on the podiums, and then everybody else is kind of milling around like cattle, and they let us talk to those cattle. And one of the guys was a guy.
He's a steer.
Yeah. Well, you were afraid of this.
Well,
dude.
I've not interviewed John Feliciano all year, but I had liquid courage going. I said I'm going to bring Lund over. He just looks like a badass.
He does look like
honestly,
a badass.
If you wanted to get into a street fight, anybody on this team, and Trent Williams would probably just one hand you and kill you.
Right.
But there's some tough guys on this team, but Feliciano. He just looks like a Raider. And he was a Raider. He was drafted by the Oakland Raiders in 2015. We knew him there. 4 years he was a Raider. He only started 8 games with the Raiders. He goes to Buffalo for 3 years, and this is where he becomes a player.
Yeah.
He had 31 starts for the Bills. And then last year, New York Giants made the playoffs last year, beat the Minnesota Vikings in a wild card playoff game. He started 15 regular season games and both playoff games for them at center. Had a great year. This year, I think he's the most invaluable, probably underrated player on the team. Whenever Aaron Banks got hurt, he slid over to play left guard. whenever Spencer Burford got hurt, he slid over to play right guard. And now Spencer Burford is healthy, and John Feliciano, that scoundrel, you don't want to have a street fight with that guy.
Right? That's a big
He's
one.
going to start at right guard. And when we caught up with him Monday night, I think that's the matchup because Chris Jones will line up right over the head of the right guard, John Feliciano. That's the matchup in this game. John Feliciano blocking Chris Jones.
John Feliciano, how much have you faced Chris Jones in your career being a Raider?
Too many times.
What's the scouting report on him, man?
Punch him in his chest and fight the ball.
Get his arms down?
Yeah. He's a really great player. Even when you think you have him, he's going to put his hands up and bat down the ball. So he'll be a big challenge on Sunday.
He does like to move around the line a lot, but do you think he'll get him most of the day when you're at right guard?
Yeah, probably. He plays over the right guard most of the time. So, see him.
Yeah.
What have you seen overall from their defense? Highly ranked, but you can run on it, it looks like, at least statistically.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of real good guys. Their linebackers are real good, Chris Jones, and their back end's real good. And if you don't neutralize Chris, the rest of their D-line's going to eat up blocks and let the linebackers make big plays. And then in the passing, their secondary is really good. So it works well with Chris because if you don't block them long enough, they're probably going to hold up in the back end and you have problems.
And to avoid another slow start offensively, how important has it been to discuss that interior line holding up in the first half so Brock doesn't have to move off his spot?
Yeah, I think we were going to score every drive that we started with the ball. Every drive last 2 weeks ago, we were going to get points. They blocked the field goal at the end of the second half. But it's imperative every week to hold up and give Brock time to dice him.
So the first thing you said when I asked you about Chris Jones was hit him in the chest, get his hands down. Being over the right guard and Brock being a right-handed quarterback, do you feel like that's a lot of team scouting report? Is if they can't beat you, to just get their hands up and block his line of sight?
Yeah, I think that's definitely what you go to if you're not getting pressure. And it's on us to give Brock space and give him space to throw the ball.
John Feliciano is joining us. It is opening night, the craziness of the Super Bowl here in Vegas. What has this season been like for you? Not starting, now you're playing all the time. It's kind of, obviously, as a team you want to do well, but individually you've had a hell of a year.
Yeah, it was definitely tough early. I'm getting up there in age, so.
No, you're not.
You look young to me, man.
So when I'm still able to play well, it was hard to not be playing. But winning helps that, so can't really say anything if you're winning. And then I got my opportunity, and I just tried to make it really hard on them.
Yeah. Last year you started almost every game with the Giants at center. What's amazing about you is when Aaron Banks was down at left guard, you would go in and play left guard. And then when Burford was out at right guard, you go over and play right guard. The hand placement, the footwork, is that hard, going from left to right side?
Not for me. I've entered the NFL season as a starter at left guard, center, and right guard. So I've had a lot of opportunity, a lot of reps in both. Right. So it's not really a big thing for myself.
How about coming into the home of the Raiders to play the Kansas City Chiefs as a 49er in the Super Bowl, Feliciano? How does that feel?
Yeah, it's crazy. Kind of definitely full circle if we can get this W done to finally beat the Chiefs in the playoffs and to do it in the Raiders Stadium. It's just wild.
What's your record against the Chiefs, by the way?
Probably not very good.
We'll bring that up later.
That.
Sorry, bro.
Is it weird though? Can you make it like a normal couple of weeks? Or is this circus that we're doing tonight? Is that weird?
It kind of helps playing the Chiefs because I've been here so many times before. Obviously not the Super Bowl, but against this specific team in a playoff game. So honestly, before I came here, everything kind of felt like normal. But yeah, obviously this is crazy.
Yeah. Well, what are you seeing from Spags' defense? He used to be a zone blitz guy where he'd bring pressure but drop. Now it looks like he's just a blitz guy. What are you seeing from their defense?
Well, I believe they have a really good secondary, so if you can hold up in the back end, I think that gives him, more options to bring things, and he definitely is.
All right, there's John Feliciano with us from Monday night at opening night. Are you afraid of him still or
no? I like him on our side. First thing I said, what do you do with Chris Jones? Hit him in the chest.
Yeah.
So and Chris Jones, everybody's down on Chase Young these days, but there's some tape on him that's alarming in his lack of effort when he gets double teamed, and he just gives up on plays. What he does a lot in the pass rush, if he gets doubled, like Aaron Donald gets doubled and he splits the double team. He's a great splitter. Chris Jones will just stop his pass rush, and he gets his hands up. And we saw Kenny Clark do it with Green Bay. We saw, in the Super Bowl with Jimmy. But Brock is 6 feet 5/8, 7 inch tall. So teams all year long have been lining up with size over the right guard. He's a right-handed quarterback. When he's in the midline, the ball comes out over the right guard. You get a guy like Chris Jones up, and Feliciano said it right away. So if Chris Jones is going to not fight through a double team in this game, John, and he just quits on the route, he just gets his hands up. I see him do it all the time, and he just blocks the quarterback's shot. So how do you combat that when you're John Feliciano? You hit him in the chest. You just lock him up and force him to get his hands down. So that is going to be a battle. But no, I'm not afraid of him anymore. I love him because he's on our side. What's up, man?
Thanks for joining us live at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Pop and Lund here on the Sports Theater, getting you ready for the Super Bowl. Thursday is cracking. Friday's even going to be better. We have a great guest list. And the latest, our good friend Tracy Sandler joins us, covers the Niners, and does a tremendous job for the Fangirl Sports Network. And we were just talking about we were talking about Demo, and we'll get a cut because you asked the question, but he was on fire yesterday. But you've been out there all week talking to the guys. What's just been you're around this team for years. What's just your sense as they're getting ready for the Super Bowl?
It was interesting, and something that really struck me last week and still is striking me this week, they seem very much the same. They seem very normal, very much the same. Even this week with opening night and there being so many more people, they seem comfortable, they seem loose, they answer questions, they don't seem nervous about answering questions. And what I mean by that is it's one thing if you're in a locker room with 8 people that you see every single day coming over to ask you questions. It's another thing when you sit at a riser and there are now 30 people around you and 15 cameras and all of that, and it hasn't really seemed to faze them at all. So I think that's a good sign because it's not any other game. And I talked to Demo about this. That was kind of the beginning of that question. I talked to Dre Greenlaw about it. It's not any other game. And they understand it's not any other game, but it's still their game, and they're going to play it like they do.
In terms of Demo, I thought Demo was like the star of yesterday. I saw him on all these different outlets, and I knew you talked to him. We're going to play this cut in just a second. And Rasheed Rice has played a lot in the slot, and we had Ambry Thomas. We talked to Ambry on Monday night, but it just seems like not only as a player, but just in what he's saying, he's real confident in what he's saying. Like I said, I saw him a lot of outlets. He's talking all these different things. But you asked him a really interesting question yesterday.
I did, and I said to him kind of what I just said to you guys. I said, yes, it's a big game, but what's that fine line of figuring out, okay, it's a big game and we need to win this, it's a Super Bowl, but still remembering it's a game and you were there to have fun. You were having fun playing a game. And if you look at it that way, does it help you? As opposed to making it this like, oh my God, we're in the Super Bowl. And Demo started his answer by saying, it's a game. We'll have fun, but it's the game. And that's when he started talking about growing up, wanting to beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl, and now they have the new Tom Brady. But Drake Greenlaw and I talked about that. Nick Bosa and I talked about that. And they all get it, but they all get it. Does that make sense? They get that it's such a big game, but they get that it's still a game, and they got to play their game, and they can't go in there and get nervous and do things differently like they've been doing. And Kittle even talked about it last week that we're in Vegas for a week, but if you're used to going to practice and then eating dinner and then going home and watching TV, that's what you should do in your hotel room. It's kind of just keeping everything the same, and it seems they've pretty much done that.
Well, it seems to me, too, because Brandon Ayuk was saying out there that, look, the receivers came into Vegas despite the fact that the NFL is trying to keep them as far as possible away. But the receivers did go into town. They did come into the city, and they did eat dinner, and they did I'm pretty sure. I mean, look, there could be some guys that could go off the tracks, but they've got to do what they got to do. You can't just be holed up in a hotel room.
Well, absolutely. And at home, it's not like they can't go out to dinner at home. If it's a normal practice week and they go to practice Wednesday, they can go out to dinner on Wednesday night. The same thing with Thursday. So there's no reason for it to be different. It's just because it's in Vegas. I don't really also think this team is filled with a group of people that they need to be worried about going crazy in Vegas and doing something
but
bad.
they're not on lockdown.
No,
and the guys
they're not.
did go out. I saw a few of them out on the strip
Yeah.
on Tuesday night, and they got back, and they were at practice yesterday. The families are all coming in tomorrow on the planes, and they're going to have a party. And they got all kinds of hotels all over the strip and out in Henderson. There's a party in Henderson. They got like 3 different events on the strip, so they're going to get out of the bout. As far as Diamador Lenore, and I remember him last year, teams would pick on him.
Yeah.
Where they went deep down the field, and whether it was CeeDee Lamb on a high point catch or DeAndre Hopkins, and they stayed away for Charvarius, but they set up a lot of go balls and the 50-50 jump balls. He worked on that hard in the offseason with Steve Wilkes and going into a player's chest plate and how to defend, because he's 5'10". But he's been able to overcome that. They're staying away from him.
They are.
And you remember last year in the playoffs, it just clicked for Diamador Lenore. Remember the interception he had against Geno Smith in the Seattle game? The one he had early against Dak in the Dallas game, and all of a sudden he's not the one they're targeting. And now they are staying away from the way he tackles in the slot. Hyena's the nickname.
He is, and he is a hyena.
He is violent. So they're going to move Rashee Rice around. He'll go at him some in the slot, but that's not where they're going to pick. It's going to be Ambry Thomas in this game, with Charvarius Ward on one side, Demo Weather in the base defense on the outside. He'll handle that. In the nickel, Demo goes inside. But I do wonder, because we saw Logan Ryan late in the Detroit game when Ambry rolled his ankle on the flea flicker, go into the slot. And Tim was talking about rerouting Travis Kelce. Logan Ryan had a key reroute of Amon-Ra St. Brown on 4th down. So we know it's going to be Demo somewhere outside or in. We know it's Charvarius. I wonder if we'll even man-match certain situations against Kelce.
I would.
But who would be the other corner? Would it be Ambry Thomas outside or Logan Ryan at the inside at nickel and then kick Demo outside?
I would say Logan Ryan, because I don't think you can afford this Ambry Thomas experiment in the Super Bowl. And I think you saw it. You've seen it all year long. And Ambry Thomas has struggled all year long. And even though he came back from the bye and in theory played better, for me, when I really look at it, he came back from the bye and he had a fumble recovery that was almost a touchdown. It got called back because everybody went on the field, and he had an interception in the next game.
And Steve Wilkes.
And yes, all of them. But then he had an interception the next game. But then the DPIs, they're still there. He's still getting beats on touchdowns. He's still the guy that they are picking on and targeting. You have a guy in Logan Ryan that certainly hasn't been perfect, but he's made plays. So he made the play you're talking about. He also made a play on, I want to say, on the 4th and 3. Yeah, he did. And even on the 4th and 3. Like, he's made.
That's the one he rerouted out.
He's made plays. So if it's me, I mean, this is the Super Bowl. So if it's me.
And he's won 2 Super Bowls.
And he's won 2 Super Bowls. And they brought him in for a reason. And so to me, that's probably the direction that you go. They're probably not on every snap, but I do think that is the direction that you go, because this just isn't the time to be like, well, let's see if he can do it. And you can't have, I know it was the Packers game and he didn't have the same issues in the Lions game, but you can't have these 3rd down penalties. You do that against the Chiefs, you are going to lose this game. Yeah. If you're getting the Chiefs offense in 3rd and long, and all you got to do is keep them off the field, you can't take the chance. And it's kind of what Ambry Thomas does, because it's what he knows how to do. I hate to say that. I don't want to be unkind, but it is what it is. And that's kind of where they are, and it is the Super Bowl. And so I think this Logan Ryan thing is a very interesting thought. And again, probably not every snap, but I think we see it.
All right, let me play that. This is the quote, or the cut, and you asked this question. Here's Demo.
This game is going to be fun. Like, we're going to have fun. But for me, this is more than a game. This is the game. I've been watching this since I was 7. I've seen Tom Brady win it so many times. But I was just like, it was just years where Tom Brady just kept winning. So it was just like, I always wanted to beat Tom Brady.
And you did.
I did, but not in the Super Bowl.
You're not in the Super Bowl, correct.
All right, but we got the new Tom Brady. So.
That's it. I mean, that's
it.
To me, the 49ers have the better overall team, but they have Patrick Mahomes.
It's true.
And that's it.
That's it.
There's something about Diamador Lenore. Just the way he's got the swag of a great player. I don't know where it clicked from. I think it was the playoffs last year. He has a gleam in his eye, and he just has a bit of a strut.
He does.
There's certain guys you worry about in this. Honestly, I don't worry about him.
I wouldn't worry about
whether tackling or covering, and he's not afraid. He will show up and play. He may get beat some because they're good, but he just got that swagger right now.
He did, and I'm going to shamelessly plug this, but I did a story on him for the NFC Championship game, and I would encourage you all to read it because it really captures that about him. It captures the swag. It captures how it started. It captured he growing out in a house of 12 siblings, and
he's
him
a
being
ninth
the
child of 12.
Ninth of 12, and having to be scrappy. And then he said something at the end that also just kind of told me who he was. He talked about people leaning on him, and I said, "Who do you lean on?" And he said, "I don't lean on anybody. We don't have doctors in our family. We don't have lawyers in our family. I'm the top. God put me in this position. It's a blessing, and I handle it as best I can. But I don't lean on nobody because they all lean on me." And but he didn't say it in a way where you feel sorry for. Like it just is. But if you have that confidence and swagger in your life, you have that confidence and swagger on the field.
Great stuff. Make sure you follow Tracy. Like she said, she's got a great piece on DMO at Tracy FGSN Fangirl Sports Network. It's always great to have you. You've been covering the Niners for years, and you've been doing a great job this week as well. Appreciate it.
Thank
you. Jumping on the shuttle now to Henderson?
First, I'm doing one more hit, and then sure am.
2:30 shuttle.
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
She's off. All right, Kellen Winslow joins us coming up next. We've got a few more things, and then we'll give you tomorrow's guest list, which is outstanding. We'll do it all next from the Mandalay Bay in Vegas, getting ready for Super Bowl 58, Niners and Chiefs on the Sports Suitor.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Ed McCaffrey, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Christian's routine ahead of Super Bowl 58. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues in 2024. And, Steve, this is a big one. What do people do when they can't pay their taxes?
Don't panic and don't go the other extreme and ignore it. Just call us. First thing is, the fact that the IRS sent you a bill for $1 zillion doesn't mean that you owe that. A lot of times those bills are wrong. The first thing we do is determine, do you really owe that amount? For example, if you haven't filed a return, the government makes up returns. They're called SFRs, substitute for returns, oftentimes more than you really owe. Plus, a lot of mistakes are made. So step one, we determine what do you really owe. And if you don't owe what the IRS says, which is common, we'll go to the IRS and say, hey, my client doesn't owe the zillion, he only owes X. Reduce your bill to X. And by the way, he can't pay X either. And then we select a good option. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We do the whole job. But don't ignore them. Don't wait for all these new IRS agents to go to your customers and say, don't pay you, pay them. That can put you out of business or ruin your life, your business, your marriage. Just let us take care of you.
Call right now. As Steve said, you can't just bury your head in the sand here. If you can't pay your taxes, 888-TAX-DEAL. Call right now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, Papa and Lunder live from Radio Row in Vegas, getting you set for Sunday Showdown. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Listen, if you don't know what this young man is, you're going to have to rip his heart out. I relate him to Brady. You got to go in and surgically remove his heart to beat them. Because if they have a snap, an ounce, any life,
how do you rush him, Sap? Do you pressure him? You can't blitz him, right? You got to go with 4.
Why would you blitz him and then put those speedy guys and then Kelsey one-on-one?
Right.
We watched one of the best safeties in the game, Hamilton, get 8 alive, 11 for 11.
That is Warren Sapp. He joined us a little bit earlier. We have had a tremendous guest list of Hall of Famers, as you always do, from Media Row here in Las Vegas, and the latest is the greatest. Kellen Winslow is going to join us momentarily, former NFL tight end, and he probably started, well, I don't know if he started the revolution of tight ends, and we're going to see Kittle and Kelsey, but man, he perfected it. He's one of the greatest of all time, and he joins us now in Las Vegas ahead of the Super Bowl. It is Kellen Winslow Sr. How are you?
I'm doing okay for a black man in America. I really am.
Good for you, man. That's
Fight
good to
that
hear.
fight, brother.
That is good to hear, man. I didn't want to disrespect guys, the John Mackeys and Mike Ditkas and the great tight ends that came before you, but I think you probably perfected it, and now we're looking at a game in which you got guys, probably 2 Hall of Famers in this game, and Travis Kelsey and George Kittle, right?
Well, you're not this thing about the tight end and the revolution of the position and stuff like that. That's Don Coryell.
Yep.
That's Joe Gibbs. That's Ernie Zampese. Coaches, the first 2, Don Coryell and Joe Gibbs, just happened to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, just like my quarterback is in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. My wide receiver, Charlie Joyner's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and so am I. But, without that, they changed the game, Coach Coryell and Joe Gibbs. John Mackey could have done what I did with the Chargers. Jackie Smith.
There you go.
Could have done those things, as well as Charlie Sanders or Charlie Young. And
Ray Chester.
Ray Chester, thank you. Could have
Underrated.
also,
should be in the Hall.
Exactly. They could have done those things, but I was the guy who was with the Chargers in 1979 when they made this switch of taking the fullback out and putting the second tight end in the ball game.
The epic in Miami. I remember as a kid watching that game. Don Crickey was on the call with John Brody, the great John Brody, the 49ers, should be in the Hall of Fame as well. That playoff game in Miami. Is that the best game you ever played?
It's the one that I'm most remembered for. And it's hard to say if it's the best game I ever played. I remember a game we played against Kansas City where I didn't have a catch. I was at home. We were playing a third-string quarterback. And I thought I played a pretty damn good football game.
You didn't have a catch?
Didn't have a catch.
Your blocking was that good that day?
Blocking and trying to, be the leader on the field at the time because we were down to a third-string quarterback. And I remember that. And coaches pointing out when we watched film the next day, and coaches pointing out that, what the situation was. And I remember the coach saying, I want you to watch Kellen Winslow on this film.
Oh, nice.
And that is something that, I hold near and dear. But, yeah, the Miami game was a special game, a special day. I think it was January 2nd, 1982. It was 85 degrees at kickoff, maybe 90% humidity, the wind blowing about 5-7 miles per hour. I don't remember much about it.
What are you, a meteorologist or a tight end?
But you can close your eyes and you can see. I mean, I can close my eyes and I can see it. I can feel it. It's that much a part of my life that I hear about it almost every day. I leave the house and I run into a football fan. They bring it up, which is a good thing. And it's something that's near and dear to the San Diego Charger organization. Everybody who was involved in that ball game. They have their stories, and they share those stories, and it was a special time, and we were very fortunate to come out on top of that one.
Let me go back. We were talking to the Hall of Famer, Kellen Winslow. He is one of the greatest tight ends of all time. You were just talking about the offense that you had. Dan Fouts is a good friend of the show, and, of course, his dad, Bob Fouts, used to call 49ers games.
Yeah.
And you had John Jefferson and
Charlie Joyner.
And Charlie
Joyner.
Later, Wes Chandler was on that team.
Yep.
But, man,
Ron Smith had the game winner against my
There
Buffalo
we go.
Bills.
There we go.
You're killing me. Charlie Romes dropped the pick the play before. Remember that playoff game?
Exactly.
Go ahead, John.
I mean,
Go ahead.
you guys,
I'm
Chuck
sorry.
Muncie. I mean, you guys just had that offense.
Oh,
that
Chuck.
I mean, where would Dan go with
Cal
the ball,
guy.
man?
Yeah.
Cal guy. I mean, you guys just had so many weapons, and I don't know that it was the first, but it's the first one I remember where it was just like, man, they got a lot of places to go with that ball.
Well, it's the system.
Yeah.
It was a system. There was no freelancing. You had a place to be at a point in time to be there, and it was Dan's job to select where he was going to go with the ball based on what the defense was giving. If he wanted to take a shot downfield, he could. If he thought it was safer to take the mid-level route, he would do that, or just to come down and drop it off to the checkoff person. He did that. But it was the precision of it all where you had to – we were always taught you come off the ball at the same speed no matter what the play is. it's the same speed. If it's a running play, you come off the ball at the same speed. And that simple concept just keeps the defense on guard, because if we were known for throwing the ball downfield. If you're coming off the ball at full speed, you might be going downfield. So the defensive backs had to react to that. You see some receivers these days, they get kind of lazy. They come off the ball at a different pace.
Or don't come off the ball at all.
Or they don't come off the ball
Randy
at all.
Moss.
And the defensive back or the safety immediately looks someplace else because you're not doing anything.
Right.
You're hurting your team by doing that. So every day in practice, the coaches come off the ball, come off the ball, come off the ball. And it was part of the system that you bought into. Run your route at full speed, let the quarterback make a decision. Don't think you're out of it because he might come to you. And if you think you're out of it, then you shouldn't be on this team. So we're going to cut you.
Absolutely.
All right, so meteorologist Winslow, you
Yes,
gave
sir.
me the weather report for the Epic in Miami.
I know where you're going.
January the 10th, 1982.
Yeah, the next week.
It's -9 in Cincinnati.
59
the wind,
degrees below zero.
20 to 35. You know, when I was watching the Miami wild card game this year against these Chiefs at Arrowhead.
Yes.
And what was that, -27, fourth coldest game ever?
Yes.
I thought right away, when Dan had the check down in the flat and the ball just goes, if you would have won that game, the Super Bowl would have been Eric Coryell and Dan Fouts and you against the Niners in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Was that game even fair to play under those conditions? How did you deal with that?
It was brutal. It really was. The field itself, of course, AstroTurf back in those days was not very good. It was concrete. We were playing on concrete. And, of course, the Bengals were also. So, that kind of equals itself out. The coldest, the wind factor, the technology, the weather technology, as far as apparel is concerned, was not great back in those days. You had the choice of thermal underwear or pantyhose.
Joe Namath took pantyhose. What did you take?
Joe Namath took the pantyhose. I didn't have the legs that Joe did, so I took the thermal underwear.
Yeah. How could you run in those?
I just wasn't that sure of myself at the time. And I wore a ski mask, and I wore 2 pair of gloves.
Wow.
A pair of baseball gloves, because that's basically what they were.
Yeah. Batting gloves, you
just
mean?
batting gloves.
Yeah.
And some neoprene gloves made of the scuba equipment
Right,
on top. So I'm like 2 mitts. I'm like a soccer
You're the
goalie.
Michelin man.
Trying to catch a hard rock.
Trying to catch a hard rock.
Yeah.
And the pass you're talking about that Dan threw to me, the wind just caught it in his first play. We run a screen play to the tight end, and I just looked like this.
Helium ball.
Because it just started at shoulder level and just went that way.
Ridiculous.
But there was some talk before the game about relocating the game, delaying for a day. Everybody go to Houston, play in the Houston Dome, in the Astrodome, and that's where the game would be held. But again, there was only 3 networks at the time. Basically, they had to deal with the NFL, and there was no place for a Monday night game on CBS or on NBC at the time, and we had to go out and play because they had to show the commercials and make their money. Getting on the bus going to the game from the hotel, I remember on the radio, the bus driver had the radio on because he thought it might keep him warm. He had the radio on, and the announcer on the radio was saying that the Humane Society recommends that you bring your pets in.
But your football players can go out.
Yeah, but they may not be there in the morning, but it's okay to play football.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, you're doing something great, and we were just talking about Mike Ditka, the Gridiron Greats, and I think we all know what has happened with some of the players from years ago, but the Gridiron Greats is trying to help a lot of these guys out.
Yes, they are. They've partnered with Southern Batch Small Recipe. Southern Recipe Small Batch.
Right here, these
pork rinds. They're very good.
Yeah.
Go to your
yummy.
local
I was
market
eating
and
them
give them a
earlier.
try. And it's been going on for the last 15 years that they've been involved with the Gridiron Greats. Gridiron Greats has been around for like the last 20 years. But at the time, the benefits were not what they are today. And a lot of guys were falling through the cracks. There was a need to find resources and a need to pay for some of those surgeries that need to happen, or to maybe pay a bill or two to keep the lights on. So Mike Ditka, being the leader that he is, and another tight end, Hall of Famer.
Of course.
You always give the tight ends the love. To put this organization together to kind of fill those needs. It's been going on, as I say, for the last 20 years, and we're looking forward to tonight's event with the cigar party.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
We're coming.
Big fundraiser.
We're crashing.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we're
good.
going into that. Yeah,
Have to bring your own cigar.
Yeah.
How many Hall of Famers are coming?
I counted 12 so far on the list that
wow.
I've seen.
That'd be nice.
Wow.
Yeah, we were talking to Mark before, southernrecipe.com, if you check that out.
They're delicious.
GridironGreats.org.
I got a little bite to 'em.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I need a beer after I have it.
Is that the honey, spicy honey? Yeah, that was
hot
the one.
honey.
Hot honey, yeah.
Yeah, you got to get something with that, right?
Yeah, I need a chaser.
Absolutely. Kellen, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
You're one of our all-time
Appreciate it.
favorites. We really appreciate the time.
You bet.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right,
Thank
that
you,
is
sir.
Greg Kellen Winslow again. GridironGreats.org. Great organization that Mike Ditka has head up for a number of years now to help some of the players. SouthernRecipe.com as well. All right, bottom of the hour, we will talk to Noah Eagle.
Not Ian?
Nope, no Ian. Noah Eagle.
Fly, Eagle, fly?
Well, they've done that stuff for the playoff games. He's doing the Super Bowl, right? He's going to be part of this whole
And
thing.
he did a playoff game this year. He did great Al Michaels, NBC. They roll in, and he's a superstar.
It's kind of a big deal. I'm kind of a big deal.
And he's doing the Super Bowl on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, they're doing
Is
that
Christian
for the first time
McCaffrey going to get slimed?
A lot. So we'll talk to Noah Eagle coming up next. And our good friend Nate Jackson's going to join us. He just did a great piece on the Shanahan offense. He's a former 49er and Bronco, and he's here as well. And he's got some great insight into the Shanahan offense. That at 1:45. So we got a lot of great stuff still from Vegas. Papa and Lund only here on the Sports Center.
Were you forced into a nosebleed mortgage rate in the past year? Loan Pronto is here to rescue you. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. If your mortgage rate is over 7, you're going to be in heaven with Loan Pronto's zero-cost refi. You can cut your house payment by hundreds of dollars and do it with no closing cost and no appraisal. Rates have plummeted to the lowest point in nearly 12 months, and it's time to say goodbye to that bad loan you got stuck with. Loan Pronto's got APRs with fixed rates in the 5s, so don't live with that record high day longer. You can lock in a lower rate now with virtually no paperwork or cost involved. Call now and see how much lower you can get your house payment. Refi now, and you could even skip your next 2 house payments altogether. So call for a free 30-second quote, 30 seconds, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com. Number is 415-808-5721. One more time, 415-808-5721.
Your voice of the NFC champion 49ers, Greg Papa, and our game day host, John Lund, are live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, the sports leader.
Wants to steal my spotting board, Sean. I'm not going to let him have these. No. He's probably got them all computerized like Tirico.
I was just going to say,
how do you do
you
it?
want those boards?
These are the Marv Albert, the ones that Marv taught me years ago.
They're similar to what my dad does, too.
Does he do the same one?
He does it all by hand, and I've tried to convince him to switch over. I do a blend.
So what do you do if the Wi-Fi does not work well? Have you ever had that situation in the booth where the Wi-Fi goes down?
No, I print them, though. So I have the outline, and then I print, and then I write everything from there. So it's handwritten and color coordinated. But the actual, that part, what you have, that's the only thing.
You didn't go with the legal manila envelopes.
Only for basketball. Come on.
You do the same thing for basketball?
I do. So I don't write them. I'll type them out and everything, print them, and then put them into the manila folders like that, and then write more on it. It's a full process.
Yeah.
You know how it goes.
You got the Super Bowl Sunday, bro. What do you got, Nickelodeon?
Nickelodeon.
Is Nate Burleson on that broadcast still? Wow.
He is.
He is so much fun.
He's the best. Yeah.
So whenever they score a touchdown, like McCaffrey's going to have the hat trick, he gets slimed 3 times.
It's slime time, man. It's slime time. You know how we do it.
It's awesome.
I do.
It's pretty cool, though, that, I mean, this kind of started. Give people the perspective on it, because I remember seeing the first one. Wasn't it like Bears
New
and
Orleans,
Saints?
Chicago playoff game, right?
Bears, Saints.
Yeah,
so
and
what
it
year
was
was
really
that?
well received.
That was 2021. 2021, because then we had your game the next year in Dallas.
The Bears made the playoffs in 2021?
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Trubisky quarterback?
Trubisky got benched in the game.
I remember
And we had
that.
to explain to kids what that meant.
Timeout.
Yeah,
You've been a bad
that's
boy.
exactly what we
Go
said.
sit down.
Nate said, kids, this is like a timeout. You got to sit down and really think about what you did wrong. You can get out of timeout, but you can't sit and you can't leave until you're told. Your coach tells you. It was good, man. But yeah, it's really cool. We get to share it with kids. We get to try to invite a new audience in and teach football while having some fun and sliming some players. So what could be better than that?
I think that because I don't think it's as easy as what people would think, and I think you and Nate, from the first minute you did it, had great chemistry and fun, and yet you knew you couldn't talk over people's heads, and so you had to find this medium and even maybe lower than that. And it was just I thought it was great. So now they've evolved it into, hey, let's throw it out there for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I feel like incrementally they've added more each year. That first year was exactly what you said, where it was very much, hey, Nate, myself, Gabby, who was at the time 15 years old, had never been to a football game, was with us in the booth, and then we had Lex Lumpkin on the sideline, another kid, and it was basically, hey, like, we're just going to have fun, and we're going to try to teach football to the best of our ability, and we're going to have some graphics that are really cool, and we're going to know about every player's favorite ice cream flavor, and it's going to be great, right? And we're going to do all that. Then with each year, they started adding more elements to it, to the point that we did one on Christmas this year, and we had the literal Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sitting next to us live doing the game with us. And now we're going to have SpongeBob and Patrick sitting next to us live for the entire Super Bowl, which is going to be just off the charts good. So
what do you think of Brock's imitation of SpongeBob? Did you
pretty
hear that?
good. Yeah, that
Are you
was
gonna roll
pretty
that
good. I don't know if I can. He had to do this to the throw, like, that was pretty good. He was on top of it.
And he did it like just, within seconds.
Yeah, he was ready with it. But that's what, he's always ready for any situation. That's what makes him great.
Yeah, it's true.
He's calm and cool under pressure, no matter what. So it's pretty cool.
So how do you handle Taylor Swift on Sunday?
Oh, man.
That's your audience there,
That's
right?
the
The
thing.
Swifties. So how do you
100%.
handle that? How do you handle it?
Oh, we take it in stride.
More shots for her? Do you have a camera different than the CBS regular broadcast?
I think
the
we'll
Swift
have.
cam?
I think we'll have a couple cams, and I'm assuming they're gonna laser in on her for sure. The Christmas game we did was also a Chiefs game. It was Chiefs and Raiders. Raiders beat them.
I know that game.
But
that
Taylor,
got ugly.
And Taylor was there, and we showed Taylor plenty. And Nate Burleson and I went all in. The references were next level.
That's the game that Kelsey got so mad he threw his helmet down.
Yes.
Andy Reid wouldn't let him get his helmet back.
Yeah,
Remember
I
that
think
game?
Andy Reid was upset because we actually took him up in the air in a crane and brought him to our booth. So that's what it was. That's what really got him.
He was just trying to get his helmet back from the booth.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Eagles doing it. So give us some insight into that game. I mean, you saw them get beat. In the 6 times they've gotten beat this year, they've actually scored under 20-5, and then they scored 20-1, and that was the only one they scored. So teams have kept their offense in check when they've lost.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I think that division rivalries are always different. You know, I think you have to take that a little bit out of the equation. Max Crosby just kind of knows how to deal with him. He is, and every time he plays him. And Patrick, I think, has mentioned that he might be the toughest guy he plays just because he's relentless. You know he's coming after you every time. It doesn't matter if you double team, triple team him. He's just got that resiliency on every pass rush. He's got every move, and he's just bringing ferocity. So he was wrecking the backfield in that game. And Pat threw a couple of bad interceptions, and I think he was the first to admit it. That was also when they were kind of going through a weird, rough patch. I think they fixed that a little bit. It certainly helps that Kelsey's been a lot better in the playoffs. But this is a team that's super complete, especially on the defensive side. That defense is so much better than what we've seen out of this team the last couple of years, and even 4 years ago when they beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. But I think the Niners are a much improved team. So that's what I think makes this such a fascinating matchup.
You did a great job this year on college football. I watched Saturday night a lot. Yeah, you had, was it the Houston-Cleveland the wild card playoff game?
Yes. Yeah, which was great. I mean, we got to meet with C.J. Stroud, who was one of the more impressive young men I've ever sat down with. That just looks you in the eye. He has command of that entire building and respect from everybody in that building. That Houston team is going to be really fun for a really long time. And you guys know D'Amico. I mean, he's a special guy and brought that intensity and brought that level of focus and really, I thought, blended everything really well. The thing that stood out to me, and I think we see this from former players who become coaches all the time, he understood what the players needed from a practice and a schedule perspective, giving them the right amount of time off, and it paid dividends at the end of the year.
I think tonight CJ wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. That's a lock.
Yeah.
Does D'Amico win Coach of the Year tonight?
So the funny thing is, it was actually that game we felt like it was probably the battle of the two front runners because Stefanski and the job he did to win 11 games with losing his starting quarterback. He was on his 4th quarterback by the time the playoffs started. They started 5 over the course of the year without his all-pro running back, without both of his starting tackles, without his safeties, without his corners at some points in the season. I mean, the amount of injuries that they withstood to still win 11 games and make the playoffs was pretty impressive. But for D'Amico to go from worst to first and win that playoff game,
right,
that might have taken him over the top. I mean, it's hard to argue with a rookie quarterback, with a rookie pass rusher that was essentially their leader of their defense emotionally and physically. A really impressive job. It wouldn't shock me if he won it.
Noah Eagle is joining us. We're live in Vegas getting ready for Super Bowl 58. So we got that. Kyle is up for that, but Kyle's not going to win that award. Brock is up for MVP. He's not going to win that award. But Christian McCaffrey is up for the Opoi.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Offensive Player of the Year.
I mean, how could you not give it to him?
I would think
it's not even just the stats, and the stats speak for themselves. The touchdowns alone are a ridiculous number. He and Raheem Mostert both, but it's the impact on the team. It's what he brings to the overall vibe of the organization. I mean, you guys know it even from last year when he arrived. It brought a different energy to the offense and to the idea of the ceiling of this group. So, yeah, I think he deserves that and more. At one point of the season, I was like, look, if I was voting for an MVP legitimately, like most valuable, actually just the term, it's him.
Totally.
And to me, it's him or Trent for that matter. Both those guys are off the charts and mean so much to this team. But CMC in particular, he's just so different. Like, there's nobody else that can do what he does.
He's the best player in the league.
I think so. I think it's hard to argue with. I mean, Mahomes is obviously right there with him. You've got Mahomes, and Lamar was unbelievable. In all likelihood, will win MVP this year. But what Christian brings is so different than anybody else, and that's what I always feel when I'm watching your games.
When you did the Houston-Cleveland wildcard game, did you meet with Bobby Slowick? The offensive coordinator?
I didn't meet with him. Todd Blackledge did. Talked to him on the phone. And
was he impressed by him?
Incredibly impressed. Like, over-the-top impressed. He immediately texted our entire group, producer, director, sideline reporter Catherine Tappan, and was like, that was one of the more impressive and informative calls I've ever had. And that goes through all his college. Yes, he was blown away.
Head coach material?
Very much so. Blown away. Yes.
Yeah, that sounds good. What do you think? What do you think on Sunday?
I think we're going to get a great game. I can tell you that much.
That was well done by you right there.
Yep, thank you.
We don't care about great games.
Yeah.
We're in the business
What are you
of winning
talking
Super
about?
Bowls.
Broadcasting.
You don't even have to give us a prediction. Just what
No,
you think.
I do think that, and this was something we were talking about before we put the headsets on just now. I think the one thing from San Francisco's perspective, and we talked to Kyle Juszczyk for our Nickelodeon game, and we were just asking him a little bit about the overall vibe and whatnot. And the one thing we said is, well, what's been the difference for you second go-around versus first go-around? And he said he and everybody else that had been on that team 4 years ago, they felt like they knew how to budget the time leading up to the game a lot better. And they knew what to expect going into the game, the emotions they were going to feel. I do think that makes a big difference, and I do think San Francisco comes out with a different level of intensity. And look, obviously that game was there for the taking. I think Kyle knows it. I think that Debo and Kittle and all these guys know it. Kyle, go to the defensive side, and every one of those guys, and they're so good, and they're so regimented and disciplined. But I do think that experience matters. And them having that experience, albeit Kansas City obviously won it last year again. They've been here before. They've won it. They know what that feels like. But there's something different to being here for a second time. And I think that's what we're going to see on Sunday more than anything else. It's that preparedness that this group's going to have.
This your first Super Bowl?
First Super Bowl working, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Super Sunday, brother.
Let's go.
Let's get slimed.
I love it,
man.
I love
That's
it.
awesome.
Appreciate you guys.
Congratulations on that, man.
Thank
That's
you.
Great, you are,
man.
Go over to AER and wow those guys.
No, that's what I'm going to do right now. Well,
Any of those guys your roommates when you were there?
Come on. Yeah, we
Where'd you
lived right off
graduate, like
right off
last week?
Ostrom. Yeah, all right. We lived at BBB. We were in Day Hall.
Day Hall
There.
4-6.
There
Me
you
and
go.
McDonough, we were there.
There you go. Yeah. No, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
That is a great
Tell your
note.
dad I
Eagle
say hi.
joining us. We got one more to go. Brandon Marshall's going to join us, the linebacker who you spoke with, right?
Last
You hung
night
out
we
with him?
broke bread.
All right, we're
We're
won't
flipping
break bread.
Broncos. We're not doing Nate Jackson.
Well,
We're doing
that's
Brandon.
what I was just told, so I got to go tell Nate. But we'll get Nate on tomorrow. He's got it. Like I said, he's got a great piece on Mike Shannon, so we'll get to him. But
My guy,
Brandon,
man.
We'll do it next.
He's going to learn you something, John.
Oh, hey, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or read, they're not even based in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the state of California. That's ridiculous. That is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's right, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured, you're going to have to sit down for this, more than $1 billion. That's $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Sunday, you'll hear Greg Papa's call right here on The Sports Leader. But till then, he's with John Lund live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR, The Sports Leader.
Joining us, Pop and Lund, top of the hour. Tolbert and Copes will jump in. We have had a great guest list, but this guy we've been waiting for all day.
My new best friend, John.
Okay, so Brandon Marshall, the linebacker. You probably have to say that all the time, but what's cool is he's
all the time.
He's a former Jag Bronco and Raider, and we're in Vegas. But here's the thing: before we get into a football conversation, which you two had last night, him and I were just talking about the
Debbie's
dynamics.
party.
Yeah, we were just talking about the dynamics of Vegas. Because you're a Vegas guy, born and raised, right?
Absolutely.
So what is this like for you to think you were born and raised here and that the NFL is here, the Super Bowl's here, the draft has been here, there's a hockey team, there's going to be an NBA team. I mean, this is crazy, right?
No, it absolutely is crazy. And, growing up a sports fan and a sports fanatic, looking at, the city of Las Vegas, all my friends and family, I'm like, okay, everybody has, teams from different, different cities. And to be honest with you, a lot of my family is 49er fans. And so, I didn't follow that mode. I actually was a Bronco fan before I even played for the Broncos, which is actually surreal and special, right? So, to come out here and see, you know what, not only did we have a team, we have a Super Bowl. I'm at Radio Row in my own city. And I'm like, now we're about to, Vegas will be the sports hub, I think, of the nation at some point. Because I think they're gonna bring everything here.
Yeah.
See where he's got a Super Bowl
Dude, I was
ring,
just going to say that.
necklace
if
around the chain.
If you're not on YouTube and Twitch, you can't.
So
If you're
cool.
not watching, Brandon's got. This is the best thing that anybody's done because everybody's wearing their rings. That's passe.
Yeah.
You got it on. You got it on a necklace. That looks good.
Yes, I try to switch it up a little bit. A little stylish. It's easy to wear in the ring, and yes, and sometimes when you shake hands, it's it kind of hurts.
I was
your finger,
shaking it last night. I tried to pull it off my finger. I'm like, where is it?
Yeah, no, it's right.
Steal it?
It's right here on this necklace.
Wow.
Absolutely.
So your defense,
the
no-fly zone.
One
of the. Vaughn was so dominant. DeMarcus Ware, but Aqib Talib. I think it gets overlooked sometimes when you look at the Steel Curtain, the 2000 Ravens, the 2002 Bucks, the Seattle Seahawks in 12, 13. But you guys, you didn't have a weakness. The secondary was great. You patrolled the middle. What was it like to be the middle linebacker on one of the greatest defenses in the history of pro football, Brandon?
Man, it was truly amazing, and I knew we were going to be special in training camp. So I was hurt initially. I was coming back from a Liz Frank foot injury, and just watching literally the defense play in training camp, and watching Peyton Manning under center was wild, by the way. I'm like, why is Gary Kubiak putting Peyton under center? This looks terrible. One time he came back to hand the ball off to the running back and failed. I was like, this is not going to work. But how dominant that defensive line and the secondary was, and I'm like, oh, wow, once I get back with Danny Trevathan, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah,
so,
you guys are fast.
Yeah, so then I came back, and I remember one of my first days with pads on, I was making play after play after play, and I said, our defense was going to be special. And what's interesting is that was my first year ever playing fantasy football, which is crazy. I know you're like, how do you make a correlation? How are you making that correlation?
Who'd you take?
So I had inside information, almost like insider trading. So I knew not to draft Peyton. Yeah. Even though the year before he had around 30-something touchdowns, 14 interceptions. I said, no, I'm looking at practice. I'm not drafting Peyton. And because I can't draft Peyton, I can't draft Demaryius Thomas, and I can't draft Emmanuel Sanders, okay? But I knew I could take our defense, right? So it was interesting, like my first year playing fantasy football and then, going to these games like, okay, do I start Jamal Charles because we're playing him? Like, nah. And I should have because he went 100 yards on this. But, that was one of the most special times of my life, man. And I think about it a lot, and I thank God that I was able to be a part of it. And it will go down in history. But like you said, hopefully at some point it'll get recognized with the 2000 Ravens.
And boy, defensively, and Peyton was just crippled that year.
Yeah.
He lost his job to Brock Osweiler. Oh. I remember we went in there with the Raiders, and he was confiding that, then he resurfaced, and his brain was just so. I think he won games with his mind. He didn't have his legs, and he executed a throw. But you're talk about, because the stretch running game started with Peyton under center.
Yeah.
And the handoff to Edger and James, he had to stretch to get to the outside zone.
Yeah.
But he couldn't come from under center. So Kubiak finally put him in the shotgun and the pistol with the back behind because he could not drive out from under center anymore.
He just don't have it. He didn't have it, Peyton is not – you look at athletes, right? You look at quarterbacks now. They're drafting quarterbacks. Yes, they want to see arm talent. Yes, they want to see a mind, but they're looking at it for playmakers and athleticism. Most of the quarterbacks you have now, they're athletes, okay? Peyton is not an athlete, right? And so, when we saw him under center, we was trying to understand. I'm like, I don't understand this, thought process with him under center. But, I will say this, man, Gary Kubiak is a good leader. Apparently he knew what he was doing. And having Wade Phillips, though, right?
Your guy.
That was the key cog. That was it.
Your DC.
Absolutely. Yeah. Brandon Marshall's joined us. He's a Las Vegas guy, of course, won a Super Bowl. Even though your family was a Niners fan and you weren't, Levi Stadium does have a special place in your heart, right? I mean, that's Super Bowl 50. That's where you got that ring, right?
Yeah,
against
man.
The Panthers.
No, it was beautiful. And, one interesting thing about that game was I was coming from Denver, right, altitude, going to, San Francisco and,
sea level.
Sea level. I was like, I'm going to have a lot of energy. I'm good. That first quarter, I was tired. I was like, why am I breathing so hard? I'm at sea level.
Adrenaline?
Yeah, it was the adrenaline.
Super Bowl.
It's Super Bowl. And, having that experience, I'm like, oh, my God, this is crazy. The cameras, the fans, the da-da-da-da. And then you have to just try to bring yourself down. Like, okay, this is just another game. You know what I'm saying? Don't get overwhelmed by the moment. And I would say throughout that week, DeMarcus Ware as leaders, Aqib Talib, Peyton Manning, guys helped us channel and understand, okay, what the moment was, because what happened a couple years ago against Seattle obviously was terrible. And that was a Super Bowl we wasn't focused per se. We was in New York.
That was over after one play.
Yeah, we was in New York, man, and we got caught on TMZ at the restaurant. Then we went to a strip club, and then we went. It was exciting because we haven't been there. But going back the next time, having been there and understanding the moment, we executed.
We talked last night. It was so great visiting with you and getting inside football. The 49er run fits in the what's going on here. It's cropped up periodically with some of the outside runs, but also fitting it with Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw behind it.
Yeah.
They got to stop Pacheco or they're going to run all over him. What are you seeing from the Niner run defense?
As you were just talking, I just remembered a play against the Detroit Lions. One of the first plays David Montgomery broke in the first quarter. I saw the run fit. It was Fred Warner, and I think Dre Greenlaw was over here, but they had brought in another linebacker, number 48.
Oren Burks, former Green Bay Packer.
Yes, he messed up the run fit, okay? I saw Greenlaw and Fred Warner step to their left, okay, to maybe the respective A gap and C gap, whatever. And number 48, Oren
Burks.
He was supposed to come over to the open A gap. He stayed back on this B gap, right? So run fits aren't sound. David Montgomery hit right in the middle, broke for maybe 20 yards or whatever. And then I was like, they're about to bleed these guys, because then Jahmyr Gibbs is running and da-da-da. I'm like, this is crazy. They have to get this in order. But, run fits are so important, because every defensive coordinator's first goal is what? Stop the run.
Absolutely.
Because you can control the game. If you can run the clock, you can bleed a team and control the clock, control the game. So they have to stop Isaiah Pacheco. He's actually a good back, and they have a solid run game. You know what I mean? And I pray that these last 2 weeks, Steve Wilkes has got them on point, and the linebackers got them on point with this run fit.
Well, and Andy Reid, so he's going to have something else, because the last time everybody goes back to that Super Bowl 4 years ago, the Niners and the Chiefs, we go back to a couple years ago, and they ran McCole Hardman and all these jet sweeps and all these different things. And I'm not saying it's going to be Hardman, but he's going to have some things for the 49ers.
Oh, yeah, no, he's going to have them. He's a master schemer, playing against Andy Reid twice a year. Every year for 6 years, actually, in Denver, it was tough. It was always a tough game, and even though they didn't have Patrick Mahomes until the very end, playing against Alex Smith was tough. Jamal Charles was tough. Andy Reid, Tyreek Hill. I'm like, this is a tough. It's going to be a tough game every time. But Andy Reid, I love him as a coach. It's funny because one of my friends played for the Chiefs, and he said they have fast food Fridays, right? So you see Andy Reid, right? You see what he looks like.
Well, I can see he has fast food Fridays.
So they got fast food Fridays, and they bring in.
It looks like Patrick Mahomes has fast food Fridays.
Yeah, you saw him. You saw him?
They don't have fast food every day.
So he comes in and he says, I go into the cafeteria. It's fast food Fridays. We got KFC. We got burgers. We got da-da-da. He said Andy Reid grabs a plate. 2 burgers on the plate, some fried chicken. I'm like, that's crazy. You know, it looked like Patrick Mahomes, though, now is indulging in the fast food Fridays too much.
Dad bod. He's got dad bod.
He does, man. It's crazy stuff.
It's so great meeting you, man.
Oh, man.
Wish
Great
you the
meeting
best.
you, too.
Debbie
Absolutely.
will take care of you.
Yeah,
What do you got going on?
absolutely.
What's happening? What are you doing down here? Just hanging
TV
out?
Just
star.
hanging out, man. I got another, situation to interview right now. So I'm just look. I'm basking in this, enjoying it, getting my
Vegas.
reps up, man. Trying to, be the best I can be post career.
Are we the first interview you've done where they didn't ask you right away about taking a knee?
Oh, actually, no.
It's now. Now it's no longer a thing.
It's kind of
It's no longer a thing.
Yeah, it's no.
He was one of the
actually,
first.
it's no longer a
Cap.
thing.
He was one of the
Actually,
first that year.
Yeah, I think after the George Floyd situation, it's kind of.
Yeah.
Well, you
narrative
guys went to
shifted a
school.
little bit.
You guys went to school at Reno together.
Yeah,
right?
we went to school.
You and Cap. Yeah,
Absolutely.
just to
we
let
played in the
people
same
know.
fraternity,
Yep.
actually.
Oh, is that right?
Same time. It was tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing his evolution.
Yeah,
by the way.
no. And I don't know how much time we got, but I could talk all day about Cap's evolution because he's just become so different of a person.
Absolutely.
Right.
You know
We
what I mean?
remember him when he could hardly speak to the media.
Yeah, he
in
was
San
nervous.
Francisco.
I interviewed him on TV before the draft.
Yeah.
Really?
And I was like,
Brandon.
dude, you gotta, somebody's got to coach you up a little bit.
Yeah,
because you get in these meetings.
He's way.
Yeah,
different.
now
I mean,
he's,
I don't know how it happened because honestly, when he first came to San Francisco, he could hardly speak to the media post game.
Really?
And then to evolve into what he's doing now.
Some of it is now pretty
Unbelievable.
amazing.
Yeah, some of us like it.
Yep.
A lot of us don't like it. But hey, Cap is a good dude. He lives out here in Vegas, actually.
Yeah. Oh, is that right? I
Yeah,
didn't
he
know
lives
that.
here, man. Actually, we have the same trainer. Cap is still a good dude.
Yeah.
Get him in person. Oh man, Cap, talk. It's tough to get a hold of him.
Yeah.
But hey, it's all good. I don't mind. It's fine.
Awesome.
No.
Hey, thanks for the insight, man.
Oh, yeah.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Brandon.
That is Brandon Marshall, and that'll wrap us. Great day from Media Row again. Tolbert and Cope's coming up next. Thanks to Danny. Was Cole back with you, Danny? Who was? Oh, sorry about that. Sorry.
Greg Silver.
Oh, Silver was back there today. That's right.
Mike Silver's son.
Greg Silver back there helping Danny out. Great job. Walter did an awesome job today. Derek really did nothing. Holler did absolutely nothing but smoke cigars last night and get a gravelly voice. We'll see you tomorrow. Friday is always a great day from Media Row. It's next, or tomorrow, and then next, of course, Tolbert and Copes. Only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Almost got arrested for getting too Larry.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. I'm going to apologize right off the bat because we peaked yesterday. It ain't happening again.
That's over.
John just sent me some pork rinds, and I'm going to show you what I do with pork rinds. There, they are now inedible. I don't even want the temptation of pork rinds. There, no one's eating them because they're bad for you. There, table clean. We're good to go now. Well, you know what? Maybe today is going to be a good day. Maybe it is. I'm channeling my inner Carrot Top.
Nice, dude. No, dude.
Channeling my inner Carrot Top.
Is he around?
It's a Carrot Top / Gallagher. Just
Dude.
like props and then smash the props and then we're all good to go.
Something people should know about Top is if there's a radio station event and there's a microphone and a table, he's showing up with a shirt with holes. Here's the thing, dude. You would have been more like Top had you worn your AC/DC shirt with the holes in it. Like, he's walking around in clothing like that. So I imagine he's here today because why the hell wouldn't he be?
Dude, if I wore that, he'd probably go, how much you want for that?
Yeah.
That's vintage.
He might try.
That
He might
thing's
step to
vintage.
you. Hey, I'm watching me in the back alley, dude. I'll fight you for that shirt.
He might. Hey, like if he's rolling around today and tomorrow, we might actually have to have him on. If he goes 5 straight days, just like kind of wandering around like Robert De Niro in Awakenings, then we might have to throw a headset on him and just give him some love. Because that's some dedication right there to the craft, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I do want to let you know something, though, because you said you mentioned that we peaked yesterday, and what you're talking about, I think, is Kenny Mayne.
Kenny Mayne.
The Kenny Mayne hit. By the way, Kenny
Russo was incredible.
Russo was fantastic. Kenny Mayne tweeted it out, by the way, himself. Retweeted he tweeted it out, and then he put Smithsonian. Which is hysterical. But he also, after the hit, because we put out a bunch of videos on KNBR social, Twitter, and Instagram. Go check it out. Michael, our digital guy here, did a great job. He filmed it from a different angle. So you're getting Kenny Mayne. He was a riot, man. He was absolutely hilarious. He came back at the end of the show and did a sports and news. He did a weather and news report, traffic report.
Playing blue.
It was hilarious. And then, by the way, he put out on social media last night, hey, the hit was great. Thanks to everybody who contributed. He was trying to sell those 7 spots.
How'd they do?
For the Joe Montana thing. After a couple of hours, he tweeted out, hey, we have 1 spot left. We sold it out, man. So, I look, I don't know if that's all Bay Area. I know he did a bunch of hits from around the country, but he knows that he was talking specifically to San Francisco. So if anybody was coming out and you were a part of it, good on you. What a cool event, and I'm so glad we were able to help him out.
So that was fun, and we did good.
He'll be back, by the way. Everybody was saying, hey, we got to get him on regularly. Like, he was so we talked to him for about 15 minutes afterwards. Dude,
so good.
People should know he was excited to show us a photo of him and Beyonce. There was so much stuff that happened after the show. You remember that? He was like, dude, I just want to show you this.
It just didn't stop.
It's me and Beyonce.
It didn't stop. There's a lot of spillage.
There's a lot of
spillage.
It's hysterical, dude.
After the show.
He's the same guy off air.
Oh,
he's
yeah,
exactly
he
the same.
was great. So, that makes me feel good that he's only got 1 spot left, and hopefully that is already filled.
He did. He retweeted, said, and it's filled. We're sold it out. So they're good.
Perfect.
Good deal.
That's awesome. Today we're going to have Jim McMahon. He's going to join us shortly. Nick Ferguson, who played with John Lynch in Denver. Adam Kaplan. Talk a little NFL with Adam.
It's Copeland.
No, you're Copeland. He's Kaplan.
That's what I said.
Yo.
Copeland to Kaplan.
That seemed a little heavy-handed. Oprah meet Uma.
Oh, okay.
Uma.
I mean, Yo and Ya was as bad. I mean, it was Uma Oprah.
That was uncomfortable, but it was so Letterman. It was so on brand that Letterman did something like that.
I just don't get. Nobody was like, "What are you doing? What are we talking about?"
Brett Musburger is going to join us at 4:30. Mark Spears at 5:30.
Nice.
So trade deadline. We'll get into it a little bit, but not much happened. It was dead.
That's what he wrote
in.
It
was quiet. It was nothing. It was the Knicks did a little something, and that was basically it.
Pat Beverly got moved, didn't he?
I don't know.
Am I missing out? Yeah, there's a handful. We'll go through a bunch of them
Bojan Bogdanovic went to the Knicks, and they got a few guys. But as far as I know, P.J. Washington went to Dallas. Warriors didn't do anything. I didn't see the Lakers do anything. I didn't see the Clippers do anything. Buddy Hield went to the Sixers. But yeah, it was relatively quiet. And so there you go. We are off and running Thursday. 2 days left before the weekend, and then we kind of inching closer to the thing. Now, what are you going to be doing during the game? Are you going to be in the press seats? Or are you going to try to walk around a little bit?
This is something I'm stressed about.
You're working, but you're also, you're a huge Niner fan.
Well, and those know, the people know. Like, I didn't walk. Like, I had a lot of angst during the Packer game because it wasn't going well at halftime, and I was thinking didn't look good. And again, really didn't look good till that final drive. I mean, remember that Aaron Jones run at the end of the in the second half? Right after they scored, so you thought, okay, maybe momentum has shifted, and it hadn't. They took it right back, and so you never felt good about it. And about halftime of that game, I went down and I was hanging down on the concourse at Levi Stadium, and because of the NFC Championship, my angst around that, I didn't go up at all. I went. John and I had an extra. John and Tim and I, after we finished pregame, they did an extended pregame like we'll have this weekend. Tim and Greg Papa did. So we went out to the parking lot, did a little tailgate with Kevin Franzen, who was out there.
Oh,
so we hung with Franny. Then we went back in, and I said to John, I was like, dude, I'm not going to the press box. I can't sit. Like, what's the point? I was like, I'm going to be angsty. I can't sit there. I'm going to want to come back down anyway. I was like, I'm just going. I'm going to walk around. I get nervous. I don't like to sit down anyway. Like, when we're not doing the show, I get weird about sitting. I want to stand around. So I sort of imagine I'll do the same thing. Now, what's weird is I don't know this stadium, right? Like, I've been here twice. I came to 2 football games here last year, a College Bowl and that Patriots game too, that wacky Raiders-Patriots walk-off win. But I sort of plan to be down there. I know I have a press box seat, but I plan to be down. I don't want to stand there. I don't think, unless the Niners are up like 45-10 or something.
You got to see if you can light the flame.
You think they let me?
I don't know.
Here to light the flame for Super Bowl 58.
Throw your hat in the ring.
The co-host of Tolbert and Copes 2 to 6 Pacific in San Francisco,
and a huge Niner
and
fan.
a huge 49er fan himself.
Mark Davis will be pumped. Could there be two worst teams to play a Super Bowl for the Raiders and Mark Davis?
I mean, how pissed are Raider fans? I mean, Derek Papa's sitting right here. He can't be thrilled about this. This matchup.
I can't imagine this. There can't be a worse. I guess if you wanted to, you could put Denver or the Chargers in there, and it'd almost be as bad. Because anything AFC West, they all hate each other anyway. But as far as NFC teams, it's the Niners. So you get the Niners and another AFC West team. It's like, oh, man.
Well, I kind of look at it like, and again, it's different when you're the big brother team. Like, if I were going to go Giants-A's comparison, like, if it's the 49ers and the Seahawks are – we can go 49ers perspective. If it's the Seahawks and the Raiders playing a Super Bowl at Levi Stadium, I'm rooting for the Raiders outright. Like, there's not any dispute in my mind. I don't know. I know Raider fans hate 49er fans, and I know there's the geographic rival, and there's a lot of the stuff with the Levi Stadium stuff. But I personally, I can't imagine why a Raider fan would not root for the 49ers to beat the Chiefs. You're in division. You go back. You're one of the oldest rivalries in football, not just NFL history. Like going back to AFL lore. If I'm the Raiders and I'm Raider fans, I'm like, screw the Chiefs, dude. I'm pulling for the Niners outright.
But there's one big difference, and since we have a Raider fan sitting here, he can speak to this. The Niner fans look at the Raiders as like another team that maybe they kind of just like whatever. But the Raider fans look at the Niners, and there's a big brother, little brother syndrome.
Sure.
That the Niners get all the coverage. The Niners are the team, same as the A's and the Giants. Angels, Dodgers. There's all Mets, Yankees. There's always going to be big brother, and there's always going to be little brother. And the little brother teams are going to be more jealous of the big brother teams. Like the Dodgers had no use for the Angels. They just didn't care. But there was almost as big a cheer at Angel Stadium when we go to the games if the Dodgers lost.
Yeah.
Scores from out of town, Dodgers 4, Reds 7. Yeah, I'll be like, who cares? The National League. It wasn't even interleague play at that. Who cares what they do? But that was the inferiority complex. Whereas the Dodgers, you can announce an Angels score. There's like, they didn't care. Of course, Dodger fans, I don't know if they cared about their score half the time, but they certainly didn't care about the Angels score. So I think when you factor in the inferiority complex and big brother, little brother thing, then it becomes a little more personal. Like, because you're already mad. They get all the coverage. They get the headlines. They get the front page. They get all those things. Is that true, Derek?
True.
So there you go.
Factual.
I was on that end of it, too, as an Angel fan.
Is that what Derek sounds like, by the way? I didn't know that. Preach it, Tom. Preach it. You know Derek sounded that way?
Clippers, Lakers. It's like the same thing.
It's the little brother, so it's tough, I guess,
Clippers
for the
are little brother.
From the perspective
Way
of Giants.
middle.
Yeah, Giants and Niners, it's a different perspective.
Correct.
Because we're the top tier.
Because they don't care.
I don't even know what that's like to be the scum of the earth like that. You know what I mean? To just be the bottom of the shoe.
Yeah,
Damn right we are.
I'm with Derek. We're the pound dogs. just to show up. Somebody love us.
You ain't nothing but a pound dog. That's what I always say. I loved Elvis.
Why are you crying all the time?
And Donna Summer, she's coming to the Coliseum. All right, Tolbert and Copes with you.
I'm not sure what that
I don't know. Mix that in. Let's have some fun. Tolbert and Copes with you. It's what day is today? Is it Thursday?
Yeah. I think
All right,
so.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday afternoon.
It's Vegas. Track.
We're still live from the man. I haven't seen outside in days. What's the weather outside? It's Tolbert and Copes live from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Radio Row got a great guest list coming your way. Jim McMahon is going to join us coming up next. The '85 Super Bowl winning quarterback of the Chicago Bears. That's next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
San Rafael. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Kurt Warner joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss what makes Brock Purdy special. That podcast is trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful. This is Super Week. Then is Tolbert and Copes, live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes back here live from Radio Row at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. All the names and faces here hanging out. We got plenty more to come. Jim McMahon was going to join us, but he's not anymore. So let's just jump into some NBA trade deadline stuff. You got to keep it fluid here. That's how we ended up yesterday with
NBA grab bag.
No, dude, it's not. That's not anything I said. It's not the NBA grab bag. What's that other one we do? Not the grab ass. The NBA
roundup.
The NBA roundup. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
Got a little country western tinge to it.
It's a little different than the NBA, the MLB
Bruce
Hoda,
Smith.
or whatever we
he
call it.
still looks good, doesn't
Dude, he looks like he's going to sack. He's going to sack that guy right there. Wow, all-time NFL
good.
sack leader Bruce Smith. How about
He's
that?
a badass.
Pretty sick. Derek, go chase down Bruce Smith.
Tackle him.
Go hit him from the back. See if he'll come on with us.
See if he feels it.
Yeah, dude, you see his back?
Just keep stepping.
That guy's back was like that back could have punched Derek in the face if he walked up
Dude, if
behind
you dropped a quarter on his ass, it'd bounce up 3 feet. You kidding me? That thing's he's got some glutes, man.
You can't play quarters on him.
He's got some glutes.
So he's going to get hurt.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Lose an eye.
While we try to track down a few more guests here, by the way, we have plenty more to come this afternoon. We have tons of trades.
Oh, Kellen Winslow.
How about that?
I believe that's Kellen Winslow.
Lots of trades, but
one of the greatest tight ends of all time. It's one of my favorite tight ends of all time. Love Kellen Winslow.
Today's a crazy day.
Love the Chargers.
TJ Houshmandzadeh's walking around. I just saw him.
TJ Houshmandzadeh.
Was he in an Oakland A's jersey?
I saw him. I didn't notice what he was wearing.
Different guy. Not all the guys with hair like that look alike, is what you're saying. I got you. Yeah, I'm on it. I don't want to get confused here. Do we have Tim? Do you have Tom? Do you have the full guest list in front of you? I know that things have been changing, and
things have been changing.
I keep trying to track down the official
Adam
one.
Kaplan.
Okay.
We have. Hold on, let me scroll through the note from my mom, who's home safe after dropping me off. Nick Ferguson, who played with John Lynch.
Yep.
In Denver, and Mike Shanahan, of course.
Brent
Adam Kaplan, Brett Musburger, and
Mark Spears at 5:30. There we go.
So yeah, I think those are probably pretty solid. And then who knows? You never know who's going to come bouncing through here. That was an unbelievable laugh yesterday. That was just
that was Musburger, wasn't it?
No, that was Greg Cosell.
That was Musburger. The laugh yesterday was.
Let me get the Greg Cosell. That is Musburger.
Yeah, the Cosell one is the one from yesterday where, dude, Tom got him to laugh like we're sitting right here in front of him, and he got him like right in front of us. And what people don't need to know is like his face doesn't really he doesn't have a lot of expression when he does it. His mouth just kind of opens and the sound comes out. Which
as soon as you hear it too, you got to just be quiet.
Yeah, I know, it's even funnier.
5 seconds. Just let it go. You got to get that good clean sound.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, he is absolutely incredible.
It's so good.
Absolutely incredible.
It's so funny trying to get into trade deadline talk here because you just look. Everything's so.
Somebody walk.
A lot of stimulating stuff going on.
Yeah. Like it's funny for me. Like some of the younger guys don't faze me all that much, but yeah, I see Kellen Winslow. I'm like, that takes me back to like when 15, 16, 17, and those Charger teams. I mean, you know how much I love talking to Dan Fouts, but yeah, Kellen Winslow was like Travis Kelce back then. Like he was the guy when it came to tight ends. Like him, Todd Christensen was incredible with the Raiders, but Kellen Winslow was like the guy.
Would you say that those guys paved the? Because I think in my generation, I remember they always talked about these guys are these are the best tight ends of all time. That's the cool thing about modern football. If you're to look at how positions have evolved, for me, defensive end for sure has evolved as a position because you have so many hybrid players. You have guys like Khalil Mack who drop back. Even Alden Smith early in his career was playing basically two positions, right, outside linebacker and stepping up to the line. It's become now just like an end, a pass rusher position, right? It's changed from what it used to be, right? Not that internal D tackles aren't important, but it's evolved. Tight end for me, the other one where you still have to be a good blocker, but Tony Gonzalez took it to another level.
Tony Gonzalez
doesn't Jason Witten have more receptions than any player in the history of the NFL?
Boy.
And who does? If I'm wrong, tell me who does. Yeah. I could be totally wrong.
I think that was kind of the generation. That's why it would kind of set Kellen Winslow apart because he was one of those guys before those guys really kind of came into.
That could be like the worst thing I've ever said, by the way, if I'm wrong.
Dave Casper.
It's got to be Jerry Rice, right? Too. It's Jerry Rice. Jason Witten's number 4 all time. That's insane. Tony Gonzalez number 3. Larry Fitzgerald 2. Jerry Rice 1. So I wasn't that far off. The next 2 guys behind Fitz and Jerry Rice are tight ends.
Yeah.
Who played at the same time, Tony Gonzalez and Jason Witten. Then you drop down to more receivers. It's Harrison, Carter, Brown, Owens, Bolden, Reggie Wayne. So after that, it's no more tight ends.
That's incredible.
Which is pretty incredible. Yeah. Algie Crumpler was a guy for a while. He flared up. And then what's his name on the Chargers?
Antonio Gates.
Antonio Gates was a monster. Gates. And those guys were basketball players.
He was a basketball player.
So was Tony Gonzalez.
He was. He went to
Cal.
They went to an Elite 8.
I think you're right.
Because I think there may have been 4 Pac-12 teams that year that went to the Elite 8 or Sweet 16, something like that. Like Pac-12 did good that year because I remember I was up in Tahoe with Bergie watching the games, and yeah, he was a solid player, like a 6th, 7th guy, came off the bench, but he could play.
Would that have been like 96, 95, somewhere in there?
Man, sounds about right.
Right, because I think he had drafted like 97, 98, Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. Because if I'm up in Tahoe during March Madness, that means I'm not playing anymore.
Right.
So at least I got that.
You're out.
I got that. I forget a lot of things, but I can figure that one out.
Yeah, you're done.
I'm not a. Yeah, I can imagine sitting there watching Cal play and Bergie going, "Don't you have a game tonight?" Oh, damn, I do.
Oh, dude,
shit, I better get going.
Pulley.
It's on the road.
What's his name? With Doc Ellis. To stay with my buddy. He's like, I'm flying on a Friday. He's like, no, I don't pitch till Saturday. He's like,
good.
His friend goes, it is Saturday. He's like, what happened to Friday? You dropped LSD, bro. That's what happened to it.
Oh man.
Hysterical.
No, but Tony Gonzalez was sick. But yeah, I think, but he was football, basketball in college. I think Gates was just basketball. Like, he didn't even play football in college.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think he was just basketball, and all of a sudden, and then after that, they're like, hey, we got to try to get some more basketball players and play tight end for us. See how they do.
Well, who's the guy on the Colts now? Mo Alley Cox?
Mo Alley Cox?
Well, I was following that guy in college hoops for years, and I didn't even know he played football, and now he went to VCU.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, he played at VCU, Mo Alley Cox. That was like a starting tight end in the NFL. I was like, this guy's nuts. Anyway, plenty more names and faces to come. We've just seen a bunch of them walking around, and Tom, like a cat, got distracted by somebody that might have been
like a Labrador.
Might have been.
Oh.
We weren't even okay. Derek confirms. He goes, I think that's him. Then we just started talking tight end. So there you go. Tolbert and Copes here. We are streaming, by the way, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. We are live from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. It is day 4 of Radio Row. Things are heating up as we get ready for Super Bowl 58. When we come on back, let's get into a little bit more on what do we have next. My schedule's all off here. We NBA trade deadline here next. We'll do that. Let's talk about some of the trades that we have yet to talk about.
Grab bag.
Unless like Dan Fouts walks by and Tom gets distracted. More to come here on the Sports Leader.
faithful, Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
The Niners are going to Vegas.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Pajemski to a cutting Kuminga. And exclamation mark. Cocked that one back. That was nice.
Copes back with you. We are live from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center at Radio Row ahead of Super Bowl 58 Niners and the Kansas City Chiefs. And we got a whole guest list of people coming your way, a great guest list today, just like we had yesterday, and probably a few surprises of some of which we don't know. That's what makes them surprises. Good deal. There's Ike. How about that? See, Ike, love and sandwiches. Good deal. We're not changing the name to Otani's or whatever. Remember that? We were like, remember you said it for sure. Otani came here. They were going to change the name. It didn't happen, so it's still Ike's. Let's get into a little bit of what happened in today's NBA trade deadline. By the way, Warriors hammer the 76ers yesterday, and you and I both covered our Pelicans +7 outright. Feeling good about that one.
That was a nice one.
Needless to say, I'm going to jump on the Pacers tonight against the Dubs, which brings us to the deadline. Warriors completed a trade today.
Yes.
Corey Joseph, who I said to Derek last night when we were standing at the bar, Derek and John Dickinson, they go, Corey Joseph could get traded. I said, they still have him? I was like, I forgot he was around. They're like, yeah, remember he played a bunch early? I'm like, yeah, I know. I just sort of fell out of favor there and forgotten about him. But he gets moved to Indiana, who ultimately waives him for a second rounder?
Second rounder and cash considerations. Something like that.
What does that mean? They consider giving you money later?
They do. They consider it, and they go, nah, we don't want to.
Has anybody ever consider? Will you give me some money? Let me consider it. And then has anybody ever come back? I'm like, you know what? I've agreed. I think I'll hand you.
I did consider it. No, we're not giving you anything.
I'll hand you a load of cash. So
it
Pacers
says for cash. I think cash consideration is actually a baseball.
I think it is.
Baseball term, depending on what happens, how good you are. That's how much they pay you. But yeah.
PTBNL. Yeah. Celtics made a couple of moves. Jaden Springer to the Celtics. 76ers get a second-round pick. In separate moves, Woj reports that the Celtics are trading Delano Banton to Portland for a second-round pick. So Celtics are going to get a second-round pick there. Blazers get Banton. Bucks are going to get Robin Lopez. Kings get Robin Lopez from the Bucks for cash considerations.
Okay.
Do they have to clear that with Brooke, his brother, to make the move? You've got Doug McDermott goes to the Pacers in exchange for Marcus Morris from the Spurs and a 2029 second-round pick. That's via the Clippers. I love coming through NBA. Like, trades get so many picks are tied to 4 other teams.
McDermott just seems like a Pacer. he seems like a guy, when you look at him, you go, oh, yeah, that's a Pacer. That's a Pacer.
He's going to come off the bench and hit a 3 in Game 4 somewhere.
Definitely a Pacer.
Second round, yeah. We got Pat Beverly headed to the Bucks, which is, I feel like, a solid move for Milwaukee.
Yeah.
It's a guy that I think Doc Rivers would want to have there.
Yeah.
Pat Beverly, the Sixers get Cameron Payne in a 2027 second rounder. Royce O'Neal to the Suns. The Grizzlies are going to get back a future pick swap. Nothing really big goes down. Buddy Hield to the Pacers. Gordon Hayward to the Thunder. Kelly Olynyk to the Raptors are really the headlines. You okay with the Warriors?
I thought P.J. Washington going to the Mavericks was that he's been playing really well for the Hornets. First-round pick seemed a little steep for him, but you're going for it and you're trying to get some depth. And I think they got another. I think didn't they get Gafford from the Wizards, the big guy? So I think them and the Knicks probably did as much as anybody to try to improve their lot heading down the stretch. Yeah, I am, because I don't know. We talked about this. The only thing they were going to give up, I'm not sure they wanted to give up. So your options were very limited.
Are you talking about Kuminga and Wiggins?
Because Wiggins you're selling low now. Even though he's been playing better, I think the perception is we don't want to give up that much for him. Look at the way he started the season. He could go back to playing that way. You sure as hell don't want to give up Kuminga now.
No.
The way he's been playing. I mean, that guy, the way he's playing, he looks like he might be a cornerstone at some point. So other than that, there's really I don't know. There's a whole lot they could do. They're not trading Pajemski. I mean, Moody could have been somebody they could have thought about trading. But I mean, if you're going to do something substantial, you have to give up something substantial. And I just don't know that anything really made sense for them. So they're just pinning their hopes on Kuminga continuing the upward trajectory, Wiggins continuing his strong play, Clay kind of, getting a little bit better, but I think with Clay we're going to have these games where he closes, sometimes he doesn't. Just kind of how Clay plays, and just internally getting a little bit better and hoping that's enough. The problem is, we talked about this as well, you put yourself behind the 8 ball. I mean, you can't afford another like 5-game, 4-game losing streak because you're already just kind of hanging in there to try to get to a play-in game. You start adding the numbers to try to get to like 6, or I mean, I've already forgotten 4. 4 and 5 seem unreachable to me, but try to get to 6 or 7 so you don't have to do a play-in game, because that's what you'd like to avoid. If you get that, well, at least let's have a home play-in game. So, right now,
that's a low bar.
I know it is, but I mean that's where they put themselves.
It's a far
right?
fall from where they were a few years ago. Hope our play-in games at home.
Yeah, that's
at least
where
one of them.
That's where they put themselves right now. And again, you're behind the 8 ball, and these road wins are big. I don't care who's playing, who's not playing. Right now, you're like, no Embiid, cool, we're good with that. I didn't even know because I didn't watch the game last night. We were here. I didn't know Maxey didn't play. I know he was sick, but he played anyway, and they still kicked their ass. So they've been playing better. There's no doubt about it, but it has to translate into wins now. It can't be, hey, we're playing better, we're starting to look better. No, you need wins. You've already had enough losses. You need some wins now.
Yeah, and I do wonder, because you talk about the guys that they would want, that they could get rid of for value. They're the guys you'd want to hang on to. My tune sort of changed on Wiggins. It was maybe even before he started playing a little bit better. It was the belief that he could still be a contributor to a team, because I know he's been awful, but we were talking about succeeding this season, is when John Dickinson, super reporter, said to, I think he told me, he goes, if they get rid of Wiggins, you think about how much at a disadvantage the Warriors are length and size-wise against other athletic teams. Wiggins fits that bill. Like, you want him and you want Kuminga, and he says a lot of people think that they play the same position and you can't play them alongside each other. And I somewhat agree with him when he says you need both those guys on the court in a game like this. Those guys in Draymond in today's game are better, I think, than some of what we used to see 10, 12 years ago in terms of the structure of the roster, right? I don't think you could have the same roster structure. I don't know that a guy like Earl Boykins or like Muggsy Bogues could survive in today's game because of how much size and length there is. Like, Shaq is a freak of nature, but somebody of that size doesn't play in the same game today that I think they used to, right? I mean, Steve Kerr with us a few weeks ago said the power forward and that sort of enforcer, authoritative guy is gone because he clogs up your offense. So I think you have to keep them because of what they give you in roster structure. The other question I have is, and I saw Bob Myers this morning, I was watching some trade deadline coverage just when I was walking through one of the casinos getting breakfast, and he had said they were talking potentially about Klay Thompson, and he said, if you trade Klay Thompson, it would be destructive to this team. And I wonder about that. Like, what they obviously didn't move him, but I don't know what happens at the end of this year with him now, because right now, after the other night, and he's not closing games, the 2 for $48 deal that was supposedly on the table looks like there's no way that can be an offer, right?
I wouldn't imagine.
We were talking, does he go look for something else potentially? Does he go try? This Cam Newton, dude. Look at this guy. Dude, those pants are so tight. They're trying to get out of his butt. You see that? How tight his pants are, bro.
Did Vince Vaughn make his hat out of a balloon? It's like an animal balloon he's wearing for a hat.
Make me a balloon clown, bicycle clown.
This is a game-changing balloon, not a game-managing balloon.
Good deal. Take it. Good deal. Game-changing balloon.
He actually had a shirt that says "Game Changer," not "Game." He actually went somewhere and got that silk screen.
He wore that yesterday.
Here's what my T-shirt is. Here's what I want. Really? How many do you want? I don't know. Give me 10 different colors. Want to wear them one day, every day of the week. We're good. The man actually went out of his way to do that. He said it, got lambasted for saying it, and then made T-shirts from it.
To paraphrase,
whatever.
To paraphrase the late great Carl Weathers as Jones Peterson, you acted like a damn fool, Cam. Shayna Rubin on Twitter reports that Mike Dunleavy, on the Golden State Warriors deadline approach, here's what General Manager Dunleavy had to say, quote, "We explored a lot, and frankly, there wasn't something out there that we thought could improve our team significantly at the appropriate price. For that reason, we more or less decided to stand pat. Part of it is that we still believe in this roster." So again, there are pieces that
Mike
I think
Dunleavy
are part of the structure and move forward. Nicely done, dude. Yeah, nicely done. So they don't make a big deal. They move Corey Joseph for a second rounder, and then he gets waived. Are you good with it? You okay with where they are standing pat? I mean, it doesn't do anything for you, but
I am. I mean, look, sometimes you don't want to be desperate, and no one's out there. No one is out there trying to help the Warriors out. And they've won 4 championships in the last 9 years, so it's not like, hey, let's do the Warriors a favor, do them a solid here, and make them a nice deal. No. So they smell desperation, and if the Warriors want to make a big move, you're going to pay for it. You're not going to pay $1 for $1. You're probably going to pay $1.25 for $1. So you have to pay a little over market price. They're like, nah, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. So no, I agree with it. Look, they are where they are. You're not going to win a championship every year. I almost felt like the 2022 one was a blessing, and you got to beat the Celtics, like the historic team. I won't say they came from out of nowhere because they didn't. But underdogs, they're underdogs to the Celtics. A couple breaks here or there, who knows? But they made it happen. They got it done. Capped off. Steph got his MVP, his Finals MVP. So that one was almost the one where you did not expect, and you got that one. So you got 4 now. Look, they haven't run aground yet, but I mean they're heading towards shore. Let's just admit it. They're heading towards shore, and they can kind of regroup during the offseason and kind of figure out, okay, if we want them to take a run at another championship, what makes sense for us? Where you're not under this pressure, and you don't feel like you're getting hijacked. You're like, okay, let's sit down and figure out what's going on here. So, no, I'm totally fine with what they did because I'm realistic. I don't every year they have Steph Curry. They got to win a championship. No, you don't got to win a championship every year. You're not going to win a championship every year. Oh, they're wasting Steph Curry. No, they're not wasting Steph Curry. I mean, it is what it is. It happens. Okay, Steph Curry's not owed a championship every year. Warrior fans, I'm sorry, you're not owed a championship every year. You entitled little brats. Seasons like this happen. Just suck it up, take it, wear it, and move on to next year.
I don't wanna.
And if you win, go, oh, my gosh, how did that happen? You're down to your last quarter. You stick it in a machine, and you hit a jackpot. If that happens, and we'll all be happy, and you can run this back and make fun of me, I would be happy to have you do that. Trust me. Probably not going to happen, though.
You bring up a good point, though. Murph and I have joked for years about the Giants winning in 2010 and being like, God, it would have been sweet if it wasn't the Rangers, though, you know? It'd be nice to take down, like, the Yankees.
Yep, I know.
Like, win a World Series, take down the Yanks, and, like, I think that, what was the Niners' first one, right? It's Cincy. Is that right?
Yeah.
Cincinnati. So Murph tells a story about Sam Farmer, the longtime NFL writer for the LA Times, I think is where he is. Anyway, he goes, he went on some, like, tour in the offseason after the Niners had won their first Super Bowl, and he was with, like, Joe Montana, and he's up with, like, Bart Starr, or somebody, I think it's what's his name, from Navy and the Cowboys. Staubach is sitting with him. And Staubach leans over to Sam Farmer, and he goes, he's put points at Montana. He's like up there giving a speech, and he's like, who these guys beat? The Bengals? He goes, I'm just trying the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know what I mean? It's apparently a pretty good line from Staubach, too. And Murph tells that story all the time. But it's true. It's like, it's nice to win a championship and beat a team that you're like, dude, they've got how many?
Yeah.
The Boston Celtics. We went out to Boston, and we whooped them. Like, that held something. Because, Boston loses to the Warriors, and they're like, we lost to the GD Warriors, dude. We lost to that team? Come on, man. You got to be kidding me, dude. So,
no, you're right.
Good deal, man. Good
you
deal.
take what you can get. But it is fun to beat historic teams.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, the Rangers.
Yeah.
The Tigers.
The Tigers is decent, but it's like, come on, dude.
Decent, but
Al Kaline wasn't in that box, you know?
It's been a long
come on,
time
dude.
since they've been good.
Denny McClain ain't on the hill.
No, he's not a senior smoke. Not on the. He's not closing out games.
Yeah, that's hysterical, dude. That's hysterical. Yeah. So, I'm just trying the Pittsburgh Steelers for so Warriors got a bunch again. Lost to the Raptors. The Craptors, we used to call them, you know?
The Raptors.
And then also the Cavs, but you took a few down, too. So, good deal there. Tolbert and Coast, we are still live from Radio Row here at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. We got plenty more guests to come. A few minutes, we're going to catch up with Rob Mendez. Coach Rob, you may have seen him on an ESPN focus picture on him. He's a former Jimmy V winner. He's a football coach with no arms and no legs. He's from the Bay Area. I don't know if he's from the Bay Area, but he coached. He's from the Bay, so coached up at Prospect High School in Saratoga. Big fan of KNBR. We'll talk to him about his message. He's got a book that's coming out as well. Just a great inspirational story from him. I remember the first time I saw this a few years back on SportsCenter, just blew me away. Guaranteed he's rooting for the Niners.
No doubt.
Because he's got a Niner hat on. He's on his way over. We'll talk to Coach Rob. Rob Mendez joins us next on the Sports Leader. Warren Sapp joined Papa and Lund today and discussed if the 49ers defense can get to Patrick Mahomes in Super Bowl 58. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
Vegas, baby, Vegas!
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes back with you live here from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Ahead of Super Bowl 58. Bunch of names and faces sliding in and out of the guest chair today. It's been a lot of fun, but we haven't had many. I guess our next guest here, it's the second guest we've had here from Radio Row who's a noted KNBR fan. The first was Chris Russo. So, Coach Rob Mendez, you're in good company, dude. Yesterday he walked off going, yeah, KNBR, I love my guys. KNBR, Coach Rob Mendez, a football coach. Tell us about the background.
Live station, KNBR, baby.
There he goes, dude. You were featured on a Sports Center feature, 5 years ago, 6 years ago?
Yeah,
something like that. I think that's the first time I saw it.
Time goes by pretty quick, right?
Yeah, man. And you, your story's incredible, but then you're a Jimmy V Award winner, and let's talk about that. Tell us about the story and what we're doing here at Super Bowl Radio Row.
Yeah, just first of all, I want to say a little shout out to Gilroy. Gilroy, California is where I'm from, and, I started out at Gilroy High School.
Yeah.
I was a freshman in high school, and football coach asked me if I wanted a jersey, and I said, at 14 years old, I was like, yeah, so why not? And long story short, after the 4 years of being at practice every day, I just got to know the sport really well. And the one part that I really enjoyed was how the coordinator or the head coach can call the plays. And so my friends played quarterback. I would always gravitate towards the quarterback drills, teach them how to do their one-step drop. Obviously I don't have feet, but I was able to teach the footwork with clock. So if I needed their first step would be that they're 6 o'clock. Next step would be a little bit slightly a crossover, not full crossover. The third step is a plant, and you're going to point your throwing step, or you're going to point your towards your target, kind of going by it really quickly. But anyways, the clock has really helped me identify where I need the footwork for the players to go. Or a running back, they're in a running back stance, and their right foot needs to punch at their 2 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So I've been able to adapt to a physical sport that you obviously need arms and legs to physically show them.
Sure.
But I feel like specifically if you can really just kind of talk about it and break it down slowly, you'll get there. Just like anyone else can show them, I can tell them.
Do you have to do it a little bit differently in that you got to be meticulous in the way you say things and explain things so what you're thinking comes across in what they're doing?
Yeah, I think one thing that God blessed me with was anticipating where these athletes are going to be, and I'm not saying I'm 100% always right about that, but immediately if I can see, a receiver that is really good route running but can't catch a ball, what's a receiver that can't catch a ball?
DB.
There you go. But you learn your athletes, you learn their personalities, you learn their tendencies, you learn what they're good at, what they're not good at. I think one of the best things that I read a long time ago was just keep life simple, keep things simple. And for me, I've tried to keep things simple. Everybody will tell me that, I'm trying to be the next Bill Walsh. Maybe in my earlier years I was trying to be that creative coach, but along the way I realized that when you connect with people and you make sure you know what you're teaching and how you translate it, that's the ultimate coach right there, and to inspire and motivate. So learn. Yep. At
what point, I love your outlook, Rob, and I love the fact that you dedicated your life to coaching and trying to help the athletes. But what about yourself? At what point did you gain this kind of outlook on life that, like, look, this is the hand I've been dealt.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's going to be a period of why me, or maybe there wasn't. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but at some point it's like, okay, this is what I have, and I can do a lot of good. And if I'm sitting here feeling sorry for myself, that ain't going to work. I'm going to go inspire people and just get on moving. Like, was that a process? Was that always you? Was that always your mentality?
I think something inside me along the way with my parents. My parents really coached me up. My dad was a big sports guy, more baseball player. My grandpa was a pitcher and my dad was a catcher, so whenever I hung out on the dugout, I didn't feel any different. Mm-hmm. I knew I couldn't go to the batter's box. I couldn't, give him a curveball or a nasty curve or anything like that. But there was always a way for me to implement myself or include myself. And when the coach asked me, my freshman coach, that just brought a whole new element of inclusion. Because I knew what I was able to do, but when somebody gives you an opportunity, it's like your confidence is just going to skyrocket. And, I still have doubts once in a while, just like everybody else. But I think that there was a moment when I did ask me why. And it's truthfully, I'm not going to lie. It's my body needs. I mean, truthfully, I don't really care if I can throw a football. I get mad at sometimes if I need to hold my urine, you know what I mean, and things like that. But God also blessed me to be a reminder of, never taken those things for granted, and here I am coaching football. So yeah,
that's awesome, man. It's really cool.
So, BN, we're talking to Coach Rob Mendez here, football coach, Jimmy V Award winner. Tell us about why Brock Purdy is more of a manager than an actual elite quarterback. You're the whisperer here. I imagine you're not seeing anything special either. I know, right? It's outrageous, is it not?
Well, I got to talk to Cam because I think his show is even called Game Changer or Game Manager.
Did you see him walking around here?
Yeah, I try to get his attention. He's big here, but at the same time, it's like I want to talk to him about, you know what, a game manager can be a game changer, and let's compare numbers. I mean, numbers don't lie. Joe Burrow's 21 season, it's very comparable. I think Brock is very slightly off on his QBR, his passing yards and touchdowns and things like that. But the media will attract to flashiness. And I just feel like Joe Burrow, Pat Mahomes, and don't get me wrong, I love Pat Mahomes for his humility and what he stands for, but Brock doesn't have and doesn't care to have that flashiness. No. So therefore, people are going to knock him, and they're going to want to see him fail. And just like they saw him lose on Christmas Day, it was so sad just to see everybody knock him down. And, you know, I don't understand, just like when I was sticking up for Tom Brady. Tom Brady was my inspiration. When you love something, you go hard at it. That guy played till what? He was 55 years old, I think. So
he's heading that way.
And there's nobody that loves football more than me other than Tom Brady. So I just felt like, Tom was a big inspiration. But yeah. So.
Well, it's funny. You know the quarterback position. I've always thought that I want my quarterback to manage the game. Yeah. Like that's what I want. And when they say he's a system quarterback, I'm like,
I hope
every
so.
quarterback's a system quarterback. They all have systems they have to run. I mean, really what they're saying is they can't do the special things. And he's proven he can do some of the special things. I mean, look, he used his legs against the Lions. Some of the throws he's made the last year and a half are like, wow, like you just can't do it any better than he's done it. I'm a big believer that if you want to knock him, you just haven't watched him, and you haven't put in the effort to watch him. You just see a guy who was drafted last. You're like, well, the bubble's got to pop at some point. Sometimes it does. Maybe most times it does.
Yeah.
It doesn't always have to pop.
I agree completely, because a lot of the times when we see someone on TV that we really don't know, I'll be honest. Before I met Aaron Rodgers, I couldn't stand the guy. I mean, just as you could never make him happy and things like that. I got to go visit him in Green Bay and in the cafeteria. He told my caregiver, he goes, "No, I'll help him out." Man, damn, dude. I would have never known that if I didn't meet him. But yeah, I mean, I think people, when they see Brock, they're going to see, like, I don't like him. He's not exciting. He's not really flashy. And immediately they're not going to give him the opportunity, like you said. And it's a decision in that moment. And I'm the same way, too. So there's a little biasness behind this conversation. I'm a KNBR fan, Bay Area guy, Niners die hard. Actually, a lot of people don't know this, but shout out to the Sharks, because if the Sharks raise the cup, I would be crying.
Dude, look at this.
Oh, my God.
That's incredible. By the way, tons of Gilroy lovers checking in. I got Gizmo texts every day, but a lot of people are texting in going, dude, the king of garlic, Gilroy, of course. Dude, the best garlic in the world. But you're getting love and shout out for the Gilroy.
That's cool,
Gilroy
man.
Shout, dude.
Let's go, Gilroy.
That's a good deal, man.
Yeah.
So I imagine, you are rooting 49ers in this game, but how are you feeling about it? Because all week long, we've gone back and forth, and everybody we talk to, and I think Tom and I are on the same side, that the Niners roster is better, but there's a but, and the but is Patrick Mahomes.
Totally.
They've played better probably over the last month or so. I think there's something to be said about the 49ers finding ways to win 2 different times in back-to-back games where they hadn't won that way all season long. Just your thoughts on the game and the matchup.
When the first, I'm big on spreads. I love predicting games, outcomes, and things like that. What did the spread come out to, like 2?
It's 2 right now, yeah.
It's at 2.
I think it's 2. It might have went 2.5, went down to 1. And
it's
back to 2.
Settled at 2.
I've been here all day, and I know it's changing like hourly because people are placing it. But
you must be placing those big bets.
I'm in here in Vegas now. I'm not in San Diego, so I have the ability to. But, if I were to be honest and put my emotion aside, I think both teams can beat each other.
Yeah.
And I think that what it's really going to come down to is who manages the game better. And just going back to game managing, Coach Shanahan, I just feel like his hunger, he's learned a lot from losing to Tom Brady in that Super Bowl when he was with the Falcons. Not only that, when we were in Miami, I was there in Miami. That was the biggest heartbreaker when Jimmy G missed Emmanuel Sanders. We got our missing piece. We got a good quarterback. I don't think he's good enough. I don't think he's as good as Pat Mahomes. But at the same time, he's still proven himself, and I feel like if he continues to win, because at the end of the day, it's all about winning. I saw I saw an interview the other day about him, and he's doing his job. He's winning the game, and not only is he winning the game, but his numbers are pretty impressive too. They might not be top 3 numbers, but I don't care as a Niners fan as long as we're getting the W's.
You've got a new book out.
Yes.
Who Says I Can't? Available on Amazon right now. You can order it right now. Who Says I Can't? The Astonishing Story of a Fearless Life. Rob Mendez, of course, football coach. You coached in high school. You're coaching quarterbacks, you coach running backs. Tell us about the book. Tell us about the story, and what do you want people to get out of it?
Yeah, so the book did come out a couple years ago, so it's not brand new, but I still like to share it. It was an autobiography intended to motivate people to see what they're capable of doing. When I read it, because everybody I feel like gets a different different perspective on it. For me, it brings back nostalgic memories, and when you go back down memory lane and you start realizing the support you had in the support system, that's the coolest part about my book. So I feel like there's a little bit of a few things to offer. For me, it's support and love, and for others it could be just focusing on your abilities instead of your disabilities, because everybody has an ability, everybody has a disability, and I feel like I'm differently abled. And another thing that I also heard was the only thing you can control is attitude and effort, and I always remind my athletes about that. So yeah.
Where are you coaching now?
Coaching right here with Coach Mo. He's right here by my side.
Nice.
Coach Mo's the head coach. I coach offense with him. We'll go back and forth going with play calls, but for the most part, and I'm just assisting him with his team. Right now I am seeking out a head coaching job. But at the end of the day, when you work with good people and you really like where you're at, I most likely is going to be going back with Coach Mo here in the upcoming season. And we're down in San Diego at Mar Vista High School, specifically Imperial Beach. You guys know the little beach town down there?
I don't know. You're from San Diego.
Yeah, I know San Diego a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we used to go to Del Mar every year and kind of cruise around. And I got some buddies in San Diego, but I'm from up north San Diego, next to Long Beach.
Okay.
Lakewood. Right next to Long Beach. Every time I tell people from Long Beach, they go, "You know Snoop Dogg?" I go, "Do I look like I know Snoop Dogg?"
No,
I don't know Snoop
No, but you
Dogg.
also tell
Long
the story
Beach
about
is a big city.
selling knives. And where were you? Compton, walking around door to door as a knife salesman.
That was
not going to last.
That was not pleasurable.
That was going to end real quick. One way or another, that thing wasn't going to last.
I got good. I'm going to find out if these can cut skin. I don't want to. I'm going home.
It's like Bob De Niro in The Fan, dude.
I quit.
It's like, yeah. Out of the way, Bobby.
Here, you want the knives? Take them.
Now you can.
I'm out of here.
Okay, so tell us, guys. Coach Mo, Coach Rob, you guys are in the same situation as Dan Campbell, end of the first half. You want to go for it? You want to kick it? What's the situation here, Campbell? I thought he made a bad move kicking the field goal. He should have gone for the jugular. Niners might not be here if he had.
This is a great insight on us, Coach Mo, and we just had a conversation about an hour ago. No, actually, on the plane here. And I just thought that was the dumbest idea to really kick it. But I just know Coach also, it's not, everybody's going to have their ways. And we went for it on fourth down. I just feel like when you're consistent, you're going to ride or die.
Yeah.
And he was consistent all year long. The best part about Coach Dan Campbell, he got that belief, that locker room believing. So I'm not going to take credit away from Coach Campbell about his locker room believing him. I think he's even in the running to get the Coach of the Year, right, this year.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you live and learn, and there's going to be a moment where I'm going to learn, and you live and die by your calls. So I think he should have kicked it. But at the same time, so when I transitioned to a head coach from an OC, I realized, you manage the game. You don't just try to score as many touchdowns, right? Depending on how many athletes you have, depending on the strengths of your team and things like that. But I'm very glad he did not go for it.
Yeah. Well, the funny part was I didn't mind the decision to kick the field goal, but I thought it was inconsistent. So you kick the field goal there, you go up 3 scores.
When they missed it, right?
Then they go for fourth down on their first drive of the third quarter, and they miss it right before the Ayuk thing. When he could have kicked the field goal there to go up again 3 scores. Yeah. And you kind of stop the momentum a little bit, and at that point, that's when the wave started kind of rolling over him. Then you get the touchdown, fumble, touchdown, and then the whole roof was blown off. They don't have a roof, but if they did, it would have. But I just thought if you're going to try to go up 3 scores, keep trying to go up 3 scores, because at that point, you've knocked 7.5 minutes off the quarter, and the score is the exact same. They've gained nothing. And they gained momentum, and they gained 3 points by going for it on fourth down. So I didn't mind either decision, to be honest. I just thought they were a little inconsistent. Like, one, I'm going to go up 3 scores. Well, the other one, I'm not going to go back up 3 scores. So that one was a little
bummer.
Yeah, be a bummer for them.
We're here talking Niners and the Chiefs. Bummer.
The game would have been very different if they made that field goal in the first half, though, too. I do remember that.
That's true.
The doink.
No doubt about
Coach Rob Mendez joins us here. It's great talking to you, man. The book is Who Says I Can't? The Astonishing Story of a Fearless Life by Rob Mendez. Check it out, dude. Awesome talking to you. A lot of fun. Let's get one on Sunday. Huh?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can I mention something also? If you guys would like a signed copy, please go to my website. It's CoachRobMendez.org. Okay. You can also go to my Instagram, Coach Rob Mendez. But, yeah, let's get a W. Let's get another chip. And bang, bang. Let's go.
Let's do it, man.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you, man.
Thank you, guys.
We have a little update to our guest list as well. Bomani Jones is going to join us in about 10 minutes at 3:15. We talked to him a few weeks back, actually a couple of months ago. We talked to him about that BSU documentary that went down on HBO. It's Tolbert and Copes. We are live from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center here at Mandalay Bay. That's right, in Las Vegas. Radio Row continues on here. More guests to come. Bomani Jones joins us in about 10 minutes here on The Sports Leader, and then we're going to get into a whole lot more. We've got Mark Spears going to join us later. We'll talk to Brent Musburger. He's going to sit down. We've got a whole slew of guests getting ready to stop by. The NBA trade deadline did go down today. The Warriors made one trade, not significant. They moved Corey Joseph to the Indiana Pacers, who, by the way, they're going to play tonight. Joseph then is waived. The Warriors get a second-round pick in return. That's really the magnitude of anything that went down today for the Warriors. Tolbert and Copes here. I guess we're going to keep you right here for a few more minutes as I let you know plenty more guests to come, and there was a lot of great ones on Murph and Mac and Papa and Lund earlier today. If you haven't checked out our Kenny Mayne interview from yesterday, the funniest thing, Tom and I said, we've peaked. Sorry, everybody. We've hit the high water mark. Kenny Mayne, more hilarious than advertised. And that podcast is available. Also, the full interview on a great video that we put up from KNBR.com is up on the YouTube page. We are streaming KNBR.com on the KNBR app, YouTube, and also twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. You can check all of that out right there. We'll get you some updated lines as well. We got the tips and picks in coming tomorrow. We'll get into a few more prop bets and whatnot as Coach Rob Mendez just joined us. Many people checking in here on the YouTube chat. 925 checks in, 925 views checks in on YouTube, says Curry to the Hornets. AJ Cruz 75 says, yeah, dude, Kenny was hilarious yesterday.
Bro, I didn't know we were still going.
Yeah, we were still going. You just stood up and go, and I was like, dude, I was hemming and hawing. I was like, oh my God, what do I just telling you what's coming, what happened. I was telling Derek says, yeah, keep it here, and then takes his headset off. I'm like, what am I doing? Just standing here, just fending for the show?
Over there talking to Rob.
I'm going to throw this to break. I was like, why is everybody else hanging out?
Everybody
else is kicking it,
yeah.
dude.
Oh, hey, why is he still talking?
Anyway, dude, his story is
incredible.
Yeah. An incredible story. He's got no arms, no legs. It's a syndrome that he has, or a disease that he has. And check it out. The YouTube video is up. It's I think robmendez.com. You can check it out. But the full 15-20 minute Sports Center mini 30 for 30 on him. It's a pretty incredible story. And he coached up in Saratoga, so still coaching. He's an offensive coordinator. He and his coach Mo got their Niner hats on, and he's a huge Tolbert and KNBR fan for a long time. Shouted out Gilroy, which is pretty sick. Rockin' New Era says, bring Kenny back. I want him to chuck that football. Can't even. Dude, the funniest thing, too, is when we're leaving yesterday, some guy comes up to him and he's like, yeah, you want to get dinner? And Kenny's like, no.
No.
I remember he's like, I'm going back to the hotel room, man. I'm kind of tired. I'm going to get a small bite. And he's like, you don't want to do dinner? He goes, no. No. Go on ahead. Go shoot some crap. He's probably going to shoot some crap, dude.
He might.
What he's going to do. You didn't hit any tables yet, have you?
No. I have not. I might tonight, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
I had a little bit of roulette
yesterday. I already
yesterday.
lost, though. Played bingo with my mom. I just sat there. I was like, I mean, the one thing you're just like, God, I really hope I get a bingo, and I hope nobody dies.
Oh man, did you get any pull tabs?
No, it's all on computer now.
Oh really?
Yeah, you could fall asleep. It plays for you.
What?
Yeah, it just plays for you, and then it lights up when you're cased, which is one number away.
I'm not buying that, dude.
And you just sit there and look at it.
I'm not buying.
And you look at it, and then you hear somebody go, bingo!
What were you guys playing? Blackout?
No, it was all kinds of bingos.
Four corners?
You had to get 2. You had to get a sixer, where it's 3 side by side.
No free space bingo.
Yep. And
I know. I play.
Yeah, and then blackout. And I was like, God, this sucks. Because I think we were cased between us twice, and that was it. We just sat there. I just sat there and looked at the card. I mean,
where was this? This sounds awful. What was
my mom does the card too.
I want to know where not to go.
But she gets the Daub. No, it's in. You would never go there anyway. It's Charlie's. It's in close to.
Oh well, I used to, but no, I'm not going. Not anymore.
Trust me, you've never been to Charlie's.
I go to Charlie's all the time, dude.
No,
you don't know where I spend my time.
Haven't. I went in the parking garage there, 7 cars. I was like, how does this place stand? There's nobody here.
Well, three people died 2 weeks ago, and 4 of them were just left over.
I go, Mom, it's going to be an empty bingo room. She goes, no. It's senior day. So I go, it's going to be packed then.
You pull in, she goes, busy night.
I go, senior day.
7 cars.
No, senior day, hell. We're screwed then. We're going to get a bunch of people here. So, yeah, we went over there and played bingo, and my mom, being my mom, cooked we had blueberry pancakes this morning.
Your mom got them cooked. Tom told me
Saturday
he went there
will be biscuits and gravy.
Nice, dude.
On Saturday, my mom loves cooking breakfast. So it's great, but if you're trying to lose a couple pounds, mom's not great to be around for breakfast because she just loves French toast. Oh, my gosh. Maybe that's where my love of breakfast comes from. But, yeah, this morning she's like, I was thinking about cooking. I just bought some blueberries. You want some blueberry pancakes? I go, well, yeah, I guess you want to. So, sure. And she loves cooking breakfast.
I go chocolate chip over the berry, personally.
Yeah, I'm a blueberry guy.
Blueberry, they get a little tang to it when you bite into them.
Yeah.
A little tartness. It's a prettier looking pancake for sure.
I like the squirt. Who doesn't like that squirt, that berry squirt? Let me clarify. Berry squirt.
I got you.
You bite down on it and it goes.
I wasn't confused. It was Derek was the one who made the face.
No, well, I got the cross-eyed look like, oh, okay, now I get it. Like, come on, bro.
Rockin' New Era checks in. He says, "Can casinos do casinos let you play Passoy Dos?" No, you're thinking of the Giants locker room with Jock Peterson. That's what you're confusing those. And then somebody else says, "I know I play. Yeah, I do know how to play bingo. There's many different the ranges of bingo that you can play is one of my favorite
Well, how can
things.
you know not how to play? I mean,
No, it's not. It's not. Oh, here we go. Here's
just
one.
take a dauber and stab a number. That's,
Yeah, daub. I hate those things.
It's not like they have
Hate 'em.
instructions for bingo.
I like ball bingo, like at the festivals. You get to throw the balls in and hope it bounces into your hole, where you got to try to toss them in.
I've never played that one.
Oh, dude, you would love ball bingo.
Because I miss the old bingo where they took it out of a hopper.
Yeah.
And they held it up.
I-44.
N42.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, now it's just everything's because it's efficient, and they can make more money doing it that way. So
true.
But the old schools, the blue hairs still have their daubers.
The up daubers and the down daubers. There you go. Tolbert and Coach from the Convention Center.
Up.
Radio Row at Mandalay Bay. True Blue says Barry Squirts. That's Derek's favorite dancer. And then Alex checks in and says Charlie's, a.k.a. Chuck E. Cheese. It's close.
Chuck E. Cheese.
It's close. When we come on back, Bomani Jones is going to join us, and then Tom and I are hitting Charlie's for a little bingo Thursday. Tolbert and Coach. Bomani Jones next on the Sports Leader.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill's Sports Leader.
Kenny Mayne joined Tom and myself yesterday for maybe the greatest hit in, Tolbert and Cope's history. Check it out if you have not, both on YouTube and trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
faithful. This is Super Week. Then is Tolbert and Copes, live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Always a pleasure to be joined by our next guest, Bomani Jones. That is the fun part about being here. Every once in a while you run across somebody that's worth having on, and Bomani Jones is certainly that. Before we get to telling stories about me getting torched, which is fun for everybody, what are you doing nowadays?
Oh, man, I'm doing the podcast still, The Right Time with Bomani Jones. We're doing it now for Wave Sports and Entertainment, so we're doing that 3 times a week. Check us out at 9 o'clock Pacific time on YouTube, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So, Still
doing the HBO show? Or Showtime?
No, it was HBO.
Okay.
But
I watched it.
Oh, yeah, and I appreciate you.
Cool show.
Yeah, we had 2 seasons. I enjoyed it, and they made the decision not to bring it back. But it's one of those for me where, to me, that was like making the league. Right? Like, I could be mad about the fact that I didn't have a 20-year career, but, dude, I made the league. Like, it doesn't mean you can't play basketball because you only played in the NBA for 3 years, right? That means you played in the NBA for 3 years.
Yes, you did. I played 7, by the way, so don't look at me.
Look at that pension. Look at that. He just flexed his pension on us. That is exactly what he did. He's like, I don't need to be doing no stinking drinking radio
He looked it up, too. Last week something happened, and I said, were you still playing when this went down? And he was like, I don't know. How many years did I? And we had to look it up. I was like, you played 7 years. You didn't even know. You hit the mark, and that was it.
You know what? I got hit on the head a lot. It's a different era.
Well, what did you do after the 7th? Like, were you holding on, or did you quickly
No,
transition?
it's funny. So I always made a promise to myself that if I had enough blenders to put one in each room, that I retire. Like, I don't need a blender outside the kitchen and maybe the bedroom. I don't know why, but when you're like in the bonus room, you see a blender sitting there. You're like, okay, bro, it's time to call it a career. So
I have to say this though. I realize how much these dudes love basketball when I look at the cities that they're willing to go to play basketball.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing when you're willing to go to these places overseas because you can call it an experience, but when you start going to these cities that's 2 words. You know what I mean?
Grand Rapids.
Yeah. Well, the first word is an adjective. That is the best way to put it. No, baby. And some geographic feature after that, some kind of falls, some kind of lake, some kind of river. Man, I ain't doing that.
And not for miles is there a drop of water.
Right.
You know what I mean? You get there, you're like, where's the falls?
I think it's that, and they're like, let's see, basketball and it's just an abyss.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, what do I got going for me?
Hadn't thought about that one.
Not much. So last year I decided I kind of wanted to transition into media. But the funny story that came out of the last year was I wasn't playing for the Hornets. Hornets were going to cut me. And so they cut me. My wife was pregnant. She's about 7 months at the time, maybe 6.5. And the Rockets called because they had some injuries, and my agent said they want you to come down there and finish up the rest of the season with them. I'm like, I can't do that. I go, my wife's here. She's not going to want to travel and go to Houston. We got our midwife here. We got the hospital and everything. I go, I'm just going to sit, No, he goes, okay. No, I get it. And he goes, I get it. So I didn't do it, and that was the year they won the championship.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest
they
with
you. They won the ring.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. If I had known that you had turned down a chance to play for the Rockets, I never would have had no questions about your ethnic origins. I am from Houston, keeping this in mind, right? Them dudes go to Houston and never want to leave.
Yeah.
James Harden thought he was from California till he got to Houston. He
nailed it, dude. Nailed it. It's unreal.
It was funny, too. They're like, they won. I go, wow, I would have messed it up somehow.
And you played for the Magic, the Magic right before that, right?
I played for the Magic. That was like my fourth year, because 3 years with the Warriors, and then I went to the Magic, and that's the one where I was kind of like, damn, because they brought me in and I played well that year, and then they signed Larry Kostoiak after that, and I was like, bro, he's going to get hurt 15 games into the season. I was wrong. It was 17 games into the season. He got hurt, so because I enjoyed playing there. Playing with Shaq was awesome. I mean, Shaq's a great guy, great teammate, and I just love playing.
Oh, you replaced Jeff Turner.
No, Jeff and I were on the same team.
Oh,
we played together.
That's right. Jeff stayed there for a while.
Yeah, so he was more of a small forward. I played power forward on that team.
Right.
I didn't have to play too much center like I did with Nelly in the Warriors.
Center, in quotation marks around center.
Well, nobody played. It didn't really matter. The Warriors, you just score 120 and see if you can win a basketball game.
It mattered to Chris Webber.
Yeah,
it mattered a lot to Chris Webber.
Yes, it did. That was a mess. That was a mess. You'll enjoy though the fact that Nelly. used to take his pig for walks around the neighborhood, and he took his pig for a walk when he let me go. He came down and actually knocked on the door and let me go, which I appreciated.
Was he already living that Grateful Dead life then, or did he just pick that up later?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. Not as much as he is now.
Like now he's a comic book
Oh,
character.
he's like Waylon Jennings.
Yes.
I mean, it's like unbelievable.
Would you believe I've been walking around here listening to Waylon Jennings all day long? No lie. No lie.
There you go. Who knew?
Yeah, I'd love doing it. Like I was like, when you're walking around listening to something that nobody thinks you're listening to and it's over your headphones, I always like thinking they have no idea what's going on.
I thought that today. I thought my semi-charm kind of live. I was like, damn, nobody has any idea I got this on.
Excuse me?
Wild.
I wanted to ask you about as much fun as it is to tell old basketball stories, and I love old, because that's the thing about sports nowadays. The athletes, better. Maybe the game is better. I don't think it always is. But the stories will never be as good as they were during those days. Never.
And
the managers, the players, everything. Now, there's no stories anymore.
Yeah,
None.
because they don't grow up as people. They grow up as commodities.
Yep.
Right? And that's like the turn is when cats stop picking out their own clothes for the draft. Like you used to be able to go back and watch the NBA draft, and you could basically see what a person's life was. Because for a lot of them, it's like your first suit.
Yep.
It's like Jalen Rose, that super duper Detroit suit, right? Like if he ever,
Exactly.
but you go back and you look at all those times, and now these cats are so groomed and everything else. And this is why I think they hustling backwards in this regard. That all this media training and everything else, man, that only matters to the stars. You are not one of the two best players on the team. The money is in being a person. The money's in being fun and entertaining. That's how you get a radio show down the line. That's how you get local commercials and all of this stuff. They're all being groomed as though they're going to be superstars. No, you're going to play in the NBA, which, by the way, is an incredible feat.
Yeah.
But you're right. The stories, we had Vernon Maxwell on my podcast the other day.
Oh, my God.
This is a while ago, but it's just like, yeah, they ain't really bringing these around no more in this way.
No, not at all. Vernon Maxwell, so you'll like this story. And Vernon was wild. He was wild. So he came through the lane one time. This is back when guys hit each other in the lane. So he cut through the lane, and he clipped me in the nose with his elbow. And I immediately, water starts welling up my eyes. And I was like, that mother. So he came through the lane the next time, and I took an elbow and swung it at him, and I missed. And I turned around, and he looked at me. And the way he looked at me, I almost wanted to say, sorry about that. That's my bad. I didn't mean to do that. Because Vernon, man, I swear, like if there was one guy that might do something crazy with 17,000 people watching, he might have been that guy. He might. So I was like,
you mean like going up 10 rows to punch somebody in the face,
something like that? And I didn't want that to be me. Because I was a lot closer than 10 rows.
Like, have you ever?
That was in Portland.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the clip of when it happened? It is very clear that when he went up there, and Robert Horry was the one to be like, uh-oh, because he was about 4 rows up before anybody realized it. And it was almost as though everybody understood somebody's job is always to make sure something like this doesn't happen.
Yep.
So what was the dude's name behind the bench in Washington? The lawyer? Robin.
Ficker.
Ficker,
yeah.
I do remember growing up once. They had to stop Vern from getting him one day. Like Robin Ficker, I don't think he had done enough scouting to understand that his approach of heckling did not apply to everybody in this league.
No, nothing applied to Vernon Maxwell.
No,
nothing. Now he called me Robin Ficker one time. I was on the bench. He rolled up his little program and he kept yelling at me. He goes, "Hey Ray Tolbert, when are you going to get in the game? Hey Ray Tolbert." So I finally turned at him and I said, "Look, I'm going to get in a minute. But it's Tom Tolbert, not Ray. He's black, I'm white. At least get the hue right." He couldn't even get that right.
See,
so
it wasn't just me.
He looked at his program and he goes, "All right." And he turned away. And then like 2 seconds later, "Tom Tolbert, when are you going to get in the game?" But I won't tell you who did this. But I found him funny because at least he studied and he wasn't vulgar. Like I hate vulgar people, but at least he was witty from time to time. The rest of the team didn't find him as witty or as funny as I did. And they got one of those Gatorade, the little green Gatorade things, and they all took turns spitting in it.
Oh, no.
And then at the end of the game, guess what Robin Ficker was wearing? The contents of that cup.
Hey, man.
I thought that was a little harsh, but I wasn't going to. Hey, look, I was like the sixth man. I couldn't stop it. I was like, yeah, you can do your thing.
Did you contribute?
Yeah, no, I did not contribute.
Okay.
No,
that's an occupation pass. And let me ask you, I don't want to pretend like, I'm you're a better basketball player than me, but were you the 6th? You sure about the 6th, not the 7th, not the 8th?
I started 150 games.
I know, but on this team, I didn't know if you were actually the 6th. Okay.
No, I didn't start that game.
I was like, I didn't know.
I
I didn't know up on that team. I was not trying to. Like I say, I remember you, so I can't.
I don't remember a lot, but I do remember I had 19 that game. Easy now.
I am amazed at you guys' ability to pull them numbers out.
It's crazy.
I did hit the side of the backboard that game too, and Nelly called the play for me, and he brought me over and called the timeout. He goes, "I ran a play for you. Hit the side of the backboard," and he goes. And I go, you didn't hear me call foam? he didn't find it as funny as I did, to be honest with you. It's funny. Coaches don't find things funny that they'll find funny after the game. During the game, they're not all that amused by you.
But when you out here trying to do community outreach and people embarrass you in front of the world, man, it don't go over so well. You know what I mean?
You got to be. I'll give you another one that's funny. So Chris Mullen, he used to get yelled at by Nelly every once in a while, not as much. But if he did something wrong, like not get back on defense, and I noticed this, Nelly would yell at him, but he couldn't hear him. Because you know what Mully would do? He'd run the opposite side of the court until Nelly picked somebody else. So even if I was on that side of the court, I had to switch sides to run that side of the court because he just stayed over there. I was like, oh, that's genius, man.
Play.
He just won't leave the
So
other
he's a
side.
Hall of Famer, man.
He won't leave the other side of the court.
Well, it must be horrible to be married to him, right? Like you get on him, you just walk out the room.
It's in the backyard, so you change your mind about something. Just walking or pacing.
That was funny.
You know where they did him dirty the most is in the classic teams in NBA 2K.
Mm-hmm.
He shows up in this every year. I go through his ratings with him to see like how accurate they are.
Good.
They hose him. I mean, they had you like as a defensive archetype. Your jump shot was like 45.
Yeah, my jump shot was bad.
And
I was better defensively than offensively.
And you're considerably slower than Mully, which evidently wasn't true.
No. You kidding me? 4.840, baby. Come with it. Oh, man. I wanted to ask you about Goodell's press conference. Like, it just seems like now they're going away from transparency now. Just like they're not even trying to hide it. Like, we're going to invite people, and we'll probably let you know what questions are acceptable or not. I mean, this league makes so much money. You would think they'd want to be more. Are they getting less transparent, or is it me?
No, they're getting less. And, as the media game is changing and it gets smaller, it becomes harder to have any measure of accountability. And honestly, man, we such bootlickers for money at this point that people feel like they got the right to do that. Right? Like, as long as you're rich and you control the money, everybody's like, all right, well, you get to do that. Like, there's no enforcement of standards or anything that comes on this league or anybody else. Like, it's kind of a sad societal state. But the man did hit Goodell with the question. The only black full-time employee at the NFL media company just died. Who's next? Talk about phrasing.
Yeah, that's my guy. I
Yeah,
tapped him up when I walked in. I didn't know who I walked in. I was like, what's up, bro? Nice to get on you, dude.
Well
I was like,
played.
hell yeah, dude.
Well played.
Good for you,
Partner.
bro.
Well played. Can you
Save that video.
Can you imagine being Roger Goodell when you heard that person just died? Whoa, where is this going?
Oh, man, that is good stuff.
Didn't really have anything to say, though. didn't have much about that, did he?
Oh, man. So the funny thing is, and we talked about it before he came on the show, Bawani came on with when Ray Rado was my host.
Right guy.
And he starts off with, I got to ask you something. Because we thought, we were watching you play in Orlando, and me and my boys were like, you think he's black or is he white? And I'd never heard that before.
The sides was faded. That's what I remember. The sides was faded.
It did have the faded
It was wavy.
sides, yeah.
And honestly, your eyes were like the same color as the alternate jerseys. Remember the blue ones? And I thought they was contacts. I thought
that's color coordinated.
Yeah, I thought that. To be honest, I hate to be stereotypical in that way, but that would be a very African American thing to do in 1994.
I thought you were going to say you look like Smokey. like you Smokey Robinson. Like he was like, dude, look,
I can see it.
You know what I mean? He's got the light, very fair. He's got the greenish eyes going. They're glowing off the jersey.
Gasms. I can see it.
Tracks my
Tears of a clown.
There we go.
Good, dude.
There we go.
I've never heard that one before.
No.
I was like, wow. But he did. I was going to say you've seen me jump before, right? You should know better, but yeah, I can actually jump a little bit.
Yeah, well, sneaky hops, they would say about you.
Sneaky hops.
Because
that means white people can jump, like the white birds.
So you were on the '88 Arizona team, right?
Yes.
The Final Four one.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, with Steve Kerr, Sean Elliott,
Kenny Lofton.
Yep.
I did not realize until much later that Kenny Lofton actually didn't play college baseball. Talk about a sneaky, unreal.
No, he played college baseball.
There was some level of baseball he didn't play. I can't remember what it was.
He played it for he played it after basketball.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
He didn't play like a full
He would join
season.
when the year was over. He would go in the spring. Toby Gerhardt did that for. Yeah.
But he's one of the more unreal athletes that people don't think about as being an unreal athlete.
Best athlete ever.
Hall of Fame talent for sure.
I mean, he would drop balls into left center that didn't go by the guys. They came in on it. He ended up on second. Like, you're just watching. Boom. I mean, it was incredible watching him play.
Remember we were talking trash to the Cardinals in 0-2 before he got to first? He gets the walk-off hit. He's like yelling at the dugout before he gets to first. I was like, it's a walk-off. Can we finish? Touch the bag.
He made them so mad in Atlanta. I want to say he hit 350, and they were still like, peace.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised he doesn't get more push for the Hall of Fame.
I agree with you, and I think it may have something to do with the fact that he could hit 350 for Atlanta, and they would say go. I feel like those things are connected.
Yeah, he went around to a lot of different teams. Bomani Jones joins us. Dude, thanks for coming by, man.
Dude, I appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks, Bomani.
No, man,
it's always
all
great
good.
seeing you, man. I'd love to have you on.
And I'm glad you didn't ask me about the 49ers because I always say things that Bay Area people don't like, but then I prove to be wrong, and so it all,
But if you have something you want to say to make everybody mad, please go
you want to
ahead.
hang around? Derek actually says we have an extra segment. If you want to hang for another 10 minutes, we got time.
I can do that.
Cool.
I can do that.
So we'll just stay right here.
Love having
just talk to me, bro. Ask him about the game tomorrow. Hey, but Mike, what do you think about the game on Sunday, the 49er game? You got some thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that'll be an interesting game. There's a lot of room for stuff. I mean, I'm not in the business of betting against Patrick Mahomes, right? I will say this, though. Your man Purdy in the NFC Championship game, there's no point in having an argument of how good he is. There's no point in having an argument about whether or not he's elite. What I saw happen was it was a game where plays needed to be made, and the dude made the plays. I don't know how many times he can do that, but it doesn't really matter. Only that day he did it, and if you're in a circumstance where plays need to be made, you know it is possible that those plays could be made. But I watched that dude play enough in college to tell you, it's a roller coaster, Jack. It's ups, it's downs, it can go all kinds of directions, but he can make the plays. Like, I thought it was crazy when they leaned in so heavy on him because I was like, wow, if Mr. Irrelevant can do this, imagine what Trey Lance might be able to do. That don't really matter at this point because I don't know if Trey Lance could do what I just saw him do in that game. So I think the Chiefs are going to win this, but I'll be honest. Y'all live in the Bay, so it'll be easier. It's going to be a tough world if Patrick Mahomes loses the Super Bowl to Brock Purdy. They're going to be saying the dumbest stuff in the world on television after that happens.
Yeah.
I'm not ready for that. I'm not prepared.
What kind of? Well, I mean, nothing changes for Brock. I think. If
all I'm saying is this: nobody after them Super Bowls tried to say that Eli Manning was better than Tom Brady. Nobody ever did. Yeah. You better buckle up for a Get Up, First Take, or whatever them show. Any other shows that you think about, man. Brock Purdy gets Super Bowl MVP. Like, don't let Mahomes have a bad game, and Brock Purdy gets. Boy, let me tell you,
we're gonna get perk trashing on NBA TV, NBA Live, or whatever, man.
Yeah, I don't want to live in that world, dog. I don't want to live in that world.
Top 3.
Oh, man, I don't want to live in this world. It's already starting. That's what I'm saying. It's already going. But it's wild, though, because I've had to come around, and I've been seeing, like, the football dorks around here who have also had to come around. And, look, when it's time for me to come around, I'm going to come around. I don't like to be wrong for long, right? Like, once I figured out I'm wrong, we're going to fix that. Yeah. We're going to get to the right place at some point. I still don't know where the right place is with him.
Yeah.
I just don't know, but I know that man went and won them games. And Kyle Shanahan, who couldn't come back from a 5-point lead a month ago, they did it twice in back-to-back weeks.
Here's the difference, though. You came around because you figured, well, I had this wrong. I think a lot of people come around because they don't want to sound dumb.
Correct.
But if he backtracks a little bit, because they've already planted their flag, they're going to jump back in the I told you so, I told you this was a mirage, I told you that bubble was going to burst. Like, there's people out there that can't wait to have the chance to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I think the thing for him, like I was thinking about it today, he's Mr. Irrelevant, but at least he got drafted. Tony Romo never got drafted. Yeah. And there's a greater the level of skepticism around Purdy was always greater, at least it seemed like in the first year and a half, than there ever was about Romo, and it's entirely because Romo was bigger, stronger, like he is a great athlete, to the point where I can't figure out how he didn't get drafted. But it's not just where Purdy got drafted that holds people off. He's not that big. The arm isn't that strong. They got to use all them cliches to explain how it works. But the reason it works is very simple. And I feel like, I'm not a scientist about these things, but the ability to say, I see the throw and I'm just going to make it is the most important thing that any football player can do. And when that dude decides he's going to throw the ball, that's what Shanahan likes. He just rips it, right? And that's the part that matters more than anything else. That slight hesitation about throwing the ball, you're done. Like quarterbacks, you see this happen. they'll just be done completely out of nowhere. And I think the thing that happens is that split second of, damn, I got to think about this for a second. Purdy doesn't have that. You'd like him to think a little bit more because he'd be trying to give it away. Yep. We all agree on that, right? Like, he tries to give it away.
You mean the bad throws is what you're talking about?
Yeah. He likes the fitty.
Now, the comp to me is tough because we just left a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo who was like handing it off to middle linebacker. You're right. He does fit. He's a risk taker.
Yes.
You're right. I'm with you.
Jimmy Garoppolo throw passes with his eyes closed. You remember that?
Yeah.
In the damn Super Bowl, he closed his eyes and threw the ball. I can't believe anybody ever gave him a job after that. I just remember we not on a podcast. I almost lost my mind.
Well, the Raider has a patch over his eyes. Maybe he kind of fit there.
Yeah, it's good.
Like, when you talk, like he threw his eyes closed. And y'all, were y'all lying about him? Because a lot of y'all, when the Jimmy Garoppolo thing was going, sometimes you got to lie about things because you might as well. Yep. Like, why tell yourself the guy's sorry? He's the guy you got. You might as well go with it. But y'all had to know when they ain't throw the ball not one time.
8
that
times
1 second
in the
half.
in the NFC Championship.
Yeah, it was 8 times in the first half.
6 of 8 for the game.
Because the second half, Kyle was like, no, dog.
Mostert 200, 4 touchdowns.
He wouldn't call Tom Osborne throw the ball more than that. They beat Florida 62 to whatever in that game in the Fiesta Bowl, and I guarantee you they threw the ball in the second half.
You know how many passes Josh Johnson threw last year in the NFC title game? Probably more than 8. Could have been more than 8 before he went out concussed. Bomani Jones, the voice you hear. Dude, next time we get you on, we'll have to get some Marcus Thompson stories because we'll talk to him tomorrow, man.
Oh, yeah. I tell you this, I saw him in the hallway when I came down brushing his hair for no reason. So, I mean, I think that'll just sitting there by himself on the computer brushing his hair. And then when he got through brushing, he started waving it down himself.
Oh, he's the best. Oh, that's so funny. He was just complaining about his accommodations to us. That's all he was
I can see that.
Bitching and moaning about.
Hey, man.
I don't blame him.
Clark Atlanta University's own Marcus Thompson, just like me, where our motto is, I'll find a way of making it.
Hell yeah.
That's how we do.
Good deal. Bomani Jones, thanks for coming by, man.
Dude, I appreciate you guys.
Talk to you soon, bro. More to come here from Radio Row. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. Big game coming. What do you need? Snacks. Of course you need snacks. Everyone's going to be over watching the game. You want to have snacks. I know you get your wings, you get your pizza, you get this. But what about the chips and dips? A staple of any game day. Chips and dips, you want easy, right? You just want open the chips, open the dip, you're good to go. I can help you out. Daisy Dips. French onion, ranch dip. These things are great. You set them out on the table, they will be devoured, and everyone will be happy. And then it's game time, and that's all you want. So when it's big game, when it's event time, it's snack time. That means it's Daisy Dips time. You're Daisy if you do.
Tolbert and Copes now continue. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
The Niners are going to Vegas.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Goes back with you live from Radio Row here in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. There was Joe Starkey on a call of Patrick Willis there against the Seattle Seahawks. A pick six in week 2 back in 2009. The NFL honors get underway tonight, 5 o'clock, where all the awards are going to be announced, including the new Hall of Fame class. The following are the modern-day finalists for the Hall of Fame. Eric Allen, Jared Allen, Willie Anderson, Jari Evans, Dwight Freeney, Antonio Gates, Rodney Harrison, Devin Hester, Torrey Holt, Andre Johnson, Julius Peppers, Fred Taylor, Reggie Wayne, Patrick Willis, and Darren Woodson. There's no set number of enshrinees that can go in one class. The selection process by law provides that between 4 and 8 new members have to be selected. So it's not like...
That's Hall of Fame?
That's Hall of Fame.
Reggie White's not in?
Reggie Wayne.
Oh, okay. I was like,
did I say Reggie White?
I thought you did. Maybe you didn't.
Apologies
maybe
if I did.
No,
if I did.
Maybe you didn't.
Actually, we were talking Reggie White last night for a while, so maybe it was on my brain.
He's got to be in.
Reggie Wayne. No,
all those guys,
dude, every guy I named, I was like, dude, all these guys should go to the Hall of Fame.
Crazy. NFL's crazy. Like, oh, he should be in. He should be in. He should be in. Yeah, put him in too.
So between 4 and 8 have to go in.
Okay.
So I mean, if we're going with a minimum 4, which 4 get in for you?
Oh man,
that's tough. Like
how many did you just list?
I listed like 10 or 12. 2, 4, 6. I'll do them again. Eric Allen.
Okay.
Eric Allen, Jared Allen, Willie Anderson, Jari Evans, Dwight Freeney, Antonio Gates, Rodney Harrison, Devin Hester, Torrey Holt, Andre Johnson, Julius Peppers, Fred Taylor, Reggie Wayne, Pat Willis, and Darren Woodson. If you could only pick 4, let's say they went minimum, who are the 4? Derek says go with 6. Okay, go 6.
Let's go Julius Peppers.
Okay.
Torrey Holt.
Okay.
I'll go Devin Hester because I think you got to. I mean, it's part of the game. So he was one of the best return men ever. But let's leave him off for a minute.
Don't let Marcus Thompson hear you. Yeah, he crushed me for that.
He did. It's kind of hard to say he's better than those other people. How about Reggie Wayne?
Reggie Wayne deserves it for sure.
And Eric Allen. If I'm thinking of the right Eric Allen, yeah. God, who else?
Antonio Gates. Julia, you said Julius was Andre Johnson.
Yeah,
Rodney Harrison, Jared Allen, Willie Anderson, Darren Woodson, Pat Willis. I mean, there's some huge names. You said Freeney, right? Who are the 5 you said?
I haven't said Freeney, but
Freeney's got to go.
Okay, Freeney.
Freeney's got to go. They're all going in. They're all going in.
It's hard because they're not all going in, but they all should go in. It seems like. I don't know.
So does anybody on this class stand above anybody else? Like who's the best guy on the list? Who's the top Hall of Famer
Julius
on the list?
Peppers, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to do that. I'd have to look at all the years and numbers and all that. But like when you said it, Julius Peppers was the one that just kind of stood out to me. And he's a football player. He's a basketball guy too.
Yeah,
played basketball in North Carolina.
That's right.
So you get some basketball guys in this one, but Julius Peppers is the one guy that really kind of stood out to me. But again, they all when you say him, like, yeah, that guy should be in. Oh, that guy too. That guy too. That guy.
Do you think Pat Willis is getting in on that list list tonight?
Probably not, but I think he should. I think he is. Like he's a guy I watched play throughout his career, and the guy was incredible. I mean, that guy didn't miss tackles. He was just nails out there. And I think if he would have played a few more years, he would have stood a better chance. But, yeah, I mean, when I looked at him, I felt like I was watching a Hall of Fame linebacker. He was one of the best linebackers in the game for a nice period of time, probably like 3-4 years, maybe even 5. They considered him, if not the best, one of the best linebackers in the game. So, yeah, the NFL one is always I look at and go, boy, that's a tough list. I'd have to be – because they do it weird. They just discuss it. and then they throw a few people out, and they vote on it, and then they discuss it again, then they do it again, discuss it again, and come up with a final list. So, that one to me is tough because everybody you mentioned, but I would say Peppers is the one that kind of stands out to me, and maybe he shouldn't, but he's the one that you say, who's a Hall of Famer? Peppers is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think Peppers is a Hall of Famer too. I think mine would be Torrey Holt would go in. I do think Devin Hester is a Hall of Famer, but again, maybe he has to wait because of the class. And I mean, again, it's sort of like closers in baseball to me. If the position exists and it's obviously valuable and there's a market for that unique position, now kick returner is different because I don't think that there's very few kick returners that you can say were game changers in the way that he's a game changer, right? There's a handful of them. But Devin Hester's the all-time greatest. And the funny thing is, he really wasn't a very good receiver at all.
No.
I feel like whenever he had to go receiver, you were like, let's put him out there and see if he can burn. He just wasn't like that. He had to have the ball in his hands at the goal line on the other side of the field, and he'd run through you. But I think he goes in. I don't know if he's going in today or on this class, but I think Devin Hester deserves it. Running back, Fred Taylor, the running back, right?
I like Fred Taylor.
I like Fred Taylor, too. I don't think he's getting in on this class.
I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer, but I mean,
don't know. He might be the one.
He's really good. But, I wouldn't put him on the list. I wouldn't put him on my list, on my Tom Tolbert Hall of Fame list.
More to come here from Radio Row. Tolbert and Copes with you. We're still going to be joined in a little bit by Brent Musburger. He'll join us a little bit later. We will get into a little bit more with Mark Spears on the NBA trade deadline, as well as the Warriors did make a trade today with the Indiana Pacers, trading Corey Joseph for a second-round pick, and then they waived him, and now the Warriors and the Pacers are playing tonight. So Warriors with a win yesterday, back in action, their fourth game in 5 days, all on the road. Tough deal for the Dubs in this stretch of schedule. More to come from Radio Row. We are live in Las Vegas, streaming on twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and of course on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Tim Ryan joined Papa and Len to break down all the matchups in Super Bowl 58. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're taking trips like we are to Vegas right now, or you're just thinking about retirement and planning for your future, you want to know you're setting yourself up correctly, right? You want to know you're making the right decisions so that you can pass on wealth to your loved ones, or that you can take those big trips, that you can give money to your family, that you can enjoy life when you finally get to retirement. That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. For over 3 decades, it's more than 30 years, he's been helping people right here, like you in the Bay Area, plan, protect, and pass their wealth on to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give him a call. His team are a breeze to talk to, and there's no cost or no obligation. Call him today, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300, or visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
Vegas, baby, Vegas!
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Oh, we're about halfway through on a Thursday. Not quite home stretch. This is actually, I mean, not to take away, because yesterday was awesome. I loved Kenny Mayne, loved Russo. Just the whole show was cool. Having Bomani
It was
on
fun.
today.
It got live yesterday.
Yeah, Bomani's really, really fun. Love having him on. But this is kind of the time, give me another hour. And I love it when it clears out here.
Yeah.
It's just kind of quiet. And you feel like there's not many other shows doing anything. You're here by yourself. You start thinking about beer time, which will happen again tonight.
We sent Derek on a run yesterday.
We
He
did.
confessed later on he was a little nervous about it. I was actually a little nervous, too. I was like, I wonder if they're going to let it, because you have to go through a whole, every time you leave this convention center here, we have to go through a whole security screening. Oh, it's wonderfully set up, by the way. It's just beautifully set up. Everything's so close together, really easy to access. It's not a hassle whatsoever. Everything's explained very clearly to you, and nobody ever makes any mistakes. They also have plenty of water and snacks for us, which is just fantastic. Just fantastic.
They do? Where are they?
There's none of that, incidentally. So when Tom yesterday said to Derek, hey, can you make a little beer run for us? Derek left and he came back to grab his backpack. I was like, what's he doing? He came back. Did I forget that, like, in the casinos here, you can only buy tall cans, and they're not like normal tall cans. They're like
Jumbos.
growlers, basically.
Jumbos.
Like, so Derek had to go through the security screening. Apparently, they let him in with them.
Yeah.
No big deal. So
Well, because I went to going through a security screening today. I went to empty my pockets, take my phone out, my wallet, and everything. Like, no, you're good. You don't need to empty your pocket. Just walk through. We're good. Yeah, it's Vegas. That's the thing. They're like, we don't care if you have beer. Have beer, sure. You want beer? You want a beer? Have a beer.
Need a beer, grab a beer.
There you go. And we're Vegas. We encourage that kind of stuff. We want you coming out of there lubed up, ready to give us some of your money.
Alex on the YouTube chat says bottle clanking like he's in high school, Derek, with the cans in his backpack, which is pretty good. Oh, dude, that's pretty funny. And somebody else says, yeah, dude, Tom's not staying at that low-grade Luxor with the rest of the media. He expects the 5-star Wynn, Venetian, or Bellagio, similar accommodations. Now, he was staying at Mom's last night. It's where you got the blueberry hotcakes and the bingo, dude.
I did stay at Mom's.
And Charlie's. I mean, Charlie's 5-star.
Charlie's it doesn't even have a star.
Charlie Cheese. Charlie Eat Cheese is what we call it.
Charlie's is like it was built during the old West times. Like they just like tried to update it a little bit by updating the cowboy paintings on the inside of the. Yeah, it does. It looks like a paddock, like a horse paddock. That's what it reminds me of. But hey, it's my mom's joint, and she loves it over there, and she loves the bingo over there. So yeah. And oh, by the way, I am staying at the Luxor.
Yeah,
staying at the Luxor tonight. I don't need Wynn. I don't need all. Why would I want to stay somewhere it's harder for me to get here?
It is. That would be really the convenience of it.
I need. It's not. You get some steps between the room and here. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, if I want to stay at that, I'll go when I'm on vacation. I mean, am I staying here during vacation? Hell no, I'm not staying here when I'm on vacation. But guess what? I'm not on vacation, am I? No,
I'm working.
I'm not. They got places to drink beer like every other place. I haven't found any good craft beer there. I'm going to go look tonight.
There's none. Yeah.
And so, I'm going to go look tonight. Like, I might go for a Pacifico tonight. That's about as good as I got. Although I had a big-ass tall Pacifico last night when I had my Mexican meal.
I like a Pacifico with Mexican
food.
food.
Machocan. Oh, it was incredible, too.
Watch it down.
Incredible platter. I got the carne asada taco, the cheese enchilada, and the green chili pork verde burrito.
Verde means green.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Just FYI, you were talking about the guests we had yesterday, and we didn't have a lot of time because we had so many to react to a bunch of them.
Yep.
So why don't we throw in just a couple of pieces of sound from guys yesterday?
Okay.
Dante Whitner was on with us yesterday. He was talking about, we talked bowl with every one of them. Here's Dante Whitner on Chase Young's performance. I asked him who's the most crucial player, who has to be the difference maker for the Niners on defense. Here he is.
The most important defensive player would be Chase Young. Last week with the lack of effort, we saw the play. Everybody saw it. We haven't seen consistent pressure from him throughout the playoffs. and they're going to need it. They're going to do everything they can to stop Nick Bosa from ruining their game plan. They're going to chip him. They're going to leave extra tight ends in. They're going to slide the protection. They're going to leave Chase Young backside one-on-one. And both of these tackles from Kansas City, they like to hold a lot, like Nick Bosa said. Number 1 and number 3 in penalties. So you have to put pressure on the referees to make the calls, but you have to beat somebody. And that's what we're expecting from Chase Young. So I think he's the key to the defense.
Yeah, I mean, his pressure rate was, I think, almost double what it is with the Niners, with the Commanders. Like, he was better. He put more pressure on the quarterback with the Commanders than he has here. He hasn't been the guy I think everybody hoped, and the Niners hoped he would be. A guy that he could put consistent pressure on the quarterback if he was getting single coverage. And yeah, I don't know why. Some guys make it and some guys don't. And we keep looking at him like he's a guy. We talk about Brock Purdy, everybody waiting for the bubble to burst. For him being the number 2 overall pick, everybody keeps waiting for him to like click in, like he's going to get it at some point. Sometimes they don't. But it's weird that he was better with the Commanders earlier in the year than he is with the 49ers right now. And I don't know if it's different schemes, if different techniques. That shouldn't matter. You're rushing the passer. I mean, that's what you're doing. You're getting after the passer. But maybe there is. I don't know. I just know he hasn't been as good here as he was there.
One of our other great guests yesterday, he was awesome, dude. Chris Russo. He was a blast, dude. Mad Dog Chris Russo. Just a riot. Dude, a real genuine guy. Like, I know a lot of people don't like him. He's a yelling dude. He's a sort of, at times, just comes off as a blowhard. He's genuine. He was nice. He was hysterical, and gave some good takes. He also asked at the end about the Giants. I'll tell you what about Farhan. I don't know how the Giants going to survive here. He survived the Gabe thing, but now Farhan, he's got to get stars. Giants don't have any stars. You need stars to win. He also checked in on the 49ers. Here's Chris Russo on who he's picking between the Niners and the Chiefs and how the Niners may have a better roster, but that may not get it done.
So the Niners they got the better roster. But if you give the Chiefs the edge in this game, it's because of the coach. You have to give Reed the edge over Shanahan.
Yep.
He's won it, and he's very good off buys too. Don't forget.
Yeah, very good.
They keep that. Was
the best ever.
18-3, whatever it is. He's very good off buys, and of course they got Mahomes. And I've said this for weeks on the air, and people are killing me on it. They can kill me all they want. He's the best quarterback I've ever seen. I don't care what anybody. I know Brady's got 7. Nobody's going to catch him. I understand that, and I love Montana. 4-0, 11 touchdowns, no picks in the Super Bowl. I know that. Yep. I was at the first game that he won 55-10 game.
That was the Broncos game. Yeah.
I was at that game. First one. Game. But I know how great he is. But from the running and his instinctiveness, I think this guy's all time.
Well, it's funny because
it's pretty funny, dude.
It's funny.
I don't dispute it, but
yeah, that people kill him for that. I don't think it's a terrible take at all. I mean, he just doesn't have the hardware that those guys have. And it's hard to have the hardware when you're only halfway, maybe not even halfway through his career. Of course you don't. Guess what? If you would have said Tom Brady ended up being what he was 7 years into his career, you'd be like, get out of here. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Not going to happen. So, yeah.
Nobody's going to win 7. 7's too many.
You watch this guy and you're like,
My station, KNBR, baby.
Baby. Yeah, he's great.
I'm with that, the ability, because I think we used to sort of make that argument about Peyton Manning versus Tom Brady. Like, dude, there's no question Manning was the better quarterback for the duration of his career, but he never won in the way and at the rate that Tom Brady did. And maybe he would have if he didn't have to run to Brady a handful of times. But they were also playing a first-place schedule every year, oftentimes the last undefeated team. This is one of my favorite comments from yesterday. Dan Orlovsky sat down with us, and he talked about why people have a tough time getting behind Brock Purdy, and it's the whole Patrick Mahomes does things that nobody can wrap their head around. Brock's a little bit easier to understand, seemingly. Here's what Dan Orlovsky had to say.
And I think he's got a lot of the things that some of those other guys don't.
Yeah.
Other guys don't. Like I was with Matthew. Now Matthew's a different player than he was younger, but Matthew couldn't do some of the touch throws that Brock does. I think he can now. You know what I think part of it is, and this is with fans. When fans watch those other guys play, the guys that we kind of referenced before, they go, I can't do that.
Yeah, yep.
That doesn't make sense to my brain.
Yep.
And then they watch Brock play and they go, I think I could do that.
Yep.
No, you can't, dude.
No.
Just so we're clear, no, you can't. But they look at him and they're like, hey, I could make that throw, because it doesn't go in between 6 guys 3 feet off the ground while he's running to his right and falling down.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the fan aspect.
It's a good point.
I think I set a record for saying in a sound clip.
Yeah.
I mean, geez, shut up. I mean, shut up.
Everything you were saying was so good.
Yeah. I mean, just like I wish I'd go back and go, shut up. Just like keep your mouth shut. Let the man finish his point. Jeez. Give myself a headache.
Well, you agree with the point, yeah?
Yeah, great. I don't need to agree with it 17 times. I think agreeing with it 2 or 3 times is probably good enough. Golly. No. Anyway.
Like, I feel like I can understand that stuff in baseball because you look at it and you go, there's weirder ones. Like, remember Craig Counsell or Hunter Pence with their stance? You're like, how did that guy, everywhere that guy's ever been, they've probably tried to change the way he does things.
Yeah.
Because it's not,
there
it doesn't form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't stop myself.
Yeah, I agree, yes. I agree with you. Yeah.
Is there a pill I can take for that?
Yeah.
I've taken enough already.
Probably.
Might as well add one more to the mix. Not going to kill me.
Yeah, put it in your little...
almost choke on the ones I take every morning.
Sunday to Saturday planner.
Yeah.
Pop one in there, dude. Get it closed.
I'm not going to say it.
Do you, I think that's a great description or a great analysis of and it may be true, it may not be true, but nothing Brock does looks or seems unique or special. Like even Drew Brees, he looked smaller. He appeared to have a bigger arm, though people criticized his arm strength and his ability to throw. I also think that it's odd, too. What did you think of Bomani Jones saying, like, he wants to give it away? I didn't totally agree with all that. I don't
know if he wants to give it away, but he is a gunslinger.
That I will agree with that, yes.
He will put it in harm's way.
That's good, yeah.
I don't think he's saying, I want to give this ball away. Prove me wrong. I'm going to put it in harm's way, and I'm going to trust that I can get it there. It's very similar to Brett Favre. Now, he doesn't have the howitzer that Brett Favre had, but he still has that same, I can get this in there, and I'm going to give my receiver a chance to go get it. So I think from that standpoint, I think that's absolutely accurate. But that's the belief you have, and people can argue. They can say, I wish he wouldn't do that as much. That's what Shanahan loves about him. He loves it when he lets it rip. Like he drops that back foot, and if he sees something, it's coming out.
What the hell is Brett Favre doing here?
If Shanahan loves it, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's a risk taker, sure, but he's come up on the right end of it so many times.
Yeah.
Does at any point it ever feel to you like he's taking so much risk that, oh boy, they got away with that one? Like that's the thing is I don't feel that way, and I remember feeling that way about Brett Favre, and maybe it was the demeanor and the ferocity at which he played with because he had a different style on the field. Brock gets fired up and Brock cheers and screams and everything. But Brett was like, he looked like he was throwing as hard as he could to fit a ball into a window. He did the thing where the ball's down by his hip and he's pointing around. He played with more of that. You're right about the howitzer, but he played with that kind of gunslinger attitude on the field. Brock is much more contained, I think.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about that. But we might be having a different conversation if Green Bay DBs could catch during that Niner game.
Exactly. That's a great point.
Right?
So
Two throws may have us all thinking a little bit differently about the way he sees the field. It's funny the way things happen like that. Over the large sample size, you're always going to have some of those things happen, but they might not be a lot of them. But when it's condensed like that and it directly affects the outcome of a game, you look at a guy differently and you tend to forget about those things. If they caught both of those balls, there probably would have been no need for a last-second drive or a drive in 6 minutes. That game more than likely would have been over, and we would have been saying, wow, that was a horrific effort by Brock Purdy in that game. So, but as far as him taking chances, I don't mind. I don't mind him taking chances. I like when you have receivers like Debo and Ayuk and Kittle tight end, give those guys a chance to go get the ball.
Yeah.
And every once in a while it's going to come back and bite you. I've told you this before, but our baseball coach at Alameda, I didn't play for him. Weston Walker did. He always said early in the season, he goes, I want you to get thrown out taking a lead at first base at least once. And they go, why? He goes, because I want you to know what your limit is.
Yeah, being aggressive.
He goes, if you don't never get picked off, you're never going to know how far you can get out there to take that lead. And I think everyone's got to be able to find that limit and then be able to, okay, now I know where it is. Now I know what I can do and what I can't do. But unless you're pushing it a little bit, you're never going to know where it is.
One more piece of sound here.
Just don't push it during the playoffs.
Yeah, I was going to say, did he want him to
push
do that
it next year?
He was do it early in the season, like maybe during a scrimmage or the first game or something. Don't do it when you're the tying run in the bottom of the sixth or something like that. Draw a walk and then get picked off. Craig Cosell, our buddy from NFL Films, senior producer of NFL Films. That was a live laugh in person yesterday. He talked about what we've talked about all week. This game could be defined by both running games.
In this era of passing, and I'm not saying the passing games won't be important, but I think the Super Bowl in some ways could well be defined by running games. I think that both teams are pretty committed to running the ball in a meaningful way, and they both play out of base personnel a lot. The Chiefs have really morphed into playing with 3 tight ends a lot, and with 2 tight ends a good percentage as well. And we know what the Niners are. You know, they're a 21 personnel offense with Kyle Juszczyk. I think it's more than 40% of their snaps. Charlie Warner gets snaps with Kittle, so they play 2 tight ends. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see because, as you guys know, the bigger the games get, the tighter it is. So you think that, okay, let's say the 49ers come out and they want to run the ball, but their first 3 McCaffrey runs are 1 yard, 2 yard, and 1 yard. You know, you're Kyle on the sideline thinking, well, I really want to run the ball, but that's not really getting done what we want to get done. Yeah. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. They may have really great success. Yep. But, you know, I think the run game coaches start to feel, you know, like a little tight if it's not working early.
Yeah, I think you get a little fearful that because I think that happened early in the Packer game. I think it happened a little bit in the game against the Lions. The Lions, though, different because the game script flips on you hard where they score their first 2 drives. You miss the field goal, and, like, you're down so big that you almost, you know, you have to start dumping it off to McCaffrey. Later on in the interview, and I know I rephrased it because I asked him about specifically a player in McCaffrey, but he said, to answer your question in short, yeah, I do think it's a game where, to follow up on Sal Paolantonio from earlier in the week, McCaffrey can't have like 12 carries. Because you got to know that he's going to have, like, you know, 20 for 75. That probably won't get it done. But he's like, you're going to have the ball in his hands in order to get that run game and the offense going.
Sure, and I think Debo fits the bill too. That's why I think between him and Debo, that's why they'll have those 25 carries. Sure. Unless he doesn't carry the. I mean, he could not. Maybe he doesn't carry it at all. I just think it seems like a Debo game. But certainly, someone is going to have to run the ball. And I if they get over 100 yards running, I think they're in pretty good shape, unless it gets to like 100 yards on 35 carries. But even then, that means you're doing something. You're keeping the ball away. You're picking up first downs. I think his what is his over/under rushing yards? 92.
Debo or McCaffrey?
92. I think Debo's 17, and McCaffrey's 92.
I can get that for you if you give me just 1 second.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is. 92. I'd love to go over. I might play a few props.
I think I'm going to because we're here. Why not?
I'm going to play some Debo props. I might play Debo over receiving yards, Debo over rushing yards.
I'm going on the Debo receiving. Rushing 17.5 for Debo.
Yeah, that seems a little stiff, but I might play it anyway. Just hope he breaks an end around or 2, and gets just give me 1 15-yard carry and we're good. Then we'll get another carry and we're in there. But I might do Debo over receiving, Debo over. Rushing, McCaffrey over.
So McCaffrey rushing yards. My book right now has got McCaffrey rushing yards at 89.5.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's
at minus 116, and then Debo rushing yards at 14.5, but it's juiced hard. 145 now.
Oh, okay.
So it's moved and they've hammered the juice on it.
What's Debo receiving yards?
Debo receiving yards.
I saw 61. And I'm not sure. It was 58.
58.5.
Is it 58.5?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that number. That was a good number.
It's a good number.
It's a good number. It's a good number.
It's a good number.
58.5. I like that number.
I like that number. I kind of like it. I think I'm going to take it. By the way, speaking of numbers, Chad Millman, who joined us yesterday, my buddy Matt, who listens to the show in San Francisco every day, he texted me earlier and he said, dude, Chad Millman gave you like a big, nice shout out. Talked about coming on with us yesterday and was talking about some of the points you were making about the game. And so,
really?
It was his pod from today. If you haven't heard, Chad Millman was on with us yesterday and some good advice, good thoughts on what props he's taking. He's the founder and head of the Action Network, which is a site I use daily to track and look at lines. So great stuff. You can check out our hit with him yesterday, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Brent Musburger's going to join us in just a little bit. We are going to talk to Mark Spears, of course, as well. A sound soiree that we haven't had a chance to get into. There's some great sound from across sports and the NFL. When we get back next week, we'll have a lot of fun stuff to get into. Stephen A. Smith getting loose here at Radio Row, by the way. We'll talk more about it in a bit. Brent Musburger will give us some more props and lines to look at for this one. Tolbert and Copes from the Mandalay Bay Convention Center on Radio Row in Las Vegas on the Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's Sports Leader.
Kurt Warner joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss what makes Brock Purdy special. That podcast is trending now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman over at Kugelman Law, sftaxteam.com. Tax time is stressful. Nobody likes tax time because maybe you're giving money away. Who wants that? Who needs that? Well, it doesn't matter you need it or not. It's coming. It always does. To help you unload some of that stress, set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman and his team over at Kugelman Law. Doesn't matter what your issues are. If you just want to get your taxes done, like me, and not have any problems, like me, that's what I want. I like to stay off the IRS's radar, and this is my way of doing it. Trust Alex Kugelman and the team over there to get it done. IRS doesn't know who I am. If they already know who you are, let him handle that as well, whether it's just late taxes. You know, sometimes life gets in the way and you can't pay your taxes, and he can help you with that too if you have late taxes. Cryptocurrency issues, if you have a criminal tax stuff going on, he can deal with all those things. All you have to do is set up that consultation and let him help you. Unburden yourself of that bag of stress. Lay it down. Let him pick it up. That's what he gets paid to do. Let him do it, and you can go on living your life. Tax season doesn't have to be as stressful as it always seems to be. That's sftaxteam.com. That's Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, Suite 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
faithful. This is Super Week. That is Tolbert and Copes, live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Are we alive back there, Las Vegas? How we feeling?
We're alive here. Tolbert and Copes from Radio Row in Las Vegas, the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. Super Bowl 58 coming your way pregame at 11 a.m. on Sunday, a 3:30 kickoff. And by the way, right before that, you'll get Steve Young whooping the Chargers for the Niners' 5th Super Bowl victory in its entirety, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. You'll also, on Saturday, you're going to get a 10 to noon. Just Dubs will be just a podcast this week. You're going to get Dieter Kurtenbach on from 10 to noon, giving you a little Super Bowl preview show. Nicely done. And then that's going to roll you into 4 straight Super Bowl victories, all 4 Joe Montana Super Bowl wins in their entirety, starting at noon on Saturday up till midnight. And then on Sunday, we'll get you ready for the Super Bowl. We're also going to tell you how you can win a brand new football jersey. Tune in within the 7 a.m. and 4 p.m. hours all week long. We've been doing it all week. And listen for the sounder and the cue to call. Then be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win a San Francisco football jersey from one of your favorite players on the red and gold, furnished by KNBR. You can get the official rules at KNBR.com. Today is Thursday, February 8th. Happy birthday to my brother, Casey. What's up, dude?
Happy birthday.
What's up, Case? And then this hour, when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. You can win a brand new Elijah Mitchell jersey. Tim, what's the cue to call today?
You got a big mouth. Shut up.
Right? If you hear that at the 4 o'clock hour, 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller 10, you'll win an Elijah Mitchell jersey. Let's go to we're going to talk to Brent Musburger in just a few minutes here, but let's get into some of these prop bets. You were just saying you like some of them. We've got a prop bet thing from USA Today here, much like you and Steve Kerr ran through and made your picks all in one place is the way this went down. So you were just starting off talking about Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey rushing yards. I'm on Deebo over 58.5 receiving yards.
Okay.
I'm not as confident in the McCaffrey rush yards.
Okay.
But let's go to some of these other simpler ones.
Do you have scrimmage yards?
I have total receiving plus rushing.
So you have that for McCaffrey?
McCaffrey and Deebo.
I have not seen that. And look, for those people out there that are like, you do props? I'm like, no, I don't do props. Dr. Bob has some props, and I gave you those. I gave you those props that Dr. Bob, for those people that care. And Dr. Bob's been with us all year, and I don't think Dr. Bob will be upset with me giving these out. I don't think we're going to have Dr. Bob on tomorrow. But
hey, Bobby!
Bob liked, I think, Brock Purdy. Let me make sure. I want to get down there. I don't want to misrepresent Dr. Bob's picks. But because this is his rundown, by the way. I'm going to show it to Copes. This is his rundown for the game. So it starts here.
Yeah. It's a lot of words.
And it keeps going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going. Let's see. That's Kansas City offense versus defense now. Keeps going. It's amazing. Like how much the depth of all that is. Like he breaks down the success rate of the guard versus the defensive tackle, and I've read the whole thing. And it's wild. You're like, come away thinking, okay, I think I know a little bit more. Okay, here it is. Prop plays, strong opinions. He likes Christian McCaffrey over 18.5 carries.
Okay.
He likes shortest touchdown over 1.5 yards. He likes Kyle Juszczyk over 3.5 receiving yards. I saw that was like 15, though. That wasn't even close, so I'm not sure where that number, if it opened there and it went to 15, I'm not sure. Chiefs first sack, and that's like minus 170 to minus 180.
Like they get the first sack of the game?
Correct. Christian McCaffrey over 129 yards scrimmage yards.
Scrimmage. So I've got it at 129.5, and it's at minus 130. It's used heavily in my book.
There you go. Yeah, well, it says 129 and then minus 115 to minus 130.
So it's gone up, man.
So he gave minus 130 as the limit, so you could probably still take that.
Yeah.
And then Deommodore Lenoir over 4.5 tackles plus assists.
I'm staying away from
minus
that.
105
So I'm
to
gonna
minus 120.
Stay away from DB tackles as a prop.
I'm just
Just me personally, I'm not getting any joy out of that. I'm not getting any joy out of that. Wrapping him up in the secondary.
Yeah, got him.
Yeah, dude, yes. Sell a little second down tackle midway through the third quarter, and I'm fist pumping like, come on, man, am I really having fun with that? I mean, making money's fun, but who's enjoying that? Who's enjoying that? Here's some other fun ones that I know people like to get in on, Tom. Here's the goofier ones.
Okay.
Coin toss. You ever do that one?
Well,
it's hilarious that they juice it to me.
I did it one time, and it was the Denver Green Bay game that I was there for. I wasn't there for the game. I was there doing the show, and I was just kind of being a smartass. So I called up and I go, what are the odds on the coin toss? Of course, it's going to be 50-50, right?
So what you had to call?
Yeah. So he goes, it's tails minus 120, and heads minus 110. I go, what? What do you mean minus? Why isn't it even? And I go, well, that's just stupid. I go, give me heads then. It was tails. I was already down before the game started. I go, I'm not doing that again. I'm not going to be down money. And the only reason I took it because I was like, well, this is dumb. Why would I pen? It's 50-50. Why would I spend more money, more juice to take that one? And that one won. And I lost. And I was like, well, this sucks. I go, I've already lost money before the game ever started. So no, I don't bet before. I don't do anything that happens before the game starts. I'm going to lose enough money probably during the game. I don't want to start off in the hole. And I know trust me, I know what your thinking is here. If I start up, then yeah, I could already be a winner before the game starts, and I could afford to. You don't want to take that risk. If you do, go ahead. I'm not going to. I'm not doing the anthem. I'm not doing the coin toss. I'm not doing the first commercial. I'm not doing any of that. Just get me to the game. That's all I want.
Can I offer you maybe losing some money after the game's over with a Gatorade bath color?
No, you can't. My losses, Copes, are going to be between
the lines.
Between the lines. When the game starts, kickoff, and when the game ends, kneel down or whatever it is. That's it for me. I'm gonna. All my losses will be in that window right there.
So it sounds like
they won't be before.
Sounds like what you're telling me is that you do and are open to having a play on a potential celebrity appearance in the halftime show. Then.
Okay, let me rephrase again then. When the game is happening, okay? Not during commercial, not during halftime. When the ball's in play, that's when I will lose my money, okay?
All right, I'll scroll down to Taylor Swift. I'll scroll down to Taylor Swift shots then.
Okay.
Because that's in play. By the way, just real quick, I just want to run down. We're going to get Brent Musburger on in a minute. I just want to tell you really quickly how they've juiced some of the colors for Gatorade.
Okay.
Ready? Purple is at 225, plus 225.
Okay.
Blue is at plus 275.
Okay.
Yellow is at plus 450. Yellow/green, which is like classic Gatorade color, is one of the highest.
Well,
red,
you know what? Yeah.
Red
there
pink
we go.
plus 450.
Okay.
Orange plus 500. Clear/water is at plus 1,000. No Gatorade bass at plus 2,000.
So the favorite red?
The favorite's purple at plus 225.
And
then blue at
in the color
275.
scheme, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Purple is?
Yeah.
What?
In Gatorade bath color?
What, Carrot Top's hair? What does he have to do? What does he have to do
Purple
with it?
top.
No, the Chiefs and the Niners don't have purple in their uniform.
No, it's the Gatorade color bath. Though.
Yeah, but wouldn't you use team colors?
Do they always do that?
I don't know. They don't?
I'm making this up.
I don't
talking about?
I don't know what the hell. Yeah, of course I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I've never bet Gatorade bath.
Thought you gambled, man.
I would assume.
Thought you gambled, Tom.
I would assume.
Thought you knew football.
Yeah, no, I give money away basically, but I don't want to give that much away. I would assume that you'd use a team color when it is available in Gatorade. Like if it wasn't available, yeah, then go off the board, right? But it's available, so why wouldn't you take red?
Maybe Jake Moody's allergic to yellow 7 dye or whatever that stuff is, so he can't use the yellow 5, whatever it is. I don't know. Some of the moms can hit us on the YouTube chat. 808 KNBR is always the number to call.
What you guys got over there?
And to text. I don't know. He's got some queso.
Looks like a breaded dildo you're dipping in cheese.
Okay.
Look at that thing.
Get in there. Give me a bite of that thing.
I'm good.
Give me a bite of that thing, boys. Tolbert and Copes with you on a no, I'm good. Thursday afternoon.
I like mine a little girthier. Thanks.
Thank you. What are we talking about here?
I don't know.
Brent Musburger joins us next from Radio Las Vegas. I know it's a little narrow on the sports leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. That's old school right there. Everybody that has a house, well, that has a roof and walls, probably has similar problems. Wi-Fi coverage. All houses are different. We still have the same problems. There's somewhere in the house that doesn't like Wi-Fi. It's like no Wi-Fi zone. And you can't really have that when you have a family that has devices. And every family has devices, I think. Phones, tablets, you get the TVs. Somebody's streaming, somebody's gaming, maybe somebody's working, someone's going to school. Everyone wants fast Wi-Fi. Everyone wants reliable Wi-Fi. Well, to get that, you need Wi-Fi with great coverage. And if you don't have it, let me introduce you to wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Everyone's taken care of. Everyone gets the same coverage. You don't want everybody congregating in one or two rooms just because that's where the Wi-Fi is. And that's my spot. You go to your spot, you don't have good Wi-Fi? Well, let's fix that. Let's get you wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity so everyone has fast, reliable Wi-Fi, and the great coverage takes care of everybody. And all you have to do is get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for reliable connection throughout the entirety of your house. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports? You love high def? You love blazing fast Wi-Fi that's reliable and has great coverage? You will love Xfinity.
Faithful, Tolbert and Copes now continue. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
The Niners are going to Vegas.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes back with you from Radio Row at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center. We're getting ready to catch up with Brent Musburger soon as he stops by. We'll connect with him on some of these. We got him. Oh, he's here. He's doing it by the phone. My mistake. Brent Musburger joins us, courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Brent, what's going on, man? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert, how are you, dude?
Yeah, good, Adam and Tom. How you guys doing? What a week, huh? Here we are in Las Vegas. Could you believe that we've got a Super Bowl in Las Vegas? It's still, it's really a little bit surreal for me to even say that. But what a week, and the 49ers and the Chiefs should give us plenty of excitement. Great players on both teams.
Brent, it was a couple of years ago, they wouldn't even allow a commercial on Vegas in the Super Bowl, and now they've embraced it fully. I wonder what's changed for the NFL.
The Supreme Court, it makes a lot of difference when they, we think gambling's legal, so off we go. And listen, I compliment the NFL. I mean, as long as it's going to be legal and they're going to bet it, you might as well embrace it, because then you got a little bit of control over it. Let me give you an example of that. I used to bet offshore, like most of us did. You could always bet how many penalties will there be in the Super Bowl. It was an over-under number. The NFL asked the main bookmakers now, that would be DraftKings, owns our VSiN, and FanDuel, please do not use that as a prop, and they don't. And I totally agree. with the NFL.
No, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
I don't do a lot of props, but I was kind of looking at props for this game because I don't have a really strong opinion. I do like the Niners, and I bet the Niners because I think the Niners are, or I don't even know if they're the right side, Brent, but I just feel like they're. Hell, Brent, I don't even know why I bet the Niners anymore. I'm trying to talk myself into it again, but I do have the Niners. Let me hear your take on the game before we get to a few props.
Well, listen, I think there are two huge edges for the Chiefs, and that's a quarterback and field goal kicker. Butker, because Moody's a rookie, and sometimes rookie kickers don't really mature. We've got one in right here with the Raiders. That's Carlson, who failed with the Vikings, and they turned him loose, and we picked him up, and he's been one of the stars. So those are two huge edge. There's no better quarterback than Mahomes. I don't want to take anything away from Brock Purdy. He is outstanding. He's done a great job. But those are two edges you can't deny. I think the biggest matchup, Tommy, that's going to come down to San Francisco has unbelievable skill position players. McCaffrey, Aiyuk, Samuel, Kittle. The Chiefs can't match that. But the Chiefs have maybe the best secondary that I've watched this year. And I think everybody should keep an eye on the Chiefs DBs versus the 49ers skill position players. Back on December 9th, the Circa Casino, where you were for the basketball tournament last year, they offer an exacta. And believe it or not, I took the 49ers and the Chiefs, and I boxed them. The 49ers were plus 1,100. They were still rolling in the first week of December. The Chiefs were struggling, though, and they came in at plus 1,400. So I've got it both ways. I win it. I probably will also tease it. I probably will take the Chiefs up to 8 and go over, lower that number to 41.5. And my advice, though, if you do want to bet props late in the week, here's my advice. Always take the under, because all week long people are betting the overs on those individual props. I don't really get into the props. I'll probably bet during the game. I've never had an in-game bet on the Super Bowl, but since it's in Las Vegas, I've got to have it. You know what I mean?
You got to do it.
Why not, man? Why it's available. You may as well.
So you've already won before the game starts.
Yes. I got lucky.
Look at you.
How great is that?
It's really great.
That's
I can
incredible.
Sit back and enjoy it. I told Arlene, I'm taking you out to dinner, dear, no matter who wins.
Oh man, that is so good. That is so good. Do you? How much weight do you put into the playoffs? Because everybody I read, like all the sharp guys, say the line would have been probably 4.5, 5 Niners if they played the game right after the regular season had ended. But the Chiefs have looked much better come playoff time, and the 49ers have really had to struggle and really fight just to win those games that they were favored in against the Packers and the Lions. Like that's one of the reasons I think I took the Niners, Brent, because I just put a little more weight in 17 games as to really weighting heavily the last month or 3 weeks. I don't know if that's the right thing to do, but it's a bigger sample size. But when you look at it, I mean, how do you weigh it? How do you weigh 17 games versus like 2 or 3?
Well, I think you're on the side of the bookmakers, because the computers kicked out that the 49ers should be favored. Because I've got a lot of recency bias, I was a little bit surprised when they kicked the Niners out. But the computers, and believe me, computers decide odds now. Believe me, they pour information in there, and out comes the number. And they've got the 49ers favored because of how they played all year. I, however, cannot get over how the Chiefs' defense manhandled the Ravens, okay? Yeah. And we all know what happened when the Ravens went west late in the season and what they did to the San Francisco 49ers. That weighs on me, that particular matchup, and that's why I say that secondary of the Chiefs, the DBs are always a little bit underrated. You don't know the names as much, but believe me, that Chiefs secondary is really good. And, you know, Coach Shanahan, he's great at sending weapons in motion, and then they get them into space. And if Purdy's got a clean pocket, he's extremely accurate. The yards after catch of the weapons for the 49ers are extremely, extremely important in this game. And that's why I say the matchup of the skill position players. I mean, let's go back to the Detroit. Let's think of Aiyuk and that great athletic ability he showed when he caught the ricochet from the defensive back and dove down inside the 5-yard line and set up a touchdown. But to your point, if on that first 4th down gamble by the Lions, That was a perfectly thrown ball to Reynolds. That was a big-time first down. And you're left wondering what would have happened if Reynolds had held on to the football. Now, the second one, I thought the Lions made a mistake. Down 3, they should have kicked the field goal.
Yeah.
But when you're up 17 points in the NFL, you shouldn't lose the game. So for me, there's a little bit of recency bias here. As much as I respect Shanahan and San Francisco. By the way, I think there's an underrated coach over there. It's interesting when I watch the shots of the sideline that one of my old buddies, Brian Greasy, is always there on the bench next to Purdy when the offense is off the field. I think he could be a rising star. I think he's done a tremendous job because Shanahan has to worry about the whole game and what plays he's going to call in the next series. And it is young Greasy who sits down there on the bench, very calm young man. He's been through it with his father and then himself. And I think he's brought a lot of help to Brock Purdy over there on the sideline.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that for a while with Mike McDaniel, and then elevated to offensive coordinator. He was the passing game coordinator, then offensive coordinator, and Greasy is the QB coach. And then we could see an elevation or an OC job for him at some point in the near future. We're talking to Brent Musburger on the Yuma guest line. How much does Steve Spagnuolo now have to account for Brock Purdy's legs after the NFC title game?
Yeah, Spags, I'm kind of fascinated by the fact that nobody wanted to interview Spags.
Isn't that weird?
It was very weird for me. Maybe it's okay, he just didn't do it as a head coach, but for some reason they look beyond him. And listen, the Chiefs this year, the Chiefs don't win without Spags in that defense. The offense, listen, the weapons, they just don't have them. They haven't had anybody since Tyreek Hill was there, and the 49ers well remember him on that 40-yarder in the fourth quarter when Mahomes brought him back in that Super Bowl 4 years ago. So it is now the defense that rules for the Chiefs. We all talk about the quarterbacks and everything, but it is the defense that brought the Chiefs along this year, believe me.
It seems to me, Brent, we're talking to Brent Musburger, nice enough to join us for a little bit, breaking down the Super Bowl. Seems to me this is a McCaffrey game for the 49ers. The Chiefs, as good as their secondary is, their run-stopping unit isn't nearly as good. This team can be run on, and I would think that whether they start off running or not, that it's going to end up being, if they're going to win, I don't know what his numbers have to be, but it's got to be a McCaffrey game or even a Debo game. Line him up in the backfield, run some of those jet sweeps with him, and let him run the ball. But it seems like the running game's the way to keep Mahomes on the sideline and move the ball against the Chiefs consistently.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I talked to one of the scouts for the Raiders. I was interested in some of the youngsters that were down at the Senior Bowl. And then I said to him, what's your take on the offensive line of the 49ers? And he said, Brent, on the run, he said, when they run, he said, they're as good as any offensive line. He said, the right side of the Niners offensive line and pass protection is not that good. He said, if they have to throw the ball, he said they'll move Jones at some point over on the right guard, and they'll get Karlaftis outside and try to get pressure on that tackle so he can't help the guard. But he said when it comes to running the ball, he said the right side is very good. He said they can move forward, and I happen to agree with you. I think it's a McCaffrey kind of day. I mean, when you look back at the playoffs at some of the big touchdowns by McCaffrey, think of the holes that we looked at, and then he does the rest with his dazzling moves. I mean, he's the best. He's the best all-around running back in the league simply because he's such a great receiver when he slips out, and that allows him to get to Debo Samuel. It'll be interesting with Kittle. Maybe he was slowed a little bit in that last game with the toe. We'll see. It should be much better with the extra week off. But I happen to agree with you. I think that the 49ers are going to set out to run the football. Oh, by the way, Brock Purdy had a couple of really good runs in that game, too, in the second quarter. So he's one of those quarterbacks who, when you're in that 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, and guys a little bit covered up, take off, get the first down for you. So the running game is going to be very, very critical for the Niners.
More important for the Chiefs, is it Isaiah Pacheco or is it Travis Kelce?
Oh, no, it's Pacheco. Pacheco, because at this level in these games, you have to have some kind of a run game. Now, I'm not taking it away from Kelce. He probably is the greatest tight end receiving of all time. Now, he's not a blocker. That's not his contract. If you watch him with Kittle, Kittle's a heck of a blocker over there on that right side. Speaking of the run game again, I mean, there's a clip of him just body slamming Hutchinson in the championship game. But you've got to have somebody back there. And Pacheco's a tough kid out of Rutgers. I had no idea he was as good a power runner as he is. It will be interesting, and I've told everybody, listen, the 49ers have some linebackers that cause Kelsey some problems. You've got to impact him getting off that line of scrimmage in that five-yard area where it's legal to hit receivers. And it's going to be very, very interesting because when Mahomes gets in trouble in a game, the one receiver he's going to look for is Kelsey. If Kelsey catches it, Mahomes will look up at the booth and see if Taylor was able to see that reception, if you know what I mean.
We're talking about Musburger, nice enough, Joe. Now, I'm pretty sure about this, Brent, but if I'm wrong, I'm going to apologize because I was thinking about how many Super Bowls you have covered. Weren't you sitting before Super Bowl III? Weren't you one of the ones out near the pool when Joe Namath was hanging out poolside?
Yes, I was. It's an interesting story. The game was in Miami, and the Jets were.
Did we lose Brent? We got you, Brent? We might have lost Brent.
Right before I hate when we lose people go, interesting story.
Yeah, interesting story, and then it cut out, dude.
Cut out.
Joe Namath wasn't having it.
Maybe it's too interesting.
Tough deal, dude. Dude, I went in deep on we got him back. Here's Brent Musburger. Brent, we got you back?
Yeah, am I right here? Okay. I hear you.
Yep.
You got me?
You said you stopped with it. This is an interesting story. And we're like, oh, and then you were gone. I was like, wait a minute. You can't go yet.
Yeah, so 6 of us got in the car and drove up to the Jets hotel up in Lauderdale. Okay, and we walked in, and the bell desk there, and we said, hey, is there a chance any of the Jet coaches or players are around? And the guy looked at us and said, hey, the quarterback, Namath, is out by the pool. So we went out, and he was surrounded by some fans signing autographs, talking to him. And so we sat down. Jerry Green from Detroit, Cy Burek from Dayton. They're all Ray Sons from the Chicago Sun-Times. And we sat there. And that's when Joe told us he was guaranteeing the win. We spent about 45 minutes today. I couldn't get inside the hotel out of Lake Las Vegas with either team. But in those days, it wasn't as big a deal as it became after Namath and the Jets took care of the Baltimore Colts. That was the most important game in the history of the NFL because that really brought the two warring leagues together. That's when the NFL said, ooh, these guys are better. The Colts were an 18-point favorite. 18-point favorite in that game.
I got to tell. I mean, I look at that game and I say that's the reason, because of your point that it's the biggest game or one of the biggest in NFL history and what it spawned for the two leagues and the rivalry. But to me, if he doesn't win that game, I don't know that he's got the case as a Hall of Famer. I mean, the numbers relative to the other guys that played, it's almost as though like Yao Ming going in for the NBA, it's what he meant to the game of basketball, not his stats per se.
Exactly. You could not put Namath in the Hall of Fame with his stats. But it was this moment in time. Remember now, Vince Lombardi had won the first 2 Super Bowls decisively, beating the Chiefs in number 1, Raiders in number 2. And now they're thinking, okay, we'll put these guys out of their misery, get them out of business. But hold on, everybody. And here came Namath with the guarantee, and they took it to the Colts, and the rest is history.
Now, he went to the playoffs the next year. The only other time he went to the postseason, and he got eliminated after one game. He went 14 for 40 and threw 3 picks. Never saw the playoffs again.
Exactly.
You've made your point.
Thank you. That's all I was trying to get to. Just want to get. Once Brent accepted, how's it good? Okay.
Good. Hey, Tommy, let me say this about Joe Namath, for your guy. No one has been more accommodating with fans and everybody. I mean, you see Joe Namath any place and ask him for an autograph or a picture. I mean, Joe's been so good with the public. He's a wonderful guy. I used to live down in Jupiter, Florida, and that's where he lives. So I'd run into him. Loves to play golf and just, he's just a nice guy. I'll tell you that.
Good deal.
I'm going to go tomorrow, Brent, and hang out by the pool. I think I'm going to hang out with Patrick Mahomes and just
see what happens.
Kick it with him for like 40. Yeah. It is amazing how far it has come. Like, at what point did you, because you covered all these Super Bowls, at what point did it kind of hit you? Because you know how, like, when you have kids and you see pictures of them and then you don't see them for a while, you're like, oh my God, you've changed. But when you see them all the time, you don't really get the fact that, like, oh, they look a lot different than they did a year ago even, because you're around them all the time. So you've covered them all. Was there one point where you just stopped and go, God, whether it's security or television or whatever it was, like, this thing's like a monster now.
Yeah, I think when the Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers stepped out, two of the old, it was huge. And you'd see more security around, and it changed. More media would come in. Tommy, I still have 2 tickets to Super Bowl I that Pete Rozelle gave me that I could not give to anybody, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, I've got an old box. It was about 2/3 full at Coliseum. And today, earlier in the week, there were tickets here in Vegas were going for $8,000 a pop. It was unbelievable what the prices were. And so it just has taken off. It became, because of television, football is a better sport on television than baseball. I'm not saying that football is a better sport. I don't want to say that. Yeah. But it's a better television sport, and it works perfectly. And, those who are not going to the game, there's parties all over the country. And like somebody said, national holiday should be the Monday after the Super Bowl, because everybody's been partying all day watching the game. And now, across the country, it's almost an obligation to have a bet on the game, or if you're at a party, you're going to have a couple of the squares and go from there.
It's funny you mentioned those games because I remember I was younger, but those Steeler and they're just the star on the side of the helmet, the Steelers, I'm into brands that they were. Yep. But when you mentioned those Super Bowls, 2 names popped into my head, and they always pop into my head when I think of those 2 games they played. I think of Lynn Swann, who made incredible catch after incredible catch, and then I think about poor Jackie Smith, just flat dropping that ball.
I can still see that ball.
I know. I felt so bad, but even then I felt bad for him. I go, bastard.
Yeah, I know. Because he has to live with that picture, his entire life. Because there it is, it'll come up every Super Bowl.
The worst part, Brent, was not only he dropped it and everybody knew it, like Staubach looked at him and went, "Oh, come on!"
I know.
Demonstratively.
I was like, "Oh man."
It was something. I tell you, great memories. That Lynn Swann Super Bowl, I can still. The NFL Today anchored that one, and I can still see across the field that diving catch over there by Lynn Swann. Oh, he was a master.
Remember the one on the sideline where he kept both feet in bounds?
Yes. Absolutely.
He was like a ballerina. He really was.
He was.
And he had great feet and great body control. Hey, Brent, we always appreciate catching up with you. I would say good luck, but you've already won. Congrats.
Well, Brent, I want. Go ahead, Brent.
Being lucky is better than being good. And every
yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so Brent, I had to ask you because we've had fun with this in the last few years. When Tom and I are doing a show, and we have somebody on who was in a big sports movie. Like we just celebrated Carl Weathers last week, and we talked about Apollo Creed and even Happy Gilmore and all that stuff. But we then had Dan Fouts on, and we talked to him about the great line of the Waterboy just needed some water, or look, you can't last game of the year, can't hold anything back now. And then he told us that every time he calls you, and it hadn't been a while, but whenever you guys talk, you pick up the phone and he says, "Shut up, Brent." Can you confirm?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I confirm it. He called me this summer, and I pick up the phone. I see it's Fauci. Hello. Shut up, Brent. Listen, what's great about that is he ad-libbed that line in Waterboy. I mean, we ad-libbed the whole thing. Adam Sandler was so great to work with. We asked him for the script of whatever he wanted us to say. He said, "No, let's just make this up." So at one point, I was babbling on and on like play-by-play guys do, and Fouts goes, "Shut up, Brent." Okay. and of course, Adam had to put that in the movie, and that's the most famous line of all.
It's a great. It looks like the water boy just needed some water. Wow, Brent, you figured that out all by yourself? Oh, it's incredible.
It's good stuff. Iconic stuff.
Indeed.
Oh, man. Well, have fun. Enjoy the winnings and enjoy the game. I wish I was you, where I didn't have any stress coming game time.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
I just crack open a beer. I'm already a winner. I'm good. All these saps out there are sweating out a game, and you've already taken it to the bank. God, that's
fools. We're fools.
The best thing about it is, I covered number 1 as a writer for the old Chicago's American, and at number 58, first one in Vegas, I'm going to take my 12-year-old grandson to a Super Bowl. You can't beat that.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's a cool story, man.
That is awesome. Well, enjoy the game with your grandson.
Guys.
Have a good time, and we'll catch up with you soon, Brent, but it's always fun catching up with you.
See you in March Madness. Thanks, guys. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Brent. I appreciate it.
The great Brent Musburger,
Brent's
dude.
awesome.
Shut up,
fantastic.
Brent.
He didn't tell us he improv that, but that's hysterical. I love that they hang on to it. All right, we've got some time here still from Radio Row in Las Vegas to get into a little bit of a sound soiree. We got a sound soiree for you, and then Mark Spears will join us at 5:30 to talk a little bit more about the NBA trade deadline. Warriors completed one trade with the Pacers today. Corey Joseph goes there for a second rounder. Then the Pacers waived him, and the Warriors are taking him on tonight. Kerry Crowley at 5:45 for the face-off, and then we'll throw it to him at 6 o'clock for Sports Phone KNBR. Sound soiree is next on the Sports Leader.
Shut up, Brent.
Warren Sapp joined Papa and Lund today and discussed if the 49ers defense can get to Patrick Mahomes in Super Bowl 58. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. Still in Vegas, but my good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we're getting closer and closer to tax season. Those of us who are out of town don't want to have to deal with it. But what if we can't pay our taxes?
No problem. Just call us. Let it handle us for you. And, you know, what happens is people tend to be extremes. Either, oh, my God, the IRS sent me a bill. I have to pay it today. The IRS is always right. They make so many mistakes. The first thing that we do when we see somebody's tax bill, we check it. You know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. Do you really owe these taxes? If you don't, and then commonly there's mistakes, such as you didn't file returns, the government makes something up. It's called an SFR, substitute for a return. We get those canceled, or there could be other mistakes. And then we say, okay, you say my client owes $1 zillion. He doesn't owe $1 zillion. He only owes X. By the way, he can't pay X either. Then we want to make a sweetheart deal where we get you something that's just fine. But don't ignore it. Don't wait till one of these new IRS agents comes in, ruins your life, your business, your marriage, goes to your customers and tells the customers, don't pay you, pay the IRS. That could put you out of business by itself. Bottom line is, we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, anything to do with them, and then you can enjoy your life.
Like Steve said, you don't want him to ruin your life, your home, your marriage. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
You got a big mouth. Shut up.
Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
Vegas, baby, Vegas!
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. The best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
All right, we're continuing on here. Just rolling. We're going to have a sound soiree for you in about 15 minutes.
Where did Derek go? He better go to get beer.
Spears. He did.
Okay, good.
He did, yeah. We sent him.
Good.
It's always a little...
Derek.
I think people look and go, wait a minute, everybody's gone. All we have is Tolbert and headsets. Look out. You don't know what's gonna happen. But it is quiet time.
It is quiet.
It's nice. I like this time of the evening. Everyone's gone. Most people are gone. Not a lot of West Coast radio. We're here, and I can't even. I guess there's a couple other people, but I can't make heads or tails of who's here.
All right, the question is, are you the most famous person here? And the answer is probably yes.
No.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think so.
I don't know.
The
The Top's not here.
I'm not that famous. Top isn't here.
No.
Top.
Dude, by the way, I was walking down.
Top is not here.
I was walking back to the room last night in the lecture, and that's where Top performs.
Yes.
I imagine it's where he lives.
It might. Who knows?
I kind of imagine. Where does he live? Yeah, he lives up where the beam is. He flips on his light. Flips on his light, dude. And it's the
red
beam.
beam. It's like he puts his hair over the beam. It's like an orange.
Yeah.
I guess it's orange,
It's
not
like,
red.
It's like developing photos.
Yeah.
It's colored purple over time now. But I was walking through like up on the food court area. I went to go get myself a Nathan's hot dog last night. It was closed.
Was it?
Yeah, I had to get this generic slice of pizza. It was awful.
Oh.
It's just awful.
Was that at the Luxor or was that in that little mall there?
It was in the Luxor.
Oh, okay.
Now there is a pizza place, dude. Okay, so
that looked pretty good.
The pizza place in the mall.
Yeah.
Dude. Okay, so get this.
Okay. Ooh.
Get this. I came to that the Raiders and Patriots game last year at Allegiant. Niners played a Thursday night game, I think, and so they were off for the weekend. Flew in on Saturday, went to the Las Vegas Bowl, went to the Vegas Knights game that night, saw a couple games, and the next day got up, and my buddy and I were hungover as hell, right? And I wake up and I'm just dead. And he's a Raider season ticket holder. He does it all the time. And, Raider fans, man. He's got shots of tequila poured at like 8:30 in the morning. And we went to bed at like,
I might just
3.
vomit hearing
Dude,
that.
I said, I almost did. And at first he was like, quit being a B, dude. Quit being a B, do it. And I was like, all right, I'm no B. Then at one point I leaned in. I was like, I am a total B. And so, dude, I did the thing where I went to go like, it's also the kind of tequila, like it was cheap. I don't drink Reposado. I'll drink Silver or Blanco tequila, but I get it up to my nose almost to drink it. And I'm like, oh, dude, I caught the whiff.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't do this. I'm not drinking this. Yeah. So then he calls me a baby or whatever, and then he takes both. Okay. All right. Fast forward about 20 minutes, okay, because we're staying at the Luxor. We come down. We start walking across to this direction because you can walk over to Allegiant from here. So we're walking towards Mandalay on that same path, and I'm just dead. I'm like, dude, I got to get something to my stomach. We're going to go to this tailgate, and I'm going to drink beer or something to the tailgate to get the hair of the dog going. I need some grease in me. So there's a pizza place on the walkway from Luxor to Mandalay, and we stop. You can grab a slice.
Yeah, it says grab a slice.
Dude, it did.
Right there. It's grab a slice.
I said, don't mind if I do. Yeah. It's like 8. By the way, it's like 8:30 in the morning. And I'm like, there's nothing open on this walk. This is perfect. So looks pretty good. Smells pretty good. They handed it to me. He and I both. We both get one. I take a bite, and I'm chewing. I spit out the bite back into the box. And I looked at him and I said, "This is one of the grossest pieces of pizza I've ever eaten in my life."
Really?
It was like ketchup sauce. It was like sweet. Dude, it was so disgusting. It was not what it smelled like or what it thought it was going to be like at all. He's like, "Yeah, this is terrible," but he's like, "Whatever, I'm putting it away." He puts it away, dude. We get about
iron stomach
before we're out of that little mall. And what's it? I don't know, 250 yards long, maybe 300 yards.
Yeah,
maybe not even. Before we get there, he goes, "I gotta go to the bathroom." Dude lost his whole guts, dude. I was like, I'm the B, huh? I'm the B, huh, Tony? Anyway.
Good info to have.
Anyway,
I'm glad I brought it up.
Anyway, there you go.
All right, I don't really need that in my life
Don't
right now.
eat the generic pizza that says have a slice.
Okay.
Now, the Stromboli I can't speak to.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's not much better.
No, dude. But
okay, good.
I knew I was in trouble when I went up to the Luxor, the only, like the food court there, like middle of the night. And the only name brand thing was Nathan's. I was like, that's – well, oh, they also had a Johnny Rockets. I think they got a Johnny Rockets up there, which I'm not a big fan of, but whatever. I was like, all right, I'll find something. But then the pizza place is like this generic pizza place. The chicken strip place looks like it's got like a – it's sort of made to look like Raising Cane's sign, but it's just called Classic Fingers or something. I thought over here today there was a Panda Express. I was like, I could do some orange chicken. It wasn't a Panda Express. It was called like Pan Am Express or something, or Pan Asia Express, whatever it was called. It was not good.
I'd go for a Nathan's. No way, they didn't even have like a Sbarro?
No.
Get some stuffed pizza?
I would kill
stuffed
for
pepperoni and sausage with marinara all over it?
Sbarro here is like in their Italian district.
Like,
it's as authentic as it gets.
Shoot. Top it off with a Cinnabon?
Yeah.
Maybe an orange Julius?
I was going to say wash it down with a Julius, dude. I'm set, man. I'm set.
going to go, no, I don't want an egg in my Julius. I hate it when they ask me that. You want an egg in your Julius? Why would I want
Is
an egg
that
in
a
my
thing?
Julius?
Do they do
It used to be. When I was, because the orange Julius has been around forever.
Yeah.
You want an egg in your orange Julius? No, I don't want an egg in my orange Julius. Why would I want an egg in my orange Julius? What does it give it more volume? It makes like I don't know what I want. No, I don't want a damn egg. Like Rocky? No, I don't want to. Just give me a damn orange Julius. That's all I want.
Disgusting.
And then they used to have the strawberry Julius. I always went orange because you had the orange was the classic.
It's like a creamsicle. It's like a blended creamsicle.
Yeah, so that was good. The Sbarro was good. The stuffed pizza always got that. Knocked that out. Again, getting like a cup full of marinara and just dump it on. That was like a fork and knife type deal. But yeah, I'm glad you told me that because there's nothing worse than bad pizza because you have an expectation of what pizza's going to taste like. And you know bad pizza, but when it's really bad, it's like, oh my gosh, I can't even. It's not even.
And it's got to be bad.
The
Pizza's like one of the. That's the thing. Like if I were going to name one, give it to me, Tim. Yeah, go one more. That's for Tony. Yeah, 2 shots and that crap slice. Like pizza's one of the things. If you were going to ask me, could you eat one thing for the rest of your life, like every day, like one meal? Now, you'd say chips and salsa.
Chips and salsa. Well,
you'd be pretty close.
Burrito.
Yes,
taco,
I mean like,
something like that. Taco, but chips and salsa would definitely be there.
But like that's like the snack. Like I could probably do popcorn almost every day.
Yeah, if it was a meal, it'd probably have to be tacos because then I could go pork, chicken, beef.
Yeah.
Asada. I go all kinds.
You go salsa. If
I mean, you can go pizza with the different toppings.
Totally.
But yeah,
but bad pizza's bad pizza.
It is. That might be a little too much bread for me, but I do love pizza.
That's what I mean. It's like
it's so disappointing though. Like when you get bad pizza, because you have an expectation of at least it's going to meet this standard. If it goes over it, like if you have a great pizza, you're like, oh my god,
this is incredible,
like awesome.
But when you eat a piece of pizza and you're like, I'd rather have a Red Baron.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I'll take a Totino's at that point, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's a rough za.
You know what? I'd rather have a DiGiorno.
That's what I mean.
Give me the DiGiorno.
By the way, nothing would shred the roof of my mouth faster than a hot piece of DiGiorno before it was ready to be eaten, like when I was a kid.
Yeah.
You just can't wait for it, and I still can't. Anything hot.
Yeah, you got to do that.
I do the hot one, just try to keep it in there and force it down.
Well, have some Crunch Berries before you do that.
Well, the other Captain Crunch will just. That's a cheese grater.
Wrecks your mouth. Absolutely wrecks.
It's got a little filmy taste at the end of it too.
It's almost like Moise Lou. You got to get that callus. Although it's in your mouth, you don't want to do it the same way.
Yeah, you don't want to. That's a different job.
It's a different method.
It's a different procedure.
It's a different method. So, but you got to build up that callus in the roof of your mouth to really enjoy the Captain. Because the Captain gets after it. Captain doesn't mess around, and it takes a little bit for the Captain to get a little soggy. You try to eat it, the first 5 minutes that milk's sitting there, the Captain's down there battling that milk. Like, you better get the F off me. Pow, pow. And then you're like, oh, it's been 3 minutes.
Captain's down there just fighting, dude.
You're like, has anybody ever got a call from Starbucks, by the way? Why am I getting a call from Starbucks? Did I leave my chai there this morning? I mean,
I was going to phone call.
Why are you
just says Starbucks.
Me? Why? Starbucks. I'm going to call.
You have their number saved?
No, you know when companies call.
Yeah, it just might be right.
But they did leave a voicemail. It said I can view the message. So let's see. That's what Starbucks said. God, did I leave my
True Blue on the
YouTube
chat?
Did I leave my card there? I didn't leave my card there, did I?
It's a chance. True Blue at the YouTube chat. Nothing on Starbucks. He just says, dude, pizza rolls, man.
I got card. No, it should be good. Let's see what Starbucks says. They said they left a voicemail. There it is. 262-4000. Hi, this is Austin. I'm a resort manager here at the Luxor. Just wanted to reach out and make sure everything was going well with your stay. Okay, they just want to make sure everything's going well with my stay. But why did he call from Starbucks?
Yeah.
Why was he at Starbucks when he called me? Did he use the Starbucks phone?
Maybe they're farming out their calls now. Their customer service lines are going to.
I'm sorry.
Starbucks employees are.
If I don't know you, there is a 100% chance.
You're not answering.
No. I don't pick up for people.
Everybody has a phone. Yeah, if you get a call now, it's a weird thing.
Yeah, I don't want because I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. It's probably not going to be good. I don't want you. It was funny because I was thinking I don't want you tracking me. You're probably not going to track me. But it was funny because I forgot to tell you a story about my buddy last night that spilt the chew. He also had a quarters cup full of quarters. Yeah, I think we're down here.
Yeah, I think we are.
He had a quarter cup full of quarters because every time he got paid in Pygao, they gave you some quarters because of juice.
It's a change.
Yeah, so he had a cup full of quarters, and they were running out of quarters. And they go, "Sir, could we buy the quarters back from you?" He goes, "No, that's all right." And we're like, Woody, they're gonna have to bring in a whole new thing of quarters. And they go, "Sir, can we go just give them the quarters?" And they go, they thought he was joking. They go, "No." They go, "Really? Can we buy the quarter back from you?" And he goes, "No." He goes, "I don't want you guys tracking me." I couldn't even talk. I'm like, do I want to play along with this? Like, do I really want to play along with? Are they? I go, okay, I'll buy it. How can they track you from quarters? Like, how is that even possible? What are you talking about? You don't want them to track you. I go, give them the quarters. None of it, because again, we played Pygao. Was the entire table was all our buddies. And we're like, we don't want to wait 20 minutes so they bring the dude in and bring quarters in.
I'll keep the quarters. I don't want them tracking me, man. I don't want them tracking me.
He had every quarter on the table.
That's
every quarter on the table he had. Because we gave ours back. We're like, we don't want quarters. We want dollars. We want chips. Here, take the quarters. No, not him. No, wouldn't give him back. Would not give him back. No.
And then he spills the cup of chew.
No.
Oh, this is a different game.
That was a different game. Yeah,
this guy. Keep this guy further away from the Pygao table.
Oh, you don't even. There are some definite off the air stories I'll give you.
We got one yesterday. The one you says a little lewd. I was like, I think it was.
No, that was a different friend.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we used to do a little. We used to do some damage. We went to Vegas back in the day. It's more I'm a quiet guy.
Yeah,
I just kind of lay low. Maybe go to the sports book, watch the games. Maybe have a beer or two, and that's it. That's pretty much it. All those things, like, that's okay when you're younger to do that stuff. You get a little bit older, you're an adult now, for crying out loud. I mean, at least try to act like it. I try to act like it. So I'm 58. I'm not going to go out there and do the stupid stuff I did when I was 22.
Yeah, we'll just wait till this place clears out, and we'll get drunk during the break here, and then we'll talk to Mark Spears at 5:30.
I can do that.
That's fine.
I can do that with the best of them.
You know what? Done.
But then I'm going to my room.
That's it. Tolbert and Copes from Radio Row here at the Mandalay Bay Casino, or the Mandalay Bay Convention Center, I should say. Stay away from the pizza on the walkway between the Luxor and the Mandalay Bay.
Don't track me.
But again, don't hold me to anything about the Stromboli. Tolbert and Copes. We'll talk to Mark Spears at 5:30. We'll get you a sound spot right next on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City's Sports Leader.
Kenny Mayne joined Tom and myself yesterday for maybe the greatest hit in, Tolbert and Cope's history. Check it out if you have not, both on YouTube and trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Daisy Dips. Snacking should be easy. Should be real easy. Like, just put it in the oven or open it up and let it rip. Well, that's what you do with Daisy Dips. No more mixing. No. You open the chips, you crack open the dip, whether it be French onion or ranch dip, and everyone's good to go. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry about gas. You want to enjoy the game yourself, don't you? Yes, you do. So with snacks, think easy, think Daisy Dips. You're a daisy if you do.
faithful. This is Super Week. Then is Tolbert and Copes, live from Radio Row in Vegas. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience. On KNBR, this is Tolbert and Copes Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you a Thursday afternoon, February 8th. Happy birthday to my brother, Casey. And we just found out our digital guy, Michael Connell, is here with us. Happy birthday to Michael, who's here. He's 33, just like JC. You're in good hands, bro. You're in good hands. We are going to catch up with Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com at 5:30 here. But before we do that, let's get into a little bit of sound. Let's start off with Tom Brady. Tom Brady, we've yet to interview Steve Young this week, but apparently everybody else has. Tom Brady sat down with Steve Young. He had plenty of time for a guy who's got 7 Super Bowl titles. They talked about the similarities between Kyle Shanahan and Mike Shanahan's coaching style. Here it is.
Were there similarities that you ran in when you were playing with what Kyle does, when you recognize the thing that Kyle tries to do?
100%. Wow. Kyle the other day. Kyle, they do not fall for, apple doesn't fall far from the tree with these two. They're very similar. I mean, Mike Shanahan in 1992 was he understood the West Coast offense and what it was trying to do, and then he wanted to use it to create opportunity for everybody in space, like the same kind of idea. And what happened is he would walk into a Wednesday installation meeting, and he would just say, these linebackers, for whatever team we're playing, they're terrible, and we're going to beat them like a dead horse. And here's the 5 plays that we're going to run, and we're going to run them until they stop, and then here's the 5 more we're going to answer back. And then he would go call them. That's a lot of great innovative minds can't call plays on the weekend. They panic. They try to get too conservative. Like Mike was aggressive. He was innovative. He was pissed, and he was going to take names. I think we asked Steve Young about that a while back, or we asked somebody else that who had played for Mike Shanahan. And I think what they had told us, it might have been, I think it was Mike Holmgren who we talked about that with. Do you see similar things in these offensive styles? And I think what he told us is there is some stuff, but it's mostly variations of a base. So, I mean, I can understand it from a basketball standpoint because I played high school basketball. We had a Princeton offense. We ran the flex offense, the Princeton-style offense, the back door. And I was a wing player, so I was a cutter across the middle, and I was a pop shooter and a corner shooter. So I just kind of ran like that cigar-shaped thing and set screens. You pop to the top. But then I remember once we all when something clicks when you understand a system like that, where I remember our whole school ran it, freshman, JV, and varsity. So you learned it as a freshman when you got there. They taught you it on video, and we went up to Sonora. We had like a big camp. But when you learn all that, and then it kind of clicks, then you start to understand how you can make variations off of it and what the system does. Then teams would put it in a 2-3 zone, and it all didn't work. Second you throw in that zone, I was like, oh, this is pretty easy to beat 3 games into the season, Coach. Anyway, when you understand how it works, then you can make variations. And I just think Kyle is like 10, 12, 15, 20, 40 iterations different from what a base probably was. And so I think it's pretty cool that you can do that with offenses, and maybe McDaniel takes what Kyle's base is and evolves that. I mean, it's the evolution of football, but it's pretty cool to watch.
It's possible. I mean, there was a couple parts where it's kind of hard to hear Steve, and that's what happens when you skip our show and go on with Tom Brady.
Yeah, well.
We actually kind of sabotage the sound.
It's a real product here.
That's what you get, bro.
What?
Sorry.
We're on a tight ship, We're not destroying cell phones to avoid prosecution is all I'm saying. You know what I mean? See, now I'm cutting down Tom Brady. Moving on here in the sounds
for no reason.
For no reason. Just to rip Steve.
Just take a weed whacker to his ankles.
What's up, Steve? How you doing, man? Good to talk to you. Steve's still a little under the weather there too. See a little stuffy there? Hanging out. He's partying maybe too hard this week.
I got to tell you, I wasn't listening to him. I'll listen to him when he's on with us.
Yeah. I'll ask him my own questions. Thanks, Tom. Brady, that is. Christian McCaffrey. How about this? This is a pretty good one. Christian McCaffrey yesterday is doing some media availability for Media Week ahead of the Super Bowl, and they asked him what they think it would take for a running back to win an MVP. Christian McCaffrey, season-long MVP, what's it going to take for a running back?
To be an MVP as a running back, I think you gotta rush for, you gotta have 2,000 yards or 1,000 maybe, and a bunch of touchdowns. And then I think to be an MVP, you gotta have quarterbacks that have some down years.
That's probably a good answer because it's such a quarterback-driven league now. And you look at who was the last running back to win MVP? Was it Adrian Peterson? Okay, Adrian Peterson. And he was over 2,000 yards rushing. He was just like a dominant running back. And then you look at LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, his numbers were, his touchdowns and yards rushing, and he caught balls too. Like we always say Marshall Faulk is the guy that came before McCaffrey, and probably right, but yeah, Tomlinson wasn't no joke. That guy could run the ball and he'd catch it out of the backfield. He was super dynamic. So that was another guy. I don't know that he lined up like as a wide receiver like McCaffrey and Falk did, but he might have. I don't remember as vividly him doing those things, but he was great. But yeah, it's just that's the league now. I mean, it's built for offense. So and the quarterbacks are the triggermen. So they're the ones that are going to get the MVPs, and he might be right. It might take like close to 18. If you're going to go 1,000, that 1,000 yards rushing better be close to 1,800 yards now because you've tacked on 17 games. So it's going to have to be something we probably haven't seen before. And he's right. You're probably going to have down years from a bunch of quarterbacks, which probably isn't going to happen. You may get a down year for one or two, but there's always going to be one out there that's doing business. So, yeah.
Well, so Sean Alexander's the other one I think about.
I think about him, too.
But he set a record, right? So he won the MVP in 2005. Right? Yeah, rushing touchdowns. Yep. That's under Holmgren. He goes 27 rushing touchdowns, leads the league. He wins the MVP, won the MVP that year. Obviously a Pro Bowler, and he led the league in rushing with 1,880 yards. He averaged 117.5 yards a game that season. I mean, that's the kind of year you have to have. He was the offense for Seattle. We have to go back and look at.
LT did win it, didn't he? At some point.
He won it. Was it a couple years later, 07 or something, 08, 06? So it was we had back-to-back running backs.
Yeah, he had a sick year too. He just had a monster.
He had a monstrous year. But Sean Alexander, who was the quarterback there? It was Matt Hasselbeck, right? Mm-hmm. Matt Hasselbeck that season, 24 touchdowns and 9 picks. So he had a very efficient year, similar to what we're talking about. It's not even a down year. It's just not a dominant season. Okay, we got two more pieces of sound here. Let's go to Lane Johnson here, the tackle for the Philadelphia Eagles. Lane Johnson admits the 49ers broke the Eagles. He's doing is this a podcast? He's sitting there. Is this Dan Patrick show? He's sitting with Dan Patrick. And he's talking about the 49ers going up against the Eagles, and Lane Johnson says that they broke them.
Okay, explain to me what happened the last, 6-8 weeks of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as film piles up, and I feel like really after the 49ers game where, it's kind of them dismantling us, I felt like teams kind of piggybacked off that. So I don't know if it was something we were doing with our scheme-wise. Maybe the teams were on to what we were running. But it was a lot more difficult than what it needed to be because you've seen what the offense has been, and then you see that stretch, and it's, what's going on.
That was the game. That was the game. It's still funky that it happened so quick because you don't see a team that's coming off a Super Bowl start off that strong and then just run face first into a wall. Like, that's what happened to them. They just ran face first into a wall, and then the playoff performance was pathetic. That was just pathetic. I've never seen a team have like aspirations of a Super Bowl at the start of the season. Probably thought they stood a pretty decent chance of winning it. Middle of the season, and then just. And I really hate using this, and I don't use it a lot. But it's like they quit. It's like their defense just mailed it in. I've never seen so many missed tackles in a playoff game. I've seen them in the regular season before, but playoffs, guys are like, hey, this is the playoffs. This is it. And they didn't play like it was it. They played like they were going through the preseason motions. It was I couldn't believe what I was watching, I got to be honest. It was bad. It was really bad. So they got a little soul searching to do this offseason to get back to where they were. And this is why I'm always reticent to say somebody's great, somebody's terrible, because it always happens. I mean, are people looking at Jalen Hurts now a little bit differently? I mean, I do. I still think he's really good, and I still want to think he's the guy that I saw lead him to the playoffs and in the first 11 games. But I think injury probably had something to do with it because he didn't run as much. But, man, when he didn't run as much, his passing wasn't as good, and he just wasn't. But I'm willing to think that he's more like the guy that I thought he was than that guy. But, yeah, you do have your doubts, which is what makes Brady, Manning, Mahomes, all those guys, like incredible. They just keep chugging along. Like I don't know if I ever thought like during Brady's career, like 4 or 5 years in and then beyond, like, yeah, maybe we got it wrong with him. Like he never gave you like a 5, 6, 7, 8 game window where you're like, yeah,
no,
I don't know.
He also got hurt and came back and then was dominant.
The 6th round draft pick, I don't know. Maybe he's not that guy. You never had that. You never had it with Manning where there was a stretch you're like, yeah, number 1 draft pick, but maybe like that. So I don't know. I don't know, but it'll be interesting because they kept Sirianni. They're trying to add some new pieces around him, new coordinators, stuff like that. But you rarely see that in sports where a team, and not a surprise team, they weren't a surprise team 10-1 coming out of nowhere. They went to the Super Bowl the year before. So that was expected. Like, they could be this team. They were that team, and then they just went whap, and the season was over. Just gone. So, I don't know.
It's also only the position of quarterback, it seems like, right? Like, nobody's wondering if Isaiah Pacheco's legit.
No,
nobody cared that
right.
Raheem Mostert played for 7 teams on practice squads. And
because I think when you're a running back, you feel like you are what you are, and you are what you are right away because you're the running back.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not going to. It's not going to change much. The quarterback is the one position, right? Where you feel like there's kind of fluctuations. Like if a defensive end can play. A defensive end. How many times do you see a defensive end like the first 2 years they don't do anything and all of a sudden they're like all pro like in their 3rd year? Like, oh, he really learned something.
Yeah.
Like, you do rush the passer.
Yeah.
Either you can or you can't.
Right.
You know, oh, my technique's so much better. You know, wipe on, wax off. Look at this. Look at me getting to the quarterback. Whoa, I'm spinning.
I paint the fence now.
Look at the rip move. I'm getting underneath him. Look at that. I just learned that. Now, you learn that in cut. So, yeah, quarterbacks are just so complicated. But, yeah, you don't know. But it's funny because once Brady became the man, he was just a man. And we just all knew he was the man. It's like, I don't know. No, you never got that feeling with Brady. And that's the feeling I think people are looking like, is Purdy going to have that? And some people are ready to, like, pounce. Like, I want to be there. I want to be first. It's like, what did Clark say? Oh, I can't. At least I don't have to compare him to those guys or put him in the MVP conversation anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, bro, what
Who cares, man?
What are you talking about?
The most painful thing I had to do all year.
It's like, what are you holding something in? Like you had to go to the bathroom for 7 months. Like, oh, finally I can go.
But Monty Jones said to us, though, second I'm wrong, I try to quick switch it fast.
Why wouldn't you?
Because I don't like to be wrong for long.
Yeah, exactly. Makes sense to me.
Well, Monty's the man. One more piece of sound here before we catch up with our guy Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com on the trade deadline today. Okay, so this one hits us a little bit because the same situation sort of happened to us. So when all of the Radio Row stuff is getting set up for a couple weeks in advance and we know we're coming, we start getting hit up by all of these PR people, and they're representing a lot of the people who are selling stuff or media personalities who are going to be here. So we get all these emails, hey, you guys want to have so-and-so on? And we start booking for all the shows, and Derek and Walter have done a great job organizing that. So I get an email, and if it gets sent to me, I just forward it. Derek's the executive producer. I just send it to him. I get this email that just in the title says, opportunity at Radio Row for Randy Moss interview.
I'm in.
That's what I said. So I immediately some of them, you don't even know who the people are. They're selling something. You don't know, whatever. You delete it. I just sent it right to Derek. I'm like, nice. One show is going to end up with Randy Moss. Who cares? It's going to be great. So turns out there's not just Randy Moss, the football player. There's another Randy Moss.
Well, of course there is.
Derek sniped this out in advance, and we were able to prevent it from catching us off guard. Boomer and Gio, a little bit bigger show, maybe didn't have the same luck. They find out about the booking mistake live on air. Here it is.
What is Randy Moss promoting, by the way, Al? Do you know?
It's something having to do with horse racing.
Really?
He's very into horse racing.
Are you sure this is
Yeah.
Not
this
the
is
other Randy Moss,
the wide receiver, not Randy.
Is there another?
Yes.
Randy Moss?
There's a.
There's an announcer, Randy Moss,
who is into horse racing.
Who's into horse racing?
Please tell me that's fake.
That would be so awesome.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No, because they said, I saw in the request that Randy would like to talk about blah blah blah. Also, anything NFL related. I'm a double check that.
Or maybe the Randy Moss who is the sports announcer, the horse racing announcer.
He used to work for the NFL Network.
Come on.
I swear to God.
Yes.
How's that possible?
This is great. Jesus. This is horrible.
This is what Mark Chernoff's talking about. You lazy ass. You're not doing any follow through.
I don't want to sound like I'm complaining because we have a great setup and everything is great, but I can't catch a break when it comes to some of this stuff, right? Like Dua Lipa's in New York when we're out here. I think we're getting Randy Moss. We're getting the white Randy Moss.
I mean, come on.
So I heard this, and here's the one thing. If we would have done that,
we wouldn't have crapped on him on air for sure.
We wouldn't have done that.
No, that was inappropriate.
And we would have had him on because it would have been a good segment.
Would have been like, whatever, we'll do it.
It would have been a funny segment because Randy Moss is actually, I follow horse racing, so I know Randy Moss. He's a really good broadcaster.
And this isn't about him. This is about the PR that's sent it out. 'Cause I've got the email in front of me, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, it's unclear and it's unfair to a guy named Randy Moss, who did at one time work at the NFL Network and is a horse racing analyst. And it says here, wanted to make sure you wanted to do it at Las Vegas, Super Bowl Radio Row, anything with the NFL, NBC's broadcaster.
One, it's a good bit.
Yeah.
You tell him the story. You have him on.
You can have fun with it.
Two, he's into horse racing, so you know he's into gambling, so you can talk gambling with him.
It says here you can talk gambling aspects of the match.
There would have been ways to do it instead of just saying, oh, wait, we got to cancel. We got to, move on. And then, as you said, kind of crap on him on the – so, anyway, it's funny. I'll give you a little Boomer story. You guys might enjoy this. So,
Boomer.
This is back when I did the when I did the CBS Sports Minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Boomer obviously worked for CBS and stuff. And it was him and who was his partner? Carton, dude that went to jail. Yeah, and I think it was him at the time. And they were crapping on, and I can't remember. You'll remember the former Mets second baseman.
Like when?
The Mets second baseman, lefty, good hitter, really good hitter.
Not Cano.
Not Cano.
No, you're saying way before.
That was Yankees. Mets.
He went to the Mets. Daniel Murphy?
Yes, Daniel Murphy. Remember when Daniel Murphy's wife was pregnant? He went down to Florida and spent time with her.
Right, I remember that, yeah.
And they were like the whole, okay, it's time to get your ass back. You've been down there long enough. What are you going to do? Baby's only so old. And I did a CBS Sports Minute where I just crapped on him saying, you know what? It's not just about the baby. It's about the mom. It's about being there with the mom. It's baseball season. There's 162 games. It's fine. So, and I did some funny stuff with it, but it was a minute long, and I
know those minutes. Yeah, I know.
But so it was funny because they work for CBS, and he probably didn't expect to hear that from me, who was also getting paid by CBS at the time. So I wake up one morning, look at my phone. There's a text from Boomer. I'm like, I don't remember giving Boomer my number. So he must have got it from somewhere else. Fine. So he just texts me and just saying how he disagreed with me, and he threw a high horse in there somewhere, but I'm not sure how that fit in. I can't remember. It was in the morning. I woke up. I go, who is this? I go, Boomer Esiason. I go, seriously? So I read it, and I texted him back and just told him how I feel. I go, look, it's nothing personal. I go, I thought you said something really stupid, and I just wanted to comment on it. Could have been somebody else, but it was you. So, sorry. Yeah. That's how I feel. And he just, that was pretty much the end of it, and he said, all right, good luck. And then moved on. But it was I woke up in the morning from a text with Boomer Esiason, and that was that's my entire interaction with Boomer Esiason. So he was mad that I got on him for the Daniel Murphy time because I just
it's kind of the look on my face, Tim. I was like, well, I thought it was going to end with maybe more of a bang, like Derek told me.
No, there was no bang to it. I wish there was, but there really wasn't. But the funny thing is how many times do you hear stories? Like, we used to get those stories all the time when I first started this about fans and people getting upset, guys going to be with their wives when they delivered, and now even spending a little bit of time with them after they've delivered. You don't hear those stories much anymore, do you?
Because they don't want it, because they're going to get crapped on for it.
No,
right?
but they do it. People realize it's okay to do it.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's about family. It's like you don't have to. This isn't the 50s where you're I won't say the word, but you got to show up. Don't drink water and don't be there for your baby. You got to be here for this game.
Yeah.
You got to be here for this.
Well, okay. Watch a quarterback do it in the playoffs and see if it's okay.
Well, they do schedule those things.
Yeah,
nowadays,
right. Well,
there's a word called inducement.
Yeah, cesarean.
Well, you know what? That's just bad planning. I mean, if you're going to put yourself in that position 9 months before there's something called the rhythm. I can't remember what it was, but anyway, rhythm of the night. I think it is the rhythm of the night.
What's that song about?
But I have no idea. But shut up. All right, let's move on.
All right, let's get out of here.
Yeah,
Tell him to go. The story still didn't get any better, dude. We're not going anywhere. It's going to get anywhere.
It did. I just hit a rock.
Derek looked at me and was like, let's go. And I was like, what are you talking to me for?
I just hit a rock.
What are you telling me I'm doing?
That was terrible.
That story had a clear rising action, climax.
It had nothing.
It had falling action, I'll tell you that.
None of that.
Tolford goes from Radio Row. Let's ask
the beer.
Let's ask. Yeah, well,
Liquid Aloha.
I'd like to get a little bit more.
Aloha my ass.
Mark Spear joins us next. ESPNAnscape.com. NBA trade deadline is passed, and nothing great, really, about it. We'll talk to him about it next.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. Mark Spear's next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everybody that has a house, well, that has a roof and walls, probably has similar problems. Wi-Fi coverage. All houses are different. We still have the same problems. There's somewhere in the house that doesn't like Wi-Fi. It's like no Wi-Fi zone. I mean, you can't really have that when you have a family that has devices. And every family has devices, I think. Phones, tablets, you get the TVs. Somebody's streaming, somebody's gaming, maybe somebody's working, someone's going to school. Everyone wants fast Wi-Fi. Everyone wants reliable Wi-Fi. Well, to get that, you need Wi-Fi with great coverage. And if you don't have it, let me introduce you to wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Everyone's taken care of. Everyone gets the same coverage. You don't want everybody congregating in one or two rooms just because that's where the Wi-Fi is. And that's my spot. You go to your spot. You don't have good Wi-Fi? Well, let's fix that. Let's get you wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity so everyone has fast, reliable Wi-Fi, and the great coverage takes care of everybody. And all you have to do is get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for reliable connection throughout the entirety of your house. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports? You love high def? You love blazing fast Wi-Fi that's reliable and has great coverage? You will love Xfinity.
Faithful, Tolbert and Copes now continue. Live from Radio Row in Vegas.
The Niners are going to Vegas.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, the best way to stream your favorite live sports. Xfinity, the ultimate entertainment experience on KNBR.
All right, time to break down the NBA trade deadline. Find out what Mark Spears thinks of what happened today. Mark Spears, Anscape. How you doing,
What's
Mr.
happening,
Spears?
man?
Not much. How you doing?
Oh, man, just about to depart from Los Angeles in a couple hours and head back home.
What were we down there for? I mean, I know what you're down there for, but, like, what were you down there for?
I went to see the Clippers, actually, for the first time this season last night.
Really?
Play New Orleans, and then
You picked a good time.
Yeah. Right.
They were looking great till you showed up.
Oh, exactly. They look like your Clippers. And then
those are bad Clippers.
Yeah. And then I went to we had our trade deadline show today. So I went
So
to
give
that.
us your thoughts on the trade deadline. It was kind of quiet. It seemed like the Mavericks and Knicks were the two teams that tried to upgrade a little bit, but quiet. What did you think? Was there something underneath that caught your attention, or just give us your thoughts on it?
Well, I mean, I guess I'll start with the home team, right? I'll start with the Warriors.
Yep.
You know, I asked about DeJounte Murray, one of his agents yesterday, and he said, you know, the Warriors never were really in the mix for him, which, you know, kind of surprised me, or maybe that was my fancy that I thought he would be great with them, right? And but the Warriors were just, you know, trying to do little things. I think they were happy with the way that Wiggins has been playing of late. I think he scored like over 20 in like 3 of the last, 6 games or so, although the other games I believe were single digits. And then, obviously Kuminga's on the rise, Chris Paul's coming back, GP2's coming back, and I think they believe if healthy, this team could be pretty good. And, I won't argue with that. We'll see once everybody gets healthy. But, it was interesting to hear, though, that they never even really tried to get into the DeJounte mix. I know they did. And then also when Siakam, I heard that they never really were a factor in there, too, which leads me to believe that, the Warriors really weren't super hot on the trade market at all. So they do have one roster spot available. All the Warriors can do at this point is sign a minimum player. So keep your eye on that. But, a team has to, the most covered guys that get bought out, they're going to have to pick of the litter. So we'll see what happens there. I really like what the Knicks did, man, especially under the terms of their injuries. Bogdanovic, you're talking about a 20-point-per-game scorer. He scored over 30 twice recently. Now he's on a team that matters, and with Julius Randle out, he certainly helps the Knicks a lot. But once Randle's back and OG Anunoby's back, and they got 3 guys that could score average over 20 points per game. It's not maybe the sexiest big 3, but that 3 guys averaging over 20 helps. And then with, you remember Burks when he was with the Warriors. I mean, this dude can score with his eyes closed. And so, I mean, when the Knicks get healthy, and keep in mind, like, their center's coming back soon, and they'll get a lot healthier. They're going to be a problem. I don't know if they're an NBA championship problem just yet, but they got a really, really good team. And then I'm trying to think of some of the other ones.
Well, P.J. Washington to the Mavericks was interesting to me.
Yeah. I mean, that's interesting, too, because, they basically gave up on Grant Williams so fast.
I know.
He just signed the guy.
I felt bad for Grant Williams. Like, no.
Man.
No.
Yeah, because you go for playing with the Celtics to now you're in – perhaps you're on the worst franchise in the league. You're going to Charlotte on a long-term contract. So I do bad for him. But, P.J. Washington is certainly a nice pickup for Dallas. But, what Phoenix did, I like Royce O'Neal a lot. Coming and giving him another wing guy, a guy that can defend. I still think that the Suns are lacking a point guard. And it doesn't have to be some kind of superstar point guard. But, Eric Gordon was complaining the other day about the lack of chemistry, guys just trying to get theirs. They need a traffic cop. They need a veteran traffic cop point guard, but they don't have that. So that's one thing that I do worry about with the Suns. But, to me, the sneaky one that I thought was really interesting that probably is not going to get much attention at all is the Thunder getting Gordon Hayward. I really like that move a lot.
Yeah.
And, Gordon Hayward doesn't have to be the guy. I mean, averaging 14 points a game, they got enough scores. But to add a vet, played in some big games, to get some good leadership, go into their starting lineup, probably be their number 4 scorer, maybe number 5, but very solid player. The Thunder got better without really doing anything in the process. I mean, they gave up Trey Mann and Davis Bertrand, like whoop-de-doo, right? So, like I really think the Thunder quietly did some nice things too.
The team that you would pick that you were most surprised didn't do anything. Is it the Lakers not doing anything? Is it the Clippers are pretty deep and they're pretty set. Is there a team that you thought maybe could have tried to do something that wasn't able to pull something off?
All the smoke that Chicago put out there, man.
Yeah, that's
like,
no doubt.
And DeRozan and Levine. How much did I talk about that over the last month? Like so I saw something like they haven't made a trade during the trade deadline in the last 3 years or something like that. That was just like really, really too much smoke. Another thing that was surprising to me was a month ago, I wholeheartedly expected DeJounte Murray to get moved. Really did. There were people a week ago, GMs that I talked to, that said everybody I expect to be moved with a name. DeJounte Murray is on the top of that list. So that was, to me, a huge, huge surprise. He's played real well late, but when I talked to him, he was kind of giving me that look like, help me, please help me. Get me out of here.
You're my only hope. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah. He was
hologram to Mark
or whatever, right? Like he was like the guy that fished to say Pittsburgh that had that side trade me or something. You know what I mean? Like so for him, especially with Rich Paul representing him, not to get moved after that probably surprised me more than anything.
Talking to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. In terms of the Warriors, it felt to me like over the last couple of weeks when we talked to you, you felt like they had to make a move, but we didn't really know exactly who they would move or if there was anybody they could move.
Yeah.
I guess what intrigues me most is about the forward direction of the roster. I guess they could still move on from Chris Paul. They didn't have to make a trade with him right now. They could do something in the offseason. They can. Klay Thompson is an intriguing one or an interesting one. I guess let me ask you about him. We can come back to the no trade stuff. But Klay in this week, and I guess he's out today with an illness. What we saw from him in his comments, I don't know where his future is. And Tom and I were wondering. We discussed it earlier this week. Like, does a 1-year deal somewhere else end up being a better thing for him? I just think he doesn't feel like he's totally wrapped his head around yet that he's not the same guy he was before those injuries.
Well, there's one thing that will tell you how cute you are. It's free agency.
Yep.
Right? You want to know who you are? Wait till free agency starts. You'll learn. And so that's the thing when Klay gets out there, is he going to get what he wants? Does he want to start from scratch? He's just been there his whole life. He's also I love Klay. He's certainly a very eccentric guy that the Warriors are probably used to, Klay being Klay. But now you got to get used to it, and I've seen stars, and Tom, I'd like you to probably weigh in on this too, where I remember when Chris Paul went to Houston, and it was the James Harden show. Yeah. And I could tell this Chris Paul story now. Like there was a game in Oracle, and the Rockets were playing Golden State, and after the game, Chris had a suitcase next to his locker, and I'm like, why you got a suitcase next to your locker? The team stayed the night in San Francisco. Man, I'm going to SFO right after the game. What's the best bridge to take from here? And I'm like, San Mateo Bridge. Explained it to him how to get to SFO and everything. He had a private car. I'm like, well, why are you leaving? He's like, why are we staying the night? Let's go home. I want to take my kids to school in the morning. I want to spend time with my family. I'm like, well, why are you guys staying the night then? And he like veered his head over towards like where James Harden's locker was. And James Harden was like lathering himself a lotion or something at the time. I don't know. He goes, I don't make the decisions here. You know what I mean? Like this, basically, and it was almost sad to hear him say that. I'm like, no, you're Chris Paul, right? Like, but if Clay goes somewhere else, it's different. Like I remember when Tony Parker, signed a 2-year deal to go to the Charlotte Hornets because he didn't like the role that the Spurs were going to give him. So he goes there. He actually played pretty well. He came off the bench, getting more money than he would have in San Antonio. But he's like, it was the first time in my career where I felt like I didn't have the chance to win anything. And he's maybe the only NBA player I ever knew that retired with a year left on his deal. Like, I'm good, man.
Yeah.
Like, he retired.
I remember that. And the thing is, Mark, they don't have, and Clay wouldn't have, you know what they don't have? Equity.
What's
you
that?
don't have that equity that you built up with your team. You just go there and you're just a guy, and you're just expected to go out there and get it done. They give you no extra leeway. That's just the way it is, and that's something he'll have to contend with.
Things will never be the same.
But when he walks into Chase, that's Klay Thompson.
Yes.
All of a sudden, you take the more money and you're playing Charlotte. It's just different, man.
It ain't all it's cracked up to be. There's no doubt. Hey, we got to run, but real quick, I want you to explain. This is probably just for me, but what the hell? Miles Bridges had a contract, some sort of clause in his contract that him and his agent Rich Paul decided they wanted to exercise so he could stay in Charlotte. Nobody's ever said that before. I want to stay in Charlotte, especially now. But what does that mean? Does that mean he wants to stay there? Does it mean he just doesn't want to get traded? Give me an idea, because he was a kind of a commodity come trade deadline time.
Well, I think one is I think if he got traded, he would lose his bird rights.